Chapter 1 School Beauty Invitation. Only 662 points? Lin Feng frowned, looking at the college entrance examination results, and he was not satisfied. According to his estimation, he could score at least 690 points. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that he was finally admitted to Jiangbei University. Ding dong. The sound of a WeChat message on his mobile phone interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts, and he clicked on the message. Shen Mengyan, Lin Feng, I scored 680 points. How many points did you get? Raymond Lam replied, Congratulations, I only scored 662. Shen Mengyan, that's good. My dad helped me organize a graduation party. Come over if you're free. I've sent you the address. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't like attending this kind of banquet. A beautiful figure flashed through his mind. Shen Mengyan, the class beauty in high school. She has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs that are about 1.2 meters tall. She has a rather cold personality and always has a sense of distance between herself and her classmates, but this does not prevent everyone from treating her as their dream goddess. When he was in primary school, Raymond Lam happened to see Shen Mengyan being chased by a dog and crying all over the street, so he kindly helped her chase the dog away, and the two of them became destined to be together. Shen Mengyan seemed to understand Lin Feng's thoughts very well, and emphasized again, take this opportunity to have a good gathering with your classmates. I don't know when we will meet again. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Now that things had come to this, it was not easy for him to refuse. Okay, I'll go then. Lin Feng left the conversation. Being beautiful was only one of Shen Mengyan's advantages. Her father was the president of a company with a fortune worth hundreds of millions. How can the graduation party for this kind of person be bad? The host is found to be invited by the beauty in class to attend the entrance banquet, and the perfect life system of the rich man is successfully bound. Lin Feng was petrified on the spot. System? Before he could digest this information, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. Bound by Lin Feng. Charm, 15. The higher the charm value, the more attractive you are to women, and it can also affect your appearance. Physical fitness, 20. Comprehensive improvement, including physical strength, reaction speed, etc. Flirting skills, 0. Skills in conquering the opposite sex, the higher the value, the easier it is to satisfy women. Deposit, 4,531 yuan bank deposit amount. Skill, all-seeing, can observe women's secret values, and automatically upgrade when proficiency reaches a certain value. Lin Feng was stunned. I couldn't believe that such a thing would happen to me. It took me a while to calm down my excitement and focus on my own data again. The first two are easy to understand, but the tuning art makes Lin Feng speechless. This attribute layout looks like it is only for male models in a duck shop. Based on the principle that it is better to have something than nothing, Raymond Lam happily accepted the reality. The reward is an Airbus H-225 private helicopter, worth $27 million, which is now parked at an open-air basketball court 3 kilometers away. Please accept it. Automatically master helicopter driving skills and obtain relevant certificates. The reward is a jade necklace worth 3 million. A red box appeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's palm. When he opened the small box, an exquisite jade necklace was placed in the box. Lin Feng slapped himself hard on the face, it hurt so much. I'm not dreaming. Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed out loud, feeling very happy. From today on, I, Lin Feng, am destined to reach the top. Lin Feng was filled with lofty ambitions. He was young and frivolous, and he had the system in his hands. If he wasn't a little bit arrogant, would he still be a young man? At the same time, the Dihao 5-star hotel. The open-air restaurant venue has tables filled with a variety of seafood delicacies and is surrounded by bright lights. A group of high school students gathered in one group, and another group were Shen Mengyan's family friends and relatives, or her father's business partners. Today, Shen Mengyan did not wear a school uniform. Instead, she changed into a sweet Lolita girl outfit. Her black and beautiful hair fell vertically, and combined with her pure and beautiful face, her lethality was 2,000%. Even dogs would follow her to take a few more glances when they saw her. A large group of male students were staring at the scene, and a bunch of female students were busy coming up to take pictures. At this time, the deputy monitor Gu Xiaobai pushed up half of his glasses, a smile appeared on his fair face, and admiration flashed in the depths of his eyes. Mengyan, you are so beautiful today. Shen Mengyan smiled faintly and said calmly, you should save these sweet words and use them to make other girls happy. How many points did you get in the college entrance examination? Shen Mengyan changed the subject without leaving any trace. Gu Xiaobai couldn't help curling up his lips when he heard this. 670 points, so. From your tone, it seems like you are still not satisfied. If there's anything I'm not satisfied with, it's that my dad was too stingy with his reward. He only gave me a BMW 5 Series as a reward. Gu Xiaobai smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, many students were shocked. Gu Xiaobai's family is very rich. He gave me a BMW worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for the college entrance examination, but my father only gave me a reward of 300 yuan. How can your family compare to Gu Xiaobai? He is also a rich second generation after all. He and Mengyan are a perfect match. Hearing the whispers of his classmates, Gu Xiaobai felt as if he were bathed in spring breeze. Subconsciously, he touched the gold ring in his pocket and thought to himself, if I can successfully confess my love to Mengyan tonight, it will be a double blessing for me. At this time, a girl raised her camera and said, "Classmates, let's come over and take a group photo." Everyone quickly gathered and lined up in several rows. Shen Mengyan raised her head and looked around, and found that everyone was there, except for one person missing. Have you seen Lin Feng? Gu Xiaobai smiled and said, that guy Lin Feng will definitely not come. Don't worry about him. Let's take pictures. Shen Mengyan frowned, let's wait a little longer. Lin Feng promised me that he would come, but he might be late because of the traffic jam. I'll send him a message to ask what's going on. Gu Xiaobai frowned, Mengyan, don't waste your time. Lin Feng is well known in our class for being unsociable and withdrawn. Besides, this place is so classy. He usually has low self-esteem, so how dare he come here? Other students made fun of him. That's right. I heard his family sells fish. I went back to his house to help after class. Maybe he is still selling fish now, haha. It's right to listen to Xiaobai. Don't wait for him. Shen Mengyan did not listen to others and sent a message to Lin Feng slowly. What's going on? Didn't you say you were coming? Sorry, I'll be there in a minute. Shen Mengyan put away her phone, her eyes showing no signs of fluctuation, and said calmly, Lin Feng said he will be there in a minute, so let's wait a little longer. At this moment, a roaring sound came from the sky, coming closer and closer. Everyone looked up. Someone shouted, it's a helicopter. It seems to be coming to our hotel. The helicopter flew over everyone's heads and headed for the private airport on the roof of the hotel. Gu Xiaobai's eyes were sharp, and his expression suddenly changed. It's an Airbus H225. Few people in our country own this kind of top-level aircraft. Shen Mengyan didn't know much about this, but if Gu Xiaobai could show such an expression, then this plane must be expensive. She asked, is it expensive? 27 million US dollars, do you think it's cheap? Gu Xiaobai's eyes were fanatical. He also wanted such a high-end plane. Everyone gasped and could not calm down for a long time. This kind of aircraft was a luxurious seat that they could never afford in their lifetime. Just as everyone was talking with relish about the luxury of the helicopter, Lin Feng, wearing a school uniform and sneakers, walked towards them. Chapter 2. They can never afford my gift in their lifetime. Lin Feng was in high spirits, with a youthful look of heroism between his brows and a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. With his handsome face, he has the temperament of a young gentleman, but it's a pity that his ordinary clothes make his charm dim a little. I'm sorry, I just went on a long trip, so I was delayed on the way. Shen Mengyan smiled, with a strange look in her eyes, and said in a cheerful tone, it's good that you're here. Don't be late next time. Gu Xiaobai's face darkened. Shen Mengyan never spoke to him in such an attitude, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Glancing at the cheap school uniform on Lin Feng, and then comparing it to the Antas sneakers and Adidas clothes she was wearing today, her entire outfit cost several thousand yuan, and she felt a sense of superiority. Oh, isn't this the fish boss in our class? Gu Xiaobai deliberately raised the tone of the words fish boss and pinched his nose deliberately while speaking. What are you doing? Why do you smell like fish? Why don't you change your clothes before coming back? Gu Xiaobai frowned, took several steps back with disgust on his face, as if he was avoiding a mouse. When the other students heard that Lin Feng smelled like fish, they all backed away, and unbridled ridicule also began to rise quietly. I really don't know why Miss Shen would invite a small figure like him. It's not the first day he's been like this. Every time I pass by him, I smell that faint fishy smell, so no one wants to sit at the same table with him. It was not the first day that Lin Feng heard such malicious and sarcastic voices. While getting used to it, he also developed a rock-solid mentality. It just so happens that I have mastered the skill of universal insight and I want to see how Shin Mengyan is doing. A thought came to my mind. The all-seeing skill moved at will, and some data that others could not see appeared above Shin Mengyan's head. Observer, Shin Mengyan. Age, 18. Favorability, 66. When the favorability reaches 70, you can develop a romantic relationship. When the favorability reaches 80, you can merge, and when the favorability reaches 100, you can do whatever you want. Any female who reaches 70 for the first time can draw an extra lottery, with a high probability of winning the grand prize. Mood, 70. When the mood reaches 100, the host can participate in a lucky draw once, limited to once a day. Love history, none. Number of fusions, 0. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 95. Measurements, C+, 85, 98. Hobbies, reading, desserts, dogs and cats, piano. Favorite person, none. People you care about most, parents. Rumor, Shin Mengyan is preparing to study abroad. Before that, she will have a gathering with her classmates. The next meeting will be in the spring when the flowers are blooming. Lin Feng was secretly surprised that this perfect life system was much more powerful. With this system, I can know what the true attitude of those women is towards me, just like a magic mirror. He looked at Gu Xiaobai again. Start, Vientian Insight. Invalid target, this skill can only observe females at present. Well, maybe in the future when my skills improve, I can become even stronger. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't say anything, Shen Mengyan thought that he felt uncomfortable hearing the gossips of others. She looked at the boy's face with a gentle gaze and whispered, "They don't mean any harm, they just speak directly. Don't take it to heart. Just come here happily and have fun today. Let's take a picture together." After saying that, Shin Mengyan gently wrapped her hands around Lin Feng's slightly rough hands. Lin Feng was stunned. Shin Mengyan's hands were like the softest willow catkins in spring, so soft that they were defenseless. In an instant, his heart felt like being gently brushed by a feather, numb and hot. Although it was not the first time that Shin Mengyan held Lin Feng's hand, every time he felt a strange emotion floating in his heart. Gu Xiaobai had an unnatural smile on his face. Seeing his beloved goddess holding the waist's hand in public, he felt like he had a cuckold on his head. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something but stopped. There was a flash of anger in his eyes, but he was also a very smart man and would not easily lose his image because of anger. Suddenly, Gu Xiaobai looked at a girl next to him who was cozying as Son of God and gave her a hidden look. Son of God Tang Yaki understood what he meant, took a step forward, stretched out her hand and placed it in front of Lin Feng, with a sarcastic arc on the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of disdain. "Lin Feng, we won't bother with you for being late. But today is Mengyan's graduation party anyway. No matter how poor you are, you should prepare some gifts, right?" When Tang Yaki stretched out her hand, she could be seen from the side. The cute little soft bear was half exposed, and several boys swallowed their saliva and stared at it intently. At this time, several classmates who often followed Gu Xiaobai said sarcastically, "Forget it, what if he pulls a dead fish out of his pocket?" "Ha, you know what, he is capable of doing this. Last time when our class teacher had his birthday, he brought a fish to our door, and the class teacher threw it to his cat." The students who loved fun all burst into laughter when they heard this. Gu Xiaobai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. He liked to see Lin Feng being ridiculed by everyone. Shin Mengyan said calmly, "It's okay, as long as they come, I don't care about the gifts." Lin Feng frowned and thought to himself, "This Tang Yaki is always entangled with Gu Xiaobai. They are like snakes and rats in the same nest. She even hates me." Use the skill Universal Insight on Tang Yaki. Observer, Tang Yaki. Age, 18. Favorability, 0. Mood, 20. Love history, none. Number of fusions, 0. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 92. Measurements, C++, 82, 98. Hobbies, cosmetics, food, luxury brands, spending money, playing games, cos anime characters. Liked by, unrequited love for Gu Xiaobai. The person I care about most, Tang Yaki. Rumor, she has been trying to please Gu Xiaobai, coveting his money, and dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family. However, in order to play the role of a loving person in front of Shin Mengyan, Gu Xiaobai has always rejected her and has been ambiguous with her in private. Therefore, she is secretly jealous that Shin Mengyan has a better figure and family background than her. Lin Feng immediately understood the relationship between them, which also exposed their inner secrets. "Ha, this is interesting. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. Meng Yan, I came here in a hurry today and didn't prepare any special gifts. I don't need this little thing either, you can take it. Lin Feng took out the red box from his pocket and handed it to Shen Mengyan. Thank you. A touching smile bloomed on Shen Mengyan's face. Her eyes fell on the gift, and her eyes were full of joy that could not be concealed. Mengyan, Lin Feng gave you such a valuable gift, please open it and let us appreciate it. Tang Yaki said with a joking smile. The people around also had a bit of sarcasm in their eyes. Everyone knew that it was impossible for Lin Feng to come up with a decent gift, and opening it in public would undoubtedly humiliate him. Shen Mengyan smiled faintly, let's not do it. Maybe they will never be able to afford this gift from me in their lifetime, so it's good to let them see it. Lin Feng had a smile on his face. Chapter 3 First Draw. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Then a surge of anger surged in his heart. He glared at Lin Feng, wishing he could beat him up. How dare a stinky fishmonger look down on them? Gu Xiaobai smiled contemptuously, Lin Feng, you dare to say such big words. You may not know this, but my dad gave me a BMW X5 as a gift after I took the college entrance exam. It's a luxury car that you will never be able to afford in your lifetime. The gift I gave Meng Yan today is a gold necklace worth 30,000. Gu Xiaobai pushed his glasses and said disdainfully, if your gift is more expensive than mine, I will call you brother. Open it and let me see. I don't have a silly brother like you who likes to show off. Lin Feng chuckled. Meng Yan, open it. Gu Xiaobai's face darkened when he heard this. Damn, I was just saying it casually, but you're taking advantage of me? Shen Mengyan was helpless. Things had developed to this point, and she could only open the box. She just hoped that Lin Feng's things were not too ugly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the box in her hand, waiting to see Lin Feng making a fool of himself. Alas, what will this stupid guy give me? Shen Mengyan opened the box gently with a feeling of nervousness and some anticipation. In the velvet gift box, the necklace forged from pure gold has smooth lines. The huge jade pendant in the center is warm and emerald green, surrounded by a circle of diamonds and rubies, which complement each other. A luxurious and noble aura comes to you. Shen Mengyan's pretty face was full of surprise, not because of how expensive this treasure was, but how could Lin Feng have such an expensive gift? She looked at every detail of the jade necklace very carefully. The students who originally wanted to laugh at Lin Feng's joke were all dumbfounded. Tang Yaki was mesmerized by the luxurious jade necklace, but she regained consciousness after a short while and said disdainfully, such a large jade must be fake. Lin Feng's family makes a living by performing arts, how could they possibly afford to give him a real one? If you don't have any knowledge, then stop talking. Saying that you have long hair but little knowledge is already flattering you. Lin Feng raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth, open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is a Cartier jade necklace. Gu Xiaobai chuckled, you're pretending to be very good. You must have bought it on Taobao for 9.9 yuan. Shen Mengyan said with a firm look, no, this is true. The craftsmanship and materials are not fake at all. There is also a certificate and an official QR code. If you don't believe me, you can scan it. Meng Yan, I know you want to help Lin Feng, so I deliberately said it was true. But he said we can't afford this gift, and I won't accept that. I have to scan your QR code. Tang Yaki opened the QR code with a cold face and scanned it. Soon an official code popped up. Authentic. Angel Heart Jade Necklace customized, priced at 3 million. Tang Yaki was stunned on the spot. Others were also stunned by the shock of this information. Is this true? How is this possible? Everyone's minds were in a mess, and they couldn't understand why Lin Feng, a fishmonger, would give such a valuable necklace. Even Gu Xiaobai was dumbfounded. That necklace of his is really worth 3 million. We can't afford it at all. Not to mention you, even Gu Xiaobai can't afford such an expensive gift. Who on earth is this Lin Feng? Isn't he the young master of a billionaire who's wandering around? At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Feng slowly changed, and they no longer had the contempt they had before. Shen Mengyan's pretty face turned slightly red. She couldn't let go of the jade necklace. She said with rare excitement, how did you get such an expensive gift? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He now also experienced the pleasure of making everyone feel embarrassed. Will I tell others that my real identity is a top rich second generation? I'm not like some people who are afraid that the whole world doesn't know about their shabby BMW and want to call me brother. Fortunately, I don't want such a stupid brother. Lin Feng told a little white lie and gave himself the halo of a rich second generation. Gu Xiaobai was so angry that his face turned red, but he really couldn't say anything to refute. Are you sure you want to give me such a precious gift? Shen Mengyan's perfect face was breathtakingly beautiful. When she raised her face and stared at Lin Feng, a hint of excitement and anticipation flashed in the depths of her eyes. Lin Feng suddenly realized that Shen Mengyan's appearance at the moment made his heart beat fast. The young man's ignorant emotions quietly sprouted, and he nodded subconsciously, of course. Shen Mengyan smiled sweetly and asked softly, "Why did you give me such an expensive gift?" After saying this, I felt a little nervous, fearing that Lin Feng would say something inexplicable, but I was also looking forward to it. Shen Mengyan's favorability increased by 10, currently reaching 70, and a romantic relationship can be developed. Shen Mengyan's mood reaches 90. Lin Feng was delighted. This was an unexpected gain. If your mood reaches 100, you can draw a prize. Because you are good looking, I like you. Lin Feng didn't even think about this before he blurted out the words as a joke. In an instant, 2 red clouds appeared on Shen Mengyan's snow-white face, making her look so shy that people couldn't help but want to hug her and kiss her hard. The others looked shocked. Is this a confession? Gu Xiaobai's eyes widened, and the expression on his face looked as if he wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Lin Feng was also a little confused. He just thought Shen Mengyan was too beautiful and couldn't help but tease her, but this seemed a little bad. Shen Mengyan's mood is 100. Today I won a lucky draw. The lucky draw is in progress. Is this okay? Raymond Lam was pleasantly surprised and was full of anticipation for the first lucky draw. The draw was successful, and I was awarded 1 charm point, currently 16 points. Instantly, Lin Feng felt refreshed and full of energy. His face also underwent some subtle adjustments, changes that were difficult to detect with the naked eye. The aura of the whole body also changed. Lin Feng couldn't feel this situation, but Tang Yaqi in front of him felt it clearly. She suddenly felt that Lin Feng seemed a little more handsome than before, more pleasing to the eye, and not so annoying. Cool. This is the pleasure of increasing charm, and people seem to be more confident. Lin Feng was happy. Lin Feng, I can't buckle the back, can you help me put on the necklace? Shen Mengyan felt a little embarrassed, with a blush still on her face. She turned her head to look away, not daring to look directly into Lin Feng's eyes. Okay. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He took the necklace from Shen Mengyan's hand and accidentally touched her hand again. It was like an electric shock. Both of them understood each other tacitly. Seeing Lin Feng intimately putting the necklace on Shen Mengyan, Gu Xiaobai became jealous and went crazy. If I don't do something, this kid will steal the limelight. Gu Xiaobai gritted his teeth, took out a gold ring that he had prepared long ago from his pocket, and said with a hypocritical smile on his face, Mengyan, I have liked you since the first day of high school. It's been 3 years, and today I finally got the courage to confess to you. Will you be my girlfriend? Gu Xiaobai nervously handed the ring to Shen Mengyan. The whole place was in dead silence. Chapter 4 You are worthy of snatching a woman from me. Gu Xiaobai confessed to Shen Mengyan in public. Everyone was shocked. If it had been before, no one would have found it strange, and instead would have thought that the two were a couple. But from the scene just now, even a blind person could see how ambiguous Lin Feng and Shen Mengyan were. If I confess my feelings at this time, wouldn't it become a love triangle? The point is that Lin Feng is not bad either, he just gave her a necklace worth millions. But you, Gu Xiaobai, just took out that broken ring that cost like 9.9 yuan to confess your love to her, isn't that pathetic? The students looked like they were enjoying a good show and were whispering to each other. Lin Feng had a smile on his face, and looked at Gu Xiaobai who was half kneeling in front of Shen Mengyan and said, Mengyan, you are so charming that everyone wants to confess to you. Didn't he take a look in the mirror before he left? Shen Mengyan smiled faintly. She had known for a long time that Gu Xiaobai liked her, but she just didn't have the slightest fondness for him. Gu Xiaobai, I'm so sorry. Gu Xiaobai's face immediately became extremely embarrassed, his eyes fell on Lin Feng, he stood up and said gloomily, Is it because of Lin Feng? Shen Mengyan's face straightened and she said calmly, Not entirely. The most important thing is that you and I have no feelings for each other. Gu Xiaobai pointed at Lin Feng angrily and shouted in a rage, Mengyan, don't be fooled by him, this guy is a piece of trash, his family is just selling stinky fish. He must have stolen this necklace. The crowd was shocked. Stolen? That's what I said. How could a sleazy fishmonger like him afford such a necklace? Then isn't he delivering stolen goods to Miss Shin? He wants to hurt people. If you can't afford it, don't act tough. Shen Mengyan frowned. Could it be that this necklace was really stolen by Lin Feng? She was also a little skeptical, but she also felt that Lin Feng would not do such a thing. Lin Feng was too lazy to explain, they were just a bunch of fence-sitters. Seeing that everyone was being manipulated by him again, Gu Xiaobai said proudly, I am the only one who is sincere to you. As long as you are willing to be my girlfriend, I can give you my BMW as a gift. Hey, that's enough. Lin Feng picked his ears and said with a look of disgust, you think you're so great about having a shabby BMW? Mengyan is mine. You'd better stay away from her and stop harassing her. After saying that, in full view of everyone, Lin Feng reached out and put his arm around Shen Mengyan's shoulders. Shen Mengyan's body trembled violently. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng in shock. She couldn't believe that he would be so bold. She instinctively wanted to push him away, but her body seemed to have no strength left and she did not resist Lin Feng's embrace on her shoulders. Could it be that a hint of blush quietly appeared on her face, making Yihua look charming and beautiful? Everyone widened their eyes. Shen Mengyan actually did not refuse to be hugged by Lin Feng. Everyone's hearts were broken in an instant. The white moonlight goddess in their minds was actually taken away by Lin Feng. Gu Xiaobai was stunned on the spot. Before he could drag Shen Mengyan away, she was carried by Lin Feng. A surge of jealousy instantly overwhelmed Gu Xiaobai's rationality, and he shouted at Lin Feng, take your dirty hands away. Shen Mengyan is my woman. Lin Feng chuckled and said sarcastically, you drank too much fake wine and started talking nonsense? Gu Xiaobai, please be more respectful when you speak. I am not your woman. If you say such nonsense again, don't come to me again. Gu Xiaobai's face changed drastically, and he glared at Lin Feng with resentment. He took a deep breath to calm his anger, and then returned to his hypocritical face, sorry, I drank a little bit just now, and said some nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Chow, I will remember this grudge against Lin Feng. If you dare to embarrass me today, I will kill you someday. Lin Feng noticed the hatred in Gu Xiaobai's eyes, but it was no longer a ripple. He no longer took this kind of person seriously. Shen Mengyan gently bumped Lin Feng's waist and said coquettishly, that's enough. How long are you going to take advantage of me? Sorry. Lin Feng took back his hand with a wicked smile, and then said, it was mainly because I was hugging too comfortably, and I forgot to let go. Shen Mengyan snorted coldly, not serious. As soon as she finished speaking, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Gu Xiaobai saw it all and was furious. He thought to himself, I can't let Lin Feng continue to steal the limelight. I must suppress him and show my ability to Shen Mengyan at the same time. Gu Xiaobai ignored Lin Feng, looked at the goddess affectionately and said, Mengyan, it's boring to play with adults, why don't we change the venue and go sing? Shen Mengyan thought to herself that the students really couldn't relax when adults were present. This time it was supposed to be a graduation banquet, but in fact it was also an opportunity for my father to contact the major families, and the nature of the graduation banquet also changed a bit. Seeing Shen Mengyan agreed, Gu Xiaobai was secretly pleased with himself, and said with a hypocritical smile, students who want to go, I will cover all the expenses. Everyone cheered. Thank you, Boss Gu. Gu Xiaobai was secretly proud of himself. This move not only demonstrated his financial strength, but also won the favor of his classmates. Mengyan, I've booked a large private room nearby. Can you take my BMW? Gu Xiaobai's face was filled with a warm smile. Shen Mengyan did not agree again, but looked up at Lin Feng, come with me and take Gu Xiaobai's car. Gu Xiaobai's face darkened, and he said reluctantly, it's not that I don't want to take him, but he stinks of fish and will dirty my new car. When he gets in the car, it will be filled with the stench of fish, and everyone will feel sick and want to vomit. Besides, Tang Yaki will also ride in my car, so there is no room for him at all. I'll give you 10 yuan. You can take the bus there. The extra money can be used to buy snacks for you. Gu Xiaobai took out 10 yuan and gave it to Lin Feng jokingly with a proud look on his face. No need, you should keep the $10 to buy medicine for yourself. Lin Feng chuckled. This guy wanted to insult me. Then today I will completely crush your dignity to the ground. I just happened to come here by helicopter today. Mengyan, you will take my helicopter later. Tang Yaki, come along too. I'll let you experience what it's like to fly a helicopter worth tens of millions of dollars. The scene was completely silent. Lin Feng's words made them wonder if there was a short circuit in their brains. Raymond Lam flies a plane? Can it be any more outrageous? Even Shin Mengyan, who knew Lin Feng very well, felt her heart surge with emotion at this moment. If another rich young man came by helicopter, she wouldn't find it strange, but is it possible for Lin Feng? Puff! Tang Yaki laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. Her voice was as loud as a silver bell. It's so funny. You're the only one flying a helicopter. Why didn't you say you came here in a rocket? If you really have this ability, you can ask me to do anything? Others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Feng must have seen the helicopter just now and said he was the one flying it. It's so funny. You want to show off in front of the goddess? You don't even care about your dignity. Gu Xiaobai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. This idiot was shooting himself in the foot. Lin Feng was about to speak. At this moment, the hotel manager, sweating profusely, ran towards them in a hurry. Chapter 5, Mr. Lin? Behind the hotel manager, a dozen people followed in a line, and the group ran towards them with great momentum. This scene instantly caught everyone's attention. For a moment, all eyes around were focused here. Everyone was originally laughing at Lin Feng, but they all stopped and looked at these people curiously. Isn't this the hotel manager Wang? Why is he here? Someone recognized Manager Wang's identity and was very surprised. I heard that this person has a powerful background and knows many big bosses. You may not know that Manager Wang is a person who has the support of Wanda Real Estate and has connections all the way to the city. Everyone gasped. Wanda Real Estate is a well-known large group in China. The fact that he can also have connections with the city is enough to prove how amazing Manager Wang's background is. Gu Xiaobai heard the shocked conversations of the people around him, and he was very proud. He quickly straightened his clothes, took a few steps forward and said respectfully, "Uncle Wang, hello." Manager Wang stopped and asked in surprise, "Who are you?" "I'm Gu Xiaobai. My dad had dinner with you last time. Do you still remember me?" "Oh, it's you." Manager Wang smiled faintly. Everyone was shocked. I never thought that Gu Xiaobai actually knew such a big shot. Gu Xiaobai was secretly proud. Last time, his father gave Manager Wang an antique in order to ask for a favor. This time, he suddenly came to him, and it must be because of his relationship with his father that he wanted to give him some face. This is a good opportunity to fill the cup in front of the goddess. "Uncle Wang, are you here to see me?" Gu Xiaobai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, waiting for Manager Wang to say what he wanted to hear. "No." Manager Wang said casually, brushing past Gu Xiaobai without even looking at him. Gu Xiaobai's face was filled with embarrassment, and he just stood there, grinning awkwardly. However, just when everyone was wondering why Manager Wang came here, he came to Lin Feng, bent down slightly, squinted his eyes and smiled, "Hello, sir. A leader from the province will be coming here by helicopter later, but the parking space has been occupied by your Airbus H225 helicopter. Can you park your plane somewhere else first?" Manager Wang was very cautious and was afraid of offending Lin Feng. He just checked the surveillance camera and found out that the plane was flown by Lin Feng. According to the original plan, provincial leaders were going to come to their hotel today and would also arrive by helicopter. He had no choice but to risk offending others and shamelessly ask Lin Feng to fly away. However, as soon as he said this, it was like a meteorite hitting the scene, shocking everyone. Airbus H225, which the adults were discussing with great interest just now, and they also have a certain understanding of its price. But they never dreamed that this plane could be connected with Lin Feng, let alone that it belongs to Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng and his classmates present had an unreal feeling that they were dreaming. It's like the sky is falling. The worldview was shattered. Is Raymond Lam really a big shot? Shin Mingyan's pupils widened, as if she had just met Lin Feng for the first time. Gu Xiaobai's face turned pale, and his voice trembled a little. "Uncle Wang, do you mean that the Airbus H225 luxury helicopter just now was driven by Lin Feng?" Manager Wang frowned and said, "This is none of your business, don't interrupt. Mr. Lin, here is a bottle of fine Franti red wine worth 150,000 yuan. It is a small gift from our hotel. Please forgive me." There was a servant behind him, holding a bottle of top-quality red wine. Lin Feng smiled faintly and took the red wine. "Thank you, then I will go and drive my plane away now." "Thank you." Manager Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to offend a young man who could fly such a top-of-the-line luxury helicopter at such a young age. Fortunately, this young master was not an unreasonable person. Meng Yan, if you don't mind the fishy smell on me, I will take you to experience my private jet. Lin Feng curled his lips into a smile and reached out to hold Shen Mengyan's soft hand. Shen Mengyan woke up as if from a dream, and the smile on her lips was like a flower blooming. This guy always gives people unexpected surprises. How many secrets does he have? It doesn't smell at all. I've never ridden in a helicopter. Shen Mengyan smiled gently, like a blooming flower. Lin Feng, do you still mean what you said just now about taking me to experience flying an airplane? Tang Yaqi said with an awkward smile. Gu Xiaobai's face changed drastically. Many people knew that Tang Yaqi had always had a crush on him. He also always thought that Tang Yaqi was his dog, and he could enjoy her whenever he wanted. But Tang Yaqi's words to Lin Feng at this time were undoubtedly a betrayal of him. Yaqi, you can just take my BMW. Gu Xiaobai's mouth twitched slightly, and he forced a smile. Lin Feng glanced at Gu Xiaobai. He also knew about Gu Xiaobai and Tang Yaqi. He said with a joking smile, "Of course, you can hold this bottle of wine for me." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Tang Yaqi was overjoyed and happily took the wine handed to her by Lin Feng. She didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but she deliberately scratched Lin Feng's hand with her little finger. The force was like a caress, tingling and numb. Lin Feng was startled, and when he saw Tang Yaqi's ambiguous eyes, he immediately revealed an ambiguous smile. Tang Yaqi's favorability rises to 80. Tang Yaqi's mood rises to 85. Lin Feng smiled. He knew very well what these two numbers represented. 70 points will allow the confession to be successful, and 80 points will allow the union. This is interesting. It turns out that Tang Yaqi's deep affection for Gu Xiaobai is actually deep affection for money. That makes things easy. Lin Feng smiled gently and said, "Classmates, my plane has several seats. Other students can also come up if they are interested." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." The other students burst into joy. "Count me in. I'm going too. I've never been on a helicopter, so don't argue with me." Several classmates even quarreled in order to get on Lin Feng's plane. At this time, a pretty female classmate came over with a smile, hugged Lin Feng's arm affectionately and shook it sincerely, and said softly and coquettishly, "Mr. Lin, please let me sit on your plane for a while." While talking, she deliberately let Lin Feng's arm touch her delicate body, like a couple acting coquettishly. Shen Mengyan's face turned slightly cold. She glanced at the female classmate and said nothing. "Okay, you're one." Lin Feng smiled faintly. It's better to let female classmates do it than male classmates. These people are all the same kind anyway. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." The girl jumped up happily and almost gave Lin Feng a kiss on the face. Seeing that this trick worked, dozens of other girls came over and acted coquettishly. "Mr. Qin, choose me. Please, I'm very obedient." Various cute and coquettish clip sounds, sweet and pretty. Helplessly, Lin Feng had to agree to their request and selected 20 girls to get on his helicopter. "You are really popular," Shen Mengyan said sourly. Lin Feng chuckled, and the class beauty became jealous. "Come on, I'll take you flying." Chapter 6 I'm the boss. Gu Xiaobai's face turned pale. At first everyone was flattering him, but now they left him aside and even ignored him deliberately. All of this was done by someone for Lin Feng. Hateful. When they reached the top of the building, they were all shocked when they saw Lin Feng's luxurious superplane. The decoration inside is like a top-notch 5-star suite. When you sit on those weightless chairs, you feel like you are floating, which is very comfortable. A bunch of female classmates came in and started chattering, just like country people coming into the city. "Fasten your seatbelts," Lin Feng shouted and turned on the instrument panel. Tang Yaqi's voice changed with excitement. "I have never sat in such a comfortable chair. Is this a plane worth tens of millions?" A delicate hand was touching here and there, like a curious baby. Shen Mengyan was rather reserved, but she couldn't hide her surprise in her eyes. "Lin Feng, you can fly a plane?" She thought Lin Feng had a special driver. "Yeah, I learned it when I had nothing to do." Lin Feng didn't even blush when he lied. The female classmates were envious again, and all kinds of admiring sounds came out of their little mouths as if they were free. Tang Yaqi was extremely excited, and her eyes were trembling when she looked at Lin Feng. Before, she tried her best to please Gu Xiaobai because she wanted to become a rich man's wife so that she wouldn't have to work hard in the future. Her biggest wish in this life is to find a rich man to marry. She dare not even think about marrying a top-tier wealthy man, but she would be satisfied if she could marry a husband with a net worth of millions or tens of millions. However, it was not until today that she discovered that there was a top wealthy young man by her side. She had completely forgotten about Gu Xiaobai. At this moment, Lin Feng had all the advantages in her eyes. Low-key, handsome and rich, perfect. No matter what, I must get him before going to college. Tang Yaqi suddenly thanked Gu Xiaobai for not wanting her, allowing her to keep her precious first time. Suddenly, Tang Yaqi's eyes fell on Shen Mengyan, with a hint of hostility for some reason. Shen Mengyan stared at Lin Feng, who was concentrating on flying the plane, with mixed feelings in her heart. As the propellers rotated rapidly, the helicopter slowly rose into the sky. When Gu Xiaobai and those male classmates saw a luxurious Airbus helicopter flying arrogantly over their heads, they all sighed. I never thought that Lin Feng, the fishmonger, was actually the rich second generation hiding among us. Why are you still calling him a fishmonger at this time? He's Mr. Lin. If he hears you, he might just ask someone to beat you up and send you to the hospital. The man was startled and realized he had said something wrong, so he quickly made amends. I didn't mean anything else, I just think he's too low-key, please don't spread rumors. Gu Xiaobai suppressed his unhappiness, forced out a false smile and said, let's go sing too. Does any one of you want to get in my car? Mr. Gu, I still prefer taking the bus. I'll be leaving first. My clothes are dirty, and I'm afraid they'll dirty your car. Several classmates found some inexplicable reasons to refuse to ride in his car. Gu Xiaobai was very embarrassed. He certainly understood that these people were deliberately distancing themselves from him for fear of offending Lin Feng. Fuck, you're a bunch of fence-sitters. I don't even want you poor bastards to ride in my car. Gu Xiaobai cursed under his breath. Mr. Gu, can I take your car? An ugly female classmate who was fat and had acne all over her face said with a smile. Gu Xiaobai almost vomited out his food and shouted angrily, get lost. When Raymond Lam's helicopter landed in the parking lot near the KTV manager came out with a bunch of handsome guys to greet him. No matter whether Lin Feng was wearing a school uniform or something, she always called him young master and served him like a father. During the singing session, Raymond Lam became the MVP of the whole audience, with a bunch of girls and boys surrounding him. Gu Xiaobai, who originally paid for everyone to sing, was left aside and could only drink in silence. After singing until 10 o'clock in the evening, Shen Mengyan received a call from home asking her to go home because her family's rules were strict and she couldn't play outside too late. When Tang Yaqi saw that Shen Mengyan was not there, she became even more presumptuous. She sat next to Lin Feng with half of her body leaning on his shoulder. Gu Xiaobai's eyes were gloomy. This little bitch Tang Yaqi was so shameless to get involved with Lin Feng so quickly. Damn it, I should have fucked her earlier. He regretted very much that he had not taken action against Tang Yaqi in order to maintain his image. Mr. Lin, what does your family do? How can you afford to fly a plane? Tang Yaqi asked. At this time, she had drunk a lot of wine, her face was flushed, her two watery eyes stared at Lin Feng, and her body fragrance also penetrated into his nostrils. Lin Feng didn't mind at all. He hugged her openly just to let Gu Xiaobai see it. Since you want to know, I'll be honest. I'm a super rich second generation. The reason I sell fish outside is because my father sent me to live in another family and raised me in poverty. Now that the college entrance examination is over, I can resume my status as the eldest master. Please don't spread the news everywhere. Raymond Lam acted mysteriously and spoke half-truths. Everyone was envious and no one doubted Lin Feng's words anymore. Just flying a helicopter was not something that ordinary people could do. After drinking for another half an hour, Lin Feng felt that it was almost time to go home. Classmates, I'm going to go back first. You guys can drink slowly. Lin Feng said this as he stood up shakily. Tang Yaqi quickly stood up and supported Lin Feng. I'll take Lin Feng back, you guys drink first. Then please trouble classmate Tang Yaqi to take me back. Lin Feng's mouth curled up. Although he drank a lot of wine, he was not so unsteady that he walked unsteadily. As soon as the two of them walked out of the private room, Tang Yaqi smiled ambiguously and said, Mr. Lin, it's definitely not safe for you to fly after drinking so much. How about I help you get a room in this hotel? Lin Feng's heart was moved, and he put his hand on Tang Yaqi's soft waist and smiled ambiguously. What you said makes sense, then let's go get a room. Now that he has the system, Lin Feng's current goal is, don't miss good girls and don't waste bad girls. She deliberately emphasized the word we, and Tang Yaqi immediately understood and said shyly, then wait for me. In the private room, a male classmate laughed and asked, will Lin Feng take Tang Yaqi to get a room? Another male classmate laughed obscenely. Of course, didn't you see that when they were drinking just now, Tang Yaki almost rode on Lin Feng's body, and now she must be rolling on the bed. The words of these people were like a knife stabbing into Gu Xiaobai's heart. Finally, he couldn't help but stand up and yell at everyone, "Have you said enough?" Everyone fell silent, with strange looks on their faces. Everyone knows that this Mr. Gu was completely humiliated by Raymond Lam tonight. Afterwards, everyone found excuses to leave, leaving Gu Xiaobai alone. At the same time, Lin Feng had already pulled Tang Yaki into room 909. Chapter 7: Conquering Tang Yaki. Lin Feng roughly pushed Tang Yaki down on the sofa with a sneer on his face. "This woman used to look down on me in various ways, and today I'm going to teach her a lesson." Tang Yaki fell on the sofa and let out a cry. "You hurt me." Tang Yaki stared at Lin Feng with a resentful look and complained in a low voice. Her eyes accidentally touched Lin Feng's tight abdominal muscles. In an instant, a blush quietly climbed up her cheeks, and her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Tang Yaki turned her head away in a hurry, her voice carrying a hint of panic that was difficult to conceal. "How about, you go take a shower first? Wash your ass." Lin Feng looked at Tang Yaki with contempt. This woman had previously complained that he smelled like fish. MHM knew that he was a woman and took the initiative to flirt with her. This kind of woman is not worthy of gentleness and consideration at all. Today, let Tang Yaki know what masculinity is. Lin Feng took a step forward, held Tang Yaki's snow-white shin domineeringly, and said coldly, "Tang Yaki, remember this, I will make you never forget me for the rest of your life." Inside the house, the panting sounds soon became heavier. At the same time, Shin Mengyan also returned home and saw her father Shin Fuguei and mother Wen Xianhui sitting in the living room waiting for her. Shin Fuguei is a fat man. He started out as a rag picker. After decades of hard work, he founded a company worth hundreds of millions. Of course, Shin Fuguei's current achievements are inseparable from the help of his wife Wen Xianhui. Her family is in business and has given him a lot of help. "Mengyan, what's going on tonight? How come you have a classmate who knows someone who flies a plane?" Before Shin Mengyan sat down, her mother Wen Xianhui couldn't wait to ask. "Mom, that's my classmate. I just found out today that he's a super rich second generation." Shin Mengyan sat intimately beside her mother, with a sweet smile on her face that was different from usual. Wen Xianhui was an experienced person after all. When she saw her daughter so happy, she knew that she must be in love. I inadvertently saw the priceless jade necklace hanging around her neck, and I became more certain of my guess. "He gave you this necklace, right?" Wen Xianhui smiled meaningfully. Shen Mengyan's face turned even redder. Fortunately, she had drunk some wine tonight, so she was not discovered. "He gave it to me. Mom, he and I are just classmates, not what you think." The more her daughter explained, the more certain Wen Xianhui became. She smiled and said, "I think the boy is pretty good looking. If he really loves you, I don't mind you two being together." "Fuguei, what do you think?" Shen Mengyan blushed even more, and said shyly, "Mom, I've already told you that he and I are just classmates, not that kind of person." The two old men looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Before waiting for Shin Mengyan to come back, Shin Fuguei and his wife had checked the value of the plane. Knowing the price of the helicopter, both of them were shocked. At the same time, I am also very excited that my daughter can meet such a classmate. What made them even happier was that they guessed that Lin Feng was somewhat interested in Shin Mengyan, which gave him other ideas in his mind. Although their Shin family is rich, there is still a big gap compared with those wealthy families that are as rich as a country. If their daughter could be with a young master like this, it would definitely be a great achievement for the Shin family. The two quickly reached a consensus and decided to test their daughter's attitude and make the marriage happen if she was interested. Shin Fuguei deliberately said with a stern face, "I can see that this boy is not a good person. My daughter is as beautiful as a flower. Will she worry about not being able to marry into a good family in the future? Since my daughter doesn't like him, she should cut off ties with him in the future." Shin Mengyan was so frightened that she turned pale. "Dad, I didn't say I hated him. Why do you want me to break up with him?" "If you don't hate it, then that means you like it?" Shin Fuguei said with a cheerful smile. "Dad, I won't talk to you anymore, you bully me." Shin Mengyan knew very well that her father was teasing her. She turned her face away in shame and anger, ignoring Shin Fuguei, her face red all the way down to her neck. Shin Fuguei smiled faintly and continued to instigate, "Mengyan, you have to seize some opportunities. There are definitely many girls who like a rich young master like him. If you don't seize this opportunity, you may regret it." When Xianhui was also advised earnestly, even if you don't like him, you can still be friends to strengthen your relationship, which will also be of great help to your career in the future. Shen Mengyan suddenly thought of Tang Yaqi, who was always flirting with Lin Feng, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Mom, I understand. That's good to know. Give him a call tomorrow and ask him to come to our house for dinner. When Xianhui smiled. Shen Mengyan hummed softly and said shyly, Mom, then you should prepare well tomorrow. I will go take a shower first. Seeing her daughter running away shyly, when Xianhui smiled and said, Our daughter has grown up, and it's time for her to have a boyfriend. Shin Fugui's eyes showed satisfaction. If our Shin family can get the help of that young master, we will definitely be able to surpass him. You must teach our daughter well when you have time. Take this opportunity to capture the heart of that boy. Don't miss this chance. When Xianhui nodded and began to think about how to teach Shen Mengyan to pursue Lin Feng. At this moment, a breathtakingly perfect snow-white body allowed the warm water to fall on its smooth skin. The perfect S-shaped curve is bumpy, convex in front and curved in the back, high and undulating. Any man who sees this perfect figure will lose control of his body. Shen Mengyan looked at his perfect wife reflected in the mirror, with a satisfied smile on his face. I have such a good figure and I am so beautiful, Raymond Lam will definitely like me. Alas, I don't know what Lin Feng is doing now, and whether he misses me. A girl's thoughts are always passionate and complicated. On the other side, Raymond Lam and Angie Tong communicated from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Gu Xiaobai is really a loser, leaving this woman's first time for himself. At this moment, the system refreshed the information. Tang Yaqi's favorability rises to 85, and her mood rises to 100. Her personal information is also updated in real time. Observer, Tang Yaqi. Age, 18. Favorability, 85. Mood, 100. Love history, none. Number of fusions, 1. Like, infatuated with Raymond Lam. The person I care about most, Tang Yaqi. Rumor, she gave her virginity to curry favor with Raymond Lam, and has now been conquered by him both physically and mentally. She is currently very loyal to him, but it cannot be ruled out that she will betray him if she meets other rich men. Lin Feng noticed that most of the attributes had not changed. Only 2 important data have changed. The person Tang Yaqi liked changed from Gu Xiaobai to his name. The personal rumor profile has also changed. That is to say, as things change, the character descriptions will also change. When Tang Yaqi's mood reaches 100, she will win a lucky draw. Chapter 8, Great Harvest, so cool. Lottery in progress. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was the second time he had drawn a lottery after getting the system. What treasures would there be? He would rather reward usage. Money is best. Of course, it would be nice to master some practical skills. The lucky draw is over, get a 5 million reward. Personal funds increased by 5 million. This reward is good. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. He is short of money now. Charm value increased by 5 points. It is easier to attract women's likes, and the real evaluation reaches the level of a handsome boy. People are friendly at first glance, and small animals are more likely to get close to you. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt as if his body was sublimated in some way. His face was as sharp as a knife, with clear lines and an extremely handsome appearance. This is the benefit of increasing your charm value. Lin Feng really wanted to know, if one day his charm value reached 100, would even a dog come over to lick him? He doesn't mind being licked by a dog, as long as it's not a venomous snake. Each fusion increases the art training experience by 1 point. Lin Feng touched his chin, he was a little dissatisfied with the growth rate of his art. The points given are too low. Could it be that I just studied with Tang Yaqi for several hours and only gained a little experience? Lin Feng was a little shocked, and wondered if he should find a few more girls in the future to gain some experience in tuning his art. Constitution increased by 5 points. A warm current surged out from the dantian, and the physical strength that had been consumed was instantly restored. Moreover, Lin Feng felt as if he had even more strength, as if he had endless energy. Cool. This is the benefit of increasing physical fitness by 5 points. It feels like the strength has at least doubled. Lin Feng was in high spirits and full of energy. This time, I won. Open the personal properties page. Charm, 21. Constitution, 25. Tuning, 1. Deposit, 5,004,531 yuan. Looking at Tang Yaki lying beside him gasping for breath, Lin Feng curled his lips into a sly smile again. Tang Yaki looked at Lin Feng lazily, her eyes revealing a pool of spring water. Why do I feel that you seem to be more handsome than before? Lin Feng smiled slightly when he heard this, took out his mobile phone and turned on the front camera. Sure enough, I found that there were some slight changes in my appearance. He remembered there was a small mole under his ear, but it was no longer visible. I've always been this handsome, okay? Hee hee, I just like the way you are confident and domineering. Ha! Tang Yaki suddenly sat up from the bed, not caring that she was not wearing any cloth, and reached out to touch Lin Feng's belly, her eyes full of curiosity. That's weird, why didn't I notice you have some abdominal muscles here just now? Lin Feng lowered his head and saw that he indeed had 8 abdominal muscles in the shape of a Chinese character. However, the outline was just a small one and not very obvious. He was 100% sure that he had never had such abdominal muscles before. In other words, improving your physical fitness can also make you have a stronger physique and build muscles, so you don't even need to exercise. Friendly reminder, getting first blood makes it easier to get high rewards, but it is not absolute. Lin Feng finally understood why so many basic attribute points were rewarded all at once. Tang Yaki thought it was very fun, and she rubbed Lin Feng's belly with her little hands, with a fascinated look in her eyes, as if she was seducing him or satisfying her curiosity. You guys have a weird thing here, it's hard and different from us girls. When Lin Feng took a breath, his abdominal muscles became more obvious, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is it harder now? This double meaning made Tang Yaki's heart flutter, and she flirted with him. Do you still have the energy? Lin Feng smiled evilly, his eyes showing a bit of madness. Just try it and you'll know. He stretched out his evil hand and tried to control Tang Yaki. Tang Yaki smiled slyly, and her snow-white body rolled on the bed, just avoiding Lin Feng's clutches. She ran under the bed and said with a smile, "Come and catch me. If you can catch me, you can do whatever you want." Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he smiled mischievously. "Where are you going?" After saying that, he rushed over. "Ah, my king, spare my life." After running a few steps, Tang Yaki begged for mercy. It was not until 6 o'clock in the morning that Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile. The physical fitness increased by 5 points, which not only restored physical strength, but also brought great improvements in all aspects. His previous guess was completely correct. As long as you study more, you can gain experience points in tuning art. I used Tang Yaki to increase her tuning art from 0 to 10 points. When leaving the hotel, Tang Yaki had to ask Raymond Lam to support her when walking. "Lin Feng, can you take me home?" Tang Yaki pleaded pitifully. Her legs hurt when she walked and she felt as if her body was being torn apart. Of course, she would rather have Raymond Lam fly a helicopter to take her home so she could show off. "Take a taxi home. It's not convenient for me to fly." Lin Feng took out 100 yuan and stuffed it into Tang Yaki's pocket, then left humming a little tune. Tang Yaki's eyes were full of resentment. How could this guy not understand girls' hearts? Couldn't he just send her home? Then, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she was very satisfied. I never thought that I, Tang Yaki, would drink this one day. Young master has connections. Maybe I'll have a chance to marry into a wealthy family. Tang Yaki's eyes were filled with fanaticism, and she began to fantasize about marrying into a wealthy family, driving a luxury car, and having endless servants at home. There is an endless supply of various brand name bags. But she knew better that before getting these things, she had to serve and please Lin Feng well. The Airbus H-225 helicopter was too ostentatious, so Lin Feng spent 100,000 yuan to rent a place to park it. When I got home, I found my dad's stall and handed him a thick red envelope. "Dad, I won the lottery today, I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Lin Feng's father has silver hair, a face full of wrinkles, and a slightly dark skin. Father Laomo took the red envelope, opened it and took a look before he was surprised and said, "You are so lucky, I have never won a prize before." Lin Feng was in high spirits, and he smiled as he sat next to his father. "That's right, your son will definitely be able to be successful in the future, and you can live in a villa and drive a luxury car." If he wasn't afraid of his father asking too many questions and worried that he was not on the right path, he would have given more, but this matter needs to be done slowly. "Okay, stop bragging here. Do you think you can live in a villa and drive a luxury car just because you earn tens of thousands of dollars? Just go to bed." Lao Mo laughed and scolded, but his eyes were full of satisfaction. Lin Feng not only has excellent grades, but is also filial, which makes him very happy. On the other side, Xin Mengyan sat on the edge of her bed, holding a teddy bear, feeling very conflicted. What kind of excuse should I use to invite Lin Feng to my house for dinner? When Xianhui smiled and said, "You don't need to think of so many reasons. Just say you want to invite him to your home for a meal." "What if he refuses?" Shen Mengyan asked unconfidently. "You have to have confidence in yourself. My daughter is so beautiful, I don't believe he can resist her." "Okay then, I'll try." With the encouragement of her mother, Shen Mengyan finally plucked up the courage to send a message to Lin Feng. "Are you free? Come to my house for dinner now." Chapter 9, School Beauty Comes to Buy Fish. Going to Shen Mengyan's house for dinner? Lin Feng just took a look at the message and felt a little confused. "Sorry, I have to help my dad sell fish. Maybe next time." He had fought a fierce battle last night and now entered the sage mode. Shen Mengyan's invitation did not cause any ripples for him. The key point is that we had just had dinner last night, and it felt weird to suddenly go to her house for dinner. "Mom, he rejected me?" Shen Mengyan felt a little disappointed. She finally mustered up the courage to invite Lin Feng to dinner at home, but was ruthlessly rejected. When Xianhui frowned, looked at the screen of Shen Mengyan's phone and said, "He wants to help his father sell fish. What does this mean?" So, Shen Mengyan explained Lin Feng's previous identity and said that he was a fishmonger and everyone thought he was a poor man. When Xianhui seemed to understand, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "I roughly guessed what was going on. It must be these second-generation rich people who want to experience life." Shen Mengyan thought about it and agreed that this was the only reasonable explanation. "Mom, what should we do now?" "Don't worry, since he's selling fish, you can pretend to buy fish, or just pass by and create some chance encounters." "Ah, would that be less deliberate?" Shen Mengyan was a little reluctant, feeling it was too artificial. When Xianhui thought to herself, "My daughter is too shy. She can't do such a thing with her personality. If I leave it alone, if someone else takes Lin Feng away, she will miss a great opportunity. I must help my daughter. This is not deliberate. Mom wants to eat fish at home today, so I asked you to buy some fish for me. Is there any problem?" When Xianhui had a smile on her face, Shen Mengyan suddenly realized, "Yes, isn't it normal to buy fish for your mother?" "Thank you, Mom." Shen Mengyan smiled excitedly. "Well, go change into some nice clothes." When Xianhui was very satisfied that her daughter made the right choice. On the other side, Lin Feng skillfully helped the customers slaughter fish. The guest smiled and said, "Lao Mo, your son is becoming more and more capable. How many points did he get in the college entrance examination?" Lin Feng often comes to buy fish for his father, and many customers recognize him. Lao Mo showed a proud look on his face. "It's not very high, only 662 points, not even enough to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University." "Wow, that's amazing." "That's right. My son has been smart since he was young." The guest said enviously, "If my son were half as smart as yours, he wouldn't have pissed me off so much." "Boss, your fish is here." Lin Feng packed the customer's fish in a bag. "Take care, boss. Come back next time." Lin Feng politely sent the guest away, and Feng said, "Dad, you've been bragging to others all morning, can you please stop talking about my college entrance examination? It makes me so embarrassed. Hee, my son is so smart, I would feel uncomfortable if I don't brag about it." Lao Mo's tail was about to rise to the sky, and he said with a joking smile, "Your wife is here to see you." As soon as he heard this, Lin Feng knew who his father was talking about. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Shen Meng slowly walking towards him, her expression as calm as ever. Before this, Lao Mo had met Shen Mengyan several times, and would tease Lin Feng about this matter from time to time. Lin Feng was speechless. "Don't talk nonsense, she is a rich lady, saying this will affect her reputation. What are you afraid of? So what if you're a rich girl? If you like someone, go after him boldly. Dad will support you unconditionally." Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to his father and just smiled at Shen Mengyan. Shen Mengyan's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. "Oh no, I haven't seen Raymond Lam for just one day, but why does he look more handsome today than yesterday? Is it because I like him a little bit that I think he is handsome?" Shen Mengyan was a little confused. Of course she didn't know that Raymond Lam had added 5 points of charm, making him even more handsome. "Hello, uncle." Shen Mengyan's light voice came out from her mouth, and it was pleasant to hear. Lao Mo smiled warmly and said, "Xiao Meng, are you here to look for my son, right?" Shen Mingyan's face flashed with shyness, and she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ears to hide her embarrassment. No, I'm here to buy fish. Oh, uncle will give you whichever fish you like. Lao Mo is not blind and can see through Shen Mingyan's little girl's attitude at a glance. He also knew that it was impossible for a rich lady to come and buy fish in person. Wasn't it just an excuse? That's embarrassing. Let's just take this one. Shen Mengyan was flustered and pointed at a fish at random. Lao Mo smiled and said, okay, come back to me later and get it. Xiaofeng, there's nothing for you to do here, go hang out with your classmates. Dad? Business is so good today, you really don't need my help? Lin Feng could hear the hidden meaning of his father's words. Get out of the way. You don't have to worry about Dad's affairs. Don't disturb my business here. Lao Mo scolded with a smile. Shen Mengyan's face turned slightly red, and she felt very embarrassed, knowing that Lao Mo was helping her. Lin Feng washed his hands and guessed that Shen Mengyan came to see him intentionally. Mengyan, I'll take you for a walk. Yeah. Shen Mengyan responded happily, and followed Lin Feng with a strange look in her eyes. The two just walked out of the market. Suddenly the system prompted, the school beauty encounter training mission begins, a program, excitement on the Ferris wheel, has been arranged for you at Disney. You will get a surprise reward after completing the mission. Please go to Disneyland. The task process is as follows. Lin Feng smiled, the entire task process appeared in his mind. Whatever he thought of really came true, and he could also get a wave of rewards. He asked in a cheerful tone, do you want to go to Happy Valley Disneyland? Ah, that would take several hours by car, isn't it too far? Shen Mengyan tilted her head and looked at Lin Feng, not quite understanding why Lin Feng suddenly wanted to go to such a far place. It's okay, I'll fly there, it'll only take about 30 minutes. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, he hadn't experienced the feeling of flying in the air enough, so this was a good opportunity to satisfy his desire. Shen Mengyan nodded lightly, and then she remembered that Lin Feng had a plane. She was very excited about Lin Feng's proposal, and even felt a little bit expectant. Why did you come here to sell fish? Are you trying to experience the life of ordinary people? Shen Mengyan couldn't help but ask the question in her mind again. She thought she had been low-key enough, but she didn't expect Lin Feng to come to sell fish in a low-key manner. Lin Feng smiled secretly. Of course he couldn't reveal his true identity to outsiders. Since Shen Mengyan said that she was here to experience life, he could just continue with this. I guess so. His eyes fell on the necklace on Shen Mengyan's neck, and Lin Feng couldn't help but curl up his lips. This necklace suits you very well, and you look very beautiful wearing it. A cloud of cloud appeared on Shen Mengyan's delicate face. She didn't dare to look directly into Lin Feng's eyes and forgot about the question she had just asked. I like this necklace too. Shen Mengyan responded in a low voice. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh that Shen Mengyan was dressed very pure and beautiful today, and the white dress added a bit of fairy spirit. Paired with this precious necklace, she looks even more noble, giving people the visual impression of a rich lady. Shen Mengyan's favorability increased by 5 points, and the current favorability is 75. Shen Mengyan's mood increased by 30 points, currently 80 points. Is this okay? Lin Feng smiled faintly. He just casually praised Shen Mengyan, but it made her very happy and her mood improved significantly. Unfortunately, today's lucky draw has already been triggered by Tangyaki. If you raise your favorability to 80, you can merge together. Do you want to raise it to 80 today? Especially when thinking about the mission in his mind and the excitement of the Ferris wheel. Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it as he had never had a good time at such a high place. Chapter 10 He is my boyfriend. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. If you want something, you should pursue it boldly. If you have the ability, why should you be bound by formalities and worldly views? By the way, go buy some clothes. It's not good to always wear school uniform, which doesn't suit his aura at all. Clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. Lin Feng understands this truth. If you have money, there is no need to wear tattered clothes or deliberately embarrass others. Soon, the luxurious helicopter took off into the sky. Shen Mengyan sat on the plane, overlooking the scenery of the entire city below, feeling very comfortable. I was in too much of a hurry last time and didn't really appreciate the feeling of looking down at the city from above. Looking at it again at this time, I suddenly feel that it is magnificent, which is completely different from the scenery I see on the ground. Although Shen Mengyan has a cold personality, she still has one thing in common with other women: she still has a desire to share and a little vanity. She has a Douyin account with more than 10,000 fans. She only posts 1 or 2 videos every now and then, but today she suddenly had an urge to start a live broadcast. After turning on the live broadcast, several fans came in quickly. As soon as I came in, I saw it in mid-air and the sound of the helicopter was very loud. Oh my god, isn't the anchor on the plane? Shen Mengyan typed back, yes, on my friend's plane. This statement can easily make netizens think of undesirable things. Isn't your friend some fat uncle? Is the anchor being kept by someone else? It turns out that the more innocent a high school student looks, the more chaotic their private life is. Netizen said sourly, she must be kept by someone. Look at the videos she filmed before, they were all about her innocent high school life. Ha, she suddenly got on the plane. I don't need to guess, I know, she must be kept by her boss. Do your parents know? Shen Mengyan was speechless. Why did these people come in and talk nonsense? She patiently explained, you misunderstood. I am not being kept by anyone. This is my classmate's plane. Yuan Bao, I am the strongest, said, stop pretending, this woman is just a prostitute. How old are her classmates? A high school student has a plane, do you believe her or I believe that I am Qin Shi Huan? Other netizens also joined in the fun. You are so good at pretending. Keep acting. Take a picture of your classmate and show it to us. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room also rose to dozens, and when it came to the gossip comments in the live broadcast room, these netizens who loved to watch the fun were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Shen Mengyan patiently explained, my dears, it's not what you think. I'm not that kind of casual person, and my family is not short of money. Yuan Bao, I am the strongest, continued to guide in the live broadcast room, yes, you are not a casual person. If you become casual, you are not a human being, right? I know you high school students best. You pretend to be purer than anyone else, but you spend a lot of money in private. Don't give her gifts. This girl is being kept by someone. Shen Mengyan felt a little annoyed. These black fans really had no bottom line. The live camera was pointed at Lin Feng's back, and a figure in school uniform appeared in the live camera. Everyone was shocked. Their shocked eyes almost fell onto their phone screens. Completely refreshed their cognition. High school students wouldn't even dare to think about being able to fly a plane. The barrage in the live broadcast room was refreshing frantically. What the hell? Are they really high school students? That's amazing. What kind of family can fly a helicopter at this age? I don't know whether he is a young master or not, but the fact that he can fly a plane is far better than us. I don't even have a motorcycle license, but he can fly a plane? I want to report him for driving without a license. Let someone from his workplace stop his car. Seeing that the public opinion in the live broadcast room changed direction instantly, Shen Mengyan couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Now you know I'm not lying. He really is my classmate, but his family is richer. This time netizens were completely convinced. At this time, the popularity of the live broadcast room quickly reached hundreds of people. At this time, Yuan Bao, I am the strongest, mocked again in the live broadcast room, stop pretending. Can a school uniform prove that he is a high school student? Maybe he bought it online. This man must be an uncle. Look at his big body. He doesn't look like a high school student at all. Shen Mengyan was speechless. She couldn't let Lin Feng slap her in the face at this time. However, Lin Feng seemed to have a telepathic connection at this time and turned around and smiled at Shen Mengyan. Everyone then saw Lin Feng's face clearly. His current charm value is 25 points. Most boys are not as handsome as him. The live broadcast room was flooded with all kinds of envious comments. He's so handsome, rich, and lives the life I imagined. There's nothing to criticize about this. This person is definitely a winner in life. I'm so envious. Some praised Raymond Lam for his handsome looks, while others said that he looked really good when he smiled. There are still women in the live broadcast room who envy him. This young master is so handsome, does he need a girlfriend? Shen Mengyan was happier to see these people praising Lin Feng than praising her beauty. At this time, someone asked in the live broadcast room, is this your boyfriend? Shen Mengyan secretly glanced at Lin Feng and replied in the live broadcast room, yes, he is my boyfriend. The male netizens in the live broadcast room were heartbroken. Oh, I knew I had no chance. I'm a woman. If a handsome guy like this pursues me, I will definitely agree. Shen Mengyan looked at the replies from netizens with joy, and in order to see more clearly, she even turned off the GIFs in the live broadcast room. The number of people online also exceeded several thousand. She broke the record of the number of people watching her live broadcast online, and all this was due to the influence brought by Raymond Lam. The number of fans also exceeded 20,000. However, at this time, a system prompt eagle enters the live broadcast room floated out, followed by a level prompt of 50. As soon as the eagle entered the live broadcast room, he noticed the live broadcast screen. When I saw the aircraft instruments and familiar scenes appearing in the live broadcast room, I was shocked and stunned. Awesome! Airbus H225 is rare in the country. This sentence quickly aroused the curiosity of other netizens. Brother, what is the Airbus H225? Is this plane expensive? Xiongying said excitedly, I am an airplane pilot. One time I flew an Airbus H225 for a big boss. According to the price in our country, this plane is worth more than 180 million. I just want to ask you if you are awesome. In an instant, the comments in the entire live broadcast room stopped briefly, and the air seemed to freeze. Everyone was deeply stunned by the price of this plane. I thought this plane was only worth a few million. It turns out that this is the limit of my knowledge, not the limit of these young masters. Look, this is a top-notch rich young man. A plane worth millions is so low class. Seeing these envious and amazed comments, Shen Mengyan's fair face broke into a stunning smile. Chapter 11, Ambiguity in the Ferris Wheel. Before we knew it, the helicopter arrived over Disneyland. The live camera overlooks the entire Disneyland. Although this was not Shen Mengyan's first time here, it was her first time to see a completely different Disneyland from this angle. The huge Ferris wheel keeps spinning. There were also many tourists looking up, attracted by Lin Feng's low-flying helicopter. At this time, Disney's manager Guo Xiaolin came to the airport with dozens of security guards to greet them. Before the helicopter landed, netizens saw the security guards standing below waiting. When Raymond Lam and Shen Mengyan got off the plane, Guo Xiaolin stepped forward to greet them respectfully. Welcome Mr. Lin to Disney. I am Guo Xiaolin, the manager of Disney. It is my honor to serve you. This scene made these netizens dumbfounded. Even the manager of Disney came out to greet him. Isn't this young master too impressive? Shen Mengyan was a little bit unbelieving. The last time she came here with her parents, she didn't enjoy such special treatment. People don't even know who she is. Manager Guo, you're welcome. Just keep an eye on the plane for me. Lin Feng said calmly. Guo Xiaolin was also wondering in his heart who this young master was. He was wearing a school uniform, but was flying a plane that he could never afford to fly in his lifetime. In fact, he didn't know Lin Feng's identity. He just received a call from his superior, informing him that a big shot would be flying here and asked him to arrange some programs. Guo Xiaolin did not dare to be negligent and served carefully. Master Lin, don't worry, I won't let anyone else get close to your plane. I have arranged security guards to protect your safety. Are 20 security guards enough? If not, I can call for 20 more. No need to follow, and no need for any special care. Lin Feng quickly reached out to stop them. He didn't want a bunch of people following him and affecting his experience. I have an internal membership card here. This card allows you to play any project in the amusement park without paying any fees or queuing. Guo Xiaolin respectfully handed a card to Lin Feng with both hands. Lin Feng accepted it without hesitation. It was not until Lin Feng left that the security guard next to him asked in surprise, Boss Guo, who is this young master? Even you have to come out to greet him in person. Guo Xiaolin said seriously, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Keep an eye on his plane and don't let anyone get close. Suddenly, Guo Xiaolin lowered his voice and asked, are you all ready for what I have told you to do? Don't worry, Mr. Guo. We are fully prepared and will make sure that young master is satisfied. At this time, Shen Mengyan also turned off the live broadcast and concentrated on playing with Lin Feng. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng secretly activated the skill Universal Insight to check Shen Mengyan's information. Favorability, 81. Mood, 80. It has increased a little since I came here, and it seems that I have gained a little more favor along the way. Mengyan, let's follow this road first. Lin Feng had a sunny smile on his face and naturally reached out to hold Shen Mengyan's hand. Yeah. Shen Mengyan showed a bit of shyness on her face. Even though Lin Feng was holding her soft hand, she felt sweet in her heart. Shen Mengyan mood 85. 5 more points were added. The two of them walked around Disney for more than 2 hours, but they still hadn't finished. Along the way, Shin Mengyan laughed constantly, and the relationship between the two became more familiar. Shin Mengyan was not as cold as before. Now it is quite natural for Raymond Lam to hold her hand, and she doesn't resist at all. Sometimes she even takes the initiative to hold Raymond Lam's hand, just like a couple in love. They played until 7 o'clock in the evening, but they still hadn't finished touring the entire Disneyland. At this time, the entire Disneyland is shining with lights, and the night view is very beautiful. Lin Feng looked at the Ferris wheel spinning high up. With a smile on his face, Mengyan, let's go ride the Ferris wheel. Yeah, I haven't been on a Ferris wheel in a long time. We're going to have some fun this time. Shin Mengyan's smile is as beautiful as a flower, and she is full of vitality. The charm of youth blooms on her like a flower. After the college entrance examination, she was relieved of all the stress. With a smile on his face, Lin Feng walked to the bottom of the Ferris wheel, took out the internal card, and had a smooth journey. There were only Lin Feng and two people in the cabin. Lin Feng pulled Shin Mengyan to sit next to him. He smelled the faint fragrance on her body and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mengyan, come closer. Shin Mengyan's fair face blushed a little, and she said coquettishly, I don't want it, you will take advantage of me. Instead, she sat farther away from Raymond Lam, showing her shyness. Lin Feng laughed loudly and pulled Shin Mengyan over domineeringly. Come here. Shin Mengyan was caught off guard and fell into Lin Feng's arms. Her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple and her heart was beating wildly. You big bad guy, if you want to bully me, let me go now. The little fist knocked weakly on Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng felt itchy after being beaten, and seeing the beauty shyly in his arms, he said with a sly smile, I won't let you go. After saying that, he bent down and kissed her. Shin Mengyan's eyes widened. I couldn't believe that my first kiss was gone just like that. My mind went blank. Subconsciously, I wanted to push Lin Feng away. Unfortunately, my hands seemed to be drunk and I couldn't use any strength at all. I pushed gently a few times, with the force becoming less and less. In the end, as if she was fascinated, she put her hands on her chest and let Lin Feng rob her of her first kiss, and closed her eyes quietly. At this time, below the Ferris wheel, Wu Xiaolin said to the staff, from now on, tourists can only be allowed to come down, not to go up. Do you hear me? Although the staff didn't know what was going on, they had to listen to the manager. They dismissed the other people and hung up a sign saying that the service was suspended. Shen Mengyan felt like she was in the clouds, her mind was oblivious to all thoughts, until she separated from Lin Feng, then she blushed and pounded on Lin Feng's chest. Bad guy, you bully me. Lin Feng licked his lips, still unsatisfied, with a sly smile on his face, but you didn't refuse, did you? Shin Mengyan was embarrassed and annoyed, that's because you are too domineering. Let me go now. You won't leave on your own. I can't use any strength in my body. Shen Mengyan's face flushed, her voice was soft as a line, and she didn't dare to look at Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng chuckled, look, it's not me who wants to keep you. It's you who doesn't want to leave. You can't blame me. You big bad guy, you only know how to bully me. Shen Mengyan muttered a few words, but her body was very honest and she had no intention of leaving. She nestled comfortably in Lin Feng's arms and moved her but a little to make herself more comfortable. At this moment, the Ferris wheel reached the top and suddenly stopped. Chapter 12, Romance on the Ferris Wheel. Shin Mengyan immediately felt the change and asked in surprise, the Ferris wheel stopped, what happened? Just as she was about to stand up to see what was happening outside, Lin Feng pulled her back. Don't panic, I was the one who asked Manager Gui to pause it. Lin Feng said with a smile. What do you want to do? Do you want to bully me here? Shen Mengyan said nervously. Although she likes Raymond Lam, she doesn't want him to force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. And the two have not confirmed their relationship yet. Don't be nervous, just look outside first. Lin Feng hugged Shin Mengyan in his arms again and spoke gently in her ear. What's outside? It was a pitch-black night with nothing in sight except for the bright lights of the city in the distance. At this time, the two of them were sitting at the highest point of the Ferris wheel and could see the scenery farther away. Just as Shin Mengyan was wondering, a huge firework made a whistling sound and broke through the sky. Bang! A huge sound exploded in the air, blooming with brilliant beauty. Countless colorful fireworks fell, leaving brilliant streaks of light in the dark night. The entire Disney park seems to be illuminated by colorful lights, which is magnificent. This scene made Shin Mengyan's heart beat fast. She sat quietly in Lin Feng's arms, staring at the fireworks outside. So beautiful. Shen Mengyan said in surprise. Do you like it? This is the fireworks feast I asked Manager Guo and the others to prepare for you. Ah, is this what you prepared for me? Shen Mengyan's tone revealed strong shock. She couldn't believe that Lin Feng would give her such a surprise. Of course, otherwise why would I let you stop here to watch the fireworks? Lin Feng smiled faintly, with a smile in his eyes. Shen Mengyan's heart was moved and she was deeply touched. She quickly kissed Lin Feng on the face. Her eyes were full of charm and sparkled in the night. Thanks. You are the first person who was so nice to me and the first person who prepares a fireworks feast for me. I will remember this for the rest of my life. Shen Mengyan lay comfortably in Lin Feng's arms, watching the fireworks rising higher and higher. One after another, brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky, and the huge noise spread over dozens of miles. The whole city also became more romantic because of this fireworks feast. In the distance, many passers-by and nearby residents living in high-rise buildings heard the sound and looked up to watch the fireworks. The tourists below also took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Many couples also watched the romantic fireworks hand in hand, mistakenly thinking it was a Disney event today. Meanwhile, underneath the Ferris wheel, a female staff member looked at the fireworks in the sky with envy and said to Guo Xiaolin, "Manager, we also set off some fireworks at Disney, but they are not as spectacular as these. The cost of this fireworks was hundreds of thousands. Why are the fireworks so grand this time?" Guo Xiaolin smiled and said, "This is what the young master wanted. He must want to give his girlfriend a surprise. I really envy these rich guys. They even have different ways of picking up girls. If I were that girl, I would definitely be devoted to him. Don't dream about this. You girls say you don't like rich guys, as long as they don't understand romance and sincerity. But you don't know that so-called romance is inseparable from money." Then he took the intercom and said, "Team B, are you ready?" "Boss Guo, we are ready. As soon as the time comes, we will immediately execute the second step of the plan." "Very good, don't make any mistakes, or you'll be out." After saying that, he looked up at the Ferris wheel not far away. At this moment, the fireworks outside were reflected on Shen Mengyan's pretty face, full of happiness and sweetness. "I want to film this scene." Shen Mengyan quickly took out her cell phone to record a video. She didn't want this beautiful scene to exist only in her memory. Lin Feng smiled faintly, sniffing the fragrance of the girl's hair. "Are you satisfied with my gift?" "Satisfied, very satisfied." Shen Mengyan's cheerful voice sounded, her brows lit up. As the last firework rose into the sky, the night sky returned to tranquility. Guo Xiaolin immediately ordered into the intercom, "Plan B, start now." In an instant, tens of thousands of drones on the ground roared into the sky in an orderly manner, forming a square formation, row after row, neatly arranged. The shining white light on the drone is like countless stars. This scene is like a paradise on Earth. The strong impact of the science fiction drama made Shen Mengyan forget to breathe in an instant. She widened her beautiful eyes, afraid of missing every frame. Nearby, thousands of people were in an uproar. These tourists include those from other places as well as locals who come with their families and children. Everyone stood still, looking up at the dazzling drone feast. What's going on? Why haven't I heard of any drone activity today? We just watched fireworks, why are there drones now? Is today some big festival? Many people were very surprised. Although they were surprised, they quickly took out their mobile phones to take videos. Shen Mengyan's eyes reflected the lights of the drones outside. Before she could calm down from her previous excitement, she was once again excited. She asked in a trembling voice, "Did you prepare these drones for me, too?" Lin Feng nodded gently, holding Shen Mengyan's slender waist with both hands, feeling the soft touch and feeling very happy. "Well, do you like it?" "Love it." Shen Mengyan responded without thinking, her heart feeling as sweet as if she had eaten honey. At this moment, the drone changed again and turned into a huge phoenix. The image is realistic. Then it turned into a dragon and flew into the air. Many tourists below screamed, but at this moment, the drone suddenly changed on a large scale to form a row of words. "Shen Mengyan, I like you." In an instant, those tourists who were still screaming and posing for photos were stunned. The picture seems to be frozen. And Shen Mengyan was greatly shocked at this moment. She had thought that Raymond Lam might confess his love to her, maybe tomorrow or maybe now. But she never thought that Lin Feng would confess his love to her in this way. Sitting on top of the Ferris wheel, in full view of the public, watched by thousands of people, Raymond Lam actually revealed his feelings to her. At this moment, Shin Mengyan's girlish heart was satisfied like never before. The romantic heart was filled with strong emotions, and at this moment Shin Mengyan's heart was completely softened. His eyes were filled with excitement. At this moment, the fishman machine outside suddenly changed. The numbers are messed up again. Can you be my girlfriend? In an instant, Shin Mengyan's heart was hit by sweetness again. Her heart was filled with sweet happiness, and tears of happiness overflowed from her eyes. I covered my mouth with my hands, unable to believe that this was all real. Mengyan, are you willing to be my daughter? Before Lin Feng could finish his affectionate words, his mouth was sealed by a pair of soft lips. Chapter 13, The Thrill of the Ferris Wheel. This kiss is worth 1,000 words of answer. Lin Feng could no longer hold back and indulge in Shin Mengyan's sweet kiss, forgetting where he was. The Shan Mengyan in front of him had already melted, turning into a ball of fire and lingering with Lin Feng. Guo Xiaolin looked up at the dark Ferris wheel and said with a smug smile, "Mission accomplished. I wish this young master and young lady a pleasant evening." Just as the two were reveling in their own world, the audience below were already jealous. I thought it was a romantic feast prepared by Disney for everyone, but it turned out to be just a confession of a rich young man. Many couples no longer have the romantic way of showing affection that they used to have. In Disneyland, there is a couple. The girl enviously said, "If only my boyfriend could be as romantic as him, I would not despise him for not having money." The man smiled awkwardly and said, "It's better to be low-key. It's not practical to do all these fancy things. I'll give you a set of clothes tonight." The woman complained, "They only know how to give me clothes that cost 200 or 300 yuan a set. Look how romantic they are." Similar scenes occur between many couples. These were just small episodes. Many tourists recorded the wonderful scene and quickly posted it online, which immediately caused a sensation among netizens. Shocking. A rich second generation openly confessed his love for Shin Mengyan in Disney. It's incredible. Disney spent tens of thousands of dollars on drones just for some young master. A wealthy young man suddenly appeared at Disney and confessed his love to his goddess. Sending flowers is lowbrow. Please watch the Disney fireworks feast. This is the correct way to express your love. This shocking text immediately became a hot topic on the headlines. Many netizens were already unable to sleep late at night, and were fed a lot of dog food, which made their mouths sourer than eating plums. Now you know why rich guys are always successful in courting girls. Look at this romantic way. Even a man like me wants to marry him. The one upstairs is so perverted, is he gay? I feed my dog food in the morning, and someone else feeds me dog food in the evening. I'm really curious, who is this Shin Mengyan? She's so beautiful, worthy of this mysterious young master using such a huge financial force to express his love for her. As a result, many netizens began to search for Shin Mengyan overnight. In order to attract traffic, many people changed their names to Shin Mengyan overnight. This resulted in many people not knowing who the real person was, and Shin Mengyan's name became popular all over the internet overnight. At this time, Gu Xiaobai, who was in a depressed mood, was drinking in a KTV with a few classmates. He was still bothered by what happened during the day, and felt like Lin Feng had cuckolded him. "Mr. Gu, I really feel sorry for you. You have been secretly in love with Shin Mengyan for 3 years, and now she is vain and hooks up with the stinky fish seller. This kind of woman is not worth your sadness at all." Gu Xiaobai tightly grasped the wine glass. He felt extremely unhappy when he heard these two names. Humph. Who said I like that bitch? I was just playing with her. Mr. Gu is right, hee hee. A classmate agreed with a laugh. Everyone could see that Gu Xiaobai was just trying to be tough and preserve his false face. At this moment, a classmate screamed, "Fuck, look, someone confessed to Shin Mengyan." Several classmates rushed to watch Disney videos, and were very envious. What a great way to confess your love. How come she has the same name as our school beauty? It must be a coincidence. There are so many people with the same name. Who has the energy to express their feelings so much? Someone said, "You never know. Don't forget Raymond Lam. He can afford a plane. How could his family be short of money? Maybe he is confessing his love to the school beauty." Everyone's face suddenly changed, and then they all looked at Gu Xiaobai with strange eyes. Gu Xiaobai also watched the video and said unnaturally, "Why are you looking at me? I'm sure it's not the Shen Mengyan we know. It must be someone with the same name. Mr. Gu, why don't you give her a call and ask her? If she doesn't answer your call, she might really be with Lin Feng." These words were like poisonous snakes, making Gu Xiaobai very unhappy. He couldn't feel at peace until he got to the bottom of it. "I'll fight you if you want to. You're the only ones who likes to have wild thoughts." Gu Xiaobai pretended to be indifferent on the surface, but in his heart he was more worried than anyone else present. He was afraid that this Shen Mengyan was the Shen Mengyan he liked. So he called Shin Fugue on WeChat. The beep, beep sound kept ringing, but no one answered. Gu Xiaobai's expression turned ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The others looked increasingly strange. Maybe she is not convenient to answer the phone now, or she may be asleep. Gu Xiaobai found a reason to step down. At this time, someone suddenly said, "Mr. Gu, if a girl encounters something like this, she will definitely take photos. Take a look at her moments to see if she has updated any photos of fireworks or something like that." This sentence instantly enlightened Gu Xiaobai, and he quickly opened WeChat Moments, and the first post on the top was Shin Mengyan's Moments. A beautiful picture, absolutely gorgeous. "The fireworks are brilliant. I am very happy today. I came to Disneyland with the people I love. The check-in location is Disney." Gu Xiaobai instantly felt a burning pain on his face. Anger. Negative emotions such as betrayal and shame engulfed his reason, and he stared at the screen like an angry lion. No one else dared to speak and quickly sat aside. They all knew that the person Gu Xiaobai liked was snatched away by Lin Feng, and that Shin Mengyan was the school beauty they knew. "You stinky fishmonger, I'm not done with you." Gu Xiaobai gritted his teeth and a resentful sound came out of his throat. On the other side, the lights in Disney were being turned off one by one, and the entire amusement park returned to tranquility. Many tourists have already left and the staff have gone off work long ago, leaving only 2 people guarding under the Ferris wheel, waiting for instructions at any time. One of the staff members was smoking a cigarette downstairs and said with a lewd smile, "What do you think those 2 people upstairs will do?" The other man laughed and said, "What else can we do? A man and a woman. These rich young masters really know how to enjoy themselves, going to such a high place to do such things." Then he opened his phone and checked the time. It showed 11:59. It's almost 12 o'clock. I don't know if they will come down. If I come down earlier, I can go home and rest earlier. The 2 of them were complaining below. Just then, on the Ferris wheel, the time finally passed 12 o'clock. The breathing in the cabin gradually calmed down, and Lin Feng contentedly hugged Shin Mengyan, whose face was flushed. "Today I unlocked new knowledge and captured Shin Mengyan. Shen Mengyan's favorability is 100. In front of you, the goddess is just an obedient baby. Shen Mengyan's mood has reached 100. You can win a lucky draw today." Lin Feng's whole body alerted, and when he moved, the beauty in his arms let out another soft moan. "It's coming." Chapter 14 Super Generous Rewards. What will the draw be? And he also successfully took down a girl's first blood, the reward must be very generous. Lin Feng was very excited and subconsciously hugged the beauty in his arms a little tighter, making the latter even more shy. The lucky draw is successful, and the charm value is rewarded with 10 points. Awesome! Charm is only awarded 10 points at a time. Raymond Lam secretly exclaimed in satisfaction. The reward he received was twice as charming as the last time he conquered Tang Yaki. There was a mysterious force that subtly adjusted Lin Feng's face. The subtle change made him feel as if someone was performing surgery on his face. But I didn't feel any pain at all, instead I felt a tingling and sore sensation. Physique increased by 5 points. At the Dantian, an even more turbulent force followed, and the physical strength and energy that had been consumed was replenished again. The whole person becomes full of energy again. His abdominal muscles, arms, and other parts of his body also gradually changed, as if someone was undergoing surgery. The muscles were more obvious, and whenever he moved, he could feel that the muscles in his arms were as hard as iron. Reaction speed, endurance, and other aspects of physical fitness have been greatly improved. Lin Feng had a hunch that his current physical strength was far beyond that of the average gym man. He can even knock down a fitness man easily. Adjustment skill increased by 5 points. Not bad, not bad. Studying in this new place has helped me acquire many talents. Lin Feng felt extremely comfortable. As the 5 points of his skills increased, in an invisible place, it seemed as if some chains deep in his mind were broken one by one, and many unknown and unexplored new postures were unlocked. It's not a new posture, but new knowledge. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. That evil smirk coupled with his handsome face was 300% lethal to women. Unlock new items and get a reward of the latest model of Mercedes-Benz G worth 2.6 million renminbi. Where should I choose to park? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He just needed a car right now, so this was a timely help. I said to myself as I parked near the private airfield near my home. It is naturally inconvenient for the helicopter he is flying now to stop here when he is out of town. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class is parked in a parking lot near your home. Since you have never driven a car before, your driving skills have been automatically unlocked and you have reached the God-level racing driver skills, and you automatically have a driver's license. The driving skills of the world-class super driver Takumi are perfectly copied. Schumacher, the world's F1 champion's skills are perfectly copied racing. Hamilton, world-class F1 driver's skills perfectly copied before. Hundreds of skills from the world's top drivers were all stuffed into racing Lin Feng's brain. At this moment, driving was as easy as breathing in Lin Feng's eyes. An additional cash reward of 50 million has been received, and the current balance is 52 million. So cool. This time, Lin Feng won the game directly. I didn't expect that capturing Shen Mengyan would bring such a generous reward. It's worth spending so much effort on her. Check out his current properties. Bound by Lin Feng. Charisma, 31. Constitution, 30. Tuning, 15. Deposits, 52 million yuan. Skill, all-seeing. Perfect. A smug smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips, and at this moment, Shen Mengyan's soft voice came to his ears. You big bad guy bullied me, you have to be responsible for me. Shen Mengyan's eyes were full of spring and shyness. Lin Feng had a wicked smile on his face, his eyes were as fiery as a wild beast. It's still early until dawn, let's continue studying. Hate. Shen Mengyan covered her face shyly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng's score was successfully raised to 18 points, 3 points more than before. The two of them got off the Ferris wheel contentedly, and Shen Mengyan was supported as she left under the envious and ambiguous gazes of the staff until the helicopter took off. It was only on the plane that Shen Mengyan had the mind to open WeChat, and she saw several missed calls and dozens of messages. Because he didn't want to be disturbed last night, he set it to Do Not Disturb. When Shen Mengyan saw that they were all messages from Gu Xiaobai, she brows furrowed, knowing that these messages were definitely not good news. When I opened it, I saw Gu Xiaobai questioning in a strong tone. Mengyan, where did you go last night? Answer me quickly. I called but you didn't answer. Did you go out to play with Raymond Lam? What do you mean you don't even answer my calls now? Just because this fishmonger is richer than me? Reply to me immediately when you see the message. Shen Mengyan felt unhappy. This Gu Xiaobai actually treated her as his girlfriend. Gu Xiaobai, if you do this again, I will block you. I am Lin Feng's girlfriend now, please don't harass me anymore. On the other side, when Gu Xiaobai saw this reply, he suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Although he had long guessed that their relationship had progressed to boyfriend-girlfriend, but hearing his beloved goddess admit it personally, it felt like a knife stabbed his heart and it hurt terribly. This damn bitch actually dared to betray me. Gu Xiaobai's face was ferocious and he cursed at the phone screen. Suddenly, Lin Feng's image flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Lin Feng, you stole my girlfriend, I will make you pay the price. Gu Xiaobai's eyes flashed with crazy fire, and he found a number marked brother who from his phone number. Hey, what do you want from me? A man's deep voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of impatience. Gu Xiaobai changed his face and said flatteringly, Hello, brother who, I am Gu Xiaobai, I want to ask you for help with something. No problem. As long as the money is in place, your business will be my business. Gu Xiaobai gnashed his teeth and said, I want you to help me teach someone a lesson, and it would be best if you can cripple him. At the same time, Lin Feng's helicopter landed in front of the Shen family villa. Hearing the noise, Shen's parents also heard out. Seeing Lin Feng bringing his daughter down from the plane, the smart mother Wen Xianhui noticed that there was something wrong with her daughter's walking posture and immediately showed an ambiguous smile. As someone who has been through it, I certainly know what happened. I was secretly happy in my heart that my daughter was really capable and successfully won over Raymond Lam. In this way, the relationship between the two families became closer. Uncle and aunt, I asked Meng Yan to study at my house last night and didn't let her go home. I just sent her back today. I hope you don't mind. Lin Feng found a rather forced excuse. He couldn't just say that he was taking someone's daughter to the Ferris wheel or something. Shin Fuguei has been in the business world for many years and has already trained his eyes to be sharp. How could he not tell that what Lin Feng said was false? He did not point it out and just smiled and said it. You are good at studying. Now that you are at my house, come in and sit down. Lin Feng smiled guiltily and said, maybe next time. My dad called and asked me to go back early. Shin Fuguei couldn't force it anymore, so he watched Lin Feng fly back, then turned around and asked, Meng Yan, tell me the truth, where did you go last night? Chapter 15 Fight with me? You are not worthy. Shin Meng Yan's face turned as red as an apple and she was shy and didn't know what to say. It was her mother who was sensible and understood her daughter's concerns. When Xianhui smiled and said, why are you asking so many questions? She is an adult now, it is normal for her to have some little secrets. After that, he turned around and looked at Shin Meng Yan with a smile on his face. Did you go to Disneyland yesterday? Mom, how did you know? Shin Meng Yan asked in surprise. But she blocked Wen Xianhui from her circle of friends. When Xianhui smiled faintly and gently poked her daughter's forehead, didn't you watch those videos on the internet? The whole internet was flooded with them yesterday, saying that someone confessed his love to a girl named Shin Meng Yan in Disney. I wonder if it might be my daughter. Judging from your reaction, she must have confessed her love to you, right? Shin Meng Yan's face flushed and burned. Mom, you already know everything and yet you still ask. When Xianhui smiled and said, so you two are boyfriend and girlfriend now? Shin Meng Yan nodded slightly. Shin Fuguei and Wen Xianhui looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go inside first. Shin Meng Yan didn't want to stay here for a moment. It was so embarrassing and she was also afraid that her parents would ask her all kinds of questions. Shin Fuguei looked at his daughter and found that there was something wrong with her walking posture. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He was a man, how could he not know what had happened to his daughter? He felt very uncomfortable. When Xianhui knew what her husband was thinking, and she scolded him with a smile, like father, like daughter. I was fooled by you when I was this age. Shin Fuguei smiled awkwardly, that's different. I just feel sorry for my daughter. That boy is really cruel and doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Humph, you were still the same at the beginning, when Xianhui said angrily. Okay, honey, don't mention those things from the past. Let's talk about our daughter. Shin Fuguei quickly coaxed his wife. At the same time, Lin Feng parked the helicopter and prepared to drive his Mercedes-Benz G nearby. At this time, 7 or 8 motorcycles rushed over and stopped in front of Lin Feng, surrounding him. Lin Feng's face was calm. He knew that these people were definitely coming for him, but he was not sure if he had offended anyone. These people were all wearing helmets, so their true faces could not be seen at all. One of the men said in a slightly hoarse voice, Are you Lin Feng? It's me. What do you want from me? Lin Feng was on high alert, guarding against sudden attacks from these people. Boy, my brothers on the road all call me Brother Tiger. The man who had just spoken got off the motorcycle, rubbed his fists, and looked like he was going to attack Lin Feng. Remember, the person who beat you today is called Brother Tiger. Wait a minute. Lin Feng said sternly, I don't think we have any grudge against each other, why did you hit me? I'm sorry. I'm not obligated to tell you this, as I'm taking money and helping people get rid of disasters. After saying that, Brother Hu punched Lin Feng hard in the face. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. In his eyes, he could see that Brother Hu's front speed was very slow. His current physical fitness had reached an astonishing 30 points, and his reaction abilities in all aspects were far beyond those of ordinary people. One side of the body easily opened multiple attacks. With a backhand move, he slashed Brother Hu's neck hard. Brother Hu suddenly felt as if his neck was hit hard by a stick. His entire neck quickly tilted to the side, and his entire body fell to the ground with a scream. The other 6 thugs were horrified. In his mind, Brother Hu is the best fighter and their boss. Everyone thought that Brother Hu thought it was easy to deal with a high school student, and he was even too lazy to get out of the car. When he saw Brother Hu being killed instantly by Lin Feng, he couldn't believe what he saw. You dare to attack me with your strength? Don't you know that I am a master of Bajiquan? Lin Feng pretended to be disdainful and looked down at Brother Hu, who was lying on the ground and waiting. When you go out, you give yourself an identity. Lin Feng knows nothing about Bajiquan, but those people don't know that either. Hearing that he was a Bajiquan master, the other thugs were intimidated by Lin Feng's aura and did not dare to attack him. Lin Feng laughed secretly. A gangster is just a gangster, he can't be presentable. He was thankful that his physical fitness had reached 30, otherwise he would have been in some trouble today. Why don't you ask around? My master has participated in a national martial arts competition. Even if there are 10 more of you, I can beat you like dead dogs. After boasting, he stepped on Tiger's leg and warned him coldly, take off your helmet, or I will beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Brother, who felt as if his legs were pressed by a stone weighing dozens of kilograms, which was painful and uncomfortable. He knew that he had hit a wall today, so he covered his neck and begged for mercy. Brother, we can talk it over, please don't do it. While quickly taking off the helmet. He has a square face, with acne marks all over it like the surface of the moon. He is in his 30s and has dark circles under his eyes. It's obvious that he often stays up late. Tell me the truth, who asked you to come? It was Gu Xiaobai. That guy ordered me to beat you up. If you want revenge, go find him. We were also deceived by him. Brother, who now hates Gu Xiaobai so much that he throws all the dirty water on him. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with anger. He never thought it was him. Fortunately, he has the strength now. What if these people attack his father? How much did he give you? 30,000. Brother, who didn't even dare to fart and answered honestly. I'll give you 10,000 yuan if you help me teach Gu Xiaobai a lesson. If this matter fails to be accomplished, I will beat you every time I see you. Lin Feng's eyes were sharp. You can't be merciful when dealing with these thugs, you have to be more brutal than them. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely teach Gu Xiaobai a lesson for you. Brother, who breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Feng can use him, it proves that he can escape danger now and make 10,000 for free, so why not do it? You guys ask Gu Xiaobai to come out and tell him that he has tied me up. Ask him to come over to inspect the scene. I believe that guy will definitely come. Lin Feng changed his mind and came up with a new idea. He decided to teach Gu Xiaobai a lesson himself. Once and for all. Brother, who quickly called Gu Xiaobai. When Gu Xiaobai heard that Lin Feng was kidnapped and waiting for him to teach him a lesson, he didn't think much about it. Okay, I'll go to the old factory now. Brother, that guy has been fooled. He said we should meet at the old factory. Let's go too. Brother, who said with a licking face. His neck was still extremely sore, but he didn't dare to complain at all. Lead the way. Then Brother Hu and his friends saw Lin Feng looking at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and were very envious. He also knew that Lin Feng was not only a good fighter, but also very powerful, so he hated Gu Xiaobai even more. At this time, Gu Xiaobai drove his BMW X Series triumphantly to the old factory, not knowing what was waiting for him. Chapter 16, Teaching Gu Xiaobai a Lesson. In an abandoned factory, Lin Feng sat on a broken stool, slowly drinking a can of drink, with Brother Hu and a few of his younger brothers standing next to him. The difference is that these gangsters are now more honest than honest people. Brother Hu lowered his eyebrows and smiled. Brother, I haven't done anything bad. I just help people with some part-time business occasionally. We do all these things, such as making trouble for the doctors, going to people's homes to collect debts, and helping people fight. I sometimes collect protection money, but I can assure you that I never bully the elderly or children. Under Raymond Lamb's questioning, Tiger confessed all his evil deeds. They are just a group of street thugs, quite famous around the school. If they have some money, they go to nightclubs and they know a lot of spirited girls. Have you ever gone to the vegetable market to collect protection money? Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, because his father sold fish there. Yes, but not much. We only need 20 or 30 yuan each time. Lin Feng said calmly, do you know a fish seller named Lao Mo? Brother Hu said, I know. I have received protection money from him several times. As soon as he finished speaking, a slap landed heavily on his face, making Brother Hu spin around twice before falling to the ground. The sudden change left everyone dumbfounded, even Brother Hu sat on the ground with a confused look on his face. Brother, why did you hit me? Brother Hu felt very aggrieved, but he didn't dare to get angry. Lin Feng warned sternly, that's my dad. If you dare to collect protection money from my dad again next time, prepare a wheelchair for yourself. Brother Hu was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly stood up and promised, I promise that I will never ask Uncle Mo for protection money next time. If someone else dares to make trouble, I will be the first to say no. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this answer. If he was not here, these people would be able to help a little if his father encountered some gangsters causing trouble in the future. Humph, since you are so sensible, I won't bother with you. Remember what you said. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his 5 fingers and squeezed the hard Wang Laoji can in his hand into an iron lump. There was a creaking sound. Everyone's pupils shrank suddenly. He took a deep breath and his scalp felt numb. It's harder than a can of 8 treasure porridge. If your wrist is pinched, won't it break? Brother Hu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly patted his chest to assure, don't worry, brother. I assure you that no one will dare to mess up Uncle Mo's stall. Lin Feng smiled faintly. A proper display of strength is more convincing than any words. At this moment, he heard the sound of a car outside, and he knew that Gu Xiaobai was coming. The BMW soon stopped in front of the few people. Gu Xiaobai got out of the car, his eyes fell on Lin Feng, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ha, you stinky fishmonger, so you deserve this day. Gu Xiaobai was so overwhelmed with ecstasy at the moment that he didn't notice that there was something wrong with the atmosphere at the scene. He thought that Lin Feng was being controlled by Brother Hu. Brother Hu was very respectful to Lin Feng, but he was not so nice to Gu Xiaobai. If it weren't for Gu Xiaobai, he wouldn't have gotten into so much trouble. Now his face is still burning with pain. Before he could scold Gu Xiaobai, Lin Feng sneered, Gu Xiaobai, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. I wouldn't have made it too hard for you since we're classmates, but it's a pity that you made a mistake you shouldn't have made. Gu Xiaobai's anger quickly ignited when he heard this. He pointed at Lin Feng and cursed, fuck you, if it weren't for you, Shin Mengyan would have been my woman long ago. How dare you be so arrogant to steal my girlfriend? If I don't beat you to your knees and beg for mercy today, I'm not Gu Xiaobai. Having said that, he rushed towards Lin Feng fiercely, wanting to kick Lin Feng to the ground. Then, when he was less than 2 meters away from Lin Feng, Brother Hu could no longer suppress his anger and rushed over and kicked him in the lower abdomen. He was kicked so hard that he fell backwards to the ground. Brother Tiger, why did you hit me? Gu Xiaobai asked in shock, ignoring the pain in his lower abdomen. Brother Hu was so angry that his face turned blue, and he angrily said, you little bastard, you even dared to attack my eldest brother, you are looking for death. He is your elder brother? The expression on Gu Xiaobai's face was extremely interesting, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. You're kidding me? He's just a stinking fishmonger. Lin Feng chuckled, you are so stupid that you still can't figure out the situation. To tell you the truth, these people are my brothers. Selling fish is just my superficial identity. Would I tell you my real identity is? Lin Feng showed a bit of teasing on his face, and several people pricked up their ears to know what Lin Feng's identity was. My identity is something you can't even imagine. In terms of seniority, not to mention you little hooligans, even the more powerful big brothers in the underworld have to call me Master Lin when they see me. My master is a master of Bajiquan, and his status in the martial arts world is extremely high. If you dare to attack me, you are simply digging your own grave. After hearing this, Gu Xiaobai was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he believed Lin Feng's words without a doubt. Because even a gangster like Brother Tiger is convinced by Raymond Lam. When he thought about offending some underworld figures, all the resentment Gu Xiaobai had towards Lin Feng turned into fear at this moment. Brother Hu's expression kept changing, and he believed in Lin Feng's words without a doubt. If someone can crush a can into a lump with his bare hands, they won't believe anything he says unless he has real skills. Master Lin, this kid dared to attack you. Should we break his arm or send him to the hospital for 10 days? Brother Hu was very good at dealing with things and changed his words immediately. Gu Xiaobai was suddenly shocked, fearing that Lin Feng was really going to beat him to a pulp, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Master Lin, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, I apologize to you, and I promise that this will never happen again. Lin Feng secretly laughed. It turned out that the identity was given by himself, which saved him a lot of trouble. Gu Xiaobai was so frightened by this that he certainly wouldn't dare to do anything behind his father's back, so as to ensure that his father was safe. Suddenly, he saw a large pool of urine between Gu Xiaobai's legs. He immediately looked disgusted and said contemptuously, Xiaohu, beat him up. Brother Hu rushed over with a few men and started beating and kicking Gu Xiaobai, making him curl up on the ground, holding his head and screaming for help from time to time. Lin Feng had almost finished teaching his lesson, and asked Brother Hu and the others to stop. Gu Xiaobai was beaten black and blue, and begged for mercy on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Master Lin, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Remember, if it happens again next time, it won't be a beating. Prepare a wheelchair for yourself. You can go now. Gu Xiaobai felt as if he had been pardoned. He did not dare to stay here for even a second. He fled in a panic, crawling in the car, smelling of urine. Chapter 17 Lolita Su Miaohan. At the same time, at Laomo's stall in the vegetable market, a smiling woman came over with a playful and cute girl. The girl was about 1.6 meters tall, with a slightly round face, a bit like baby fat, and a very fair skin, like a rosy baby. Wearing a pair of pink bunny ears on her head and a pink Lolita dress, she looks full of girlish vitality. When Lao saw her, he came to greet her. "Auntie, why did you have time to bring your grandson here today?" Aunt Li had a smug smile on her face. Her granddaughter Su Miaohan scored over 600 points in the exam, so she took her granddaughter to show off to everyone she met, as if she was afraid that people on the street didn't know that Su Miaohan scored 635 points. "It's okay, I just want to go shopping today. My disappointing granddaughter only scored 635 points in the exam. I want to give her some extra food today, but I don't know what to eat." Lao Mo smiled faintly. This was not the first time he had seen such a thing. After the college entrance examination scores are announced, parents of children who did well are afraid that others will not know that their children did well. "Auntie, please pick any fish from the stall. Consider it my gift to your granddaughter." When Adley heard that there was free fish, she smiled so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes became more obvious. "How can I be so embarrassed?" He said sorry, but his hands were honest and only picked the big ones. "How many points did your son get in the exam?" Lao Mo smiled slightly, not wanting to discourage Adley, and said, "More than 500 points, much worse than your granddaughter." Adley felt very comfortable listening to this. "That's right. My daughter is very talented. She easily got over 600 points. But your son is in trouble. With a score of over 500, he can't get into any good university. I suggest that you just let him go to a technical school. It will be easier for him to find a job after graduation. Unlike my granddaughter, she has already reached the score line of a 985 university and will definitely be able to join a Fortune 500 company after graduation." Lao Mo smiled and didn't say anything, but Adley acted like she was addicted. "Lao Mo, I think you shouldn't let your son go to a technical school. Why don't you let him come back and sell fish with you? He can also become a small boss in the future." "Auntie, that's right." Lao Mo had no choice but to smile. Su Miaohan suddenly asked, "Uncle Mo, why isn't Lin Feng helping to sell fish? Where did he go?" "I guess he went out to play. He didn't come home the whole night," Lao Mo said casually. In fact, he didn't know where Lin Feng went to play. Su Miaohan raised her chin and said with a proud smile, "Uncle Mo was too lax in his supervision, so Lin Feng neglected his studies. Success is not accidental, it is the result of hard work. Before the college entrance examination, I often reviewed my lessons until 11 or 12 o'clock at night, which is why I have achieved what I have now. It's a pity that he missed the most precious life and will not achieve anything in the future." Su Miaohan speaks frankly. When Lao Mo heard these words, he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, for fear that he would reveal Lin Feng's achievements and hurt the mother and grandson. I had no choice but to nod and say yes. What precious life! The person who spoke was Lin Feng, who just happened to come back and heard what Su Miaohan said. Su Miaohan raised her bright eyes when she heard the voice, and suddenly an expression of surprise appeared in her eyes, as if she had seen something incredible. She had met Raymond Lam several times, but in her eyes, he was just an ordinary boy. How come he turned into a super handsome guy after just a few days of not seeing him? That handsome face had clear lines, and there was a faint, free-spirited smile at the corner of his mouth, which instantly made Su Miaohan's favorability increase sharply. There is no doubt that Su Miaohan is a girl who cares about appearance. She likes looking at handsome guys. This is because Lin Feng's current charm value has exceeded 31 points, and he has become a standard handsome guy. "Lin Feng, I was just talking about you. Your father has put a lot of effort into sending you to college. Why don't you study hard and try to get into a good school to repay your father? Now you are busy going out to play. Are you worthy of your father?" Su Miaohan seemed to be teaching Lin Feng a lesson, but her eyes were looking at Lin Feng with curiosity. Lin Feng was stunned. He was not very familiar with Su Miaohan. They had only spoken to each other a few times. He just felt that she seemed to look down on him. He did not have the habit of trying to please someone who did not show his affection for him. Su Miaohan, I don't understand what you are saying. Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to Su Miaohan. He turned around and said to Lao Amo with a smile, Dad, how is business today? It's okay. It's past dinner time now. There aren't many people around. Go ahead and have fun. Lin Feng took a look and found that it was already around 1 o'clock and most of the stalls were empty. Okay, I'll go back and rest. Lin Feng turned and left, and Su Miaohan followed him. Lin Feng, what are you going to do? What should I do? Lin Feng was puzzled. Didn't you just score over 500 points? Haven't you ever thought about repeating the year? Do I have to tell you that I scored over 500 points? Your father. Lin Feng immediately understood what was going on and had no intention of exposing his father's lie. Let's talk about this later. I want to go back. I'll buy you some milk tea. Su Miaohan didn't know where she got the courage from, but she suddenly made this request, which surprised Lin Feng a little because Su Miaohan had never done such a thing before. You want to buy me milk tea? Lin Feng pointed at his face, somewhat unconvinced that the other party would say such a thing. Why did Su Miaohan change her personality? Lin Feng hasn't realized yet that because of his increased charm, he is still invisibly attracting Su Miaohan's favor towards him. Yeah, don't you want to drink milk tea with me? Su Miaohan's pretty face and eyes were full of anticipation, even a little red, and she seemed a little nervous. Lin Feng's mouth curled up into an evil smile, which fell into Su Miaohan's eyes, causing her heart to beat faster. It seemed as if a voice was saying, so handsome. Su Miaohan's favorability towards you increases by 50. Lin Feng's heart moved. To be honest, he had never used any skills on Su Miaohan. Launch, Vientiane Insight. Observer, Su Miaohan. Age, 18. Favorability, 50. Mood, 40. Love history, none. Height, 160. Weight, 92. Measurements, B+, 80, 95. Hobbies, cute toys, food, playing games, cos anime characters, Lolita, pets. Favorite person, none. People I care about most, family. Rumor, she dreams of becoming a princess one day, enjoying the love of her boyfriend, and is a firm believer in appearance. She likes handsome guys and hates ugly people. She wants to travel around the world with her boyfriend and likes people to praise her for her beauty. She is very vain and cares a lot about what others say. Seeing this information, Lin Feng's lips curled up into a smile. Maybe he could get some rewards from Su Miaohan tomorrow. Chapter 18 Su Miaohan's Shock. Lin Feng smiled and said, Since our beautiful lady has invited me, no matter how busy I am, I will risk my life to accompany you. I'll treat you. Su Miaohan smiled sweetly, her bright eyes blooming with joy, and she felt comfortable listening to Lin Feng's words. Su Miaohan's favorability towards you increases by 5, and her mood increases by 5. Lin Feng certainly had his own plans for agreeing to have milk tea with Su Miaohan. Then come with me and take my car. Su Miaohan frowned and said reluctantly, Could it be your father's tricycle? It's embarrassing. Why don't we take a taxi or ride a shared bike? As far as Su Miaohan knew, Lin Feng's family didn't have a car at all. There was only one tricycle that was usually used to transport fish, and it was very smelly. If she was asked to ride the tricycle, she would rather not go. If it weren't for Lin Feng's handsome appearance, Su Miaohan would have wanted to turn around and leave. It's okay, you'll know when you come. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Seeing that Lin Feng still insisted, Su Miaohan looked a little unhappy. Su Miaohan's favorability towards you decreases by 5 points, and her mood decreases by 20 points. This woman is really realistic, Lin Feng secretly complained in his heart. Since Su Miaohan is this kind of woman, I won't feel any burden if I do something excessive to her. The two men had different thoughts and soon they reached the roadside. Su Miaohan's tone became more and more dissatisfied and she said, Lin Feng, how about I pay for a taxi? I'm wearing something so beautiful today. If it gets dirty by your tricycle by accident, it will be very troublesome to wash. Don't save this little money. Don't worry, I promise I won't get your skirt dirty. You are so stubborn. Why do you want to save this little money? I already told you I paid for it. Su Miaohan's favorability towards you decreases by 3 points, and her mood decreases by 5 points. Alas, this woman's heart is like the rain in June, it changes at any time. Lin Feng said calmly, We're already here, my car is parked here. Where is it? Why can't I see your tricycle? Su Myohan's face was full of unhappiness. She turned her head and looked, but did not see any tricycle nearby. At this time, Su Myohan was already thinking about whether to reject Lin Feng and go back now. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Look, the car is right in front of you. Front? Su Myohan was very impatient. She looked around again and found that there were only cars and no broken tricycles at all. She felt even more annoyed. Why didn't I see it? Stop joking around. If you continue like this, I won't go milk drinking tea with you. Su Myohan said in a cold tone. Su Myohan's favorability towards you has dropped by 10 points again, and my mood has dropped by 10 points. Lin Feng took a look at Su Myohan's current condition. Favorability, 37. Mood, 5. The speed of falling is really fast. Lin Feng took out the Mercedes-Benz key remote and pressed it lightly. 2 meters in front of them, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class sounded an alarm and flashed. Before Su Myohan could react, she saw Lin Feng open the car door with a joking smile on his face. Princess, please get in the car. At this moment, the expression on Su Myohan's face was extremely wonderful. Her small, sexy mouth was slightly open, her eyes were wide open, and her face was full of shock and confusion. Is this Raymond Lam's car? Or Mercedes-Benz G? Is this still the Lin Feng I know who only knows how to sell fish? Su Myohan's mind was in a mess. She had no idea what was happening in front of her. Is this the car you rented? Su Myohan asked stutteringly. I scored over 600 points in the test. This is the car my dad bought for me as a gift to congratulate me. Lin Feng smiled slightly and spoke fluently. This reason is also the easiest for Su Myohan to accept and believe. Sure enough, Su Myohan believed it without even thinking about it. Because apart from this reason, she couldn't think of any other reason why Lin Feng would have a car. At this moment, Su Myohan's mind was filled with sudden surprise, her cute face was full of a smile of wild surprise, and she spoke in an extremely cheerful tone. So handsome. Wow, I never thought your family was so rich that you could buy such a nice luxury car. Su Myohan's eyes were shining with stars, which was completely different from her previous attitude. Su Myohan's favorability towards you has increased to 60. Su Myohan's mood has risen to 80. Lin Feng thought to himself, sure enough, women are fickle. As long as you show a little strength, you can easily control her. While thinking, Su Myohan couldn't wait to get into the passenger seat. After arranging her skirt, her cute little butt sat happily on the soft seat. She was very satisfied with the comfortable feeling of the skirt. It's so comfortable, much better than taking those DD cars. Lin Feng closed the car door and said with a smile, little princess, are you satisfied now? Satisfied, satisfied, extremely satisfied. You gave me a big surprise. This is my first time riding in such an expensive luxury car. Su Myohan was very happy and felt that Raymond Lam was becoming more and more handsome. Lin Feng smiled faintly, buckle up your seatbelt. Su Myohan turned her head left and right, a little embarrassed, and said, where is the seatbelt? Seeing Su Myohan's flustered and clumsy appearance, Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a smile, I was suppressed by you. It's my first time riding in such an expensive car. I even forgot how to fasten my seatbelt. Su Myohan's pretty face had a hint of blush, making her look even more delicate. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put the seatbelt on. Am I too stupid? Su Myohan said aggrievedly, how about you help me fasten my seatbelt? Lin Feng smiled ambiguously, not knowing whether the girl did it on purpose or was really stupid. He skillfully pulled up the seatbelt and buckled it around Su Myohan's chest. The next second, Su Myohan's face turned as red as a ripe apple. She was so shy that she didn't dare to look into Lin Feng's eyes. This was the first time she had encountered such a wonder. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became very ambiguous. Lin Feng also felt it at the first moment and felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he was very thick-skinned and pretended not to say anything. This scene is extremely erotic. The ambiguous atmosphere in the car became more and more intense. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He had a hunch. As long as he wanted, he would definitely be able to take down Su Myohan tomorrow. Myohan, sit tight, I'm going to drive. Yeah. Su Myohan's face flushed as she said yes softly, but her heart was beating wildly. As the wheel slowly started to move, Su Myohan still had a feeling of unreality that Raymond Lam could actually afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Su Myohan's favorability towards you has increased to 65. Lin Feng's lips curled up into a smile. No beautiful words could compare to showing strong strength, which would make women more likely to be attracted to you. Chapter 19, Dating at a Milk Tea Shop. You are amazing. You learned to drive so quickly. Soo Myahan's tone was full of envy. I wanted to learn to drive, but my dad said that I can only learn after I graduate from college. But I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the test. I'm a bit stupid sometimes. Soo Myahan talked incessantly and always found topics to strike up a conversation with Raymond Lam. Her eyes never left Raymond Lam's face while she spoke. At this moment, Soo Myahan was secretly surprised and thought to herself, Lin Feng's profile is so handsome, just as handsome as a celebrity. And he looks really handsome when driving. He is rich, handsome, and has good grades. It would be nice to have him as a boyfriend. Soo Myahan thought happily in her heart. A lovely smile appeared on her face, and she said sweetly, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "Why are you asking this?" Lin Feng suddenly thought of Shin Mengyan, and a smile appeared on his lips. He then said in a teasing tone, "If I say I don't have a girlfriend, are you going to chase me?" Soo Myahan was made to feel guilty by the sudden question. She didn't know where to look, and she didn't know where to put her hands. She said shyly, "I'm just asking casually." As soon as the words fell, Soo Myahan tilted her head and said, "I just think that you are so handsome, there must be girls who like you, right?" Lin Feng chuckled. He had an ordinary family background and wasn't that handsome, so there weren't many girls who liked him. But times are different now. There are many people who like me, but few of them I can like. Looking at Lin Feng, who exuded strong confidence and a free and easy spirit, Soo Myahan immediately found that Lin Feng was different from others. She did not see this kind of temperament in other male classmates. This temperament attracted her deeply. Soo Myahan's favorability towards you increased by 5, and the current favorability is 70. Lin Feng seemed to be concentrating on driving, but he thought to himself, a favorability rating of 70 has already reached a 100% chance of a successful confession. As long as he confesses his feelings to Soo Myahan now, he will have another girlfriend. But Raymond Lam doesn't want to develop a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with her. Soo Myahan's nervous voice came to my ears. "What do you think of me?" Lin Feng glanced at Soo Myahan and found that the latter looked a little shy, so he knew that she had something else to say. He pretended not to know and asked with a faint smile, "What's going on?" Soo Myahan felt a little shy. How come this guy was so smart sometimes but so stupid at this moment? She was a girl and she couldn't be so direct with him. Then I mustered up the courage to whisper, "I'm asking you, do you think I'm good looking? Do I even need to ask this?" Lin Feng said without hesitation, "It has to look good." Hearing this, Soo Myahan felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey, and smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. "You must be lying to me, why haven't I heard anyone say that I'm pretty?" Lin Feng laughed secretly, "You are so happy and you are still pretending. Maybe the people around you are blind. They can't see such a beautiful woman." Soo Myahan chuckled and said in a delicate voice, "No." Not long after, Raymond Lam drove his luxury car to a milk tea shop. As soon as the two got out of the car, they attracted the envy of others in the store. Most of the young people who come to drink milk tea cannot afford this level of luxury cars. Soo Myahan enjoyed the envious eyes of others, with a faint smile on her lips, looking confident and charming. Not to mention Lin Feng, the way those little girls looked at him almost turned into hearts. He has a sunny and handsome face, a strong body, and is definitely a handsome guy. If Lin Feng's current appearance is 75 points, then the Mercedes-Benz G-Class behind him will directly add another 25 points to him, making it a full score. At this time, a boy who was drinking milk tea looked at Lin Feng with shocked eyes and said, "The clothes he is wearing are from our school. I seem to have seen this person in school. He must be a high school student in our school." The milk tea shop is not big, and his voice can be heard from other tables. Everyone was shocked. A handsome guy, a luxury car, and a high school student, these halos have greatly elevated Lin Feng's image in their minds. The label of rich second generation is directly attached to Raymond Lam. Lin Feng also heard the boy's voice, slowed down his pace and asked with a smile, "Are you a classmate of mine in school?" When the boy saw Lin Feng talking to him, he stood up excitedly and said, "Yes, I am from the same school as you. I am in class 3, not the same class as you. Okay, the food and drinks for your table will be counted on me. If it's not enough, you can order more," Lin Feng said with a calm smile. His action quickly won everyone's favor. The boy hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, brother." Lin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, his movements were very carefree. He now had 55 million, so he didn't need this little money at all. Give me a cup of lemon tea. Miaohan, order whatever you want. I want bubble tea, 1 serving of French fries, and 2 fried chicken legs. Su Miaohan didn't hesitate to order a few of her favorite dishes. Lin Feng picked a relatively clean table and sat down. He wiped the tabletop directly and asked with a smile, "Which university are you going to?" Su Miaohan bit the straw gently. "My first choice is Jianbei University. The possibility of going to Jianbei University is very high." "What about you?" "I'm going to Jianbei University, too." "That's such a coincidence, maybe we can meet again in college." Su Miaohan smiled brightly, her 2 bright eyes always falling on Lin Feng's face from time to time. Like a young girl who is just beginning to fall in love, she wants to look but doesn't dare to. At this moment, Lin Feng's WeChat vibrated slightly. It was Tang Yaki who sent the message. "Tang Yaki, what are you doing?" Lin Feng didn't think much about it. They had sex the day before yesterday, so it would be inappropriate for him to just pull up his pants and ignore him. Raymond Lam replied, "I'm drinking milk tea with others outside, are you okay?" Tang Yaki replied immediately, "Nothing, I just miss you a little bit." Naughty emoticon. Lin Feng smiled faintly and just believed Tang Yaki's words to a certain extent. Su Miaohan was a little depressed when she saw Lin Feng staring at his phone and smiling from time to time. "Who are you chatting with?" "Is it a woman?" Lin Feng said without even looking up, "My classmates came to see me for something." "Oh." Su Miaohan responded indifferently. Out of a woman's sixth sense, she was sure that this classmate must be a female, which made her feel a little jealous for some reason. Xin Feng sent another message to Tang Yaki on his phone. "I am so sad today. I accidentally broke my phone screen today. Can you give me a new phone?" Crying. Then he also posted a picture of a cracked phone screen. "Really, I didn't lie to you, okay?" As soon as Lin Feng finished reading this message, a system interface appeared in front of him. Chapter 20, Double Dragons Playing with Pearls Mission. Start the wonderful mission Double Dragons Playing with the Pearl. Completion conditions: make Tang Yaki and Su Miaohan's moods reach 100 at the same time, and their favorability reach above 80 at the same time. The mission reward is unknown, please complete the mission within 24 hours. There is actually a mission. Although the reward is unknown, Lin Feng believes that the system will definitely not be stingy, and this mission must be completed. Anyway, he didn't need this little money, so he replied to Tang Yaki, "What kind of phone do you want?" On the other side, Tang Yaki was sitting on the sofa wearing a pair of super short jeans. Her legs were straight and slender, and her skin was as white as snow. A tabby cat sat on Tang Yaki's thighs unscrupulously, stepping lightly on her thighs as if massaging them, making Tang Yaki feel itchy. Tang Yaki stroked the cat's head with one hand, and looked at the message replied by Lin Feng with a faint smile on her lips. She thought to herself that Lin Feng was so rich, it would definitely not be a problem for him to give her a mobile phone. Besides, since we have that kind of relationship, it's not too much to ask for something. Judging from his tone, there should be something going on. So which phone should I get? Tang Yaki already had the answer in her mind. The domestic mobile phone system is super rubbish, and it's as slow as a snail. The photos are also ugly. Can you buy me the latest Apple phone? Kiss. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Many girls think that Apple phones are smoother, and most of them are just out of vanity. Talking to such a vain girl and promoting patriotic products is undoubtedly like talking to a cow. What they want is vanity, they only buy expensive things, not the right things. Raymond Lam never spends time trying to change green tea girls. It's just for fun. There's no need to give them ideological lessons. The latest model of Apple now costs more than 10,000 yuan. With his current financial strength, he doesn't care about this small amount of money. Anyway, he can get some rewards from the other party, so there is no need to appear so stingy. Come over to the milk tea shop now. My friend and I are drinking milk tea. Share your address again. Tang Yaki was very nervous after sending the message, fearing that Raymond Lam would not agree. When she saw Raymond Lam's affirmative reply, she couldn't control her emotions and jumped up and shouted with joy. Wow, he said yes, yay. The tabby cat on her leg was frightened by her and its hair stood on end, and it ran away in panic. Tang Yaki was in no mood to take care of her kitten, so she quickly replied to Raymond Lam, "I'll be there right now, wait for me." She didn't even bother to change clothes and went out wearing this youthful and beautiful outfit. Su Miaohan drank her milk tea in a depressed mood. Ever since Lin Feng took the phone, she felt something was wrong and she felt left out. Su Miaohan's mood dropped to 70. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Feng put down his phone and realized that he had just ignored Su Miaohan. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. I have a friend coming over later. She has something to ask me. Oh, it's a girl. There was no smile on Su Miaohan's face and her tone was sour. After saying that, she continued to drink her milk tea, like a willful and grumpy girl waiting for her boyfriend to coax her. Lin Feng saw this, but he felt amused. He had seen through the system attributes that Su Miaohan had a crush on him, so he teased with a half smile, "Are you jealous?" "No," Su Miaohan said with a guilty conscience, lowering her head to look at the milk tea on the table, afraid that Lin Feng would find out about her guilt. She muttered softly, "I just think that you shouldn't chat with another girl while you're dating me. That's too disrespectful to me." Lin Feng frowned. Su Miaohan was like a jealous person. If two girls appeared at the same time, she would definitely be jealous. It's a little difficult to make two women's moods reach 100 at the same time. Lin Feng took a sip of lemon tea, and the cool feeling made him clear-headed. He thought to himself, I'd better wait and see. I hope Tang Yaki is not the kind of jealous girl. Soon, a beautiful figure appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Tang Yaki walked towards him with a smile on her face, but when she saw Su Miaohan next to Lin Feng, her smile gradually faded, and her original intention of happily coming over to say hello was instantly poured a bucket of cold water. Who is the girl next to Raymond Lam? And she is so beautiful, could she be Raymond Lam's girlfriend? Snort. For no reason, Tang Yaki developed a hostility towards Su Miaohan. In a blink of an eye, Tang Yaki had a sweet smile on her face and said in a clear voice, "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." After saying that, he sat down next to Lin Feng in a familiar manner. Su Miaohan saw this and felt very unhappy. She frowned and thought to herself, who is this woman? She is obviously not a decent person. She is sitting so close to Lin Feng. She is definitely a spoiled brat. Lin Feng, who is this young lady? Su Miaohan looked Tang Yaki up and down with a smile on her face. This kind of look made Tang Yaki very uncomfortable. She felt that Su Miaohan didn't seem to like her. She is the friend Tang Yaki I mentioned. She is also my classmate. This is my friend Su Miaohan. Lin Feng gave a brief introduction to the two people. Also activates the skill, All-Seeing. Get 2 sets of Tang Yaki data. Tang Yaki's favorability towards him is 85, and her mood is 70. At this time, Tang Yaki gently shook her wrist to say hello, and said with a false smile, "Miaohan, you are so beautiful." "It's okay, you're not bad either." Su Miaohan responded indifferently, neither enthusiastic nor too cold. She was in a bad mood now. She was supposed to be on a date alone with Lin Feng, but a woman showed up to get in the way. She was so annoying. Tang Yaki raised a provocative smile at the corner of her mouth, glanced at Su Miaohan, and turned to Lin Feng softly, "You promised to give me the latest Apple phone, when are you going to buy it?" As soon as these words were spoken, Su Miaohan's face changed. His eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. What is the relationship between Raymond Lam and Angie Tong? And he also gave her the latest model of mobile phone, which costs tens of thousands. Could it be that they are boyfriend and girlfriend? Su Miaohan felt very complicated, both envious and jealous. She also wants the latest iPhone. Moreover, she also caught the provocation and show-off in Tang Yaki's eyes. This Tang Yaki is provoking me. A surge of anger rose in Su Miaohan's heart, and she glared at Tang Yaki fiercely, also complaining a little about Lin Feng in her heart. Why should you give it to this ugly woman? I am much prettier than her. If anyone wants to give it to someone, you should give it to me. Su Miaohan's mood dropped to 50. Tang Yaki was secretly proud. She saw Su Miaohan's unhappy expression and felt so happy. She didn't want to share Lin Feng with others. Tang Yaki's mood rises to 70. Lin Feng was speechless. The worst situation still happened. From the changes in the two women's moods, he guessed that they must be secretly jealous of each other. Miaohan, come along too. I'll give you a pair of apples, too. As soon as the words fell, Su Miaohan shouted in surprise, "Really? Of course it's true." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Thank you, I knew you were the best to me." Su Miaohan deliberately raised her head to look at Tang Yaki, with a smug smile on her lips. It was as if she was saying, "See, Lin Feng treats me better than you do. I have everything you have." Tang Yaki glared at him unconvincedly, and her unconvinced feeling was also aroused. Tang Yaki's mood dropped to 60 points. Chapter 21. Two women are jealous. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The thing he was most worried about happened. If this continues, it will be difficult to get both of them to reach a full mood of 100 at the same time. On the contrary, he is not worried about the favorability. Now both of them have a high favorability towards him. Tang Yaki is now 85 and Su Myohan is 70. I'll go pay the bill, you two wait here for a moment. As soon as Raymond Lam left, Tang Yaki tried to test him with ill intentions. Myohan, do you like Raymond Lam? What about you? Su Myohan asked instead of answering, her eyes scrutinizing, and her tone coldly asked, why did Lin Feng give you such an expensive phone? What is the relationship between you two? Tang Yaki was secretly annoyed, thinking that Su Myohan was most likely in love with Raymond Lam. Who the hell do you think you are if you want to compete with me for a man? Little bitch. But she is a scheming bitch after all. Her eyes flashed with cunning light and she smiled and said, because he likes me, he gave me a mobile phone. Then, with a sweet and happy smile on her face, she said, he is very nice to me and often buys me a lot of things. Su Myohan became extremely jealous upon hearing this. She couldn't tell whether what Tang Yaki said was true or false and completely believed what she said. TSK, Lin Feng also promised to send me a cell phone. Su Myohan raised her head and retorted with disdain, her tone containing a hint of dissatisfaction. Tang Yaki's mood dropped to 55. Su Myohan's mood dropped to 40. Lin Feng received a notification from the system right after he paid the money. He was speechless for a moment. But just after he left for a while, both of them felt depressed at the same time. I'm afraid they're bickering again. When he came back, he smiled at the two of them and said, let's go. This is a commercial street. There must be a mobile phone store nearby. When they saw Lin Feng coming back, the expressions on their faces instantly changed, as if they were different people, with flattering smiles on their faces. Tang Yaki stood up first, holding onto Raymond Lam's arm and said coquettishly, it's only been 2 days since we last met, but I feel like you're much more handsome than you were 2 days ago. She didn't notice him before because Su Myohan appeared, but now she found that Lin Feng was even more handsome than the last time they met, so she was naturally happier. I am very handsome. Lin Feng smiled faintly. His charm increased and he must be even more handsome. Su Myohan couldn't stand Tang Yaki's pretentious look, so she suppressed her dissatisfaction and said with a smile, I know a store that sells good mobile phones. I'll take you there. After saying that, he also followed suit and took Lin Feng's arm. Tang Yaki snorted softly, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with Su Myohan's behavior, but she did not object. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. The experience of being sandwiched between two girls at the same time, being hugged by both sides, can indeed satisfy the psychology of many boys. Sure enough, those who drink milk tea were envious when they saw this scene and wished they could take its place. But Lin Feng is not in the mood to enjoy this kind of ambiguity. Instead, he has to balance the moods of the two women so as not to ruin his mission. Okay, Myohan, you lead the way. After getting Lin Feng's consent, Su Myohan's pretty face blossomed into a smug smile, subtly demonstrating to Tang Yaki. Tang Yaki looked at him coldly and cursed inwardly, this little bitch is so annoying. She deliberately sticks to Lin Feng and obviously wants to seduce my man. Bitch. Even though she was scolding, Tang Yaki didn't want Su Myohan to steal the limelight, so she suddenly hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly with more strength, and her breasts bumped into Lin Feng's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Feng's lips curled up into a smile. He could naturally feel the strange and wonderful touch coming from his arm, and he knew that this woman did it on purpose. This is an attempt to win favor. This subtle movement could not be hidden from the suspicious Su Myohan. This vixen is so annoying. Su Myohan inadvertently glanced at Lin Feng's face and noticed that the latter seemed to be enjoying it, and she felt inexplicably annoyed. Isn't it just breasts? As if no one has it. Not willing to be outdone, Su Myohan made another crazy decision and held Lin Feng's arm even tighter. Suddenly, there was a wonderful feeling of skin contact. After all, Su Myohan had never had such close contact with the opposite sex, and her skin was relatively thin. Her fair face instantly had a touching blush. She instinctively resisted but was unwilling to let go. Instead, it is a good opportunity for Lin Feng to enjoy himself. Lin Feng couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth, and he enjoyed the benefits of the two beauties with peace of mind. At this time, the three of them were walking on the street. Lin Feng had outstanding looks and extraordinary temperament, and he walked with his head held high. They were also accompanied by two beautiful girls, a scene that made others envious. Countless people looked at them with envy. Su Miaohan went from being nervous at the beginning to going with the flow. She didn't seem to resist close contact at all. Instead, she felt sweet inside. The fact that Lin Feng didn't push her away proved that he had a good impression of her. She couldn't let that little bitch snatch Lin Feng away from her. Humph. As for Tang Yaki, after experiencing the love between a man and a woman, she became much bolder and no longer cared about other people's eyes. Instead, she indulged in the happiness of being with Raymond Lam. The three of them entered the mobile phone store, and the store owner's eyes suddenly lit up. "Welcome, what kind of mobile phones do you three handsome guys and beautiful girls need? Help me get 3 of the latest models of Apple phones." Lin Feng was straightforward, revealing a strong sense of confidence in his words. His previous mobile phone was quite old, and now he wants to take this opportunity to replace the old model. The boss has some good eyesight. He can tell at a glance that Lin Feng has a strong purchasing power. Rich people always speak with confidence. Hurry up and take out the highest version of Apple mobile phone. This is the smoothest and most popular mobile phone in the world right now. We sold several units yesterday. If you come later, they will be out of stock. The shop owner talked nonsense. Tang Yaki and Su Miaohan also quickly picked out the colors of their favorite phones, and at this time they had no intention of being jealous of each other. Tang Yaki's mood rises to 60. Su Miaohan's mood rose to 63. It turns out that just buying something can quickly improve a girl's mood. This is a disease and it needs money to be treated. Raymond Lam also picked one for himself at random. He was not too particular about the color. The shop owner smiled happily and said kindly, "The 3 phones cost a total of 32,000 yuan. I won't count the remaining change." After seeing Raymond Lam successfully pay, the boss smiled and said, "Do you want a phone case? We have the latest fashion phone cases that can protect your phone well. It's best to get a dedicated charger, which is good for the phone battery, and a dedicated Apple Card inserter, which won't damage your phone." After this set of words, Lin Feng was cheated out of thousands of dollars again. The reason is that the 2 girls felt that what the boss said made a lot of sense. After getting the new mobile phones, the 2 girls were in a very good mood. This time, Lin Feng didn't need to say anything, they came over on their own initiative. A fragrant breeze blew. Lin Feng was not polite and put his hands on their shoulders. Su Miaohan's body was shuddered, a little uncomfortable with Lin Feng being so proactive, but she did not resist. Lin Feng placed his broad palms on the 2 people's smooth shoulders and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll take you to buy clothes." When the 2 girls heard this, their eyes lit up with joy at the same time. Chapter 22. Am I good looking? As Lin Feng walked out of the store, the system information was refreshed again. Su Miaohan's mood has been raised to 99. Tang Yaki's mood has risen to 99. With an Apple phone in hand and the desire to buy clothes added to it, their moods were easily raised to 99. Just a little more and their mood will reach 100, and the mission can be completed. The 3 of them came to a Love Clothes chain store, and the waitress in the store stared at Lin Feng and said shyly, "Welcome." These girls were about 18 or 19 years old. They saw that Lin Feng had fair skin, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a handsome face. He had a confident aura in his every move. There was also a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, just like a gentleman. Instantly, these little girls developed a great liking for Lin Feng. Men like to look at beautiful women, and women like to look at handsome men. Lin Feng looked around the clothing store and said domineeringly, "You 2 can pick 5 sets of clothes you like in this store. Don't worry about the price." After these words were spoken, the smiles on Su Miaohan and Tang Yaki's faces became even brighter. Even the waiters were very happy, as it meant they would get a lot of commission. "Thank you. I'll go choose some clothes then." Su Miaohan's face flushed with excitement, and her eyes kept moving around on those beautiful clothes. Su Miaohan's mood reaches 100. Lin Feng's mouth corners curled up, he succeeded. "It's so easy." Unexpectedly, Tang Yaki smiled and said, "I will pick out some nice clothes later. Can you help me check if they look good?" "Okay, I'll sit over there and wait for you." Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face. He had already made up his mind that no matter what clothes Tang Yaki picked later, he would just praise her as much as he could. Refresh Tang Yaki's mood to 100, get the reward, and you don't have to accompany them shopping. Su Miaohan's favorability rating drops to 99. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Damn. Why has the favorability decreased again? Could it be that because of talking to Tang Yaki just now, Su Miaohan became jealous and lost some favorability towards her? Lin Feng then realized that if he wanted to refresh the favorability of both of them to 100 at the same time, these gifts alone would not be enough, because the two girls would become jealous at any time because of his words. It's difficult. Lin Feng still underestimated the difficulty of this task. At this moment, the waiter came over with a glass of water with a red face and said timidly, "Handsome man, have a glass of water." "Thank you." Lin Feng took the cup of water with a smile. Many stores offer this kind of service. He wondered if there was anything wrong with it. But at this moment, Lin Feng's fingers accidentally touched the other person's little finger, and the little girl's face turned red like an apple. Lin Feng secretly laughed. This little girl is too shy, how can she be a salesperson? But he didn't know that the saleswoman was attracted to him because he was too handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? The female salesperson mustered up the courage to say this, and looked at Lin Feng nervously, as if she was afraid that Lin Feng would refuse. Seeing her nervous look, Lin Feng said softly out of politeness, "Okay. Thank you." The saleswoman was excited. Lin Feng smiled faintly, took out his mobile phone and displayed the QR code. The two quickly became friends. The female salesperson came over with a red face, and her colleagues looked at her and smiled gossipingly. Seeing this interesting scene, Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a smile. He had never experienced such treatment before. Since the charm value has increased, things like this seem to happen more and more easily. Tang Yaqi's favorability has dropped to 90. Su Miaohan's favorability has dropped to 90. The smile on Lin Feng's face froze instantly. Oh my god, how could I have forgotten about this? Now, the two girls are jealous and the favorability level drops to 90 again. Oh, how can we deal with this? Lin Feng, do you think I look good in this dress? Tang Yaqi walked over with expectant eyes. She is now wearing a tight white short-sleeved shirt, which is a little transparent, and you can see the color of the inner layer. It was a bit slim-fitting, and the towering breasts made it almost impossible to button the two buttons. If I wear this out, those little yellow-haired guys will definitely follow me. This guy must have done it on purpose. Lin Feng said seriously, "Yes, this suit looks good on you." Really? Tang Yaqi said in surprise and turned around again. When her butt turned to Lin Feng's side, she stopped deliberately to let him take a closer look. The slim waist and perky butt are very attractive. It looks good. Lin Feng told the truth. He was not bragging, but the figure of this little goblin was really good. Moreover, the slim-fitting skirt and pants made her figure look more youthful and energetic. This scene happened to be seen by Su Miaohan, who had just changed her clothes. Her originally happy smile gradually faded away, and she gritted her teeth and cursed Tang Yaqi secretly. This little devil seduced Lin Feng again when I wasn't paying attention. So, Su Miaohan, who was angry, came over, gently bumped into Tang Yaqi, and said with a smile, "Do you think my dress looks good?" Tang Yaqi was furious and glared at Su Miaohan fiercely. She knew that Su Miaohan did it on purpose. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. If he continued like this, the mission might not be completed. If he hadn't thought about the possibility of winning a big prize, he would have wanted to give up the task directly. Tang Yaqi's mood dropped to 80. Su Miaohan's mood dropped to 85. Lin Feng suppressed his depression and said with a smile, "They all look good." Tang Yaqi snorted, turned around and went to pick out her favorite clothes. Su Miaohan was secretly proud. The two girls were so jealous of each other that it took them more than half an hour to pick out 5 sets of clothes each. The total cost was over 3,000. Lin Feng didn't care about this small amount of money. The key point was that his mood still remained around 90 when the two of them went out, which made him very depressed. After buying clothes for 2 women, Lin Feng also planned to buy a few decent sets of clothes for himself. An hour later, Lin Feng came out of a men's clothing store. He still had empty hands because 2 girls were rushing to help carry the clothes he bought. Leaving the commercial street, Lin Feng came to the bustling street. He was about to take the 2 girls to buy some food when suddenly an old lady smiled ambiguously and called out, "Handsome guy, do you want to get a room?" Hearing this, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks and looked at the old lady in surprise. There is a sign next to this old lady that says, "Hourly rooms for rent, daily rooms, and air-conditioned computer rooms." Below is the price list. The lowest is 80, and the most expensive is 160 for a large round bed with air conditioning and computer. Behind the old lady was a person renting a house, and it turned out she was a landlady. Lin Feng subconsciously looked at the 2 beautiful girls beside him. Tang Yaqi covered her mouth and giggled, her face slightly red. Obviously she had thought of something. Su Miaohan was too shy to look at Lin Feng. She had never experienced that kind of thing and was rather reserved, but her face had already turned red to her ears and she was blushing. The old lady's eyes were very sharp. She could tell at a glance that the relationship between the three of them was a little abnormal. She continued to seduce Lin Feng. Handsome boy, don't be afraid. We are all adults. Chapter 23. Follow me to the second floor. Lin Feng swallowed. The boss lady's suggestion was very tempting, but the problem was that he was still on a mission and there were still about 18 hours left to complete it. I don't have the mood to do that kind of thing. Besides, it wouldn't be a good idea to bring anyone along, as the other one would definitely be angry, and we can't have both of them go together. Although Lin Feng is unruly and free-spirited, he is not sure he can eat two people at the same time. What if one of them gets angry and leaves? He was not that worried about Tang Yaki. The only thing he was worried about was Su Miaohan. Madam Boss, maybe next time. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. Su Miaohan breathed a relief of relief. She was really afraid that Lin Feng would agree. Then she would be in a dilemma whether to leave or stay. The key point was that the little fox Tang Yaki was still here and in the way. Otherwise it is possible. Su Miaohan's face flushed even more, and she glanced at Lin Feng guiltily. Only when she found that Lin Feng did not see through her thoughts did she feel relieved. However, before Lin Feng had taken 2 steps, he was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. A familiar figure appeared more than 20 meters in front of him. It's Shen Mengyan. At this time, she was shopping with her mother. Lin Feng almost shouted fuck. His current situation was extremely bad, with 2 beauties right next to him and the rental house next to him. It was too easy for him to have dirty thoughts. If Shen Mengyan saw him with these 2 women, she would definitely be jealous. If the 2 female companions knew that Shen Mengyan was his girlfriend, they would definitely be jealous. Then their mood would not be able to reach 100. The mission is doomed to fail. Besides, Shen Mengyan's mother was also nearby, so it wouldn't be good if she saw it. Lin Feng was overwhelmed and anxious. What should he do? At this moment when Lin Feng was very conflicted, the lady boss behind him said again, handsome boy, the original price of the couple's room is 180 yuan, but I only want 150 yuan. Do you want to come? At this moment, Lin Feng made an extremely crazy and bold decision. He quickly turned around and grabbed the 2 women, saying nervously, you 2, be quiet. He was afraid that the 2 would call out his name, so he quickly lowered his voice and said to the proprietress, take me there right now, quickly. Tang Yaki looked surprised. They looked at Lin Feng with disbelief. They didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually take them there. He didn't mind doing that kind of thing with Lin Feng. They had already done it together. The key point was that there were 3 of them this time. Su Miaohan, who was standing by, was also very shocked. She stood still and could not believe that Lin Feng would make such an absurd request. If there was only one person, she would definitely pretend to refuse and then agree to Lin Feng. But what does it mean to let Tang Yaki come along? Threesome? Su Miaohan was extremely reluctant to share Raymond Lam with Tang Yaki and wanted to turn around and leave immediately. She even thought Raymond Lam was a scumbag. However, there seemed to be a voice in her head telling her that if she left now, she would lose Lin Feng forever. It might even make Raymond Lam dislike her, which made her feel very conflicted. When she thought about how handsome, rich, and generous Raymond Lam was, she really couldn't think of anyone better and more perfect than Raymond Lam among her friends. The proprietress immediately revealed a very ambiguous smile, thinking secretly in her heart, why not just agree to it earlier, why bother pretending to be pure, I can see at first sight that you are a playboy. Alas, being handsome is different. Even when checking into a hotel, he brings 2 beautiful girls with him. Fortunately, the proprietress is a well-informed person and this is not the first time she has seen such a thing. Follow me up to the second floor. Lin Feng hurriedly followed, but suddenly Su Miaohan was still standing there in a daze and was unwilling to follow her, and her face darkened. You spent so much of my money and now you want to leave? Moreover, his mission is now at stake. If the mission fails because of this woman's procrastination, Lin Feng is not going to let this woman go. What are you still doing standing there? Come here quickly. Lin Feng said in a stern tone. Time is of the essence now, and this woman is still hesitating. Isn't this going to ruin his plans? Su Miaohan was frightened by Lin Feng's roar, and she didn't even know what was going on, but she couldn't help but follow. Su Miaohan's favorability towards you increases by 1, and the current favorability is 81. Lin Feng was greatly surprised. This woman was not disgusted by his scolding but instead liked him more. Is she crazy? Could it be that Su Miaohan has a special hobby and likes to be scolded by men? To express it in another way, she is M. I understand. Lin Feng raised a smile, knowing her weakness would be easy to deal with, so he quickly followed the proprietress upstairs. Hurry up and follow closely. Lin Feng deliberately put on a stern face. Sure enough, Su Miaohan was very obedient and well behaved, following him quietly. Tang Yaki, who was standing by, secretly thought, I didn't expect Raymond Lam to have such a manly side. He taught Su Miaohan a lesson and made her obey him completely. This woman deserves to be scolded. Lin Feng is so good to her and it is her blessing that he likes her, but she is still pretending to be noble. Humph, I hate this kind of self-righteous gossip the most. Tang Yaki secretly complained about Su Miaohan in her heart. Here, this is the key to room 506. Go up there by yourselves. There's everything in there. The proprietress deliberately emphasized the words we have everything. Lin Feng naturally heard it and took the key. Check out before 12 o'clock tomorrow. Have a good time. The proprietress smiled. Downstairs, Shen Mengyan had a puzzled look in her eyes. Just now she seemed to have seen Lin Feng's back and felt that he looked familiar. Then, she felt that she thought about something during the day and thought about it at night, and she always felt that everyone she saw looked like Raymond Lam. Besides, it wouldn't be such a coincidence for Lin Feng to appear here, and there are two beauties beside him. Shen Mengyan didn't think much about it and passed by the door of this small hotel with her mother. Lin Feng upstairs had already brought two beauties into room 506. When they opened the door, they saw that the decoration inside was very simple and colorful. Instead, the big round bed is particularly eye-catching, with a rustic love heart pasted on the headboard. The atmosphere among the three of them was very subtle. Su Miaohan blushed and was very nervous. Tang Yaki was much bolder. She had already thought it through, so she sat down on the bed and said with a shy smile, You don't want us to accompany you, do you? Lin Feng touched his nose and laughed dryly, Don't get me wrong, I just want you to come in and watch a movie, nothing else. He really wanted to avoid being discovered by Shen Mengyan just now, but on second thought, he had a very bold idea. If you want to make two girls' moods reach 100 at the same time, you may not necessarily have to use money, you can also use another method, such as the current method. Okay, then I'll go turn on the computer. Tang Yaki got up from the bed and started tinkering with it. Seeing Su Miaohan still standing there, Lin Feng felt very uneasy, so he waved at her and said in a commanding tone, Come here. Su Miaohan bit her lip, struggled a little, and walked towards Lin Feng. Chapter 24 Watching a Movie. Sit here. Lin Feng patted the bed beside him with a sharp look. Su Miaohan shrank her neck, lowered her head and sat next to Lin Feng with a blushing face, rubbing her fingers restlessly. Lin Feng had an evil smile on his face. It looked like he would have a wonderful night tonight. Since he has booked a room, Lin Feng doesn't plan to waste the money. So how is he going to educate Su Miaohan next? Lin Feng, you can't bully me. Su Miaohan pleaded in a low voice. Why? I'm still a virgin, I don't want to give it away so easily, and Tang Yaki is here too, I feel very uncomfortable. Then, she lowered her head shyly and said, If you let Tang Yaki go, I can promise to give it to you. So that's why. Lin Feng also understands Su Miaohan's concerns, but this is not in his interest. Not to mention that this opportunity is rare, just for the sake of completing the mission, he can't let Tang Yaki go. Moreover, he had a hunch that if he completed the task this time, he would definitely be able to gain some skills. Only by experiencing something you have never tried before can you improve this value in a targeted manner, and tonight is a good opportunity. No, I'm going to have you tonight. Lin Feng's attitude was very tough, and his tone did not leave any room for negotiation. Don't let your imagination run wild. Just do what I ask you to do. Su Miaohan's favorability towards you increases by 1, and the current favorability is 82. Su Miaohan lowered her head and after a while she hummed, as if she agreed with Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This kind of woman is definitely a contrast woman. Su Miaohan often receives compliments from many friends and is very confident about her appearance, so basically no one has ever scolded her. Now being taught a lesson by Raymond Lam with the aura of a domineering president, her potential contrasting nature was also aroused. Like to be severely taught a lesson. At this moment, a vibration sound of a message came from WeChat, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. When I opened WeChat, it was a message from Shen Mengyan, Where are you? Lin Feng was shocked. Could it be that Shin Mengyan saw me just now? Was she asking this on purpose, or was she testing my attitude? Where are you? Lin Feng asked back. My mom and I were shopping, and I just saw someone's back that looked a lot like you. Maybe you saw it wrong. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a back view. Yeah, I also think I must have seen it wrong. That man brought two beauties with him. I just saw him check into a hotel. He must be a playboy. Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Could it be that she really recognized him? Although Lin Feng was not worried that Shin Mengyan would break up with him, it was very troublesome to explain. Now Shin Mengyan's favorability towards him has reached 85, which is quite loyal, and she is in a love brain state. You must have seen it wrong. Lin Feng continued to deceive. Who are you talking to? Su Miaohan couldn't help but look up and ask when she saw that Lin Feng had been ignoring her. There was still some blush on her face, which was very cute. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Lin Feng glared at her and Su Miaohan immediately shut up. At this moment, Su Miaohan had a very special feeling in her heart, and thought to herself, Raymond Lam used to speak very gently, and although he was very handsome, he was never domineering enough. The tone of his voice now sounds like those overbearing CEOs in idol dramas, so handsome. Just as Su Miaohan was daydreaming, a strange sound came to her ears. This is a sound that makes people blush. The woman seemed to be in pain, and the man seemed to be doing sports in the gym. Su Miaohan was soon confused. I was completely dumbfounded. Lin Feng looked up in the direction where the voice came from, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. This guy Tang Yaki actually turned on the computer to play a small movie. What these small hotels lack the least is this kind of small movies. Tang Yaki covered her mouth and smiled ambiguously, with her eyebrows curved like a bright moon. Let me show you some exciting movies. Let's have fun tonight and throw away all the rules and regulations we have at school. This guy seemed to have broken free from some ideological and moral shackles and became a little crazy. Su Miaohan had never seen this kind of movie before, and her face immediately turned red. She didn't dare to look directly at the computer screen and spat, "You are such a pervert, woman." Even if she didn't want to see it, she couldn't block out those strange noises. Raymond Lam had never tried watching a movie with two girls before, and he immediately felt it was very exciting. We are all adults, let's sit down and watch together. Tang Yaki cooperated very well and sat down next to Lin Feng. She seemed to know what would happen tonight and said with a smile, Su Miaohan, if you are too shy to look, then go back first and don't bother us. Su Miaohan was secretly annoyed when she heard this. This vixen was just hoping that she would leave so that she could possess Lin Feng. She was so cunning. Humph, who said I dare not watch it? Su Miaohan raised her head angrily to watch the movie. The fierce battle scene soon made her face turn red and even her breathing became disordered. This kind of movie seemed to open up a new world for her. Out of modesty, Su Miaohan didn't want to watch it several times, but when she thought of Tang Yaki, she persisted. She couldn't lose to Tang Yaki. The atmosphere in the whole room also became very subtle because of this movie. Lin Feng smiled evilly and said, not bad, not bad. This fighting scene is quite exciting. The acting of these actors is too fake. Tang Yaki made a few comments from time to time, and her face felt a little hot. On the contrary, Su Miaohan felt uncomfortable all over, but was too embarrassed to say anything because she knew nothing. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Feng's hands gradually became restless. Put your hands on the slender waists of the two soft bodies and fully feel the comfort from your palms. Evening, 10 o'clock. There are still 14 hours left until the end of the Double Dragons playing with the Pearl mission. As the film progresses, the war becomes more and more intense. The two women's faces became redder and their breathing became rapid. Raymond Lam was so excited that he couldn't control himself anymore. The three-way battle is over. It's already 2 o'clock in the morning. It took Lin Feng 4 hours. During this period, Lin Feng experienced unprecedented comfort. At the beginning, Su Miaohan was very dull and could not stand a single blow from Raymond Lam's 18-tone acting. Finally, it sank completely. The two women, who were originally at loggerheads with each other, became very tacitly aligned and no longer engaged in intrigue. Like sisters. Looking at the two women lying weakly beside him, Lin Feng felt refreshed and very satisfied. Tang Yaki's favorability is 86, and her mood has reached 100. Shin Mengyan's favorability is 85, and her mood has reached 100. Complete the Double Dragons playing with the Pearl mission. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He had worked so hard for so long and gone through so much trouble to finally complete this wonderful mission. I hope I don't let myself down too much. Chapter 25. This wave of rewards is quite fierce. Increase your charm by 10 and strengthen your eye charm. When you gaze at the opposite sex, you will give them the illusion of deep affection of peach blossom eyes, and women's resistance to you will be reduced, and their favorability will be doubled. Lin Feng's eyes began to undergo some subtle changes, as if a mysterious unknown energy was transforming his eyeballs, and he did not feel any discomfort at all. There was no trace of bloodshot from staying up all night, and his eyes were dark and shiny. Sometimes melancholy, sometimes fanatical. His eyebrows also underwent some minor adjustments, becoming neither thick nor thin, just right. He looked like a handsome young man from ancient times who had walked out of a painting, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, red lips, white teeth, and sharp facial lines. Lin Feng had a confident smile on his face. No man likes to be ugly. He had a feeling that his charm would make it easier for him to capture the hearts of the opposite sex. Physical strength increased by 2. The 2 points of physical strength also gave his body some slight strengthening. This is an all-round enhancement, including a small increase in his combat effectiveness, endurance, stamina, and reaction speed. The abdominal muscles are slightly strengthened, but you can't notice the change before and after unless you look closely. The consumed stamina was also instantly refilled due to the 2 points of stamina increase, making it even stronger than before. Tuning skills increased by 10. Some new knowledge was quickly instilled into Lin Feng's mind, and the movements of the 2 little men were constantly demonstrated in his mind. These rich basic knowledge have enabled Lin Feng to grow from a fledgling rookie to a master-level tune-making master. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but curl up, his eyes became even more fiery. At this moment his ideas were already wild and he was eager to try. Money reward of 50 million yuan. Extra reward, a Sanya Sea View Villa, worth 35 million. It's good to have a house, but it's a bit far away. I can only go and see the house when I have the chance to go to Sanya. Combined with the funds he has obtained now, Lin Feng already has more than 100 million. At the age of 18, he already controls 100 million in wealth and owns a sea view villa. How many people who have just graduated from high school can get such wealth? This increase in confidence caused Lin Feng's state of mind to change rapidly. My mood is more free and detached. I have no worries about my future and no anxiety about my appearance. I feel like I have been reborn and my temperament is transcendent. A look, a small movement, can inadvertently exude a heroic and free and easy spirit. The first person to notice this change in Raymond Lam was Su Miaohan. She suddenly found that Raymond Lam seemed more handsome and charming than before. Her heart, which had not yet calmed down, began to beat fast again. A surge of affection surged in her heart, and Su Miaohan's love became even stronger. She had already been completely conquered by Lin Feng physically and mentally just now, and now she loved him even more. Driven by this love, Su Miaohan actually took the initiative to hug Lin Feng's neck and gave him a passionate kiss. Su Miaohan was conquered by your charm, and her favorability towards you increased from 87 to 99. Almost full. Lin Feng was delighted and enjoyed Su Miaohan's care wantonly. He was also secretly happy that his charm value, which had just been increased, could have such a strong killing effect on women. Su Miaohan's favorability is 99, and she basically does whatever you ask her to do. This time the reward is a big win. However, before Lin Feng's excitement had subsided, more surprising information came again. Gained the innate skill, photographic memory. Lin Feng's kissing movement froze, and his deep eyes widened instantly. She didn't care about Su Miaohan, who was just making baji noises. She was like a greedy child, clinging to her favorite lollipop. Lin Feng was really surprised by this sudden skill reward. Photographic memory means that when he goes to school, he can remember the contents of the textbook just by taking a look at it. Even this skill can be used in other places. It is definitely a skill for a top student. Okay, this time the system gave him a huge surprise. Lin Feng became more and more excited, and his whole body was full of enthusiasm, venting all his excitement on Su Miaohan. Soon, the sound of 2 women who seemed to be crying could be heard. Lin Feng also took this opportunity to observe the changes in attributes after the reward. Bound by Lin Feng. Charisma, 41. Constitution, 32. Tuning, 28. Deposits, 100 million plus. Skills, all-seeing, photographic memory. Raymond Lam once again uses his skill on Su Miaohan's Vientian insight. Observer, Su Miaohan. Age, 18. Favorability, 99. Mood, 100. Favorability and mood have been greatly improved, and two attributes have also changed. Favorite person, Raymond Lam. The person I care about most, Raymond Lam. Before, the person Su Miahan cared about most was her family, but now it's Raymond Lam. The good feeling reached 99, Su Miahan loved Raymond Lam even more than she loved herself. Finally, it is rumored that the description of this attribute has also changed. Rumor, after Su Miahan was conquered by Raymond Lam, all she could think about was Raymond Lam. She longed to be Raymond Lam's girlfriend and obeyed his every word. Who would have thought that Su Miahan looked disgusted with him when they met during the day, but became obedient in the second half of the night? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng also activated his all-seeing skill on Tang Yaki. Observer, Tang Yaki. Age, 18. Favorability, 90. Mood, 100. Her favorability was only 90 points, which surprised Lin Feng a little. He thought it could also reach 99. It seems that nothing is absolute. The other data has not changed, and the last two values are as follows. The person I care about most, Tang Yaki. This has not changed. Rumor, Tang Yaki admires Raymond Lam and is attracted by his handsomeness. She likes how handsome Raymond Lam is when he pays. She is addicted to the excitement he brings and wants to get more benefits from him. She is greedy and lustful. The previous rumor was that she wanted to become Gu Xiaobai's girlfriend, but now she has completely become Lin Feng's bootlicker. Raymond Lam didn't care whether Tang Yaki reached 99 or not. After school started, they might never see each other again and time would dilute everything. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng walked out of the hotel with two little beauties in high spirits. The proprietress had an ambiguous smile on her face. The soundproofing of the small hotel was very poor, so she heard some strange noises last night. She was very envious of the young people nowadays who were so strong and who knew how many times stronger they were than her husband. Have a nice walk, handsome boy. I'll give you a 20% discount next time you come. Would you like to add me on WeChat? If you want to book a room in the future, just say hello to me and I'll keep it for you. Lin Feng declined the boss lady's kindness. It was enough to come to such a shabby place once. The bed was almost falling apart. I didn't know how many years ago it was a broken bed. Come on, I'll take you home. Raymond Lam drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to take them home, although the two girls were reluctant to leave. First, Tang Yaki was sent home, and then Su Miahan was sent to her doorstep. Miahan, we're here. Get off right here. Su Miahan blushed slightly, and said shyly, Lin Feng, we are already like that, can I be your girlfriend? Chapter 26 Skills, Photographic Memory. Lin Feng had a charming smile on his face, his deep eyes were full of affection, he lifted Su Miahan's chin and said, Miahan, thank you very much for leaving me a wonderful night, I will always remember you. But we're not a good fit. Why? Su Miahan's voice trembled slightly, her heart seemed to have fallen to the bottom, a huge sense of loss surged in her heart, and her originally joyful and expectant mood now became like a withered rose. Lin Feng did not answer, but gave Su Miahan a passionate kiss that almost suffocated her. Su Miahan's face was flushed and she was panting, her eyes full of spring. I think it's good for us to maintain this relationship, and my current girlfriend is Shen Mengyan. Su Miahan was eclipsed. She had heard that Shen Mengyan was the school belle who was extremely beautiful. She could not compare to such a person. I also understand why Lin Feng likes Shen Mengyan, but I feel huge jealousy and resentment in my heart. I don't mind, I just want to be your woman. Su Miahan mustered up the courage to say this, her eyes firm. Even if her competitor is Shen Mengyan, she is unwilling to withdraw, and she also wants to snatch Lin Feng away and make him her own. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Su Miahan's favorability towards him did not decrease because he said he had a girlfriend. 99 degrees of favorability made Su Miahan have a blind love for him, which was also due to Su Miahan's nature. She is vain and likes handsome guys. You go home first. I'll come play with you when I'm free. Lin Feng said with a smile. Yeah. Su Miahan was very happy to see that Lin Feng did not refuse, and got out of the car with a smile on her face. I'm going back first. Remember to look for me often when you have time. Su Miahan waved to Lin Feng outside the car, watched Lin Feng's car leave, still standing outside reluctantly. Lin Feng is a little worried now. He is driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, so how can he convince his father that the car is genuine? Should I park the car somewhere else? Lin Feng couldn't think of a better way for the time being. He couldn't just say that he had won the lottery. The credibility is very low. It's better not to reveal your identity to your father for the time being. When I get home, I wash the clothes I bought yesterday. I turned on the computer and found a college math textbook on the internet, Introduction to Calculus. Lin Feng read 10 lines at a glance and remembered all the numbers and symbols clearly in his mind. Even when he closed his eyes, he felt like he was turning the pages of a book in his mind, and he could clearly remember every step of any mathematical formula he thought of. He has a high IQ and is a top student with a strong ability to comprehension. Calculus, which seems difficult to outsiders, is becoming increasingly simple in his eyes. Having mastered the skill of photographic memory, he didn't even need to deliberately understand. He just had to keep turning the pages and his eyes would remember the content like a scanner. In less than an hour, Lin Feng had completely mastered this basic calculus book and could even recite it backwards. That's awesome. Lin Feng was very excited. This kind of joy of learning was something that others could not understand, and it was also something he had never experienced before. Taking advantage of this enthusiasm, Lin Feng continued to look through other similar university textbooks. He wanted to master all these textbooks before going to university. A few hours later, Shen Mengyan took the initiative to send a message. Lin Feng, I miss you, where are you? Do you want to hang out? Naughty expression. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Even though he was a bit of a playboy and a bit of a scumbag outside, he still cared about his girlfriend. But now he wants to study more. I'm currently studying my college textbooks at home and I'm quite busy these days. I'll come find you when I have time. Shen Mengyan was secretly surprised. Can you understand the university textbooks? It's not difficult. I think it's quite easy. Shen Mengyan was no longer calm. She was also a top student in school and her grades were slightly better than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng is working so hard, if she doesn't take it seriously, she will be surpassed sooner or later. Yeah, you're awesome. Happy expression. Let's do our best together. Shen Mengyan put down her phone and hurried to find her parents. Dad, before the heavy snow, I want you to help me find some tutors to help me with my studies. Shen Fuguwei was very puzzled. Your grades have always been good, and your scores have already reached the standard. Why do you still need to ask the teacher to give you extra lessons? So, Shen Mengyan briefly talked about Lin Feng's matter. Shen Fuguwei praised with admiration, this kid has a promising future. He is so hardworking and motivated despite being born into a wealthy family. I admire him more and more. Mengyan, leave this matter to your father. I will find a few teachers to assist you in your studies. Don't let your boyfriend hold you back. Shen Mengyan blushed, thank you, Dad. Shen Fuguwei took action and quickly invited several university teachers to help his daughter with her studies. Lin Feng hardly went out these days and sat in front of the computer every day to study his university courses. Not only that, he also reads some extracurricular books, such as ancient history, astronomy and geography and so on. During this period, Tang Yaqi and Su Miaohan also approached Raymond Lam many times, but he rejected them all on the grounds of studying. More than 20 days later, Lao Mo finished cooking and called to Lin Feng's room, Xiao Feng, come out to eat. Not long after, Lin Feng's door opened and he came out with a messy hair. Seeing him like this, Lao Mo was a little worried. It's good to be motivated, but you also have to take care of your body and don't overwork yourself. He was pleased to see his son studying hard, but he was worried that Lin Feng might damage his health. He had no idea that in the past 20 days, Lin Feng's mind was basically filled with a lot of knowledge, comparable to a small encyclopedia. What's even more amazing is that Lin Feng seemed to be addicted to it. He would even pick out some books on Chinese herbal medicine to read. Dad, I get it. It's okay. Lin Feng lowered his head and ate his meal. You kid have made a mess of yourself. Take a rest today. You should also go out for a haircut. Lao Mo was afraid that Lin Feng would become disabled, so he also wanted him to relax. Well, I'll be out after dinner. By the way, Su Miaohan has been hanging around my fish stall these days. I think she seems to have something to do with you. Do you want to go and visit her to relax? Don't worry about her, your son is busy. Lin Feng also guessed that Su Miaohan wanted to create an opportunity for a chance encounter. He won't let a woman affect his career. You are an adult now, it's time to find a girlfriend. Lin Feng didn't want to listen to his father's nagging, so he quickly cleaned up after dinner and went back to his room. Open your phone and send a message to Shen Mengyan. Meng Yan, I haven't taken you out shopping for a long time. Let's go out and have some fun together. On the other hand, Shin Mengyan's WeChat has Lin Feng as a special concern, and he is the only one. As soon as the message sounded, she knew that Lin Feng had sent a message, and immediately a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lin Feng hadn't contacted her these days, which made Shin Mengyan miss him very much. However, she was afraid that it would affect Lin Feng's studies, so she resisted the urge to contact him. Well, you can go wherever you want. I'll listen to you. Chapter 27, Female Internet Celebrity Steals Things? Lin Feng smiled faintly. Last time he went to Disneyland, he decided to do something a little different this time. By the way, get another wave of mood rewards. Lin Feng decided to plan carefully how to give his girlfriend a surprise. Watching a movie is so ordinary. Suddenly, Lin Feng thought of having a sea view apartment in Sanya, so why not take this opportunity to take his girlfriend to Sanya to spend the holiday? Meng Yan, I plan to take you to Sanya to stay for a while. Say hello to your parents. Okay, I've wanted to go to Sanya for a long time. Shen Mengyan was very happy and agreed without thinking, and even looked forward to living alone with Lin Feng. Lin Feng also greeted his father. Dad, before I go to college, I want to travel to Sanya, so I won't be living at home for the time being. Lao Mo was very happy with his son's decision. You have been staying at home for more than half a month. It's time for you to go out and have some fun to relax. How much money do you want? Dad will give it to you. No, I have my own money. Well, then tell me if you don't have enough money. Lao Mo is very open-minded. He thinks that Lin Feng has grown up and it is time for him to go out and explore the world. The next day, Lin Feng took a few sets of clothes and drove a Mercedes-Benz G to pick up Shin Mengyan. Lin Feng arrived at the agreed place and saw Shen Mengyan standing on the side of the road from a distance wearing a white dress, her hair fluttering in the wind and the hem of her skirt dancing gently. Those eyes, like stars, were bright and looked towards the intersection from time to time. Such a beautiful girl standing on the roadside frequently attracted the attention of passers-by. Some brave boys also took the initiative to come forward and ask for her WeChat, but they were all politely rejected by Shen Mengyan. Until Lin Feng's car stopped in front of her, Shen Mengyan was still standing there in her white dress, smiling sweetly, with clear eyes and a look full of girlish thoughts. I haven't seen you for a few days. My little baby has become more beautiful. Lin Feng had a half smile on his face, and his deep eyes had a charm that women could hardly resist. Did you miss me? Shen Mengyan stared at Lin Feng's face. She found that after not seeing him for some time, Lin Feng became more handsome and pleasing to the eye, and even his voice became more pleasant. It made her heart beat faster and she felt like rushing into Lin Feng's arms and hugging him. Fortunately, Shen Mengyan was quite reserved and this place was on the roadside, so she was able to suppress this impulse. No. Shen Mengyan's face bloomed with a happy smile, and her eyes were full of joy. I just have a little thought. Then he said with some complaints, you haven't come to see me these days, and you still have the nerve to ask me if I miss you. The girl's resentment could not be hidden on her face. Hearing his girlfriend's complaints, Lin Feng smiled evilly and pinched Shen Mengyan's pretty face. I'm here now. You're so annoying. You just started bullying me when we met. Shen Mengyan pretended to be angry and slapped Lin Feng's hand away, but she couldn't hide the sweetness in her eyes. Don't be angry, baby. I'm here to make it up to you. I'll take you on a trip. I'll forgive you this time. Shen Mengyan smiled like a flower. She felt very safe next to Lin Feng. Soon, Lin Feng brought Shen Mengyan to his private airport. After a while, a helicopter took off and flew to Sanya. A sea view villa area in Sanya. A woman with short hair and belly-revealing clothes was standing in front of the door of a large villa that had not been lived in for a long time. Her appearance might not be considered a stunning beauty, but her waist was very beautiful and thin, which was eye-catching. She is Jiang Xiaofan, an internet celebrity with more than 5 million fans on TikTok. She often shoots some erotic videos showing off her slim waist, so she has gained some fame on the internet. Jiang Xiaofan twisted his waist and asked, Xiao Xian, how about this posture? Opposite her, a beautiful woman with a slightly fuller figure than she was taking pictures of her with her mobile phone. This woman was her sister Jiang Xiaoxin. She is also a marginal anchor, with a good figure, fair skin, beautiful face, thin waist and plump buttocks. Her overall score is better than her sister Jiang Xiaofan. There were several male photographers cooperating not far away, and they worked as a team to shoot the films. Lift your butt higher. Yes, that's it. Jiang Xiaoxin corrected Jiang Xiaofan's posture, trying to make the shooting effect better. Okay, the shooting mission is over. At the announcement of a male photographer, these people began to pack up their tools and prepare to leave. This villa is so big, I wonder who lives here. Jiang Xiaofan looked at her a few more times. Her face looked a bit like a baby, but she had an exaggerated bust. A male photographer took over the conversation. It should have not been sold yet. I haven't seen anyone living here for several years. Many internet celebrities come here to check in. I have been here to take pictures at least hundreds of times. Why don't we go in and take some pictures? A male photographer suggested. Jiang Xiaofan and his two sisters were a little tempted. They only took pictures at the door, which was no different from other internet celebrities. However, it was different when they took pictures inside. This is not a good idea. What if someone pursues the matter? Jiang Xiaoxin was a little worried. What are you afraid of? No one has lived here in the past few years anyway, so it's okay for us to sneak in and take some photos. The two sisters were somewhat tempted, but finally couldn't resist the temptation in their hearts and agreed. Several male photographers found a ladder and planned to enter from the second floor. Just as they put the ladder to the second floor, a helicopter roared towards them and landed in the sky nearby. A few people stayed where they were, having a bad feeling in their hearts, and did not dare to climb up to the second floor. Until Lin Feng's plane landed on the lawn, Jiang Xiaofan and others looked very ugly. Jiang Xiaoxin asked nervously, "Sister, could it be that the owner of this villa has returned?" "Oh no. It looks like he's back. Didn't they say that no one lives in this house?" Jiang Xiaofan was very nervous, fearing that the owner of the villa would cause trouble for them. Now they can neither leave nor stay. If the homeowner calls the police, they will definitely be sued. At this time, they saw a handsome young man getting off the plane, followed by a girl who looked like a fairy. The two of them have a golden boy and a jade girl, a beautiful woman sent from heaven. These people also often come into contact with some beautiful internet celebrities and handsome guys, and are all attracted by the temperament and appearance of Raymond Lam and his boyfriend. These two people look very impressive. I'm afraid they are really the owners of this villa. I hope they won't cause us any trouble. Jiang Xiaofan was worried and secretly observing Lin Feng. This guy is so handsome. And he came here by plane, he must be the eldest son of some family. Although he was afraid, Jiang Xiaofan's favorable impression of Lin Feng did not diminish in the slightest. He even felt that Lin Feng was a very easy person to talk to and would definitely not blame them. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the two sisters. A smile as bright as spring breeze appeared on his face, and he said elegantly, "What are you doing at my door? And you put a ladder up to the second floor. Do you want to steal my things?" Chapter 28, Encountering Sister Internet Celebrities. No. Jiang Xiaofan quickly explained, "We didn't know this house had an owner. We just wanted to go in and take some pictures. We are not thieves." "Sorry." Jiang Xiaofan quickly apologized. "Who are you all?" Seeing that these people were quite sincere, Lin Feng softened his tone slightly. His current state of mind tends to be more mature and stable, and he possesses a steadiness that people of his age do not possess. This is all the sublimation brought by the system. It was precisely because he was now displaying a powerful aura that made others silent. In terms of momentum, they were suppressed by Lin Feng. Even the male photographers who had previously called for permission to go in and take pictures were very afraid of Lin Feng's identity and background. Jiang Xiaofan gritted his teeth and said weakly, "My sister and I are both small internet celebrities. We just want to shoot some good-looking videos and post them online. Because we saw a lot of people coming here to take pictures before, and no one was watching, we thought there was no one here, so we wanted to come here and take a few photos. Can you let me see your Douyin account?" Lin Feng asked. Jiang Xiaoxin was nervous on the side, and apologized sincerely at this time. "Sorry, handsome boy, please don't blame us." The two sisters opened their accounts and showed them to Raymond Lam. Jiang Xiaofan has more than 5 million fans. Jiang Xiaoxin also has 2 million fans. Lin Feng just took a quick glance and saw that there were several girls in the video that showed off their figures pretty well. Although these internet celebrities are high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary netizens, they are just ordinary people in his eyes. "What is the relationship between you two?" Jiang Xiaofan explained carefully, "I am the older sister and she is the younger sister." "Handsome guy, you won't be angry, will you? You are so handsome, you definitely won't scold us, right?" Zhang Xiaofan pleaded pitifully, suddenly not having the heart to bully her. Shen Mengyan softened her heart and whispered, "Forget it. I don't think they did it on purpose. Let's just forget it. Calling the police would waste our time. We shouldn't let these little things ruin our fun." Lin Feng smiled faintly. Even if Shen Mengyan didn't say anything, he didn't bother to haggle with an internet celebrity. It would only make him look petty. There was no loss anyway. "You can go now, and don't come here to take pictures next time." Raymond Lam used both soft and hard tactics. "Thank you, handsome guy, thank you, beautiful girl." The two sisters were very happy and quickly expressed their gratitude. Other photographers also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng looked indifferent, holding Shen Mengyan's hand and pressing the remote control door. The huge iron gate opened automatically, and the luxurious hall inside appeared to outsiders like a palace. Jiang Xiaoxin looked envious. "What a luxurious villa. When will I be able to afford to live in such a villa?" "Don't think about it. We can't afford to live in this kind of villa. Let's go." Zhang Xiaofan quickly pulled Jiang Xiaoxin away. At this time, Shen Mengyan also followed Lin Feng into the villa, and nodded secretly when she saw the luxurious decoration. She came from a very wealthy family, so it wasn't as shocking as it was for the others. "My family hasn't lived in this villa since we bought it. Let's get familiar with it first." Lin Feng picked it up casually and wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about this kind of villa. "Good. The villa is very big, there are many rooms, and each room is equipped with a huge high-end mattress. There are even electric beds." When the two were checking the villa, Jiang Xiaofan and his sister had already come outside. Jiang Xiaofan regained her lively and lovely image and said delicately, "That guy just now was so handsome. He lives in such a big villa at such a young age and flies a plane. He must be a second-generation rich man with a lot of money. Sister, that kind of person is obviously not from the same world as us. Look at his aura, it's completely different from that of ordinary people like us. I don't dare to speak so loudly when he stands there." Jiang Xiaoxin stuck out her tongue. At this time, a thin photographer looked down at his phone and his face suddenly changed. "Fuck." The sudden scream startled everyone. "Lao Zhang, what's wrong with you? Do you know that scaring others can kill them?" These men were still frightened by what had just happened, and were a little annoyed by Lao Zhang's sudden fright. Old Zhang was so excited that his voice rose several decibels. "Just now, while you were chatting, I secretly took a picture of his plane. I searched online. My goodness, this helicopter is worth 300 million. Everyone gasped. This rich young man is not just ordinary rich. Jiang Xiaofan and his sister were also frightened and stuck out their tongues. I'm very glad that Lin Feng didn't bother with them just now, otherwise, one phone call would have been enough to make them suffer. This magnanimity, coupled with his handsome face, also made the two sisters feel more favorable towards Raymond Lam. At this time, Lin Feng and Shen Mengyan had already arrived at the street. What Sanya has the most is beautiful women and internet celebrities. However, today there is a different scene on this street. Raymond Lam is as handsome as a jade crown, with sword-like eyebrows and eyes, a graceful and beautiful young man with an extraordinary temperament that makes people feel ashamed of themselves. Shen Mengyan is no less impressive. Born into a wealthy family, she has developed the temperament of a rich lady, like a secluded orchid in a valley. She is so graceful and elegant in her conversation and laughter, which is not a temperament that an ordinary family can possess. When these two appeared on the street, they were like a dragon and phoenix combination, peerless geniuses, crushing all the handsome men and beautiful women on the street. Wherever they passed, passers-by saluted them with their eyes. At first, Lin Feng was a little uncomfortable, but later he gradually got used to this scene. Once a person is too outstanding, he will inevitably stand under the aurora borealis. Lin Feng also took it calmly and walked through the streets with Shen Mengyan as if there was no one around. There are nesting dolls over there, let's go play with them. When Shen Mengyan saw someone putting nesting dolls together, her girlish heart burst out and she was eager to try it. Then let's go. Lin Feng also became interested. His physical fitness had reached 32 points, and all aspects had been improved. He also wanted to try if he could get these gadgets to work. The two came to the stall. The boss was a middle-aged man who kept staring at Shen Mengyan until Lin Feng said something and he came back to his senses. Boss, how much does it cost for one set? $1 each. The uncle was a little embarrassed and knew that his performance just now was somewhat shameful. Give me 100. The uncle quickly took out 100 and said enviously, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Shen Mengyan felt a little shy when she heard this, and her blushing face was so cute. That's a must. Lin Feng winked at Shen Mengyan and handed her a few rings. Shen Mengyan spat, slippery tongue. He happily took the circle, grabbed 5 circles, and threw them at a pig's head. The result was as Lin Feng expected. Shen Mengyan didn't catch any of them. Shen Mengyan chuckled, she never thought that her own strength was so weak. So, he threw 50 of them in one breath, but didn't catch any of them. The boss couldn't stop laughing, and the people around him also made fun of him. Lin Feng also laughed. Shen Mengyan became anxious and said angrily, "You laugh just because others laugh. I don't care. There are 10 hoops left, and you have to put 10 on me." Shen Mengyan stuffed all the circles into Lin Feng's hands out of anger. Chapter 29 Street Dolls. Lin Feng naturally would not give in front of his girlfriend, so he took a deep breath. At this time, there was a man nearby making a fuss. "Brother, can you do it? If not, I'll help you. I promise that no one will be left behind." "Pretty girl, which brother do you want to help you? I think your boyfriend must be a novice, he will definitely not be able to do it." This man had a mean look on his face. He clearly wanted to show off his skills in front of Shen Mengyan, and was also jealous that Lin Feng could find such a beautiful girlfriend. Although Lin Feng is easy to talk to, the prerequisite is that you don't touch his weak spot. "You don't have to worry about that." Lin Feng refused in a cold tone. However, this wretched man ignored Lin Feng and instead asked for 10 rings from the boss, staring at Shen Mengyan with lustful eyes. "Pretty girl, watch carefully, I promise I'm better than your boyfriend." Shen Mengyan frowned, she really hated the look of this wretched man. However, although this guy looks ugly, his skills are indeed very impressive. All 10 circles were hit in a row. Everyone applauded. At this time, someone recognized the identity of this wretched man. "Isn't this the internet celebrity Hoop Brother? I heard that his tricks are 100% accurate, and he has over 100,000 fans online." When the ring-tossing man heard the compliments, his tail was up in the air, showing his big yellow teeth, and said proudly, "Pretty girl, just tell me, what do you want? I will give you a ring today." Shen Mengyan smiled faintly, "I don't want your help, my boyfriend is more capable than you." She can argue with Raymond Lam, but that doesn't mean she allows others to mock Raymond Lam. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips, and he gently pinched Shen Mengyan's delicate nose. "I didn't love you in vain." Shen Mengyan looked shy. This annoying guy only knew how to bully people. "You're looking for death by pinching my nose." Shen Mengyan slapped Lin Feng's claw away in embarrassment. Seeing the two flirting, Ring Toss brother became jealous and his eyes turned red. He was ugly and girls didn't like him, but Raymond Lam was more handsome than him and had such a beautiful girlfriend. "Humph." The ring-tossing guy snorted heavily and said arrogantly, "Handsome boy, do you dare to compete with me? How do you want to compete?" Lin Feng suppressed the smile on his face. The wretched man's repeated provocations had already crossed his bottom line. No matter how skilled the other party was, he was not afraid. The ring-tossing guy was secretly delighted, and he rolled his eyes and said with ill intent, "If you have the guts, let's compete in 10 rings, and just toss the 10 in that row." The ring-tossing guy pointed to the farthest row, which had exactly 10 little gadgets. Shen Mengyan frowned, gently pulled Lin Feng's arm, and shook her head secretly to indicate that they should not fight. "Okay." Lin Feng agreed without thinking, turned to Shen Mengyan and smiled confidently, "Don't worry, I won't lose to him." The ring-tossing guy had a gloomy face and said, "Boy, I'll teach you a lesson. I will make you lose miserably in front of your girlfriend later, so what if you are so handsome? A pretty boy." The ring-tossing brother cursed fiercely in his heart, and then he saw that Shen Mengyan was so beautiful, and he licked his lips and said, "Brother, if you lose, how about asking your girlfriend to accompany me to dinner?" Lin Feng's expression changed and his eyes became cold. The ring-tossing guy was startled. Lin Feng's eyes made him feel uncomfortable. He guilt said, "Can't you afford to play?" Shen Mengyan never liked arguing with others, but she couldn't help but get angry at this moment. "You pervert, who wants to go to dinner with you? Let's go. Don't play with this pervert." Lin Feng said calmly, "I will take care of this matter, don't worry." She turned around and stared coldly at the wretched man. "The condition you just proposed seriously offends me. I really want to know why you make such an unreasonable request to me. What price can you pay?" The ring-tossing guy was stunned, and felt insulted by Lin Feng. He stiffened his neck and said, "If I lose, I'll give you 10,000. The number 10,000 was said very loudly, attracting a large group of people to gather here to watch the fun. Lin Feng chuckled, 10,000 yuan, are you trying to get rid of a beggar? The man who was doing the ring tossing exercise changed his expression and thought to himself, this kid doesn't look like an ordinary person from the way he's dressed. Maybe $10,000 really can't make him excited. Anyway, I will definitely not lose, so it doesn't matter if I bet a bigger amount of money. The most important thing is to humiliate this bastard and take his girlfriend out for a meal and have some fun. So, the ring-tossing man held up a finger and said confidently, 100,000. I'll bet you 100,000. The crowd was shocked. A bet of 100,000 is no small sum. Lin Feng smiled faintly, shook his head and said, it's too little, do you dare to bet 1 million with me? The face of the guy who was throwing the ring changed drastically. He couldn't come up with 1 million, and his momentum suddenly weakened, but he didn't want to lose his morale. Boy, do you have $1 million? If you have the ability, prove it to us. If you have $1 million and can't pay it back, don't show off. Lin Feng smiled jokingly, if I lose, I will give you 1 million. If you lose, I want you to crawl from the top of the street to the end of the street. Do you dare to bet? Everyone was in an uproar again, staring at Lin Feng with disbelief. This guy is crazy to bet 1 million. The key is whether he can come up with that much money? The ring-tossing man was also shocked, and had no idea whether Lin Feng really had the ability to do this. He sarcastically said, if you really have 1 million, I would really dare to bet with you. I'm just worried that you won't be able to come up with the money and will refuse to pay if you lose. My words are as good as gold. You don't have to worry about the money. Lin Feng said calmly, how about this, I won't bully you. I'll close my eyes and bet with you. If I hit all 10 circles, how about you lose? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Lin Feng as if he were a madman. Even the stall owner looked incredible. They had never seen anyone so crazy as to put dolls together with their eyes closed. The ring-tossing guy was so angry that he felt greatly insulted. How could he compete with him with his eyes blindfolded? Do you think he got his name for nothing? You've got guts. The ring-tossing man's face turned blue with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, as long as you can prove that you have $1 million, I'll bet with you. Please, fellow villagers, be my witnesses. This guy insulted me first, and I made a bet with him today. Please help me make a video as a witness. I'm afraid this guy will deny his loss if he loses. Are you crazy? Even if you are very accurate, how can you do it with your eyes closed? Shen Mengyan looked worried, afraid that Lin Feng would lose and be laughed at by others. Besides, you haven't played with this thing much, don't compare yourself with him. When the ring-tossing guy heard this, he was secretly delighted. It turns out that this guy is a loser, that's even better. Hand over your phone and let us see your 1 million, or you will have to apologize to me for what you just did. Lin Feng chuckled. When it comes to showing off, he dared to say he was second to none, and no one dared to say he was first. I'm sorry, I didn't bring much money with me today, so this is all I have left. I'm sorry to make you all laugh. Lin Feng opened his bank balance and showed it to everyone. Chapter 30 God's Hand. Everyone laughed. In their eyes, Lin Feng is just a young boy. Even if he has money, it is not much. When they heard about pocket money, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. How much pocket money can you have? I'm almost dying of laughter at this kid. I thought he must be a rich second-generation kid since he speaks so toughly. I guess he just came out of school and he's so angry that he's talking and yelling nonsense. The guy who was playing the ring laughed so hard that his stomach hurt, and thought to himself, I was frightened by this kid's aura just now, and I really thought he was a rich man, but it turns out he is just a fool. Then there is no need to be afraid of him. Shen Mingyan's face was cold, and she asked in a cold tone, is it funny? To tell you the truth, my boyfriend is what you consider to be a rich second generation, and his pocket money is beyond your imagination. The laughter at the scene was hugged. Shen Mengyan's words were convincing, and since she was a beauty, it was easy for people to believe what she said. The ring-tossing man said sarcastically, scare me? Then I want to see how much pocket money your boyfriend has. After saying that, Brother Toss stretched his neck and took a look. In an instant, his eyeballs bulged out and stared like a bull's eyes. I stared at the screen so hard that I forgot to breathe. A lot of zeros, a long string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The ring-tossing man muttered to himself, looking like a wooden chicken. When others saw the reaction of the ring-tossing guy, they were extremely curious and ran over to see what was going on. Fuck! 100 million? This shocking voice was like dropping a bomb into the crowd. The whole audience was in an uproar. Such a young boy actually possesses wealth that they can never imagine in their lifetime. Everyone gasped, and their eyes towards Lin Feng changed instantly. Ah! Shock. But I don't look down on you. Shen Mengyan's eyes flashed with surprise. Although she knew that Lin Feng must not be short of money, she could not imagine that Lin Feng had 100 million in pocket money. It is equivalent to 1/5 of her Shen family's assets. The ring-tossing man's face turned very ugly. If he had offended an ordinary person, he would have been offended. This rich second generation who can easily spend 100 million in pocket money is not someone he can afford to offend. What if someone retaliates later? He is also afraid, and now he is in a difficult situation. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. But if he wins, he will have 1 million. He has video as evidence. Even if this guy is a rich second generation, he can't be so unreasonable, right? In the end, greed prevailed, and the ring-tossing man forced himself to remain calm and said, "Okay, you said it, you must compete with me with your eyes closed." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Remember what you said, if you lose, crawl from the beginning to the end of the street. If you dare to act like a rogue, I promise to make you disappear from the face of the earth with just one phone call." The ring-tossing man's face changed drastically. He believed that Lin Feng could do such a thing. "Relax, don't be nervous," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I'll let you start first." The ring-tossing guy calmed himself down, took a deep breath, and tried his best to adjust his mindset. He won 1 million. After making good preparations, the ring-tossing guy threw out the first ring, and sure enough, he successfully caught the ring. "Are you really sure?" Shen Mengyan asked in a low voice, worry evident in her eyes. Until now, she still doesn't believe that Lin Feng can perform such a miracle. Lin Feng said proudly, "When have I ever disappointed you? This may be difficult for ordinary people, but in my eyes it is as easy as eating. If you don't close your eyes, there might still be a chance. If you close your eyes, there is no hope at all." A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He had a photographic memory, but it was not just for show. As soon as he closed his eyes, it was like a computer screen unfolded in his mind, and he knew the locations of all the toys clearly. He secretly patted Shen Mengyan's perky little butt and said, "Don't worry, we're guaranteed to win." Shen Mengyan rolled her eyes in annoyance. It was already this late and yet this guy was still in the mood to tease others. Never mind. He will realize he was wrong when he loses. 1 million isn't a lot anyway. At this time, there was a burst of warm applause. It turned out that the ring-tossing guy had hit all 10 rings, and the expression on his face relaxed. "If you can set 10 traps with your eyes closed, even if I lose, I don't believe you can perform miracles." The ring-tossing guy's tone was extremely confident. Even for his level of ability, he had to concentrate to toss the 10 farthest rings. He absolutely did not believe that Lin Feng was better than him. "You will soon find out that there are some people you cannot understand." Lin Feng smiled contemptuously and closed his eyes again. "Meng Yan, cover my eyes, so that others won't default on their debts after losing." Shen Mengyan was very obedient. She stood behind Lin Feng and covered his eyes with her hands. The ring-tossing man snorted coldly, "Pretend." At this time, the people around were very curious whether Lin Feng was really capable or just pretending. Lin Feng took out a circle. His condition was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He has a very strong physical fitness, and his thinking and judgment ability are beyond the level of ordinary people. Without even thinking, he just threw it to the first one in the last row. Amid everyone's surprised gaze, the first small toy was securely caught. Was he really the one who tricked me? The crowd was shocked. The ring-tossing man sneered, "It must be luck." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng continued with the second, third, fourth, fifth, without stopping at all, and threw out all the remaining 9 circles in one breath. Each circle was hit one after another. The whole place was in dead silence. Even the ring-tossing guy can't make his movements as smooth and coherent as Raymond Lam, let alone close his eyes. This move immediately revealed the winner. A move of God. The expression on the ring-tossing man's face froze instantly. He opened his mouth for a long time but couldn't utter a word. Is this guy a monster? Shen Mengyan smiled and clapped excitedly. Great, you got them all. She simply couldn't believe that Raymond Lam was so amazing and could do things she couldn't even imagine. Lin Feng opened his eyes with a faint smile on his lips. The next second, the excited Shen Mengyan jumped up and wrapped her legs around his waist, and asked excitedly, How did you do it? How did you do it? Lin Feng smiled, holding Shen Mengyan's hips, and said as if no one else was around, I told you a long time ago, I'm super awesome. Now you believe it. Yes, I believe it, I believe it. Shen Mengyan's face flushed with excitement. Lin Feng's move just now was like a stroke of genius. It opened her eyes and made her love and admire Raymond Lam even more. Shen Mengyan's favorability towards you has risen to 90. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said jokingly, baby, can you come down? Shen Mengyan was stunned, and then she realized that a group of people around her were looking at her strangely. In an instant, Shen Mengyan's face turned red like a crayfish. She quickly jumped off Lin Feng, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear from the spot. She lowered her head and dared not look at anyone. Lin Feng smiled faintly, Mengyan is really cute. Turning to look at the ring-tossing man, his eyes darkened, you can now crawl from the beginning of the street to the end of the street. Chapter 31, Meet the Internet Celebrity Sisters Again. The ring-tossing man had a gloomy face. He glared at Lin Feng with gritted teeth, his eyes full of humiliation. He knew very well that if he was afraid, he would become a laughingstock and would not be able to stay here anymore. But if he is not afraid of him, he is afraid that Lin Feng will cause trouble for him later. While he was struggling, the onlookers started to make a noise. Can't afford to lose? Coward, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you dare to climb after losing? The ring-tossing brother's face flushed from his ears to his neck, and he yelled with his neck stiff, who said I can't afford to lose? After saying this, he resolutely walked towards the street and began to crawl amid the laughing gazes of the crowd. This scene attracted many people to watch and point fingers. The ring-tossing guy wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at the mocking eyes of the crowd. Lin Feng didn't waste any more time on such a small person, and quickly pulled Shen Mengyan into the crowd. It's a bit late today, let's go shopping in the duty-free shop first, and then go swimming tomorrow. Lin Feng's suggestion made the heroine very happy, and she took Lin Fengqin's arm affectionately. Okay, I have wanted to go there for a long time. When we go to college, I don't know when I will come next time. Okay, if you like anything later, just buy it. Really? Shen Mengyan's voice was filled with surprise. Although she was not short of money, buying something for herself and giving it to her boyfriend were two completely different concepts. Of course, as long as you are happy, I don't care how much it costs. Lin Feng's main goal is to make his girlfriend happy and then give her a wave of rewards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Feng secretly activated the skill of all-seeing on Shen Mengyan. The favorability level has now risen to 90, and the mood is also 90. You have to raise her mood to 100 to get the lucky draw. The two took a taxi to the duty-free city, and at first glance, there were people everywhere, and it was very lively. Many shop counters were crowded with customers. Here you can see high-end luxury brands from all over the world, or some things imported from overseas. At the same time, at the request of fans, Jiang Xiaofan and her sister also went to the duty-free shop. There are also hundreds of people watching her live broadcast in her room now. Jiang Xiaoxin was responsible for filming, and her sister Jiang Xiaofan was responsible for explaining. My dears, I have taken you to see the duty-free shop as you requested. I'll take you to see some high-end luxury brands later. You can see whatever you want. Family members, please give me some love and likes. You can add me as a cloud piercer. Jiang Xiaofan put on a well-behaved face in front of the live camera, causing the fans in the live room to shout excitedly. Xiaofan is so charming. I love her thin waist. Tell us quickly, do you have a boyfriend? Brothers, pay attention. She is now in Sanya, which is a paradise for internet celebrities and a place to meet the top guys on the list. You can fill in the details on your own. Jiang Xiaofan ignored Xiao Haizi's comments. He was already used to it. Jiang Xiaoxin, who was broadcasting live to her sister with her mobile phone, suddenly saw a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye and said in surprise, Sister, look. After saying that, he pressed the live camera down slightly. Jiang Xiaofan was carrying Lin Feng on his back at this time. When he saw his sister pointing behind him, he quickly turned around and his eyes lit up. It's them. Sister, should we go over and say hello to them? Jiang Xiaoxin asked excitedly. She thought she would never have the chance to see him again after leaving Lin Feng's villa, but she never expected such a coincidence of fate. Jiang Xiaofan made a decision in less than a second and said, Sister, let's go over and say hello to him first. Don't broadcast their appearance live yet. She was worried that Lin Feng's identity was sensitive and that being broadcast live online would cause unnecessary trouble. The two sisters mustered up the courage to walk towards Lin Feng and greeted him with a smile from a few meters away. Hi. How come I meet you here by chance? Lin Feng stopped when he heard the voice, and was a little surprised to see that it was this pair of sisters. In the blink of an eye, a handsome smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a magnetic sound came out of his throat. Yeah, what a coincidence. The two of them had stars in their eyes. Raymond Lam's charm was so attractive to them that their favorability towards him increased dramatically. Shen Mengyan smiled and said, "Why are you two here too?" Zhang Xiaofan had a very good impression of Shen Mengyan and said, "Some netizens wanted us to come here to live broadcast, so we came. I didn't expect to meet you. We thought we would never have the chance to meet again." What a coincidence. Zhang Xiaoxin continued. Are you here to shop? Yeah, I heard there are a lot of things here, so I came to take a look. I'm very familiar with this place. I've been here many times. Really? Then you need to tell me carefully? The girls quickly became friends and found common topics right away. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He could see that the two female internet celebrities were very polite to them, which was due to their status. Seeing Shen Mengyan chatting with them so happily, Lin Feng did not interrupt. He didn't have many friends anyway. While they were talking to Shen Mengyan, Lin Feng activated his skill all-seeing on them. Observer, Zhang Xiaofan. Age, 24. Favorability, 60. Mood, 65. Height, 163. Weight, 95. Measurements, B, 81, 95. Hobbies, live streaming, traveling, shopping, eating, drinking and playing. Favorite person, none. People I care about most, family. Rumor, she is determined to become a big internet celebrity. So far, there has not been any negative scandal about her on the internet. In the eyes of netizens, she is a pure female anchor who often shows her pure and innocent face in front of others and cares most about her figure. I have an average feeling and mood towards myself. Observer, Zhang Xiaoxin. Age, 22. Favorability, 61. Mood, 55. Height, 163. Weight, 98. Measurements, B, 85, 99. Hobbies, cosmetics, food, luxury brands, spending money, traveling. Favorite person, Wang Dingkuan, a rich second-generation guy. The person I care about most, myself. Rumor, he met the rich second-generation Wang Dingkuan through the internet. The two had an ambiguous relationship and often met privately. He made a lot of money from Wang Dingkuan. In addition to this information, Raymond Lam also has a simple understanding of the sisters. Lin Feng, they are familiar with this place, how about taking them with you? Shen Mengyan's voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. That's fine. Lin Feng didn't care. As long as his girlfriend was happy, everything would be fine. Zhang Xiaofan's mood rises to 70. Zhang Xiaoxin's mood rises to 68. Does this improve your mood? Lin Feng was a little surprised. If this was the case, the sisters could raise their mood to 100 to win a lottery. Thank you, young master. Zhang Xiaofan covered his mouth and smiled, with a hint of shyness in his tone. This was their chance to get in touch with the sons of wealthy families, so they were naturally very happy. Lin Feng smiled calmly. Let's go to Patek Philippe first. I want to buy a watch for my girlfriend. Chapter 32, Buying Gifts. Wow, you're so nice to your girlfriend. The two sisters were very envious when they heard what Raymond Lam said, and the first thing they gave him was a famous watch. Shen Mengyan had a smile on her lips. She saw the envious expressions on Zhang Xiaofan and the other man's faces and felt sweet in her heart. He's only good to me in this respect, but he's just so-so in other aspects. Let's go sell some stuff first. Zhang Xiaoxin asked, wait a minute, I'm live streaming now. Can I let you guys in? You can broadcast live, but we don't want to show our faces in front of the camera. As she spoke, she leaned over to see how many people were in her live broadcast room. The number of people has reached more than 900, and there are several big guys in their 30s on the list who are dotting the screen. Xiaofan, why did you adjust the camera like this? Now that no one is filming, who are you talking to? Some impatient fans directly cursed in the live broadcast room. What's going on? We are here to watch your live broadcast, not to watch the floor. If you continue like this, I will not watch it anymore. Seeing these interesting comments, Raymond Lam smiled faintly. My dears, I have good news for you. I just met a super rich friend. He is going to go shopping at Patek Philippe. I will show you how these rich people experience it. Zhang Xiaofan was excited about the team's live broadcast, and her words also caused a strong reaction from netizens. Is it true or false? Don't be fooled by others. I can tell at a glance that the anchor is a girl who is easy to deceive. How rich are you? Could it be some wealthy sponsor? Zhang Xiaofan felt a little embarrassed after seeing these comments. She would like to find a sponsor like Raymond Lam who is handsome and rich, but the problem is that she doesn't like ordinary sponsors, and those boys who meet her requirements don't like her. Mr. Lin, don't bother with these netizens. They just like to talk nonsense. Zhang Xiaofan explained with an awkward smile. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It's okay, I'm not that kind of stingy person, on the contrary, I think the fans in your live broadcast room are quite cute. As soon as Lin Feng spoke, his voice was transmitted to the live broadcast room, and that magnetic voice quickly aroused speculation among netizens. She sounds so young, and her voice is so beautiful. I conclude that he is the handsome anchor. Can we see his face? Does it match his voice? Could it be the little puppy the anchor is looking for? Seeing these comments becoming more and more outrageous, Zhang Xiaofan was afraid that Lin Feng would be unhappy, so he hurriedly said, "Everyone, stop guessing, this is really the young master I just met today, he is super rich. There's no way he would be interested in an ordinary girl like me." After Zhang Xiaofan finished speaking, she also secretly glanced at Lin Feng's reaction. She was quite confident about her appearance, but she also knew that Lin Feng had a girlfriend next to him. However, this did not prevent her from having some expectations for Lin Feng, and she seemed to want to attract Lin Feng's attention. "Zhang Jia, you are joking. You are also very beautiful and pretty. You will definitely find a boyfriend that suits you." As they were talking, they came to a watch shop. The decoration of this Patek Philippe is very luxurious and grand. As soon as you come in, the waiters are very polite and enthusiastic. They did not neglect Lin Feng's enthusiasm just because of his young age. A waiter said with a professional smile, "Welcome, is there anything I can do for you? If you want to buy a watch, I can introduce you to the latest models or types of watches. If you want to appreciate the watches in our store, I can also give you a full introduction." The quality of these waiters is very high. They can also see that Lin Feng has an extraordinary demeanor, and several people are vaguely centered around him. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "It's like this, my girlfriend wants you to buy a watch from you. Can you recommend a suitable one for her? Okay, I wonder what type your girlfriend wants, and does she have any price requirements?" When the salesperson hears that you are here to buy a watch, the smile on his face becomes even brighter, because he gets closing a commission. Especially for those men who bring you here, the rate is very high. Money is not a problem, you don't need to worry about this. Lin Feng was very calm and generous. Every word and action he does exudes a strong aura. What he has is strength and confidence, so he speaks with confidence, and in the eyes of outsiders, they are unconsciously influenced by Lin Feng's confidence. The salesperson was even happier, thinking that he must have met some young master from some family this time, so of course he would take them to the most expensive exhibition area for an introduction. "This is the price of our latest models, starting at 500,000. I can show you any watch you want." Shen Mengyan acted very calm, but the two sisters looked envious. "Wow, these watches are so beautiful. I wish I had one too." Zhang Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't hide his envy. Although she could afford this kind of watch if she gritted her teeth, they were reluctant to do so. She has millions of fans, but not many people give her tips during live broadcasts. Occasionally, she may only get a few thousand yuan from a live broadcast. It's only tens of thousands of yuan a month, and at her peak she could make maybe 100,000 yuan a month, but her spending is also high, and eating and drinking here every day is also an expense. Lin Feng saw it, with a smile on his face. "Do you think this looks good?" Shen Mengyan picked up a nice-looking watch and asked the two sisters. "This watch is worth 1 million. I think the design is very good, but the color is a little off. I think the color of the other one is better looking." Zhang Xiaofan pointed at the watch worth 3 million. The watch was very shiny and golden, and he fell in love with it at first sight. At this time, most of her fans in the live broadcast room were excited. Zhang Xiaoxin turned the live camera to the watch worth 3 million, which refreshed their understanding of Patek Philippe. How can an ordinary person afford a watch like this worth 3 million? It's just the brand effect. If it were me, I'd give it a maximum of 300 yuan. I bet that the man just now would not be so generous. He was just trying to please his girlfriend. Maybe he would let his girlfriend take a look and then ask him to put it back. I don't believe he would be willing to spend so much money to buy a gift for his girlfriend. Everyone in the live broadcast room was very sour and full of sarcasm. Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't bother to argue with these people. Sister Jiang, what do you think of this watch? He pointed to a watch worth 500,000 yuan. It was a watch made of 18K gold and was very fashionable. Very beautiful. Jiang Xiaofan commented seriously. The salesperson said, our styles are all designed by masters and are very beautiful. Would you like to try them, young lady? Jiang Xiaofan was so scared that he quickly shook his head. I don't need it, I'm just a passerby. Lin Feng smiled faintly, take it and try it. Chapter 33, Internet Celebrity Rewards. Jiang Xiaofan bit her lip, feeling very conflicted. She had originally thought about refusing, but she couldn't resist this temptation at all. Without waiting for her to refuse, the salesperson grabbed her smooth hand and put the watch on it without thinking twice. He smiled and said, Miss, this watch looks very good on your hand. It is simply made for you. Do you want to buy one and try it? Jiang Xiaofan quickly pulled his hand back and said with an awkward smile, I have no money. The real boss is this young master. As she said this, she wanted to take off her watch, but Lin Feng stopped her. It's okay, just wear it. I'm giving this watch to you. This is a great opportunity to improve one's mood, and Lin Feng certainly doesn't want to miss it. It is a little more difficult to improve the mood of your girlfriend, and ordinary gifts will not surprise her too much. Lin Feng was confident that he could reach over 90, but reaching 100 was a little difficult, so he wanted to try it on Jiang Xiaofan. If he fails, he will only lose a few 100,000, but if he succeeds, he will get a huge reward. Ah! Jiang Xiaofan was shocked and his voice rose. I couldn't believe that Raymond Lam would give her such a precious gift. It was the first day they met and they even just knew each other's names. She felt like pie in the sky, so much so that she even wondered if she was dreaming. A flash of surprise appeared in Shen Mengyan's eyes, but she soon calmed down. She is a smart girl and knows that Lin Feng will never fall in love with Jiang Xiaofan. Moreover, she was very confident in her appearance and did not think she would lose to Jiang Xiaofan, so Shen Mengyan said calmly, Sister Xiaofan, if you like it, just accept it. My boyfriend doesn't need this little money. As long as Lin Feng is happy, Shen Mengyan will support him unconditionally. This is a change in mentality, and it is also the result of her improved favorability. Her trust in Lin Feng is growing. Really? Jiang Xiaofan could no longer suppress her excitement, it was like a tide flooding her heart. She couldn't believe that one day she would encounter such a good thing. Of course it's true. Shen Mengyan smiled. Jiang Xiaofan was a cheerful person and she liked him very much. From now on this watch is yours. Lin Feng smiled faintly, appreciating Jiang Xiaofan's reaction with satisfaction. After receiving such an expensive gift, her mood should be able to reach 100, even if not, it should be able to reach more than 95. Lin Feng was still very confident about this. Sure enough, the next second he saw Jiang Xiaofan was very excited with a bright smile on his face. Thank you, master. Thank you, madam. When Jiang Xiaofan got excited, his tone became very mischievous. The netizens in the live broadcast room were boiling with excitement. Fuck. You're not serious? You're just going to give me a watch worth 500,000 yuan? They must know each other, otherwise why would they send such a valuable gift? I bet this man is definitely Jiang Xiaofan's financial sponsor. Lin Feng was in no mood to pay attention to what these netizens said. He was waiting for the system information to refresh, and sure enough, good news came the next second. Jiang Xiaofan's favorability towards you increases to 81. Jiang Xiaofan's feelings towards you have reached 100. Win a lucky draw. Lin Feng had a smile on his face as he finally waited for the system's lucky draw today. What will the reward be this time? Is it money? Or tools? Or skills? Raymond Lam is very much looking forward to it. System lottery in progress. The lucky draw was successful, congratulations on winning a reward of 100 million yuan. Lin Feng couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He exchanged 500,000 for a reward of 100 million, which was equivalent to earning 200 times the income. This is a great deal, big money. His assets are now close to 200 million. However, Lin Feng's mood had not yet completely calmed down, and rewards came one after another. Extra bonus, the luxury yacht Columbus 130 worth 240 million yuan has docked at Sanya port. Since you currently don't know how to drive a yacht, you have automatically mastered the driving skill. Hiss. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. What he lacked now was a luxury yacht. He had originally wanted to rent a yacht to go sailing on the sea, and now that he was rewarded with a luxury yacht, he could save himself the trouble. This wave of rewards touched his heart. I will take my girlfriend to the sea to play and spend the night in the sea. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. At this time, Zhang Xiaoxin, who was in charge of the live broadcast, was very anxious. She also wanted this kind of watch. Master, what about me? What about me? Lin Feng was in a good mood. Seeing Zhang Xiaoxin's expectant look, he smiled and said, "You'll do it next time. I got the reward today for raising her sister's mood to 100, so there is no need to waste money buying gifts for Jiang Xiaofan to please her." Although Lin Feng is not short of money, he will not spend his money casually. At least he wants to get a return. Zhang Xiaoxin looked disappointed and complained in a low voice, "Master Lin, you are too partial. Why does my sister have it but I don't?" Lin Feng smiled faintly and thought to himself, "If you can provide me with valuable rewards, I don't mind spending money on you. The key is that your sister has already used up all the draws today, so you don't have a chance." Shen Mengyan smiled. Since Lin Feng said he would give it to them next time, she didn't want to interfere. Anyway, they were not very familiar with each other. As long as Lin Feng didn't take the initiative to ask, she would not offer to give them anything. Jiang Xiaofan was in a very good mood and smiled happily. "Xiao Xian, don't be envious. When Master Lin is in a good mood one day, I will give it to you." As he said this, he proudly showed off the famous watch in his hand, making Zhang Xiaoxin so envious that she almost cried. "Sister, I don't care. You take care of it today, and you lend it to me tomorrow, we'll each take care of it for one day." Zhang Xiaoxin acted pitifully and coquettishly. "No, I have to wear this watch every day. It's a gift from the young master." Zhang Xiaofan refused firmly, and even his sisters showed no mercy. Lin Feng laughed in silence and asked softly, "Mengyan, have you chosen your watch?" "I've chosen, this is the one." Shen Mengyan looked at the famous watch worth 3 million in her hand, her eyes full of smiles. Lin Feng paid the money happily, a total of 3.5 million. The way he swiped the card looked particularly handsome. Even the salesman looked at Raymond Lam with stars in their eyes. If they were not worried about Raymond Lam having a girlfriend with him, they would have asked him for his WeChat. Just when Lin Feng wasn't paying attention, a female salesperson deliberately bumped into him, stuffed something into his pocket at a very fast speed, and then quickly bowed her head to apologize. Sorry, I was walking too fast just now, did I bump into you?" Lin Feng smiled faintly. "It's okay, you are not hurt?" "I'm fine. I'll go get busy first." The saleswoman left with an ambiguous smile on her face. Lin Feng put his hand into his pocket, and his pocket felt the tentacles of an object, which looked like a piece of paper. Chapter 34, Handsome People Are Easily Seduced. Lin Feng pulled his hand back calmly and did not take it out. It was only after walking out of the store that Lin Feng took out the small note from his pocket and opened it. There were a few twisted but neat words written on it. "Hello handsome guy, this is my WeChat, you can always contact me if you need anything." Suddenly, Shen Mengyan's narrow voice came to my ears, "You are so lucky." Lin Feng smiled faintly, crumpled the small note into a ball, walked a few steps before throwing it into the trash can not far away, and said, "It's not my fault that I'm handsome. I can't force others to hate me. Why didn't I know you were so vain before?" Lin Feng spread his hands and pretended to be innocent and said, "Honesty is a virtue. I just speak the truth." Shen Mingyan's face, which seemed to be out of touch with the world, showed a little more smile, and she said cheerfully, "Narcissist, you are just a little more handsome than others. There are many people in this world who are more handsome than you." However, her smile made her look even more radiant, attracting the attention of many boys on the street, and some timid boys even blushed. Lin Feng raised his chin and laughed, "Those who are more handsome than me are definitely not as capable as me, and those who are more capable than me are definitely not as handsome as me. So, you should be very lucky to have found such a great boyfriend like me." He is not bragging, he is telling the truth. With his current abilities, he has surpassed most people. The ability to remember everything he sees is enough to crush many geniuses. Not to mention other special abilities. Shen Mengyan had a faint smile on her lips. She liked Lin Feng's confident look, he was very reliable. The two of them were flirting with each other, and Zhang Xiaofan and her sister were very envious. Comparing the boy she knew before with Raymond Lam, there is simply no comparison. Alas, why is my life so miserable? Why are all my handsome and rich boyfriends other than mine? Jiang Xiaofan and his mother looked at Lin Feng with strange expressions and said, Meng Yan, I really envy you for finding such an excellent boyfriend. My previous boyfriends were all scumbags. As an internet celebrity with millions of fans, Jiang Xiaofan has no shortage of suitors. Those top anchors often give her gifts. Therefore, she also knows many wealthy suitors. But none of them was as generous as Raymond Lam, who gave her a watch worth $500,000 on the first day, which touched her very much. Shen Mengyan spoke slowly, her voice pleasant and melodious. It's hard to say what fate is. Maybe you will find your soulmate soon. Ha, I hope it's true like you said, that I can find someone I like. Jiang Xiaofan said and secretly glanced at Lin Feng. This little trick could not be hidden from Jiang Xiaoxin's eyes at all, she knew Jiang Xiaofan very well. Could it be that my sister likes this young Master Lin? As soon as this thought popped into Jiang Xiaoxin's mind, she was frightened. Although she knew that Lin Feng was very outstanding and had a good impression of this young Master Lin, she also knew that the two sisters had no chance at all. Shen Mengyan is prettier and younger than them, and her temperament and appearance are far superior to theirs. How could that young Master Lin possibly like them? Jiang Xiaoxin felt that her sister's idea was a bit dangerous, but she couldn't remind her sister at the moment. At this time, Lin Feng called a taxi and said, Sister Xiaofan, Meng Yan and I are going out to play in the sea later, so we don't need you to lead the way. Thank you very much. Jiang Xiaofan suddenly felt very disappointed. She also wanted to take this opportunity to take Lin Feng and the other person out for some fun and consolidate their relationship. Saying goodbye suddenly now, she was worried that there would be no chance for them to meet again in the future. Meng Yan, can I add you on WeChat? Jiang Xiaofan asked unconfidently. She was not sure whether Shen Mengyan would add her on WeChat. Wait a minute. Shen Mengyan looked puzzled, turned to look at Lin Feng and asked, Are we going out to sea now? Lin Feng's sudden proposal disrupted her plans. She was still thinking about going shopping. Well, I have a yacht here, and I want to take you out to sea for some fun. As soon as the word yacht came out, the three girls' eyes lit up. Meng Yan, can you take my sister and I with you as well? Jiang Xiaofan looked very excited, as cute and coquettish as a little kitten. We have never been on a yacht before. Please help me fulfill this little wish. Shen Mengyan smiled, looked at Lin Feng and said, It will be more lively with more people, why don't we take them with us? Lin Feng secretly cursed Shen Mengyan for being an idiot. He originally wanted the two of them to enjoy their own world, and bringing two more people along would make it inconvenient to do anything. Okay, then the four of us can go play together. Lin Feng finally agreed. Since the two of them were going, the plan would be slightly changed. I'll get Jiang Xiaoxin's reward tomorrow. Thank you, Master Lin. The two sisters were very happy. So, the four of them happily got on the car to the dock. However, neither of them knew yet that something unforgettable would happen on the yacht. When we arrived at the dock, we saw many different kinds of boats docked. There are also many photographers and internet celebrities taking pictures here, and from time to time you can see some very sexy women walking around. There are beauties everywhere, it's hard to see them all. Hi, Xiaofan. As soon as the four arrived at the dock, several men came towards Lin Feng, and one of them was filming with his mobile phone. Lin Feng recognized the tall and thin boy walking in front of him at a glance. He was the outdoor anchor Mr. Tang who had 15 million fans on a certain audio platform. One time, he accidentally saw the live broadcast of this Mr. Tang, and the content of the live broadcast was about chatting up people outdoors. He is often active in Sanya, Hainan, and chats up beauties in swimsuits, so he attracts a lot of traffic. Normally, the live broadcast room can sustain hundreds of thousands of people, which is much better than Jiang Xiaofan. If it were in the past, he would probably feel a little nervous if he was approached by these big anchors, but now Lin Feng is calm. Mr. Tang. Jiang Xiaofan waved his hands excitedly, his eyes unable to hide the joy. How come I see you here again? Both parties often live broadcast in Sanya, so they knew each other early on. President Tang quickly looked at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Shen Mengyan, and he was stunned. He had seen countless people and many beauties, but he had never seen a face as fresh and refined as Shen Mengyan's. The facial features seemed to be works of art carefully carved by God, so pure without a trace of worldly air. She exudes a cool temperament, like the cold moonlight, keeping people away from her. She is so beautiful that people can't help but want to get to know her, but they are too ashamed to get close to her. It seems that any evil thoughts are a blasphemy against the goddess. At this time, Assistant President Tang's live camera was also facing Lin Feng and Shin Mengyan. In an instant, more than 100,000 people in the entire live broadcast room were boiling with excitement. Chapter 35, Seducing My Girlfriend in Front of Me? Oh my god, did you run into a fairy? What kind of divine beauty is this? Did he grow up eating elixirs? This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful girl in Mr. Tang's live studio. I'm going to chat with her right away. Boss Tang, we don't have the chance to meet this kind of beauty. Can you speak to the fairy on our behalf? I want to hear her voice. Stop it, didn't you see the guy next to her? He must be her boyfriend, he's so handsome, his mink-haired looks are almost enough to threaten me. So what if you have a girlfriend? Mr. Tang, hurry up. If you can get her WeChat, I'll give you a carnival. Hurry up and ask her to come to the live broadcast room to show her face, and we will give you gifts too. Mr. Tang came back to his senses after winning the case, took a deep breath, and the amazement in his heart gradually subsided. Shin Mengyan was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, no doubt about it. Noticing the excitement in the live broadcast room, Mr. Tang also became very excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Even without the instigation of netizens, he was planning to ask for Shin Mengyan's WeChat. As for Lin Feng beside her, he was simply ignored by him. He was confident in ignoring me because he had more than 10 million fans and a huge influence on the internet. If that guy knew his fame, he would definitely be afraid of me. Mr. Tang straightened his back, smiled warmly, and asked, Xiaofan, who is this little fairy? Why don't you introduce her to me? They are my friends. We have something else to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. See you another day. As soon as Jiang Xiaofan saw Mr. Tang's expression, he knew that he definitely wanted to disturb Shin Mengyan, so he quickly found an excuse to leave, fearing that Mr. Tang would offend Lin Feng and the others, which would be counterproductive. But Mr. Tang didn't realize Jiang Xiaofan's intentions at all. He kept looking at Shin Mengyan and said enthusiastically, Hello, I'm Mr. Tang. I don't know if you have heard of my name. I have more than 15 million fans on Douyin. As he spoke, he exuded a strong sense of superiority, as if he expected others to be shocked upon hearing his name. Lin Feng smiled faintly. These words may be useful to ordinary people, but they are worthless to him. I've heard of it. We have things to do. Excuse me. Mr. Tang frowned and thought to himself, this guy is so anxious to get me out, he must be afraid that I will poach his girlfriend. That's right, for a famous internet celebrity like me, I don't know how many women want to get close to me and take advantage of my traffic. Handsome guy, wait a minute, are you two in a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship? Mr. Tang asked quickly. What does this have to do with you? Lin Feng looked at Mr. Tang with great interest, not afraid that he would cause trouble. President Tang glanced at the live broadcast room, then looked at Shin Mengyan, and said with a smile, It's like this, there are many netizens in the live broadcast room who want me to ask for your girlfriend's WeChat. Can you give me her WeChat? He speaks quite politely and knows how to maintain his image. If he goes too far, he will definitely be cyber-bullied. Shin Mengyan said in a calm tone, Sorry, my WeChat only adds my relatives or friends. Mr. Tang, please go and get busy. She is not from the same world as you, so please don't bother her. Jiang Xiaofan knew the situation was going to be bad as soon as he saw it, so he quickly winked at Mr. Tang to signal him to stop harassing her. But Mr. Tang's mind was not on her at all. He was still enthusiastic despite being rejected. It doesn't matter. Friends all started as strangers. How about this, if you two are willing to do me the honor, I will treat you to dinner today. After dinner, I'll take you to Sanya. No matter where you go, I'll cover all the expenses. President Tang patted his chest and assured, There are hundreds of thousands of brothers watching me in my live studio. If I tell even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. Mr. Tang is thoughtful. We appreciate your kindness. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Jiang Xiaofan covered his forehead directly. Does this guy know what he is talking about? They don't need your money at all. Stop messing around. We're going out to sea to play later. Go do your thing. You can go out to sea, too. I know a lot of friends who run yacht businesses here. I can help you get a yacht with just one word. At this time, a dark-skinned man wearing sunglasses behind Mr. Tang said, I'm in the yacht rental business. If you want a yacht, I can arrange it for you right away. You have to believe in Mr. Tang's ability. Lin Feng smiled without answering, took Shin Mengyan's hand and walked towards the pier. Jiang Xiaofan waved to Mr. Tang and quickly followed with his sister. Brothers, I'm sorry, I failed. Mr. Tang was very embarrassed. With his current fame, he can basically successfully get the WeChat ID of someone just by interviewing him. Moreover, other people get very excited when they see him approaching them, so why doesn't it work with Raymond Lam? Mr. Tang failed. I knew that Mr. Tang couldn't get this woman. You're giving up so quickly. Don't you think you're so thick-skinned that even bullets can't penetrate you? You should change your title as the best outdoor pickup artist. Seeing the ridicule from netizens, Mr. Tang gritted his teeth and chased after him. Brother, are you from out of town? Yeah. Lin Feng answered absent-mindedly, his eyes darting around, trying to find his yacht at the dock. What do you do for a living? I just finished the college entrance examination. Oh, so you are a prospective college student. Mr. Tang had a smile on his face, and his confidence returned to him. He said, Brother, are you interested in working in my company after you graduate from college? My company is now listed and we are in need of people. What? Lin Feng was stunned, looking at Mr. Tang as if he was a fool. I'm going to work in your company after graduation? When Mr. Tang saw Lin Feng's expression, he thought that Lin Feng was tempted by his conditions and became even happier. Nowadays, college students are walking out of the streets and are unemployed right after graduation. Many people can't find a job, and if they suddenly hear that you offer them a job, they will definitely be grateful. As for whether he still remembers Lin Feng after graduation, that is another matter. The most important thing now is to show off and attract the attention of his girlfriend. He decided to use another killer trick. An offer that neither the man nor the woman in front of them can refuse. President Tang prepared himself and said with a smile, Yes, I have my own media company. I see your girlfriend has a very good image. If she wants to be an internet celebrity, she can come to my company. I promise to make your girlfriend a big internet celebrity. I can take you as my apprentices and help her gain millions of fans. You are so handsome and you can be an internet celebrity. Do you too want to come to my company and become internet celebrities? After Mr. Tang finished speaking, a smug smile appeared on his face. When these two hear that I offer such high conditions, they will definitely be grateful and beg to join my guild. I don't believe that there is any ordinary person who can resist my temptation to increase his followers by millions. Humph, no matter how arrogant a woman is, she will definitely be moved. What's more, these two people are just high school graduates, they are mentally immature and cannot refuse such tempting conditions. He now wanted to see Shen Mengyan beg her for the job. Chapter 36 This is my ship. Lin Feng suppressed his smile and turned to look at Shen Mengyan. What do you think of his proposal? When Mr. Tang heard this, he became even more excited. This kid is tempted. This woman must be tempted too. But he didn't notice that Jiang Xiaofan had been secretly winking and shaking his head at him. Shen Mengyan smiled, her beautiful eyelashes trembling slightly, and she opened her mouth. This suggestion is terrible. After that, Shen Mengyan looked at Mr. Tang with a cold look in her eyes. Your company is too small. You should wait until your company grows to 1 trillion. After hearing this, Mr. Tang was completely stunned and forgot to say anything. What a joke, his company is not Penguin, how could it possibly grow to trillions? I was despised by this woman? At this time, the live broadcast room was boiling again. This little fairy is so pretentious. Who does she think he is? It's her blessing that Mr. Tang is willing to take her to be an internet celebrity, but she's still acting so self-righteous. It's so funny. It turns out that beautiful women are all very self-righteous. Poor Mr. Tang was looked down upon. People look down upon your company because it is small. If Mr. Tang's company can grow to over 1 trillion, I think she will kneel down and beg Mr. Tang to become her apprentice. The public opinion of the entire live broadcast room suddenly reversed, especially the insults from Mr. Tang's die-hard fans were even more unpleasant. President Tang was also a little annoyed. After all, he was now the CEO of a listed company and an internet celebrity with a net worth of 10 million. Why did some people still look down on him? Looking at Lin Feng's back, Mr. Tang. He said angrily, "Da Fei, I'm pissed now. Please inform your friends that no one should rent a yacht to him. I want to see how arrogant he is." Da Fei is the man behind him who runs a yacht business. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. I've long disliked that guy. He's too ungrateful. I will notify my friends in the group right now. I will stop them from playing here. Da Fei sneered, took out his mobile phone and forwarded the message to various yacht rental groups. After doing all this, Defei gloated and said, "Boss Tang, let's follow him and see how this kid gets into trouble." Okay. Mr. Tang had a stern face and did not hide his whereabouts. He just followed Lin Feng and broadcast the live broadcast. At this time, netizens in his live broadcast room also gloated over his misfortune. This kid is doomed if he offends Mr. Tang. She is a student who just finished the college entrance examination. Isn't it a bit too much to do this? Some people also felt that Mr. Tang's behavior was a bit of bullying, but this voice was quickly drowned out by another voice. That's too much bullshit. He was the first to insult Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang should fight back justifiably. Mr. Tang's fans all made excuses for him. Some people couldn't stand it and said, "I think you are jealous of him because he is handsome and has a beautiful girlfriend, so you want to retaliate." The result was like stirring up a hornet's nest. "Manager, get this black guy out." Lin Feng had a very strong physique and he soon discovered that Mr. Tang and his men were following him, and he knew that Mr. Tang must have bad intentions. But he didn't take these people seriously at all. Shen Mengyan looked around and asked in confusion, "Which ship is yours?" Lin Feng was also a little confused. There were too many ships here and he had no idea which one was his. And the dock is very large, so it is a bit troublesome to find his boat. However, the system seemed to know his difficulties and had arranged for a man in a suit to walk towards him. When Lin Feng saw this person, his sixth sense told him that this person should be the one arranged by the system to find him. "Mr. Lin, the yacht is over there, please follow me." "Meng Yan, let's go with him." Mr. Tang, who was following behind Lin Feng, also heard the conversation between the two and said with an unhappy look on his face, "Defei, didn't you say that you informed others not to rent a yacht to him? Why is there still someone renting it? Who is so disrespectful to me?" Defei was also very depressed and explained quickly, "I have already informed everyone in the group that no one will rent it to him. Unless someone wants to rent it to him secretly, I want to see who will be so disrespectful to me. Let's follow and see." Under the guidance of this man, Lin Feng and his 4 companions quickly found a very luxurious and huge yacht. "Master Lin, the yacht was you at that time." The man pointed to a super luxurious cruise ship next to him and said. Lin Feng had a smile on his face. This luxurious yacht is his Columbus 130, which costs $30 million, which is equivalent to about 200 million yuan in today's RMB. The luxury tanker features a hybrid electric and diesel engine to reduce carbon emissions. It is 120 feet long, with an aluminum hull and a lightweight skeletal structure. It has 3 luxury cabins and a beach club deck, and a luxurious interior design. Ordinary people simply can't afford such a luxurious yacht. There was a gleam in Shen Mengyan's eyes. Although she was not vain, it did not mean that she did not like such luxurious and grand things. Jiang Xiaofan's sister, standing by, looked at the huge vessel in shock, just like country people who had just entered the city. Even though they were complete novices in yachting, they knew that such a large yacht must be worth a lot of money. Both of them couldn't wait to go up and experience it. "Let's go, I'll show you around my luxury cruise ship." Lin Feng walked in front with his head held high, holding Shen Mengyan's hand and getting on board. The 2 sisters followed closely behind them. Mr. Tang's eyes were gloomy. "Defei, what's going on?" Mr. Tang felt even more unhappy after not hearing Defei speak for a long time. He turned around and found that Defei had a very ugly face. "What's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?" Defei said excitedly, "Boss Tang, I'm afraid we are in trouble." "What do you mean?" Mr. Tang looked confused, not knowing why Defei suddenly said such a strange thing. Defei pointed at Lin Feng's yacht, his face serious, and lowered his voice and said, "This yacht is Columbus 130. Every time Tang Zong hit him, he felt that something was wrong with Defei's reaction, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "Oh, what does this mean? This is a big problem. This ship is worth nearly 200 million yuan, and no one would rent out a ship like this. People who can own this kind of boat are either rich or well connected. I can't afford to offend these people. Because this ship is worth $30 million. Mr. Tang's expression suddenly changed, and his voice changed tone. "Didn't they just say that they had just finished the college entrance examination? How is it possible to have such a nice yacht?" Defei trembled and said, "This is the most terrifying thing. Just imagine what kind of family can own a boat like this at this age." Mr. Tang's face turned pale as paper in an instant, as if he had been poured with a basin of cold water. It's over, this time the truth has been revealed. Chapter 37, Internet Celebrity Sisters' Ambiguous Interaction. Just when Mr. Tang looked panicked, netizens in his live broadcast room also heard his conversation. The entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. The comments were like a shot of chicken blood, very stimulating. The refresh speed increased tenfold. A high school student owns a luxury yacht worth 200 million? Is this a novel reflected in reality? His family is worth at least 10 billion. He might even be a descendant of a player who launched the server. You're in trouble. I could tell at first glance that these two people's temperaments were not right, and combined with what they just said, I knew they were not simple. Mr. Tang, I advise you to apologize to them, otherwise your account might be permanently blocked for no reason. The more low-key a person is, the more formidable his strength is. Even though these internet celebrities have more than 10 million fans, if they really meet someone powerful, it only takes a word to deal with them. Some people were envious, some were shocked, and of course many people also analyzed Mr. Tang's current situation. Mr. Tang is not afraid of ordinary rich second-generation people at all. He is afraid of the descendants of the players who opened the server, or some people from super families. The comments in the live broadcast room also added tremendous psychological pressure to him. Defei's forehead was covered with sweat, the back of his hands were cold, and he looked at Lin Feng and others boarding the boat with fear in his eyes. He said with a trembling voice, "Boss Tang, what should we do now? I am an ordinary person and cannot afford to offend such a rich man. You should find a way to make amends." Mr. Tang was at a loss at this moment, and quickly said to the people in the live broadcast room, "Brothers, I have something to do. Today's live broadcast will be suspended for the time being." After going offline, Mr. Tang immediately sent an apology video, admitting that he was a little emotional during the live broadcast and said that he would improve his live broadcast method. Different from Mr. Tang's nervousness, Lin Feng didn't take this little person seriously at all. At this time, he had already arrived on the luxurious yacht. Take the three beauties on a tour from the first floor to the third floor. Inside there is a luxurious cinema, dining room, bedrooms, and a small dance hall KTV. It is extremely comfortable and suitable for eating, drinking, and having fun. Zhang Xiaofan and her sister were very happy to be on such a luxurious yacht for the first time. They felt it was magical and envious. When she learned the price of the ship from Lin Feng, the two sisters were stunned. This ship was a wealth that they could never imagine in their lifetime. "Mr. Lin, you are too rich. What does your family do?" Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but ask this question. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said humorously, "My family sells fish. It's a small business, but we can't make much money." He was telling the truth, but he knew no one would believe him. However, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaofan and her sisters, that was just low-key. The two of them couldn't help but feel fond of each other. Ordinary rich second generations are eager for others to know what their family does, and they keep showing off their wealth. Compared with the handsome Mr. Lin in front of him, he had no intention of showing off his wealth at all. He is handsome, rich, generous, and has good character. The two sisters really couldn't find any fault with Raymond Lam. Zhang Xiaofan's favorability towards you increases to 80. Zhang Xiaoxin's favorability towards you has increased to 80. Lin Feng's heart moved, and he thought that if his favorability was 70 points, he would be able to successfully express his feelings. When the favorability reaches 80 points, you can break through that level of relationship. In other words, as long as I am willing, I can break through the relationship with this pair of sisters. However, Lin Feng did not have this plan. Because Shen Mengyan was still here, he had to at least consider her feelings. If your girlfriend agrees, that's another matter. His main theme is that one can live a carefree life and take revenge happily. If you are not romantic when you are young, can you still be called young? At the port, cruise ships are also divided into different levels. The daily rental ranges from 5,000 to 10,000. There are only a handful of yachts worth hundreds of millions that can be seen in this place. However, no one rents out yachts worth more than 200 million yuan. Those are the ones who are not short of money. As soon as Raymond Lam's super large luxury yacht appeared, it attracted the attention of many tourists on the sea, and many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. At this time, Zhang Xiaofan and her sister had already changed into a set of swimsuits with hollow backs, one red and one black, in bright colors. The classic three-point design, the unscrupulous merchants save fabric to the extreme. They save as much as possible, and if they can't save, they also try every means to save on thickness, so this swimsuit is very tempting, comparable to a sex suit. Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Xiaoxin are of average looks, but have outstanding figures. Like crystal clear white skin, like the skin of a newborn baby, white and tender. The most special thing is the two people's slender waists, which make people have a strong urge to hug them from behind. If you pay a little attention, you can find that both of them have a faint dimple on their waist, which makes them look more sexy. The only drawback is that her breasts are not as developed as those of well-developed junior high school students. This is also a small regret. The two sisters sat on the leather sofa and enjoyed the sea breeze. Sister, do you think young Master Lin will have a good figure when he comes out later? Zhang Xiaoxin asked quietly in a low voice with a gossipy look on her face. Zhang Xiaofan was not quite sure, and suddenly thought of Lin Feng's tall stature. If he took off his clothes, he should be very strong, and maybe even have muscles. When she thought of that scene full of masculine scent, her heart beat faster for no reason and her face turned slightly red. Maybe. I think he's pretty strong, so he should be fine. Sister, why are you blushing? Zhang Xiaoxin asked with a teasing smile in her eyes, and deliberately lowered her voice. Are you in love with Mr. Qin? Zhang Xiaofan was startled and tried to distance himself from the matter. Who said that? I just think he's handsome. Don't say anything nonsense. If his girlfriend hears it, she'll misunderstand. Why are you so nervous? I was just joking with you. You dare to make fun of me, wait and see how I'm going to punish you. Zhang Xiaofan became furious and suddenly attacked and slapped Zhang Xiaoxin's sexy butt. Bang! The poor little butt suffered an inhumane blow, making a loud sound and the buttock's flesh spread out in waves. Sister, it hurts. Zhang Xiaoxin touched her buttocks, tears almost falling from her eyes due to the pain. Of course, she was pretending. You little sister-in-law, you still have the nerve to laugh at me. You are just lusting after Master Qin. Don't think I don't know what you are thinking. If I tell you that my crush is Wang Dingkuan, he will never let you go. Zhang Xiaofan scratched Zhang Xiaoxin's waist with his hands. Sister, I was wrong. Zhang Xiaoxin smiled with her face flushed, her body trembling, and her spring light revealed. Don't tell Wang Dingkuan. If he knew, he would definitely get jealous again. Who told you to make fun of me? Zhang Xiaofan said angrily. Then he pinched Zhang Xiaoxin's butt hard. Ah, you're a pervert. Zhang Xiaoxin was attacked and felt extremely ashamed and angry. She tightly grasped Zhang Xiaofan's claws to prevent her master from doing evil again. Based on the principle of not suffering any loss, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Zhang Xiaoxin grabbed it back. Just as the two sisters were retaliating against each other, a shocked voice suddenly rang out. What are you two doing? Chapter 38 Favorability Rising. Zhang Xiaofan and Zhang Xiaoxin were petrified on the spot. The movements of the body also remained motionless. Standing in front of them was Lin Feng, staring at the two of them with strange eyes. Seeing the two of them moving together, still motionless, an ambiguous smile suddenly appeared on his face. Well, how about I step aside for a moment and you guys continue? The two women were struck by lightning. My hands seemed to be electrocuted, and they were quickly retracted and separated at the speed of light. His face turns red. You misunderstood. My sister bullied me just now, so I hit her. It's not what you think. Zhang Xiaofan was extremely embarrassed, and Lin Feng saw him in his worst state. If he misunderstood, I don't know how he would look at me. It's all Zhang Xiaoxin's fault, that idiot. Everything my sister said is true. Zhang Xiaoxin's face was flushed, and there were a few messy hairs hanging down on her forehead, making it hard for people not to have dirty thoughts. Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't take this issue too seriously. Whether they were normal people or not had no effect on him. It's okay, I was just joking with you guys. Of course I know you are normal people. Lin Feng had a smile on his face and looked at the figures of the two beauties unscrupulously. Very positive. It's a delight to the eyes. As if they sensed Lin Feng's slightly aggressive gaze, the two sisters felt a little strange and even a little excited. Most women are like this. When facing those poor, ugly and annoying boys, they would like to dress like a dumpling so as not to be seen by those men. But for those men they can't wait to take a few more glances. The two sisters had the same mentality at this time. In less than a moment, both sisters showed shocked expressions in their eyes and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Oh my god! This figure is so perfect! Zhang Xiaofan's eyes were burning with inexplicable excitement, and he covered his mouth and laughed. Lin Feng was wearing a boxer brief swimsuit, and his strong body was completely exposed in front of the two women. He has a fair complexion, two slightly raised muscles on his chest, and standard 8-pack abs in his dantian. The arms are also very strong, with just the right amount of muscles, and every movement can show off the beauty of the muscles. Different from those fitness guys, Raymond Lam doesn't have those twisted blue veins exposed, and looks very natural and coordinated. This kind of muscle, full of male hormones and a sense of security, is extremely attractive to women. Coupled with Raymond Lam's perfect looks, he is simply a female killer. The two girls were so amorous that they smiled happily. It was not the first time for them to see a male body, but it was the first time they saw such a perfect body. He's so strong, he should be able to pick up a girl easily, right? Wow, your body is so strong. Can I touch it? Jiang Xiaofan swallowed, his eyes shining with excitement. Her eager look was obvious. If she hadn't taken Lin Feng's identity into consideration, she would have taken action long ago. Let me touch it too. I've never touched such beautiful muscles before. Jiang Xiaoxin also walked over excitedly, with a flush on her face, her eyes staring at Lin Feng's abdominal muscles. Lin Feng has never been good at refusing such requests, and this is also a way of helping others. Touch them as you like, I won't charge you. Lin Feng opened his hands generously and let them touch him as they pleased. The two women didn't hesitate to touch him directly. When their hands touched Lin Feng's abdominal muscles, he suddenly felt like something was tickling there, and it was very comfortable. The soft touch was like warm river water flowing across his skin. He felt a strange emotion spreading throughout his body, and even his blood flowed faster. The two women were a head shorter than Raymond Lam. From his angle, he could overlook the two petite girls and see the erotic scenery. Her shoulders are smooth and delicate, and looking down you can see the crystal clear white skin, which can arouse endless evil fire in men. Fortunately, Raymond Lam has good self-control. So hard. Jiang Xiaofan covered her mouth and giggled, her eyebrows curved into crescents, her face shy, while she gently poked Lin Feng's abdominal muscles with her little finger. It's really hard. Jiang Xiaoxin said with a smile, stroking it up and down with her entire palm, with great courage. Lin Feng's heart was moved. He was full of energy, and although he kept emphasizing the need to stay calm, his body would also have some physiological reactions when being teased by the two sisters. Jiang Xiaofan's favorability towards you increases by 1. Jiang Xiaoxin's favorability towards you increases by 1. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't do anything, just let them see his abdominal muscles, which could also increase their favorability. Degree? Do women particularly like men's abdominal muscles and even feel attracted to them? However, while Lin Feng was thinking about this idea, the system refreshed the information again. Jiang Xiaofan's favorability towards you increases by 1. Jiang Xiaofan's favorability towards you increases by 1. Jiang Xiaoxin's favorability towards you increases by 1. A large row of information is constantly being refreshed. The favorability between the two people was directly refreshed from 80 to 91. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Is this possible? When he looked down again, he saw the two women's eyes shining, as if they saw greedy prey. Yi Xiaoxin even licked her sexy lips, which was an extremely seductive move. Lin Feng was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and would lick his muscles. Are these women so hungry? He suddenly understood why some women went to nightclubs to find muscular men. It turns out that women have no resistance to handsome and muscular men. Sister, his hands are so rough. Look here, it's so big. Jiang Xiaoxin poked Lin Feng's chest muscle with a wicked smile, and her eyes seemed to hint at something. That's enough. Lin Feng looked embarrassed. Every poke from Jiang Xiaoxin's fingers gave him a strange experience. The touch of the fingertips feels like a tingling electric current, very comfortable. Let me touch it too. Jiang Xiaofan blushed, stretched out her claws, and poked Lin Feng's chest. Raymond Lam cried out in pain, don't they know they are playing with fire? Quickly take the two women's hands away, if they continue to touch you, it might cause some jokes. Let me touch you more. Jiang Xiaoxin was still unsatisfied, her eyes were full of spring, and her tone was a little coquettish. Lin Feng teased with a sly smile on his face, to be fair, do you want me to touch your belly too? The two girls were so scared that they quickly stepped back, their faces full of shyness, fearing that Lin Feng would really attack them. Jiang Xiaofan smiled ambiguously, we girls can't let anyone touch us casually. I was just trying to scare you guys. Lin Feng's smile remained unchanged, and he glanced around again, is Meng Yan not out yet? It should be soon. As they were talking, Shin Meng Yan came out of the locker room, and the three of them looked at her at the same time. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Chapter 39 Girlfriend's Swimsuit. Shen Mengyan was wearing a white swimsuit, which complemented her fair skin. Half of the cup could not cover her snow-white fullness at all, so that both sides spread outwards, forming a perfect round range, like a perfect sphere. Further down is a flat belly without a trace of fat, and a slender waist that can be held in one hand. The swimming trunks are triangular in shape with a slightly larger bow on both sides, creating a sexy and fashionable design. The lines of her two snow-white legs are in golden proportions, neither too thin nor too fat, just right, and every step she takes exudes a soul-stirring charm. Although it was not the first time that Lin Feng saw Shen Mengyan's legs, he always felt amazed every time he saw them. Even the two sisters beside him were stunned and full of envy. Seeing Lin Feng's fiery eyes, Shen Mengyan's mouth curled up slightly, her eyes were full of pride. She slightly raised her swan-like neck, and said in a joyful tone, "What do you think of me wearing this swimsuit? Does it look good?" Lin Feng smiled, his eyes full of admiration. "It's not just good looking, it's very good looking." Shen Mengyan smiled sweetly, her eyes shining. "You have good taste." Jiang Xiaofan's eyes were full of surprise. As a woman, he couldn't help but envy Shen Mengyan's figure. "Mengyan, you are not only beautiful, but also have a great figure. I envy you to death." "What's there to envy? Your waist is so beautiful. I want to have a waist like yours." Jiang Xiaofan looked delighted when she heard this. This was also the thing she was most satisfied with about her body. "You two should stop bragging to each other, let's go outside and have a drink and chat." So, Raymond Lam took the three sexy beauties out. There is a swimming pool at the bow of this luxury yacht, where you can enjoy the sunshine. Turn on the music in the room and drink some fruit and wine. 4 people were soaking in the water. Shen Mengyan was on Lin Feng's right, and the two sisters were on Lin Feng's left. After playing for a while, they saw the yacht next door passing by them, playing the music very loudly. There were 7 or 8 men and women on the boat wearing only their underpants, dancing enthusiastically, creating a decadent atmosphere. One woman was so bold that she didn't even wear a swimsuit and shook her body vigorously while holding a wine bottle. There were also some women shaking their buttocks wildly, with men taking pictures behind them. Lin Feng had heard of the Hai Tian feast a long time ago, so he was not surprised by such things. Instead, Shen Mengyan frowned, as if she didn't like the man and woman on the opposite boat. "It's okay, they will leave soon. Su Miahan." Lin Feng said calmly and hugged Shen Mengyan gently again. However, the handsome men and beautiful women on the opposite side also noticed him and waved and greeted them. A beautiful woman with golden hair smiled and shouted towards Lin Feng, "Handsome boy, do you want to come over and play with us?" Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to them. Those people were disappointed and stopped bothering him. At this moment, Jiang Xiaofan clenched his phone tightly, with a somewhat nervous expression on his face. "Master Lin, can I take a video here and upload it to my Douyin account?" Jiang Xiaofan's little eyes were full of anticipation, and he looked so pitiful that it was hard to refuse him. Lin Feng ate his banana slowly, mumbling something unclearly. "Of course, but don't take pictures of us, you two sisters can take pictures as you like." "Thank you, master." Jiang Xiaofan was overjoyed. Women all have a strong desire to share, and she also has this habit. Jiang Xiaoxin also swam to Lin Feng, half of her head popped out of the water, and asked with a smile, "Can we follow your Douyin account?" "Sure." Lin Feng's Douyin account nickname is Old Mo who sells fish, which is related to his father. I posted dozens of videos of selling fish, and the number of likes and views was in the single digits. The only fan is Shen Mengyan. Lin Feng has no intention of deleting these videos. This is not his black history, but the path he has walked. The two sisters were shocked when they saw the video on Raymond Lam's account. They couldn't understand why Raymond Lam would make a video and sell fish. If she hadn't seen Raymond Lam appear in the video, she would have thought she had found the wrong account. The two sisters exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jiang Xiaofan's mind. Young Master Lin is so low-key, he must be experiencing life. So these videos are just recording his experience of life. Jiang Xiaofan is very sure about this. She would rather believe that Lin Feng is experiencing life than believe that Lin Feng is really a fishmonger. She was also wearing a high-end watch that Raymond Lam gave her, which was worth $500,000. Now he is lying on a luxury yacht worth 200 million yuan, how could he be a fishmonger? The two sisters were in sync and thought the same thing. "Master Lin, is this your daily record of experiencing life?" Sort of. Keep a low profile." Lin Feng smiled faintly. There was no need to explain this matter. If we didn't know your true identity, we wouldn't believe that someone as noble as you would sell fish. He likes to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger the most. Shen Mengyan teased with a smile, and her little hand hidden under the water fell obediently on Lin Feng's back. Only Raymond Lam knew this angle, the other two girls didn't notice it. Lin Feng smiled ambiguously, "You two go take pictures, don't worry about us." While waiting for the two sisters to take pictures, Raymond Lam smiled maliciously and said, "You are getting bolder and bolder now. You dare to tease me secretly?" "No, I didn't. I taught you a lesson because I saw how hypocritical you were. I was also deceived by your fake identity at the beginning." Shen Mengyan firmly disagreed with Lin Feng's statement. She was not that kind of woman. "I thought you couldn't wait to have it now." Lin Feng looked ambiguous. Shen Mengyan blushed, and she glanced at Jiang Xiaofan and his sister guiltily. "Don't make trouble, they are still here. Even if you want it, you have to wait until night." Lin Feng had an ambiguous smile on his face. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon and it would soon be evening. He had already been feeling a little itchy after being touched by the two sisters. When he heard his girlfriend say such things, he was looking forward to the wonderful night on the sea even more. "Then it's settled. We must have a good fight tonight." Hateful. Shen Mengyan was so embarrassed and angry that she didn't care about her modesty anymore. She picked up the water in her hand and splashed it on Lin Feng's face. Lin Feng wiped the water off his face and said with a smile, "Okay, you dared to hit your husband, right?" He domineeringly dragged Shen Mengyan into his arms, not giving the beauty a chance to resist, and then bent down to kiss her. On the other side, the two sisters started taking crazy selfies, checking in and taking photos everywhere on the yacht. The video of the two hugging each other in swimsuits was uploaded to a personal account, which immediately attracted the attention of many men. The comments section was also very lively, with many men asking whether they were going to meet the top guy on the list. At the same time, Lin Feng also suddenly refreshed the system information. Chapter 40, Girlfriend's Seduction Advice. Trigger the random task, let Jiang Xiaoxin and her sister start a live broadcast to play PK, and help them win a PK game in a row. The reward amount will be returned 100 times. Please complete the task within 24 hours. Lin Feng's heart was shocked. Helping the two sisters to fight a PK was just a piece of cake for him. The most important thing is that you can get a 100-fold return. While giving rewards, you can also refresh their favorability and mood, and you can get another wave of rewards here. Kill two birds with one stone. Lin Feng quickly calmed down. Since the mission would be completed in 24 hours, he was not in a hurry. I checked the time on my phone and it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He glanced at Shen Mengyan, who was in the water. She was like a mermaid in the water, with her angelic face covered with water droplets and her lower body wearing a sexy swimsuit, with a curvy figure. Lin Feng's eyes were burning, and he took the phone without caring about the water on his hands, and quickly sent a message to Jiang Xiaofan, "You two should play somewhere else first, my girlfriend and I have something to do, please don't disturb us." Jiang Xiaofan, who was taking photos and recording videos, saw this message and smiled ambiguously, "Sister, let's not rush back." What? Jiang Xiaoxin was still worried that the two of them went to other places to play for too long and neglected Lin Feng. Look. Jiang Xiaofan smiled shyly and showed his sister the contents on his phone. Jiang Xiaoxin immediately understood what he meant, and she covered her mouth with her hands and said with a smile, "Our master Lin really knows how to play. He has such a strong body, he must be very good. Mengyan is lucky." There were only two sisters left here, and they spoke without any reservations, very boldly and openly. Jiang Xiaofan tapped Jiang Xiaoxin's head gently and said coquettishly, "You only think about those dirty things in your mind. I think you have been led astray by your boyfriend. TSK, sis, can you please stop mentioning him in front of me? You're really spoiling my fun. Besides, he and I are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. He is the one pursuing me." Jiang Xiaoxin looked unhappy. "I don't want him to know about this. Don't ruin my image, or I'll get angry." "Okay, got it. Then let's go somewhere else to take pictures. Giving Lin Xiao half an hour should be enough." While the two sisters were playing somewhere else, Raymond Lam and Shen Mengyan were in the water. As the sea breeze blows, you can occasionally hear the sound of birds singing in the sky, and the sound of violent waves crashing around the ship. As time went by, the sky became darker and darker. In a corner of the ship, the two Jiang sisters were also feeling a little bored. "Sis, it's been an hour, they should be done, let's go back." Jiang Xiaoxin touched her flat belly. She felt a little thirsty after taking pictures for more than an hour, so she wanted to go back and get something to eat. "Okay, let's go back." The two sisters went back barefoot holding hands. However, just when they were about to reach the observation deck of the yacht, they could faintly hear low, intermittent voices. Jiang Xiaofan and Jiang Xiaoxin looked at each other, and they seemed to have telepathic connection. They both smiled secretly with their hands covering their mouths, and their faces were a little shy. Sister, it seems they are not finished yet. Don't talk loudly, let's go back quickly. Jiang Xiaofan's face turned red. Don't. Jiang Xiaoxin quickly grabbed her sister's hand, with a strange excitement flashing in her eyes. Sister, don't you want to take a sneak peek? Jiang Xiaofan's heart was moved, and she suddenly thought of Lin Feng's strong body and his unforgettable strong abdominal muscles. A strange feeling grew in her heart. She said in a mysterious way, "Isn't this a bit bad?" Seeing her sister was moved, Jiang Xiaoxin took the opportunity to instigate her. Sister, don't act serious in front of me. You watched a lot of movies when you were in college. Why are you backing off from the live broadcast now? This is the only chance, but there will be no next store in this village. Jiang Xiaofan thought so too. It was not like he hadn't seen it before, so there shouldn't be any problem in taking a look at it secretly. In the end, curiosity overcame her moral bottom line. Okay, then, let's take a look. Jiang Xiaofan bit her lip and finally said something that went against her conscience. Jiang Xiaoxin nodded heavily. So the two sisters moved forward cautiously, tiptoeing around. The noise ahead was getting louder and louder, and the two of them were becoming more and more nervous, and their breathing rhythm was changing accordingly. At this moment, the two sisters' hearts were in their throats, afraid of being discovered by Lin Feng, but they also wanted to take a look at the scene that made them fantasize. When they reached the corner, the two sisters stuck half of their heads out, peeking there like two cute little kittens. Their eyes widened at that state. My breathing suddenly became rapid and I felt like I couldn't move my eyes away. Half an hour later, Sister Jiang secretly left with blushing faces, and both of them looked very strange. Sister, this is too exaggerated. Jiang Xiaofan gestured with his hands with an extremely exaggerated expression. I've never seen anyone as exaggerated as him. Jiang Xiaofan's face was flushed and his eyes were full of spring. The scene he just saw kept repeating in his mind, causing a storm-like impact on his soul, completely subverting his imagination of ordinary men. I'm so envious of Meng Yin. Jiang Xiaoxin sighed softly. She was really envious. Sister, I want to take a shower. I feel uncomfortable all over. Me too. At the same time, a system message suddenly popped up in front of Lin Feng. Jiang Xiaofan's favorability towards you has increased to 99. Jiang Xiaoxin's favorability towards you has increased to 99. How come the favorability of these two sisters suddenly increased so much? I clearly didn't do anything to them. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. They must have seen it. When he thought of this guess, Lin Feng seemed to have endless energy. Shen Mengyan frowned, her face was full of beauty. Wait a moment. Baby, what's wrong? Lin Feng was slammed on the brakes, staring at Shen Mengyan's delicate body with fiery eyes. Shen Mengyan turned her head away, not daring to look directly into Lin Feng's fiery eyes. I'm so tired, can you let me rest for a while? Okay then. Lin Feng secretly felt regretful, as he hadn't had enough fun yet. Seeing this, Shen Mengyan felt guilty and always felt very sorry for Lin Feng, but she was too tired and her body could not withstand the ravages of the strong storm. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't let you have fun. It's okay, I'll just bear with it. Lin Feng hugged Shen Mengyan lovingly, knowing that she had tried her best. Shen Mengyan was very moved when she heard this, and she felt even more guilty. If she couldn't even fulfill the most basic obligations, then he would definitely suffer in the future if he was with her. Moreover, holding it in for too long is not good for your health. Or, you can go find their sisters. Shen Mengyan said softly, with affection and encouragement in her eyes. Chapter 41 Conquering the Two Sisters. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't know why his girlfriend would suddenly say such a thing. This was totally inconsistent with her character. Was this a test or the truth? Mengyan, are you serious? Lin Feng's voice was filled with excitement. Shen Mengyan alone had no way of helping him release his passion. Moreover, he had to be careful and restrained and try his best to accommodate Shen Mengyan. Shen Mengyan lowered her eyes, looking at the lively Mr. Lin with love and fear. Shyly, I am serious, I know you are very good, and there will definitely be many girls who like you in the future. Instead of worrying about it, it is better to let you be free. As long as you still have me in your heart, it is enough. Baby, thank you. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He hugged Shen Mengyan warmly and kissed her hard, making the latter shy and delicate. Stop it, let me take a breath first. Shen Mengyan's face flushed as she gently pushed Lin Feng away, but you have to promise me one thing. Don't mention just one thing, I'll agree to 10. Lin Feng was in a good mood and liked Shen Mengyan even more. He would try his best to satisfy her as long as he could. Shen Mengyan felt a little reluctant, but she also knew that some things could not be forced, so she bit Lin Feng's ear and said, "It's fun, but don't cause any trouble." I know what's going on. Lin Feng's heart was moved and he was distracted. He is really lucky to have such a girlfriend. Let me go and tell them about this. You wait here. Shen Mengyan casually picked up a loose bathrobe and put it on, tying the belt around her waist. The loose neckline revealed a piece of snow-white jade peak, which made it difficult to look away. The expression on her face had regained some of its coldness, but the blush had not yet faded, making her look pure and lustful. Lin Feng quickly picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a big sip to replenish his water. He was also looking forward to what would happen next. Soon, Shen Mengyan found the two sisters in the room. The two of them quickly stood up, with ambiguous smiles on their faces. Mengyan, why are you here? Shen Mengyan looked calm, glanced at the two people's figures, and thought to herself, these two are good looking and have good figures. They can barely accompany Lin Feng. What do you think of Lin Feng? Shen Mengyan sat down on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed, but the hem of her bathrobe was open high, revealing a pair of perfect long legs as white as snow. Jiang Xiaofan swallowed her saliva. Even she wanted to touch this pair of sexy thighs. Soon she noticed some red marks on the thighs and knew what was going on. He's very nice and handsome. He's also very nice to us. Why do you suddenly ask this question? Jiang Xiaofan reluctantly withdrew his gaze. I won't beat around the bush with you. I also know that you have a crush on my boyfriend. Now I want you to accompany my boyfriend. Are you willing? Jiang Xiaofan and Jiang Xiaoxin were shocked and stunned. He looked at Shen Mengyan with shock, unable to believe that these words would come out of her mouth. Mengyan, you are kidding me, he is your boyfriend, you want us to accompany him? Jiang Xiaofan's beautiful eyes widened and her tone became hurt. This information was too shocking, but she felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart and really hoped that all this was true. Jiang Xiaoxin was also incredible and asked, what is your purpose in doing this? Shen Mengyan folded her hands in front of her chest, not shying away from her half-covered and half-exposed jade peaks, and said in a light tone, it's very simple, because I have no way to satisfy him. So I need you two to help my boyfriend solve his problem. Is this reason enough? The two remained silent, they believed this reason. Moreover, they also had a very good impression of Raymond Lam, and they simply couldn't refuse this suggestion. Since young Master Lin is in trouble and he is so good to us, we will of course help him without hesitation. Jiang Xiaofan blushed, hid his hands behind his back, and scratched his fingers nervously. Although she had fantasized about something happening between her and Raymond Lam, she had never imagined it would happen so soon, and with the legal approval of his girlfriend. Shen Mengyan was not surprised to see Jiang Xiaofan agree. Her bright eyes fell on Jiang Xiaoxin again. What do you think? Jiang Xiaoxin said without hesitation, I agree. But I have a small request. Jiang Xiaoxin looked a little nervous. Tell me, as long as your request is not excessive, I can agree to it. Jiang Xiaoxin bit her lip, and after a second she mustered up the courage to say, I also want to watch like my sisters, is that okay? After saying that, she was afraid that Shen Mengyan would think her request was a bit excessive, so she quickly added, as long as you agree to my conditions, before you go to college, my two sisters can accompany Master Lin every day. No matter what he asks us to do, we are willing. As soon as the words fell, the whole room fell silent. The two sisters were very nervous, fearing that these conditions would anger Shen Mengyan. There is less than a month left for Lin Feng to go to college, and the condition Jiang Xiaoxin just proposed is equivalent to using 500,000 yuan to support them for a month. Jiang Xiaoxin also understood that if a boss really was supporting her, it would be impossible for him to pay her such a high salary per month. Shen Mengyan smiled and said, deal, you two go find Lin Feng. Thank you, madam. The two girls were overjoyed and went to find Lin Feng with smiles on their faces. After they went out, Shen Mengyan had a faint smile on her face, hoping that the two of them could serve Lin Feng happily. I should also take a shower and rest. I'm so tired. Hopefully they can hold on. At this time, the two sisters walked towards Lin Feng with nervous shyness, even lowering their heads, not daring to look directly into Lin Feng's fiery eyes. Soon, these two female anchors with millions of fans, who are also the goddesses in countless men's dreams, completely surrendered to Raymond Lam. The two women lay on the living room floor, gasping for breath, but their flushed faces showed the first satisfaction in their lives. At this moment, they realized that Lin Feng was not just powerful, but extremely strong. I finally understand why Shen Mengyan asked them for help. Lin Feng was in high spirits and picked them up and sat them on his lap. Thank you for your hard work. You guys can start the live broadcast later and I will help you play a PK game. Thank you, Master Lin. The Zhang sisters smiled happily and kissed Lin Feng on both cheeks at the same time. You were so awesome just now. Zhang Xiaoxin's eyes were strained and her tone was soft. One hand hooked around Lin Feng's neck. We two sisters are barely even your match. There was a breakthrough in the relationship among the three people, and they spoke much bolder. That's right. Just stay with me during this time. I won't treat you unfairly. Lin Feng hugged the two women's slender waists, feeling the delicacy and smoothness of their waists, and felt extremely comfortable. This waist has seduced countless experienced men to masturbate while watching their videos, but now he can play with it at will. At this moment, the system prompt appeared again. Chapter 42 Xiao Xian's Suitor Calls. Zhang Xiaofan's mood rises to 100. Zhang Xiaoxin's mood rises to 100. Increase 3 points in tuning. The favorability level remains at 99. Other properties remain unchanged. Today's lottery for a mood of 100 has been used on Zhang Xiaofan, so there will be no reward even if both of them raise their moods to 100 today. This was a small regret, but the biggest gain was the 3-point increase in his tuning skill. Now his tuning skill had risen to 31, which made him a master in the love field. Beep. Zhang Xiaoxin's WeChat call on her cell phone rang, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. At a glance, I saw that the note number was Wang Dingkuan. Zhang Xiaoxin's face changed slightly, and she quickly hung up the phone, explaining guiltily, "This is an online friend. He pursues me and harasses me frequently. I get annoyed when I see his phone calls." "Oh, I thought he was your boyfriend." Lin Feng smiled and didn't care. Zhang Xiaoxin is 22 years old this year, it is impossible that she has never had a boyfriend. He doesn't have a virgin complex. It would be best if he had that kind of thing, but if he doesn't have it, he won't force it. No, how could I possibly like that kind of person? If I had to like someone, I'd like a handsome guy like young Master Lin. Zhang Xiaoxin quickly distanced herself from him and pressed her soft body against him, tightly against Lin Feng, trying to please him. You have such a sweet mouth. Lin Feng pinched Zhang Xiaoxin's butt, causing Zhang Xiaoxin to let out a soft wink at him. You little devil. Lin Feng's heart was moved, and just as he was about to make his move, Zhang Xiaoxin's WeChat call rang again, and Lin Feng frowned. It was still Wang Dingkuan calling. Master Lin, I'll hang up right away. Zhang Xiaoxin was unhappy and hated being disturbed by calls at this time. Lin Feng grabbed her hand and smiled affectionately. Don't hang up, answer the phone. Put the speaker on. I want to hear what he has to say. Zhang Xiaoxin was stunned, and noticed the evil fire in Lin Feng's eyes. She immediately understood what Lin Feng wanted to do, and immediately a charming smile appeared on her face. Sure enough, 9 out of 10 men want to steal other people's food. Maybe they'll find it exciting. Zhang Xiaoxin's heart was beating fast and her face became more charming. She hooked her arms around Lin Feng's neck like an octopus, with her face pressed tightly against him, and her chin resting on his shoulder. I answered the call and turned on the speaker. Zhang Xiaoxin, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you answer my call? Wang Dingkuan's irritable voice came from the other end of the phone. If it were in the past, Zhang Xiaoxin would definitely not dare to ignore this young master, but now she has found a new backer and doesn't care about Wang Dingkuan's feelings at all. Master Wang, why are you so angry? Zhang Xiaoxin replied in a delicate voice. Fuck, how can I not be angry? I heard from other friends that they saw you on someone else's yacht. Is that true? Is that why you're mad at me? I'm not your girlfriend. Isn't it my freedom to go wherever I want? You stinky bitch, I spent hundreds of thousands on you, and you told me you're not my girlfriend? Why should I spend money on you? Get back here right now and serve me tonight, or don't even think about getting a dime from me again. Wang Dingkuan on the other end of the phone almost yelled in response. Zhang Xiaoxin and Lin Feng looked at each other, and they could see different excitement in each other's eyes. Then Jiang Xiaoxin said softly, "I'm sorry, I won't let you touch a hair even if I sleep with a homeless person on the street." On the other end of the phone, the blonde Wang Dingquan's face was distorted with anger. She originally thought that she would get the younger sister first and then the older sister. She even boasted to her friends that she would get the two sisters sooner or later and would make a video to show them when the time comes. But in the end, the one who got her hand ran away again. At first, when he heard others tell him that Jiang Xiaoxin had boarded someone else's boat, he didn't believe it. A feeling of betrayal and anger at not getting what he wanted made his face twisted and hideous. "Chow, you found a new sponsor and you started pretending in front of me?" However, the one who answered him was Jiang Xiaoxin's enchanting him. Although it was just one him, it hit the back of his head like a hammer. Boom! A raging flame of jealousy instantly overwhelmed Wang Dingquan's rationality. This damn bitch dared to have an affair with another man and even called me to show off. No man can bear the anger of being cuckolded and the stinging betrayal? I fuck you, uncle. Jiang Xiaoxin, you're dead. Wang Dingquan gritted his teeth, and every word seemed to pop out from between his teeth. Don't even think about being on the internet, sisters. He couldn't swallow this anger anymore, so he smashed the phone to the ground. Feeling that it was not enough, he stomped on it a few more times. Bitch, I will make you kneel down and serve me, and then find a few people to take turns to rape your sisters. On the other side, Jiang Xiaoxin had a face full of spring, pretending to be resentful and said, "Master, you made him run away in anger. It's all your fault. He will definitely take revenge on me. You must protect me." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with enthusiasm, and he spoke in a rough voice from his throat, "Don't worry, if you start the live broadcast tonight, I will give you a reward, enough for you to live a stable life." "Thank you, young master." Jiang Xiaoxin's eyes were like stars, shining with strong desire, and she immediately twisted her slender waist to please Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xiaofan smiled evilly, unwilling to be left out, and took the opportunity to attack his sister. An hour later, the two sisters also changed into cool clothes and started the live broadcast. The two sisters broadcast live at the same time, appearing in the live broadcast room with happy and sweet faces, and hundreds of old fans arrived on time. At this time, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and Shen Mengyan was too tired and went to bed early. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Xiaofan. Nice to meet you all again. Did you guys miss me?" Lin Feng logged into the two sisters' live broadcast room. His current level is level 1. He had already prepared the money and was just waiting for the two sisters to play PK. He would help them win the next game and get the money back. Random connection. However, what no one expected was that the Jiang sisters were actually matched with the Disney runaway princess who is known as the PK Queen. He has 9 million fans and is a professional PK anchor. Last year, he won the Jiangsu Province PK King Championship. Every day he was either playing PK or on the way to play PK. She has a very strong fan base, and even some celebrities come to her live broadcast room to give gifts. The two sisters were very excited as it was a rare opportunity to connect with such a big anchor. "Hello, Miss D." Lin Feng could see that the sisters were a little nervous, probably because they were overwhelmed by the momentum of the opponent. The Disney runaway princess has a strong aura and a beautiful face, with 7 or 8 girls standing behind her as her support group. "Hello beautiful lady, how would you like to play?" When Di Jiao opened her mouth, she was very domineering and bold. Her voice was a little hoarse, which was very distinctive. Chapter 43, 100 Carnivals in 1 second. Lin Feng also took the opportunity to click into the live broadcast room of Sister D, where there were 50,000 people online at the same time. There are 100 big brothers on the list who are above level 30, and this is the number that the system can display. There are several top guys on the list who are level 75. The amount of reward given by each person is no less than 1,000 yuan. She is worthy of being the number 1 in Douyin PK. At this time, DJ's comments section was filled with strong and confident remarks. "Sister D, the other side is a small anchor, they have no strength at all, any one of us can crush them. Don't waste time with them, just kill them instantly. Leave this task to me, I will directly earn 10,000 later. Let them feel the pressure brought by Sister D." Lin Feng was secretly estimating in his mind that the opponent was very strong, and if he wanted to win this PK, he would probably have to pay a little money. At the same time, Wang Dingquan also received news. "Master Wang, the sisters are live streaming, and they are competing with Sister D. Okay, say hello to Sister D right away and tell her that I helped her win this PK." Wang Dingquan hung up the phone with a gloomy face. If the Jiang sisters don't give me face, don't blame me for turning against them. I want you to know that without me as your financial backer, you are nothing. Brothers, don't brush for now. Young Master Wang said he would help me win this PK. I'll connect him to come up. Wang Dingkuan answered the call and said arrogantly in the live broadcast room, brothers, I was played by the stinky bitches on the opposite side. I am very unhappy now. No one of you should fight with me. I will beat them so hard that even their mothers won't recognize them. At worst, I can just take out 1 million pocket money and kill her. The tone was firm and filled with strong anger. The Jiang sisters' faces changed, and they were also frightened by Wang Xiao's brutal aura. Essentially, their status had not changed, and they were still a little afraid of this rich second generation. Master Wang, why are you so angry? Besides, you like my sister, but my sister doesn't like you. A forced melon is not sweet. The two sisters' momentum was obviously a little weak. Sister D smiled and said, I didn't expect you and Master Wang to have such a big melon. I won't interrupt you guys continue. The purpose of the show is to entertain. The Jiang sisters and Wang Dingkuan have a story, and they are happy to watch it. Ha, Mr. Wang, are you angry because these two sisters didn't sleep with you? She's just a small internet celebrity. As long as you're willing to spend money, there's nothing you can't sleep with. With Master Wang's charm, he shouldn't fail, right? Everyone teased him, and Wang Dingkuan felt very unhappy. Don't mention it. I was fooled. I was fooled. After that, he yelled at the Jiang sisters, don't you have an older brother? Ask him to come up and play with me. I want to see what your older brother is capable of. Sister D, let's start. PK officially begins. The two sisters took a deep breath and looked at Lin Feng beside them. They saw Lin Feng lying on the sofa, browsing his phone. He nodded at them, telling them not to worry. With Lin Feng's nod, the two sisters felt relieved. Although there were a few hundred people on their side, there were tens of thousands on the other side, and there were also a lot of big brothers. They firmly believed that as long as Raymond Lam was there, they would not lose. Wang Dingkuan was indeed very generous in his move. He directly gave the two sisters 10,000 yuan, which brought the scores of the two sisters to the lowest level. Little bitch, tell your big brother to come up and play. I'm going to throw away 10,000 yuan first. Lin Feng's expression was very calm. What Wang Dingkuan said was very unpleasant. These two sisters were his people after all, and he would not allow Wang Dingkuan to insult them here. 10,000? Lin Feng chuckled and said, if you want to play it a little bigger. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave the carnival a reward x10. The carnival special effects filled the entire screen. Thank you, Lao Mo. Thanks, Brother Mo. The two sisters smiled happily when they saw Raymond Lam taking action. Although they knew Raymond Lam was right next to them, they still had to do the show to achieve the desired effect. 10 carnivals rushed directly to the unified Big Brother position. When the people on the opposite side saw Lin Feng taking action, they remained calm. Master Wang, the top guy on the opposite side, has made a move, but why does his name sound a bit rustic? There are only 10 carnivals, not 100. Wang Dingkuan said arrogantly, not taking these 10 carnivals seriously at all. He placed his hand on the carnival gifts and prepared to get 10 as well, hoping to compete with Lin Feng on the opposite side in strength. However, just as he clicked on 10 gifts and before he could send them out, the special effects from the other side dominated the screen again. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 20 carnival rewards. Wang Dingkuan's face darkened. Isn't it just 20? Then I'll just brush 50 of them. Quickly delete the 20 and change it back to 50. However, just when he was about to send out 50 of them, an accident suddenly occurred. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 50 tips to the carnival. Wang Dingkuan's eyes flashed with anger, and he angrily shouted in the live broadcast room, fuck you, you are fighting with me, right? Then I'll have 100. Everyone was a little surprised. Sister D smiled faintly, the other side has some strength, but not much. Come on, Mr. Wang. She hasn't finished her words yet. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 100 rewards to the carnival. Wang Dingkuan was about to press his hand down to give a reward, but it suddenly froze in mid-air, and the expression on his face changed for the first time. The idiot on the opposite side seems to have some strength. It seems that I must show some strength to crush him. He has already made harsh remarks in the live broadcast room. He can't afford to lose face. Change 100 into 200. A total of 600,000 should be enough to crush the opponent. Wang Dingkuan was thinking about it and had just changed the number when an accident happened again. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 200 tips to the carnival. The expression on Wang Dingkuan's face froze again. Was he surpassed again? A nameless anger of being fooled by others rushed to my head. Quickly press send reward. Wang Dingkuan gave 2 carnivals x 200 rewards. The scores of both sides are tied. This number didn't last even a second before Sister D was crushed again. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 300 tips to the carnival. Everyone was shocked. The smile on Sister D's face gradually faded. Fuck, the big brother on the other side is so powerful. Sister D, something is wrong. I just went across the street to check Lao Mo's profile, but I couldn't see any videos of that guy. He's either hiding them or he hasn't posted any videos. His account is private, so we can't follow him. Everyone was arguing. Wang Dingkuan's face turned blue with anger. 300 carnivals equaled 900,000. Damn it, I'm going all out. Wang Dingkuan gave 2 carnivals x 350 rewards. However, this is just the beginning. Next second. Fish seller Lao Mo gave 400 tips to the carnival. The next second, before anyone could react, the situation changed again. Fish seller Lao Mo gave 500 tips to the carnival. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 600 tips to the carnival. Everyone was shocked. 100 carnivals per second. Chapter 44, Repaying a Favor. Wang Dingkuan's face changed drastically. There was no smile on Sister D's face anymore. The Jiang sisters were so excited that their faces turned red and their eyes were full of surprise. The current gift is 1.8 million, and they can get 900,000. A huge wave has already been set off in Sister D's live broadcast room. Fuck, Master Wang, can you do it? We've all been beaten like dogs. If you can't do it, just tell us earlier. If Sister D's undefeated legend is defeated by you, don't call me your brother anymore. Sister D said, everyone calm down and give Master Wang some time. I believe he will not let us down. But the tone of her voice was obviously not as confident as before. Don't worry, everyone. If I say we will win, we will definitely win. It's just a carnival, right? Wang Dingkuan was in a dilemma at this point and could only go ahead with it. Wang Dingkuan gave 2 carnivals x 1,000 rewards. Converted into cash, that's 3 million. A smile appeared on Sister D's face. She thought she should be able to win 3 million. The people in the live broadcast room also cheered. Wang Dingkuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng smiled faintly. 3 million was not his goal. It should be said that this is his starting point. The show is about to begin, so be prepared for the storm. Press your finger again to quickly output a string of zeros. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 1,000 tips to the carnival. Wang Dingkuan's face changed drastically, and he caught up again. Damn it, my money didn't come from the wind. After spending 3 million, he felt a little sad. At this time, Sister D's live broadcast room was unable to maintain calm. Everyone knew that the old MO, the fish seller on the opposite side, was very strong, and Wang Dingkuan alone would definitely not be able to win. Brothers, something is not right. Sister D, do you want us to take action? Wang Dingkuan, can you do it? If you can't, just tell us earlier, don't make our Sister D lose. Wang Dingkuan was very embarrassed, and his tone was no longer as arrogant as before. He said, Sister D, my guy is restricted. Please let the brothers take action. At this time, he could only make an excuse that the card was frozen. Sister D was very anxious, knowing that Wang Dingkuan could not be relied upon at this time. Brothers, please help us. The big brother on the other side is very powerful. He can't lose the winning streak for 99 days just because of this game. Please help us. After receiving the order from Sister D, more than 100 brothers went to the carnival like crazy, as if it was free. With everyone working together, they soon piled up 2,000 carnivals. Lin Feng remained calm and composed, even if more than 100 big brothers on the opposite side attacked at the same time. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 2,000 tips to the carnival. Sister D took a breath of cold air. The big brother on the opposite side was too powerful. Brothers, work harder. We have hundreds of big brothers. He is only one person. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to defeat him. Sister D's throat became hoarse from shouting, and she was also holding her cell phone to send a message to her big brother to come online. The live broadcast room is full of carnival. Seeing the carnival filling the entire screen, the fans were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was very enjoyable to watch, and every special effect was made with great money. At this time, there was 1 minute left in the game. Lin Feng realized that he couldn't continue playing like this and had to make it bigger. Full firepower. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 3,000 tips to the carnival. That adds 1,000 carnivals in 3 seconds, which is 3 million. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 4,000 tips to the carnival. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 5,000 tips to the carnival. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 6,000 tips to the carnival. When he raised the number of carnival to 5,000, the opponents were all speechless. When the number reached 6,000, Sister D turned pale. She had never seen anyone giving gifts so crazily, and even though she had been playing PK for several years, she had never seen such a horrific PK output. 6,000 carnivals, that's 18 million. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 7,000 tips to the carnival. No one sent gifts to Sister D's live broadcast room anymore, and all the carnivals and special effects disappeared without a trace. Because they know clearly that this is a PK that they cannot possibly win, even if they have more than 100 big brothers on their side. If it were a few million, they might work together. It would not be worthwhile if it cost tens of millions to have a PK. Even though they could afford it together, they would be reluctant to spend everyone's money on this PK. The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 8,000 tips to the carnival. Everyone was horrified. There is no need to fight PK any further after it has reached this point, so why does he continue to do it? You really don't regard money as money? Acting on impulse? Wang Dingquan's expression was extremely serious. Through this PK, he had already realized that the two sides were definitely not on the same level. Who is this old Mo, the fish seller? The fishmonger Lao Mo gave 10,000 tips to the carnival. The game is over, the winner is Jiang Xiaofan. The number of carnivals is fixed at 10,000, with a total value of 30 million. Although the game was over, everyone was still feeling anxious for a long time. They had never seen such a crazy PK before. Sister D lost miserably. The Jiang sisters won miserably, their eyes were filled with tears and their bodies were shaking with excitement. They really cried for the 30 million in rewards, and at least they got 15 million. In just one night, the two sisters became multi-millionaires. Without even bothering to greet Sister D, the two sisters excitedly rushed to the sofa, and Jiang Xiaofan gave her a passionate kiss without saying a word. Only in this way can she express her gratitude and repay the favor. While Lin Feng was enjoying Jiang Xiaofan's gratitude, he looked at Jiang Xiaoxin, who was eager to repay his gratitude, with a smile. Sister, it's almost done. It's my turn now. Jiang Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and her voice trembled. Master Qin, thank you for being so kind to us. From now on, no matter what you ask me to do, we two sisters will always be yours. Before Lin Feng could say anything, his mouth was sealed by Jiang Xiaoxin. Jiang Xiaofan also took this opportunity to return to the live broadcast room, said hello to Sister D, and couldn't wait to end the live broadcast. She was in no mood to go live at all. After a long time, the two separated. That's what you said. You have to be available whenever I call you from now on. Lin Feng smiled ambiguously. Master, we two don't know anything else. This is the only thing we know. Let us two sisters serve you together. The two sisters were very excited, and their eyes were full of love and admiration when they looked at the male protagonist. Jiang Xiaofan and Jiang Xiaoxin's favorability towards you has reached 100. Sister Xiaofan is still sensible. Lin Feng laughed and opened his arms to hug the two girls in his arms. A favorability of 100 allows them to do anything, to betray their families for love, and even to sacrifice for love. The two girls were so grateful that they tried their best to please Raymond Lam. Complete the task, spend 30 million, get 100 times return, 3 billion has been received, your current balance is 3.17 billion. At the same time, the atmosphere in Sister D's live broadcast room was gloomy. Sister D asked, Mr. Wang, what's wrong with you? How could you offend such a big brother? Chapter 45 Return to Daily Life. Wang Dingquan picked and chose and said some things that he could say, but he didn't mention a word about what he didn't want to say. The general meaning is that he wanted to pursue the Jiang sisters, but the two sisters ran away with other financial sponsors. They also said how much money he spent on the two sisters, and anyway, they portrayed him as a victim. Sister D is not interested in Wang Dingquan's affairs. What she cares about is this mysterious boss. She wants to get to know this mysterious boss if she has the chance in the future. If he knew that this mysterious boss was just a person who had just taken the college entrance examination, he would definitely be shocked. This incident quickly fermented on the internet and was cut into various videos and posted on the internet. Old Mo, the fishmonger, became famous in one battle, and he brushed 30 million in a domineering manner, directly from level 1 to level 75. The news of the 30 million reward quickly made headlines in major news media. Many people heard the news and wanted to follow Raymond Lam's account, but he didn't want overexposure that would affect his private life, so he set up a private account. Because he knew early on that if he gave too much reward, it would inevitably attract attention and affect his father's life. Also famous are the Jiang Xiaofan sisters, who also became rich overnight. The number of fans increased by hundreds of thousands. The next day, Lin Feng was lying on the bow of the boat basking in the sun, feeling refreshed. Everyone had a tacit understanding about what happened yesterday and kept silent about it. The few of them spent another 10 days in Sanya. During these 10 days, the Jiang sisters served Lin Feng and Shen Mengyan like maids. Of course, sometimes I have to serve Lin Feng. Lin Feng's tuning value also increased by 2 points and is currently 33 points. There is basically no change in other aspects. One day, Shen Mengyan suddenly said, Zhangbei University will start school in a few days, and we should go back and prepare. Lin Feng was wearing a pair of sunglasses and lying lazily in a chair basking in the sun. Zhang Xiaoxin was massaging his back and Jiang Xiaofan was massaging his legs. Yeah, that's what I wanted to tell you. I plan to go back tomorrow. Shen Mengyan certainly had no objection, but the Jiang sisters were very reluctant. Before leaving, the two sisters stayed with Raymond Lam until dawn on the last night, and lingered till death. Lin Feng gave the two sisters the key to his villa here so that they could live there. But it cannot be rented out or allowed to be occupied by men. The two sisters watched Raymond Lam fly away in a helicopter. Zhang Xiaofan looked up with tears in his eyes, knowing that it would be difficult to see Lin Feng again after this separation. Master Lin is gone. Sister, she will definitely come back, otherwise he wouldn't have given the key to us. Zhang Xiaoxin cried gently with her shoulders twitching, her voice choked with sobs. Although the two sisters only spent about 10 days with Raymond Lam, it left unforgettable memories in their hearts. When Jiang Xiaofan heard this, there was a little more hope in his eyes. Touching her flat belly, she suddenly thought that she had been making love with Lin Feng for so many days without taking any medicine, and she didn't know if she would get pregnant. Sister, what if we get pregnant? Zhang Xiaoxin also seemed to realize that they had not taken any safety measures these days. Jiang Xiaofan's eyes were full of tenderness, and she had a sweet and happy smile on her face. If she is really pregnant, it will be a blessing for us. I wish I was really pregnant. The two of them have a 100% favorable impression of Lin Feng at this moment. Even if Lin Feng asked them to die, she would do it without hesitation. Why would she care about helping Lin Feng have a baby? A few hours later, Lin Feng took Shen Mengyan back to his hometown. After saying goodbye to Shen Mengyan, he went straight to Lao Mo's fish stall. Are you coming back, kid? I thought you were kidnapped by someone. Seeing his son come back, Lao Mo had a smile on his face and started teasing him. Dad, if I get kidnapped and sold, who will inherit your fish stall? Lao Mo chuckled and said, don't keep thinking about my fish stall. This job is not suitable for you. You should study hard and get a double first-class graduate degree. Then you can enter a Fortune 500 company in the future. It will bring honor to your father. It would be best if I could get a job as a civil servant or something. He has been selling fish for decades, so naturally he doesn't want Lin Feng to follow in his footsteps. This job doesn't have much future. Lin Feng was a little distressed. He didn't know how to legally and reasonably transfer part of his wealth to his father so that he wouldn't have to work so hard. Maybe I can only work on projects and start a company during college, and then I can naturally give money to my dad. He now has 3.17 billion and can easily set up a company. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. The most important thing is to make your dad feel that the money is earned by him. I understand. I will study hard when I go to college. I believe you, so Dad will wait for your good news. Lin Feng didn't take studying seriously at all. Some time ago, he used his photographic memory to memorize all the textbooks he would study during college. You don't have to attend other teachers' classes at all, you can use this time to start your own business. It seems that I have to go to the Magic City in advance. I plan to go to the Magic City tomorrow and get familiar with the environment there first. That's fine. Lao Mo agreed without thinking. A few days wouldn't make a difference anyway. By the way, there's something quite funny. A few days ago, a wealthy man gave a streamer 30 million in tips. When I first saw his name, I thought he was talking about me. Lin Feng asked knowingly, Dad, that person's name couldn't be Lao Mo as well, right? The incident spread so widely, and my dad usually likes to watch Douyin, so it's not surprising that he saw it. Lao Mo smiled and said, It's Lao Mo the fishmonger. This name is so similar to me. It's a pity that one is a rich man, and your father really sells fish. Lin Feng smiled secretly, The rich man you are talking about is your son. Sooner or later, I will make you as rich as him. Come on, will you die if you don't brag for a day? Lao Mo didn't believe what Lin Feng said at all, and the conversation between the father and son was rather casual. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and smiled evilly. Dad, you have been single for so long, have you ever thought about finding an aunt? Are you feeling itchy? Lao Mo's face was stern. Your father is already old, who would like me? Besides, with our family, finding another aunt would be a waste of time for her, wouldn't it? Although Lao Mo said no, Lin Feng still noticed that his father's tone still showed that he was eager to find an aunt to accompany him. When he goes to college, his dad will definitely be lonely. Well, I'll find an aunt for my dad when that day comes. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng took the initiative to tell Shen Mengyan that he was going to university early. After they chatted for a while, Su Miahan sent a message. What have you been busy with lately? Why have you been ignoring me? I want to see you tonight, is it convenient? Chapter 46, First Meeting with Luo Wanqing. Lin Feng pondered for a while, as he had more important things to do tonight, so he politely declined Su Miahan. Miahan, I have something to do tonight. I will be going to Shanghai tomorrow. Didn't you also get admitted to that university? We can meet there then. Why are you going there so soon? Su Miahan was hiding in bed chatting with Lin Feng and was surprised to see this message. She had originally thought about meeting Lin Feng before going to Jiangbei University. I have something to do. Okay then, we'll meet at Jiangbei University then. Su Miahan was a little reluctant, but she didn't blame Lin Feng. Lin Feng chatted briefly and then exited WeChat. I was wondering what kind of company I should set up in Shanghai. He knows nothing about stock trading. He doesn't understand any industry that can make money. He is completely blank in this area. His special abilities are his photographic memory, mastery of many top racing skills, and the ability to drive boats and planes. However, none of these abilities can make him rich in a short period of time. He also had no interest in using these skills to make money. On the contrary, the cost of trial and error for current internet self-media is relatively low, and money can be made relatively quickly. How about starting a self-media company? I just signed a few female anchors. It doesn't matter whether I make money or not. The most important thing is to let my dad think that I made money by opening a company with others. Once the company is on the right track and we sign a few famous anchors, my dad won't be suspicious anymore. That's it, then. He is not afraid of losing money, nor does he care about losing a small amount of money. With a goal in mind, Lin Feng was very motivated and went online to look up relevant information. The next morning, Lin Feng booked a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel in Shanghai. After saying goodbye to his father, he drove his helicopter directly to Shanghai. A few hours later, his helicopter, an Airbus H225, landed at the hotel airfield. As soon as he came down, a special staff came to receive him. The service was very thoughtful and he was taken directly to the presidential suite he had booked. Sir, is there anything else we can do for you? A dignified and beautiful waitress asked politely. I want to rent an office building near Jiangbei University in Shanghai. Do you know where is suitable? Lin Feng asked tentatively, not expecting the other party to give him a satisfactory result. He had looked it up before coming here, but there was too much information and he wasn't quite sure. If you want to rent an office building near Jiangbei University, I can ask our manager. She knows more about this area. And since you are our distinguished guest, she can also be your tour guide. Lin Feng looked a little surprised. Your hotel also provides this kind of service? Yes, anyone who orders the presidential suite can enjoy one-on-one exclusive service. Lin Feng thought so too. It costs 10,000 to stay here a night, so it's not surprising that their hotel provides some services. Mr. Lin, are you sure you want to use this service permission? If you are sure, I will invite the manager over now. Lin Feng nodded. the waitress said something on the intercom. Sister Luo, come here for a moment. The guests here need to use the one-on-one exclusive service. Okay, I'll be there right away. A soft female voice came from the intercom, as gentle and soothing as the gurgling of water. Although he only heard the voice but did not see the person, Lin Feng became very interested in the owner of the voice. A woman who speaks in a pleasant voice should not be ugly, right? Just as I was thinking about it, a plump and beautiful woman appeared at the door. She had a face as gentle as jade, a beautiful smile on the corners of her mouth, eyes like autumn water reflecting pear blossoms, and a figure like a willow swaying in the wind. A slim-fitting black work suit, tightly fitting her plump body, with her magnificent breasts about to burst out, has made countless women envy her and men yearn for her. It also makes this woman extremely confident in her every move. As soon as this woman appeared, Lin Feng's eyes were instantly attracted by her graceful figure. This woman was different from the women he had known before. She had a temperament and charm that the Jiang sisters did not have. There was a smile on Luo Wanqing's lips, a smile that made people feel like spring breeze. She saw Lin Feng's reaction and was extremely confident about her appearance and figure. Xiaoli, let me handle this, go and do other things. Boss Luo, I'll get busy first. As soon as she started speaking, her voice was so sweet and pleasant to the ears, and there was a sense of calmness that made it impossible to hate this woman. Raymond Lam suddenly thought of TVB dubbing. The way those women spoke was very unique, gentle and delicate, like the gurgle of running water. How similar to the woman in front of me. Luo Wanqing's gaze fell on Lin Feng, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. She had come into contact with many wealthy people in the hotel, so her vision was extraordinary. Ordinary people could not stir up any waves in her heart. But the first impression Lin Feng gave her was not just that he was handsome, but also an inexplicable liking for him. It seemed that the man in front of her was good-looking no matter how she looked at him, and she really wanted to get to know him. Especially the one with the melancholy eyes, like a young man who had been hurt by love. Luo Wanqing felt a certain tremor in her heart and suddenly felt sorry for Lin Feng. Luo Wanqing couldn't explain why she suddenly had such a special feeling for a boy she had just met. She stretched out her delicate hand, and the jade bracelet on her wrist was particularly conspicuous. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am your exclusive server Luo Wanqing. You can call me Wanqing or Manager Luo. As she spoke, Luo Wanqing's eyes were full of tenderness, and her gaze never left Lin Feng's face. Luo Wanqing's favorability towards you has reached 30. Luo Wanqing's happiness level has reached 42. Lin Feng reached out and gently held Luo Wanqing's hand, feeling it was soft, gentle and warm. In an instant, ripples appeared in his heart, and he was actually reluctant to let go of Luo Wanqing's hand. Luo Wanqing gently pulled her hand back, with a smile on her face, and said softly, I heard from Xiaoli that you want to buy an office building near Jiangbei University. I happen to be a little familiar with that place. I wonder what kind of office building you need and how big it should be. At this time, Luo Wanqing was also very curious about Lin Feng in front of her. He is so young and looks like a college student, not like those middle-aged men who want to start a business. Why does he need an office building? Could it be that a disciple from a big family has come out to start a business? It will be fine as long as it can accommodate 100 people. Sister Wanqing, please help me. I won't let you help for nothing afterwards. Lin Feng said loudly, his words revealing a maturity and stability that was inconsistent with his age. After saying that, he used his special ability on Luo Wanqing. You activate the skill Universal Insight on Luo Wanqing. When the number of times you use it reaches the upgrade conditions, it will automatically upgrade to the second level of Wanxiang Dongsa, and you can see more information about women. Raymond Lam was greatly surprised. He had not expected the situation to escalate under such circumstances. Chapter 47 Luo Wanqing's favorability increases. Luo Wanqing's data popped up, and some small changes occurred first. Observer, Luo Wanqing. Age, 28. Occupation, Hotel Customer Service Manager. Favorability, 30. Mood, 42. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 110. Measurements, E, 90, 102. Hobbies, reading, makeup, fashion items, food, sexy underwear. Wishlist, own a house of your own and find someone who loves you. Completing the wishlist can greatly increase your favorability and mood. Favorite person, none. People I care about most, family. Personal status review, she works hard and has a strong sense of professionalism. She wants to save money to buy a house. She is single. The general manager of the hotel has tried to have sex with her many times, but she has declined. After this upgrade, the information you see is more detailed, and you can see her profession and wish list. Previous rumors have also been changed to comments on personal status. The above information can make it easier for Raymond Lam to gain a woman's favor and take targeted actions. Mr. Lin, may I ask what you do for a living? Luo Wanqing's beautiful voice brought Lin Feng's attention back to the present. I am a freshman at Zhangbei University this year and will be registering in a few days. Ah, you're a freshman in college? There was a hint of disbelief in Luo Wanqing's eyes, and her voice was filled with surprise. Lin Feng's identity surprised her a little. At this moment, Lin Feng showed his unique charm. His peach blossom eyes showed a look that could make even a dog feel affectionate. He said lovingly, Sister Wanqing, are you willing to do me a favor? His eyes have been systematically strengthened, and most women can't resist them. Luo Wanqing's heart trembled. She could never forget these eyes. Just one look at them was like they were engraved in her mind. It was like looking into the eyes of a woman you love deeply, tender, reluctant to let go, and inseparable. Oh my God, how can he look at me like that? Does he like me? At this moment, Luo Wanqing, who was usually calm and steady, suddenly felt her heart beat faster and her face turned a rare red with embarrassment. Since you call me Sister Wanqing, I have to help you no matter what. Luo Wanqing couldn't refuse at all, nor did she want to refuse, otherwise she would feel like she had committed a crime and would not be able to forgive herself. Luo Wanqing's favorability towards you increases by 20, and the current favorability is 50. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He seldom looked at others with his peach blossom eyes, but he never expected the effect to be so great. Just one glance could increase his favorability by 20 points. If the favorability reaches 70, the confession will be successful. Lin Feng rarely has the urge to possess a woman when he sees her, and Luo Wanqing gives him a very special feeling. Sister Wanqing, you are such a good person. Whether I find the house I want or not, I will reward you afterwards. It's okay, this is part of my job. If you have nothing else to do, let's go now. Okay, then I'll trouble Sister Wanqing. As soon as you walk out of the hotel gate, there are special cars parked in front of the door. These cars are used by the hotel to serve top VIP customers. Mr. Lin, this is our hotel's special car. We can take you wherever you want to go. You don't need to take a taxi. Luo Wanqing took the initiative to help Lin Feng open the back door. Lin Feng got into the car and said, Sister Wanqing, can you please not call me Mr. Lin? It sounds weird to me. I'm only 18 years old. Just call me by my name, or I won't be used to it. Luo Wanqing smiled and said cheerfully, okay then, I'll call you by your name from now on. When she sat in, the small space inside the car was filled with a faint scent of orchid. Luo Wanqing told the driver, let's go to the China World Trade Center first. He turned around and explained to Lin Feng the advantages and disadvantages of the China World Trade Center in detail. Lin Feng nodded from time to time, Sister Wanqing, how do you know so much about that place? Luo Wanqing smiled faintly, to do our job, you not only need to understand our hotel, but also get in touch with bosses from all walks of life, so you must have a certain amount of knowledge and preparation, otherwise you will be clueless when the guests ask you. Isn't this work very hard for you? Hard work is inevitable. No job is easy these days. Luo Wanqing's tone was obviously a little depressed, and Lin Feng still noticed it keenly. He also guessed some of the reasons. In a service industry like this, there would definitely be some difficult customers and some humiliation. In addition, Luo Wanqing is so beautiful, how could those bosses not covet her beauty, so she must have a lot of troubles. Lin Feng was very tactful and did not continue discussing the issue. How much is it per month? About 20,000. Lin Feng raised a smile and said, Sister Wanqing, I will be staying at your hotel for the next few days. I may need your help with something. Don't be distracted by other things these days. Just focus on helping me. Afterwards, I'll give you 50,000 yuan as a reward. Luo Wanqing didn't show any excitement or surprise when she heard this. She looked at Lin Feng calmly and subconsciously thought, why did he suddenly give me 50,000 yuan? Is it just because I helped him, or does he want to get something from me? It's no wonder she has this idea, because many wealthy bosses want to pay for her support, so she is no longer surprised by such things. Why do you give me so much money? You should know that even if you don't give me money, I will help you wholeheartedly. Luo Wanqing's tone was calm, without any unhappiness or joy. Lin Feng looked at the road ahead, sat up straight, and slowly said, because I want you to be happy to help me do things. You will definitely be happy to receive this money. I am happy to see you happy. Just hold on. Luo Wanqing had a look of surprise on her face, as if she couldn't imagine Lin Feng would give this reason. She didn't know whether to believe it or not. Although she likes money, it doesn't mean she will accept any money. Just as he was thinking about how to refuse, Lin Feng's mouth curled up a smile. If I want to have any ideas about Sister Wanqing, then I won't give you 50,000 now. Luo Wanqing smiled. Lin Feng's confession made her slowly let down her guard, but also made her very curious about what she was worth in Lin Feng's mind. Then what price will you offer? Luo Wanqing looked at Lin Feng with a smile. If someone else told her about this kind of thing, Luo Wanqing would be very disgusted, but she couldn't hate the boy in front of her. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Luo Wanqing affectionately with his peach blossom eyes. Sister Wanqing is not a cheap woman. If I want to keep you, I will give you so much. He stretched out a palm and waved it in front of Luo Wanqing's eyes. Luo Wanqing smiled. Is this 500,000? The price is not low. Women are like this sometimes. If someone wants to buy her with money, she will get angry. But I also want to know how much I am worth in the eyes of others. As if it could measure their own value. 500,000? Luo Wanqing spoke with a somewhat teasing voice. Chapter 48 Sister Wanqing's Bottom Line. Lin Feng shook his head and said with a smile, be braver and have more confidence in yourself. Luo Wanqing was stunned when she heard this. She clenched her fist on her plump thigh subconsciously and looked at Lin Feng in shock. You didn't mean to say 5 million, did you? Yes. Lin Feng smiled and nodded firmly. In my mind, Sister Wanqing is worth this price. He did not say priceless, because everyone has a price. Luo Wanqing might be happy if he said it was priceless, but if he said a price of 5 million it would be more intuitive, more impactful, and more real. Sure enough, Lin Feng saw Luo Wanqing's face full of shock, as if she didn't believe that he would offer such a high price. In a blink of an eye, Luo Wanqing covered her mouth and snickered, her eyebrows flying. Don't try to make me happy, your price makes me want to sell myself. To be honest, there are many sponsors who want to support me, but you are the first one who offers such a high price. I can't save this amount of money in 10 years. If you really give me 5 million, how many years do you plan to support me with this money? Luo Wanqing had a mischievous look in her eyes. She hadn't had a relaxing chat like this for a long time. The guests she dealt with every day were all very serious. She suddenly realized that Lin Feng was completely different from those people. She didn't feel any pressure around Lin Feng, nor did she worry about being taken advantage of. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and he also heard that Luo Wanqing was joking with him. Sister Wanqing, you misunderstood. I'm offering you 5 million a month. You're worth it. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Wanqing felt a wave of shock in her heart, and the expression on her face froze in an instant, full of shock. To her, the 5 million that Raymond Lam was willing to offer was a sky-high price. 5 million a month, she couldn't even imagine it. She doesn't think she is worth the price. She is just an ordinary woman. If this were true, it would bring unimaginable wealth, enough to change her life right before her eyes. At this moment, Luo Wanqing was struggling madly inside. Suddenly I longed that all this was real and that Raymond Lam was not kidding. There seemed to be a voice in her heart tempting her madly, telling her to agree quickly. The expression on Luo Wanqing's face was unpredictable. At this time, the driver was also shocked, and he would peek at Luo Wanqing's reaction through the rearview mirror from time to time. Lin Feng had a calm expression on his face. He really wanted to know what choice Luo Wanqing would make in the face of such a huge temptation, so he did not say anything to disturb her. At this time, Luo Wanqing's expression gradually calmed down, and the fists in her hands slowly loosened. He took a deep breath, put on that confident and charming smile again, and said with a smile, I never thought I would be so valuable. I almost couldn't help but ask you if it was true. If it was true, I would agree. Although Lin Feng was testing Luo Wanqing and would not spend so much money to support her, he was still surprised to hear her refuse. Sister Wanqing, you are really unique. Lin Feng praised her generously. If it were someone else, I'm afraid you would have agreed long ago. Just for this reason, you are better than 99% of the women in the world. Luo Wanqing laughed at herself and said, I just feel that it's more practical to spend the money I earn myself, and I don't want to have any psychological burden in the future. I am very satisfied with my current life. Although it is a bit hard, I am living up to my conscience and my parents. If I really accept this money from you, I'm afraid I will fall into it and become a fallen woman. Lin Feng had a smile on his face and his eyes were full of admiration. When they first met, he wanted to possess this woman. After this incident, he felt that his previous thoughts were a blasphemy to Luo Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, you are so outstanding, there must be a lot of men pursuing you. Are you married? Lin Feng changed the topic. Although he knew the result, he also wanted to hear what Luo Wanqing had to say. No, I've been busy with work lately, so I don't have time to find a boyfriend. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone in the handbag next to him rang. Luo Wanqing quickly took out her cell phone and saw that the phone note was her mother. She said apologetically, "Let me take a call first." It's my mom. Lin Feng nodded. Mom, I'm at work, what can I do for you? Wanqing, I found a very good man for you in the dating park. He is 33 years old and he is getting married for the first time. I asked around for you. He has no bad habits. He has only one mother at home. She runs a company and earns several $1 million a year. Please come back soon and I will arrange a meeting for you. Luo Wanqing glanced at Lin Feng awkwardly, turned her head and lowered her voice and said, Mom, didn't I tell you? You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. The ones you found for me last time were all crooked and rotten. I don't want to waste my time anymore. You think I want to worry about you? You are already this old, and the children you grew up with are in kindergarten. Every time the neighbors ask me why you haven't gotten married yet, I feel so embarrassed every time, as if no one wants you. Luo Wanqing suddenly felt a headache. Mom, I know, let's talk about this next time. I'm at work now. All you do is go to work. Can going to work help you find a man? I don't care. You must find time to come back and see me as soon as possible, and get married before the end of the year. Mom, I'm not going to say anything for now. I'm going to hang up now. Luo Wanqing hung up the phone with a helpless look on her face. Lin Feng also vaguely heard some of the conversation between the two people. He has very good hearing. Sister Wanqing, your mother is not asking you to go on a blind date, is she? Luo Wanqing was a little embarrassed and smiled unnaturally. Yes, my mother always worries about this matter, and I am always annoyed by her. It's like this when you get older. Lin Feng expressed his understanding. Alas, if I could find a boyfriend, I would have done it a long time ago, and she wouldn't have to nag me at all. As they were talking, the car slowly stopped. Luo Wanqing looked outside and said, We're here. Lin Feng got out of the car and looked up at the IFC building. Luo Wanqing came to Lin Feng and said, The transportation here is convenient, it's also close to Jiangbei University, and the rent is not expensive. If you want to work here, it's very suitable. Let's go check it out first. Luo Wanqing led Lin Feng directly to the reception desk and explained his request. The front desk staff were two sweet-looking girls with great temperaments. They kept stealing glances at Lin Feng when they saw him, with a blush on their faces from time to time. They didn't really listen to what Luo Wanqing said. Lin Feng's current charm value is 41 points. He is definitely a handsome guy. Combined with his well-developed and strong physique, the muscle lines hidden under his clothes are faintly visible, which is extremely lethal to these girls. The sweet-looking girl looked at Lin Feng excitedly and said, Handsome boy, I'll take you to see the house. Lan Lan, I'll leave the current job to you. Lan Lan, another thinner and more delicate girl, was not happy. I'll be the one to handle this kind of thing. You should stay here. The two girls actually competed to serve Lin Feng. Chapter 49, Too much charm is not necessarily a good thing. Seeing the two little girls vying to lead Lin Feng, Luo Wanqing felt amused. She found it a little unbelievable, yet also reasonable. Which girl wouldn't like a guy as handsome as Raymond Lam? Even this mature woman liked Raymond Lam the first time she saw him. At this time, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. If he asked any girl to go with him to look at houses, it would hurt the self-esteem of the other girl. But it was not appropriate to take two people together to look at houses. We still need to keep people working at the front desk. However, both girls were very enthusiastic. They stood on either side of Lin Feng and looked at him expectantly, waiting for Lin Feng to decide which girl to let follow him. Lin Feng had no choice but to look at Sister Wanqing for help. Luo Wanqing smiled, with a hint of amusement in her eyes, and said in an elegant voice, You two should stop arguing. If your superiors knew about this, they would definitely scold you for leaving your post without permission, and they might even deduct your wages. Go notify your salesperson to come over. Lin Feng also quickly took over the conversation. Two ladies, thank you very much for helping me so enthusiastically, but I can't bear to see your boss deduct your salary. You guys should stay here and let others handle the professional matters. The two girls looked sullen and went to call other sales staff over, but their eyes kept falling on Lin Feng from time to time, as if they seemed to be hesitant to speak. I was afraid that I wanted Lin Feng's WeChat, but I felt embarrassed. Fortunately, the salesperson came in time and Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The eyes of the two little girls were so passionate, as if they wanted to eat him up, and even he could hardly resist. Sometimes being too charming isn't necessarily a good thing. The salesperson was a man in his 20s, dressed very smartly in a suit, tie and leather shoes. Hello, welcome to our two distinguished guests. I'm Zhang Yecheng, the sales manager here. I don't know what kind of house you need. We have everything here. While talking, Zhang Yecheng couldn't help but looked at Luo Wanqing a few more times, and secretly exclaimed in his heart, what a beautiful woman. Looking at the clothes she was wearing, Zhang Yecheng guessed that Luo Wanqing was probably in the service industry. He was also very surprised by Raymond Lam's handsome face. Even as a man, he had to admit that Raymond Lam was very handsome. These two people are obviously outstanding, with a big age difference between them, and no one knows what their relationship is. Suddenly, Zhang Yecheng saw the hotel sign on Luo Wanqing's chest and immediately knew Luo Wanqing's identity. I was immediately very confused. People like Luo Wanqing definitely didn't come here to discuss business. Could it be that the young man next to her came here to discuss business? Zhang Yecheng felt that the possibility was not high because Raymond Lam was too young, but this strange combination also made him very confused. Hello, Manager Zhang. I'm Lin Feng. I want to rent an office building from your place that can accommodate hundreds of people. Raymond Lam was concise and to the point. Zhang Yecheng was shocked. He had received many big bosses, but this was the first time he had received someone as young as Lin Feng. For a moment, he couldn't figure out Lin Feng's background. Mr. Lin, there is absolutely no problem with your request. I happen to have several properties that meet your requirements. I can take you to have a look now. The three of them took the elevator directly to the IFC building and reached the 36th floor in one breath. Mr. Lin, this floor can fully meet your requirements, and it's even more than enough. The lighting is good, the location is also very good, and the feng shui layout of this building is designed to bring prosperity. If you come here to rent a house and do business, you will definitely make money. Lin Feng was not interested in these words. He thought this floor was pretty good and spacious enough. How much is the annual rent? Zhang Yecheng hesitated for a moment, thinking about what price would be more appropriate. If the price is too high, he's afraid Lin Feng won't accept it. If the price is too low, he feels he's not making enough money. He decided to find out more about Lin Feng's background before making an offer. May I ask what you do for a living? In a few days I will be a freshman at Zhongbei University. What do you think I will do? Lin Feng answered casually, his eyes darting around to brighten up the surroundings. Zhang Yecheng exclaimed, wow, this guy is worthy of being a disciple of a wealthy family. He started his own business right after entering college and won at the starting line of life. Such rich people are not afraid of the lion asking for too much. The annual rent for one floor is 15 million. A hint of cunning flashed in Zhang Yecheng's eyes. Then he tempted Lin Feng, this price is already very affordable. It's even more expensive to go to other places. All the bosses who come to our place to do business will make money. Young entrepreneurs like you are guaranteed to succeed if they come to our places to start a business. Lin Feng smiled faintly. This guy couldn't possibly think that I would believe him if he said such things. Although it was true that he was rich, it didn't mean that he was willing to be a sucker. Luo Wanqing smiled, her red lips opened, and a voice that soothed people's hearts and lungs came out slowly. Manager Zhang, what you said is a bit unkind. I know a little about the housing prices in this area. A first-floor house like yours was sold at the beginning of the year for only 10 million. You don't think our clients are young and you're asking for too much, do you? Zhang Yecheng saw that his little trick was discovered, and smiled awkwardly, Ms. Luo, the price can be negotiated. If I offer a high price, you can bargain. Manager Zhang, I searched the internet for the transaction records of housing prices in this area before I came here. Lin Feng quickly flipped through the information he searched on the internet. The relevant information about IFC was clear at a glance, and he even knew the transaction records from 5 years ago. On the 18th of last month, Inhai Group rented the 25th floor. The annual rent was 11 million. On the 3rd of last month, Summit Company rented a floor from you for 9.8 million. This year, a total of 315 people have rented houses here, all of them small and medium-sized enterprises. Among them, 144 companies left the market with losses. During the summer vacation, Raymond Lam talked about more than a dozen pieces of transaction information about IFC in one breath. Zhang Yecheng's expression changed from surprise at first to shock later. Even he was not so clear about the information Lin Feng said, but Lin Feng was able to tell them one by one. How much information did this guy investigate before coming? Even Luo Wancheng, who was standing by, looked at Lin Feng with admiration. She thought Lin Feng just had a lot of money, but she didn't expect that he was so capable in getting things done. Even she felt inferior to him. Luo Wanqing was still very proud of this, but after seeing Lin Feng's professionalism, she became humble. Manager Zhang, do you want me to continue? Lin Feng had a half smile on his face, and his eyes seemed to see through Zhang Yecheng. Chapter 50. Sister Wanqing works with me for a year. Zhang Yecheng couldn't stand the psychological pressure brought by Lin Feng, and hurriedly shook his head and said, "Stop talking. If I had known that you came prepared, I wouldn't have said so much useless things." Then let's be direct and give you a very affordable price, 9 million. This is my bottom line. It can't go any lower. Deal. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the price. His psychological price was 10 million. When Lin Feng left, he had already rented a floor here, and had rented it for 3 years. You need to pay 1 year's rent first, plus a deposit of 1 million, a total of 10 million. Mr. Lin, are you swiping your card? Lin Feng took out his bank card. Zhang Yecheng took the card respectfully and asked the girl next to him to swipe the card. After swiping the card, Zhang Yecheng nodded and bowed, and returned the card to Lin Feng with both hands. He personally sent the two of them to the door and watched Lin Feng leave in the car. In the car, Luo Wanqing sat with her legs together and crossed. Her long round legs under the black stockings exuded a mature and charming charm all the time. Looking through the stockings, one could see her crystal skin faintly visible. Lin Feng, now that the house has been rented, do you want to go somewhere else? Sister Wanqing, I actually want to start a company, but I don't have any connections here. You know a lot of people. Is there anyone who can help me? Don't worry, I will pay you the corresponding reward after the matter is completed, and I won't let your hard work go in vain. This time Luo Wanqing did not refuse, because she felt that it was natural to be rewarded for her efforts. In fact, personal connections are also a kind of resource and can be exchanged for value. I know some headhunting company owners. If you need talent, I can help you contact a few companies. I don't know how many people you want to recruit. I'll help you plan it. Lin Feng told them all his problems one by one. Luo Wanqing listened very seriously, and her focused expression had a different kind of beauty. I roughly know your situation. I can help you find a professional to do it, but you need to pay them. Lin Feng thought it was too much trouble, so he said, "How about this, you help me find someone to register the company, etc., and you help me get through all the connections, the sooner the better." How much money do you need? Luo Wanqing's heart moved, and she keenly realized that this was an opportunity for her. If she grasped it well, she could make a fortune from it. 300,000. Luo Wanqing tentatively quoted a price. I don't just take the money. It also includes the registration fee and the connections I need to make. Make a deal. Lin Feng didn't bargain at all. This money was not money to him. What he wanted now was time. Don't worry, after I get your money, I will definitely use all my connections to help you get this done. Luo Wanqing's beautiful eyes lit up. If everything went well, she would be able to earn about 100,000 yuan in return from this transaction. Okay, then I'll ask Sister Wanqing for help. I'll transfer the money to you now. After Luo Wanqing received the money, she immediately called someone to handle the matter. Lin Feng also went back to the hotel first. After arriving, he sent a message to Shen Mengyan and chatted with her. The next day, Lin Feng's company had completed the registration process and obtained a business license, etc. The name of the company is Yunfeng Yinfu Interactive Media. There is no need to decorate the interior of the company, you can just purchase the equipment and use it immediately. Lin Feng didn't care too much about this, but he couldn't do so many things by himself, so he had to ask someone for help. Someone who could help him run the company. At this time, Lin Feng and Luo Wanqing had already appeared at the company. Sister Wanqing, is there any news from the headhunting company? Those who are capable don't look down on our company, and those who are not capable don't meet your requirements. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a little longer. Lin Feng also understood that capable people look down on a small startup company like him, and he also looked down on those who were not capable enough to start up Yunfeng Note Interactive Media. Although he didn't expect the company to make money, he didn't want a loser to come in as general manager and mess up his company. Lin Feng glanced at Luo Wanqing beside him and thought to himself, Sister Wanqing is a good person. Her only shortcoming is that she has no experience in managing a company. But he didn't want to wait now. Sister Wanqing is good in all aspects. It shouldn't be a problem if we give her more time. Sister Wanqing, why don't you come here and be the general manager? I'll give you a monthly salary of 50,000. Me? Luo Wanqing's delicate face showed surprise. Lin Feng's proposal caught her off guard and she was unprepared. She had never thought about working in Lin Feng's company. Although Lin Feng is rich, it does not mean that he is good at starting a business, and he is in the self-media industry. If this company goes bankrupt, I will have to find a new job. She was not willing to give up the years of hard work she had put into running the hotel. But the monthly salary of 50,000 plus the position of general manager was very tempting to her. Can you give me a day to think about it? Luo Wanqing thought seriously for a while before giving this answer. Lin Feng knew what she was worried about, and said, Sister Wanqing, I will never treat you unfairly if you work with me, and you don't have to worry about not being able to do it well or not being able to do it. As long as you work hard, I have confidence in you and my company. Take a look at this first, and then decide whether you want to work with me. Lin Feng opened the mobile banking app and displayed the balance number directly in front of Luo Wanqing. Luo Wanqing could swear to heaven that she had never seen so much money in her life, with so many zeros appearing in the same balance account at the same time. She calculated it over and over again. Finally, she came to a very shocking conclusion. The total amount was 3.1 billion plus a balance of more than 60 million. How do you have so much money? The shock in Luo Wanqing's heart was difficult to describe in words. She only felt that there seemed to be a layer of mysterious veil around Lin Feng in front of her, making it impossible for her to see Lin Feng's true strength clearly. What kind of family would easily give tens of billions to an 18-year-old? I can't figure it out, and I dare not think about it. But she knew that people like Lin Feng were definitely not from the same world as her. Lin Feng did not answer this question, but decided to come up with a condition that Luo Wanqing had no way to refuse. When he used the all-seeing insight again, he knew what Luo Wanqing's wish list was. A house that belongs to her. Another wish is to have someone who loves her. He has no way to help Luo Wanqing fulfill the second condition for the time being, but the first condition is just a piece of cake for him. As long as you put forward this condition, you can not only quickly gain favor, but also make the other party unable to refuse. Sister Wanqing, as long as you work with me for a full year, I will give you a house worth tens of millions. Chapter 51, Recruiting Luo Wanqing. At this moment, Luo Wanqing was in a trance and almost thought that she had heard it wrongly. She has always longed to have a house of her own where she can rest and relax after get off work. In fact, she had worked hard over the years and saved about 1 million yuan, but wanting to buy a house in Shanghai with 1 million yuan was undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, Raymond Lam's words actually brought her dream closer. It felt very unreal to him that the thing he had been pursuing all his life was right within his reach. If he hadn't seen Lin Feng's deposit balance before, he would never have believed that Lin Feng would be so generous, but now she believed it. Because Lin Feng's eyes were very sincere, and his affectionate eyes stared at her deeply, as if telling Luo Wanqing, believe me, I won't lie to you. Luo Wanqing could no longer maintain her reserve. Her heart was surging like the raging waves. Her eyes were trembling, and her voice was trembling as she asked, is what you said true? Don't lie to me, I will take it seriously. Luo Wanqing took a small step forward, her excitement evident on her face. Even her sexy pair of long legs and black stockings were trembling slightly from being too excited. Lin Feng smiled gently and comforted him softly, of course it's true, provided that you work hard and manage the company well. By the end of next year, I will buy you a house worth tens of millions and give you a home of your own. Boom! Luo Wanqing's mind went blank. Only after getting Lin Feng's confirmation did she dare to believe that all this was true. By next year, she will own a house worth tens of millions. After 8 years of hard work and saving money, I'm finally making it. Thank you. I will work hard in the future. Luo Wanqing's voice was choked with sobs, and tears of excitement rolled down her eyes. No man had ever been so good to her and wanted to buy her a house. She had been in a relationship before. But when it came to buying a house, the man's expression immediately changed. Why buy a house? We brothers can just build one at home. Hearing this, Luo Wanqing retorted. Instead, she was mocked by her ex-boyfriend. Are you marrying me just for the house? Then it's fine if we don't get married. I haven't even kissed you, but you're encouraging me to buy a house. I suspect you're a real estate agent. Let's break up. Since this incident, Luo Wanqing was greatly stimulated and vowed to buy a house of her own with her own ability. Now she finally met a man who was willing to buy her a house. Even though this man was very young, she was still very touched and grateful. Luo Wanqing's favorability towards you has reached 69. When Lin Feng saw this latest system notification, he secretly figured out that as long as he could reach 70 points, his confession would be successful. However, he does not have that kind of thoughts towards Sister Wanqing now, he just admires her character, so he will not actively pursue Sister Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, don't cry. Lin Feng comforted her softly. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. As soon as he said it, Luo Wanqing's tears flowed like a river whose dam had collapsed. Wow! This scared Lin Feng, as he had no experience with this kind of situation. I was suddenly thrown into a panic. Sister Wanqing, please don't be like this. I'm scared when I see you crying. Please, if you don't know, you would think I bullied you to tears. If you cry anymore, your eyes will go blind, and you'll become ugly and no one will want you. Seeing Lin Feng's inexperienced attempt to comfort her, Luo Wanqing burst into laughter, and with a hint of embarrassment, her face flushed slightly. I'm sorry, I was too excited just now and couldn't hold it back. It's okay, as long as you don't cry. Lin Feng thanked God. Thank you. Luo Wanqing wiped her tears and lowered her head embarrassingly. If you really want to thank me, then help me manage this company. I still expect you to help me make money in the future. Boss, rest assured, I will do my best to help you manage this company. I believe in my ability. Luo Wanqing raised her head. Even though there were still tears in the corners of her eyes, her gaze was firm, without any confusion. Lin Feng has given her such a huge benefit, she would feel guilty if she didn't work hard. Lin Feng felt a little sorry for Sister Wanqing, so he wiped away the tears from her eyes and said, I'll give you 30 million in startup capital first. His movements were very gentle, as if he was wiping tears from his lover, and his affectionate eyes were as if he was looking at a wounded animal, caring for it carefully. Luo Wanqing's eyelashes trembled, and she wanted to step back, but she still let Lin Feng wipe her tears silently. Luo Wanqing was deeply moved by this subtle action and the care he showed unintentionally. But she also felt a little shy. After all, there was a difference between men and women, and this action was too ambiguous. She had never been treated so gently by any man before. Boss, don't worry. I will use this money well and will definitely live up to your expectations. Luo Wanqing felt a surge of blood in her heart and wanted to repay Lin Feng for his kindness. Lin Feng took back his hand and smiled faintly, the rest is up to you to handle. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, come and discuss it with me. In the next 2 days, I will invite 2 people with millions of fans to join us and let them temporarily become the top anchors of our company. Who are these 2 people? Can I take a look at their information first? You search, one is Jiang Xiaofan, the other is Jiang Xiaoxin. These 2 people are very loyal to Raymond Lam. When I miss them, I can talk to them and help them create greater glory for the company. This cooperation is a win-win situation. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. These 2 are good and popular, with great bodies, and have great potential to become internet celebrities. If they are packaged a little, it will definitely not be a problem for them to become our company's top anchors. Luo Wanqing is very optimistic about the Zhang sisters. After returning to the hotel, Raymond Lam sent messages to the 2 pairs of sisters. And tell them to become anchors under their own company. Their live broadcast location is still in Sanya, and they just need to sign a contract with the company. The Zhang sisters readily agreed without even asking Lin Feng about the content of the contract. They had 100% trust in Lin Feng. At this time, Jiang Xiaoxin said cheerfully, Master Lin, I have a friend who admires you very much. After knowing that you are my number 1 brother, he wanted to ask me to introduce you to each other. Oh, who is she? Is she also an internet celebrity? Lin Feng became interested, as he was in need of a female anchor. Well, I wonder if you have ever seen the car model Chang'er? Lin Feng felt that the name was very familiar, and suddenly he thought of someone. Are you talking about Chang'er in the red battle robe? Yes, that's her. She really wants to meet you, and she's in the Magic City. As long as you agree, you can ask her to come and see you tonight. Chapter 52, First Meeting with Car Model Chang Er. Lin Feng had a good impression of Chang Er, who was pretty, and said, let her come over. Okay, I'll send you her WeChat. You can add her WeChat and you two can talk. Through Zhang Xiaoxin's WeChat, Lin Feng also found Chang Er's WeChat ID. The avatar is of herself, wearing the red battlesuit, which also made her famous in one battle. The name is also her real name. Hello, Mr. Lin. Happy. As soon as I contacted her through WeChat, she couldn't wait to send me a greeting message. Lin Feng smiled faintly and replied, Zhang Xiaoxin has already told me about you, what do you want to talk to me about? At the same time, in a hotel in Magic City, a woman in a red suit was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her hair was short and reached her ears, and two crystal pendants were dangling gently. Her fair face was as perfect as jade, and her eyebrows were painted with powder. There is a hollow area under her armpits, and from this angle you can see the graceful lines of her side peaks. It was this red battlesuit that made her famous online, and her number of fans reached more than 2 million. Become one of the most popular car models. At this time, Chang Er saw Lin Feng's reply and felt a little nervous. Some time ago, she saw that the Jiang sisters were rewarded with 30 million yuan by a mysterious rich man, and she also wanted to make friends with this mysterious rich man. Even if he didn't reward her, getting to know her would give her another connection. After many requests, the Jiang sisters were finally willing to help. Mr. Lin, I admire you very much and want to be friends with you. It's not convenient to chat here. Can we meet and talk? Then come to me as soon as possible and I'll send you the room address. After receiving Lin Feng's confirmation, Chang Er's face showed joy. As long as they met, she would be halfway to success. She had long wanted to meet such a mysterious rich man. She also asked the Jiang sisters what kind of magic power could make this mysterious rich man give them a reward of 30 million. Although the two sisters did not say it explicitly, Chang Er still guessed the real reason. There is no love without reason in this world. The Jiang sisters will definitely pay a price that no man can refuse. If someone is willing to give her 30 million, she will agree to give everything without hesitation. Chang Er dressed up carefully in front of the mirror, put on bright lipstick and drew her eyelashes. Only when a confident smile appeared on the corner of her mouth did she go to meet Lin Feng with satisfaction. At this time, Lin Feng was doing fitness exercises in the presidential suite, doing push-ups with both hands. He was wearing a pair of casual shorts on his lower body, and his strong muscles on his upper body were covered with dense, tiny beads of sweat. I have to say the presidential suite is great, and it even comes with some fitness equipment. At this time, he heard a knock on the door and knew that the woman he was waiting for had arrived. When Lin Feng went to open the door, he saw Chang Er standing at the door in a red dress, with a faint smile on her lips. A fragrant breeze blew towards him, and Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The beauty in front of me is full of charm in every frown and smile, with a jade-like face and delicate facial features like a fairy walking out of a painting, which is breathtaking. Her tall model figure, paired with red high heels, makes her long legs look slender and beautiful. While Lin Feng was looking at Chang Er, she was also observing Lin Feng. The moment she saw Lin Feng, her heart trembled violently. The delicate facial features and sharp lines are breathtakingly perfect. Her skin is fair and her eyes are like charming deep pools, which seem to be enough to make people fall into them with just one glance. Looking down, you can see strong muscles and 8-pack abs. If the male hormones are overwhelming. Chang Er's heart beat faster and his face turned slightly red. Before coming, she was very nervous because she didn't know what Raymond Lam looked like. She was even worried whether Raymond Lam was a bald old man, but when she saw Raymond Lam's appearance, she couldn't help but like him more. So handsome. Just based on his looks, it would be no problem for us to be a boyfriend or girlfriend. Chang Er's favorability towards you rises to 80. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. It was the first time he saw the favorability level rise so quickly, reaching 80 points in an instant. It turns out that sometimes it is so easy to have a romantic encounter if you are handsome. As long as you are handsome enough, you have a pass to enter the depths of a woman's soul. Miss Chang, please come in. Chang Er's eyes were filled with spring, and he nodded and said, thank you. When she passed by Lin Feng, the side view was inadvertently revealed. Raymond Lam smiled faintly, so nice. He closed the door and followed. Have a glass of water first. Lin Feng poured her a cup of tea, then sat down leisurely, and said calmly, just tell me, what do you want from me? Cheng Er gathered his emotions, stared at Lin Feng with burning eyes and said, I heard from Xiao Fan and the others that you have set up a media company and need to sign a host, so I shamelessly recommended myself. Can I? Chang was a little nervous, and her body leaned forward slightly as she spoke. Lin Feng sat opposite her, and from his angle he could see the snow-white scenery. Of course. Lin Feng smiled, you don't have to come to me for this kind of thing, just talk to my people. Lin Feng shook the teacup gently, implying that if you have anything else to say, just say it quickly. Suddenly, Cheng Er stood up and sat next to Lin Feng, leaning against him tightly, and said in an ambiguous tone, nothing special, I just want to get to know Mr. Lin. I heard from Jiang Xiaoxin that you are very capable. Is that true? Lin Feng's heart was moved. This woman spoke very bluntly. I want to see what kind of woman you are. You activate the skill Universal Insight on Cheng Er. Observer, Cheng Er. Age, 25. Occupation, model. Favorability, 80. Mood, 66. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 100. Measurements, C, 88, 99. Hobbies, making money, makeup, fashion items, food, sexy underwear. The first wish, to own a Maserati Gran Turismo convertible. The second wish, to find a financial sponsor. Favorite person, none. People I care about most, family. Comments on personal situation, she works hard and has a strong sense of professionalism. She is determined to make a name for herself in the modeling industry. However, her career is not going well and she is often harassed by wealthy people. There are also many black fans attacking her on the internet. No wonder she was so proactive in seducing me, it turned out she was looking for a financial backer. After knowing this information, Lin Feng also knew what to do. Cheng Er, I can help you achieve anything you want. Lin Feng said meaningfully. You know what I want? Cheng Er asked in surprise. Lin Feng did not elaborate, but said meaningfully, come to my company and help me. In 1 year, I will give you a Maserati Gran Turismo convertible. Really? Cheng Er shouted in surprise, even his voice changed. Are you kidding me? Are you really going to give me a sports car? Cheng Er became more and more excited as she spoke. She had been thinking about this car for a long time. How Lin Feng knew it doesn't matter now. Lin Feng smiled ambiguously, of course it's true, but... Chapter 53, Taking Cheng Er to buy a car. Before Lin Feng finished speaking, Cheng Er blurted out, Boss, don't worry, I will definitely work hard for you. The smile on her face was as charming as a flower, and there was a hint of spring in her eyes. The whole body was tightly pressed against Lin Feng, and the breath blew gently in front of Lin Feng, bringing with it a scent that stirred the heartstrings. Raymond Lam was used to seeing many beauties with long hair, and he suddenly felt that Cheng Er with short hair had a different kind of beauty. Fresh and refined, very personal. The two looked into each other's eyes, only about 10 centimeters apart. Cheng Erxia's cheeks flushed, and she realized that her posture was too ambiguous, but she did not step back. Instead, her eyes were filled with a burning glow. The two of them were frozen in this moment. Cheng Er licked her bright lips, her eyes flickered, and she said in a seductive voice, Mr. Lin, I have a small request. As long as you help me complete it now, I will be willing to do anything you ask me to do. Lin Feng raised an ambiguous smile, not caring that the beauty in front of him was about to get close to him, and said softly, tell me what you want first. Then I will decide whether to help you complete it. He had already vaguely guessed what Cheng Er would ask for in this matter. Cheng Er said faintly, as long as you help me realize my dream of owning a Maserati. The next second, Cheng Er almost bit Lin Feng's ear and said, I will definitely work hard for the company in the future, help the company make a lot of money, and listen to you. The soft and sticky voice was like a spring breeze blowing into Lin Feng's ears, bringing with it a hint of heat, making his ears feel sore and itchy. A few hours later, Lin Feng brought Cheng Er out of the room. Cheng Er's face had a faint blush, like a girl in love. There was a comfortable smile on Lin Feng's lips. He had just been talking about work with Cheng Er for several hours. The two hit it off immediately and had great chemistry. Cheng Er assured Lin Feng that she would work hard and strive to make money for the company, and the 5-year contract could be renewed to 10 years. Seeing Cheng Er's sincerity, Lin Feng also promised to give her the Maserati in advance. Take her car shopping now. What is most abundant in Shanghai is luxury cars. Many car dealerships have these top-of-the-line luxury cars for sale, and some even have them in stock. Lin Feng brought Cheng Er, who was in a good mood, to the Maserati store. Several male salesmen at the door were surprised to see Chang Er and came over. As a model in the automotive industry, Chang Er's fame is at its peak. Are you the internet celebrity Chang Er? Chang Er nodded. She was in a good mood and liked everyone. Can I take a picture with you? Chang Er's beautiful eyes turned and she subconsciously glanced at Lin Feng. Seeing Lin Feng nod slightly, she smiled and said, of course. Several men were flattered and rushed to take photos with Chang Er. Chang Er has a tall figure and her red battle robe is very sexy. No matter where she stands, a look or a gesture is full of charm. A true otaku goddess. These handsome young salesmen were taking photos like crazy, looking very excited. Lin Feng had a smile on his face. Chang Er was his person now, so no matter how much these people thought about it, it would be useless. These people came to Chang Er to buy a car, and they all patted their chests and promised to serve her, and the price would definitely be the cheapest, and they would not even make their commission. Just as these people were vying to serve Chang Er, manager Wang also came over after hearing the news. What are you doing? Why are you hanging around the guests? Disperse and go about your business. Manager Wang came up and started scolding everyone, and everyone reluctantly dispersed. Hello, Miss Chang Er. I heard that you are coming to our dealership to buy a car. I wonder which model you like. I will introduce it to you personally. In an instant, Manager Wang's face was filled with a warm smile, which was completely different from his abusive attitude just now. Lin Feng just found this change funny and said, Manager Wang, do you have a Maserati Gran Turismo convertible? Manager Wang's attention was all on Chang Er. When he suddenly heard Lin Feng talking, he focused his attention on Lin Feng and was secretly surprised. Who is this man? He has a handsome face, extraordinary bearing, and an otherworldly elegance in his conversation. It is obvious that he is not an ordinary person. Could he be Chang Er's boyfriend? Hello, sir, what's your name? Manager Wang was very polite. He was not jealous because Lin Feng might be Chang Er's boyfriend. Instead, he had a good impression of Lin Feng. Lin, let's talk business. Manager Wang thought to himself, this Mr. Lin and Chang Er seem to have a dominant relationship. Perhaps the person who came to buy a car today is likely to be him. Don't be negligent. Mr. Lin, our store happens to have a car in stock that you need. I'll take you to the warehouse right away. The three of them came to the garage and saw a brand new Maserati Gran Turismo convertible. Chang Er was smiling happily with stars in her eyes. She had been longing for this car for a long time. After walking around the car, he looked at Lin Feng eagerly, as if saying, I really want this car, please buy it for me. Seeing Chang Er's childish look, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, go up and try. Aha! Chang Er and Lin Feng got in the car to experience the Maserati. Lin Feng didn't have much feeling about this car, so he wasn't as excited as Chang Er. Mr. Wang, please name a price. The market price of this car is about 2.43 million. If you really want it, I'll charge you 2.4 million. We'll cover all the other operations, such as the license plate, etc. Okay, let's drive away today. Lin Feng paid the money very happily, turned around and smiled at Chang Er, who was very excited. Congratulations, from now on this car belongs to you. Chang Er covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and said in a trembling voice, thank you. Thank you. Happiness came so quickly that she couldn't believe that she would own her first sports car so soon. Excitement and excitement, these two emotions tightly wrapped her heart, and there was no way for her to maintain her usual reserve. Sister Chang, why don't you take me for a ride? Lin Feng asked in a teasing tone with a smile in his eyes. No problem, I'll take you to the Magic City. Chang Er had tears of joy in the corners of her eyes. She also wanted to experience her beloved car. At the same time, she was very grateful to Raymond Lam for helping her fulfill this wish. Chang Er's favorability towards you has increased to 95. Chang Er's feelings for you have reached 100. Win a lucky draw today. Lottery in progress. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and it was time for his favorite moment, the lucky draw. Last time, I helped the two sisters of the Jiang family to reward them and receive 3 billion. What reward will I get this time? What he hopes for is not money, but skills that can help him. Now he has more than 3 billion yuan. As long as he doesn't speculate in stocks, spending 100 million yuan a month will last him 30 months. Chapter 54, I won a big prize. Lucky draw successful. Congratulations on acquiring all the shares of a Shanghai Pangdonglai supermarket, worth 3.5 billion. The handover process has been automatically completed and the property is now in your name. You are now required to go over and complete the final signing and handover ceremony. Lin Feng felt a little regretful and was not happy about winning this big prize. Money can be earned as long as you have time, but skills depend entirely on luck. This Pang Donglai is a well-known supermarket in the whole Magic City and is also an internet celebrity supermarket. Many people go there to check in, and some drive from other cities to buy things. The daily passenger flow exceeds 350,000 and the area is as high as 30,000 square meters. It can be said to be a shopping paradise in Shanghai. It is also very close to Jiangbei University, and many students usually go there to shop. After deducting expenses, he can earn about 10 million yuan a day. Now he does nothing, but tens of millions of yuan come into his account every day. You can earn 300 million in a month. Recovering his mind, Lin Feng enjoyed the breeze blowing in his face, feeling very cool, and asked, "Sister Chenger, I'm not very familiar with the fun places in Shanghai, can you take me to some of the more fun places?" Cheng put on a pair of sunglasses and a cool line, with a light smile on his lips. In Shanghai, there are several places that are more fun, such as Disneyland, Pangdonglai, and International Trade City. Do you want to go to Disneyland? I've been to that place. Lin Feng said. He had been there with his girlfriend some time ago. Then let's go to Fat Donglai. Good. He is now the big boss of Pangdonglai, so it would be nice for him to go there and take a look and sign the contract. Chenger was driving a Maserati and she was in a very good mood all the way. At this time, the car happened to pass the Jiangbei University section, which happened to be rush hour, and the road was actually blocked. Because Jiangbei University is about to start school in the next 2 days, many students have arrived 1 or 2 days in advance, so many students and parents have already appeared here. When Lin Feng arrived at Pangdonglai, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There were a lot of people coming in and out of the entrance, and the parking spaces were very empty. I turned around for a while before I found a parking space. Cheng complained, "Pangdonglai, every time I come here, there are always so many people. Sometimes I have to wait in line for more than half an hour to pay, and parking spaces are hard to find. It's mainly because their business is so good." Lin Feng had a smile on his face. He looked up at the crowd of people and said, "Sister Chang, let's go in and take a look." He had heard that Pangdonglai was the #1 supermarket in China, and he also wanted to know how prosperous it was. After entering, there were so many people inside that each elevator was occupied with customers going up and down. There were a lot of people gathering around each product exhibition area, and we even saw people rushing to buy Dongshi's products. Some specially made mooncakes were sold out as soon as they were put on the shelves, with customers carrying large and small bags. There are some even more outrageous cases where people have finally chosen their shopping carts, but they are just pushed away. Lin Feng finally saw what a crazy supermarket model is. At this time, Lin Feng's appearance also appeared in the live monitoring room. In the backstage of Pangdonglai, there were dozens of security guards watching every corner at all times to prevent accidents. At this time, the security captain was discussing with several colleagues. Our company suddenly got a new boss, who was very young. I don't know if it will affect everyone's welfare. The security captain looked a little worried. Just half an hour ago, the company's collective management received an emergency. A new boss appeared in Pangdonglai. The new boss's photo also appeared in the hands of every manager, and as the security captain he also received a photo. A tall, thin security guard said while smoking a cigarette, "Looking at the photo, he looks quite young, so I'm worried that he is some second-generation rich kid who wants to start a business and mess around. It would be a shame if the reputation we have worked so hard to maintain at Pangdonglai were ruined. Oh, I hope he won't do anything rash. When my son was his age, he was just a freshman in college, and he has already become the big boss of Pangdonglai." Everyone's conversation was filled with deep worry, fearing that the sudden arrival of a big boss would affect their work. At this moment, the security captain who was smoking depressedly suddenly stood up, staring at the screen. "Xiao Zheng, quickly switch the camera to zoom in and focus on this man's face." The security captain pointed at one of the men and said excitedly, "Next to this man there is a very beautiful woman." Others were also surprised to see the security captain so excited. Looking in the direction the captain pointed, everyone's faces changed again. The new boss is here. Everyone was nervous and inexplicably panicked, as the arrival of the new boss meant that some policies might have to change. "Quick, notify Mr. He immediately." The security captain urgently reported to He Donglai. He Donglai is currently the general manager of this supermarket and manages the entire supermarket. He was in a meeting at the time. Because of sudden new changes at the top, he had to call his subordinates to discuss possible changes next. He Don Lai was about 50 years old, with a friendly face. He said in a deep voice, everyone should have confidence in the new boss. As long as he doesn't interfere too much in the company's affairs, I believe it will not affect everyone's welfare. Another department manager said, Bossy, I'm worried that he's a second-generation rich man who's wasted his money. Pang Donglai's success today is all thanks to your hard work. Don't let him waste it in your hands. He Donglai smiled bitterly. He could only leave things to fate. He hoped that the new boss would not be a difficult person to serve. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw that the caller note was from the security captain, his face suddenly froze. The security captain usually doesn't call easily unless something happens. As soon as the call was connected, the security captain's excited voice came, Bossy, I see the new boss is here, please come to the monitoring room quickly. He Donglai hung up the phone, stood up suddenly, and said sternly, the new boss is here. After saying that, he stood up and hurried out of the meeting room. When the others heard that the boss was coming, they no longer had the heart to sit there. They all stood up and followed He Donglai. In the blink of an eye, the entire conference room was empty. Where? He Donglai brought a group of people to the monitoring room quickly and couldn't wait to ask the captain. Is this what you see? The security captain pointed at Lin Feng on the screen. It should be him. He Donglai only took a look and was 90% sure that this person was their new boss. He then ordered, all management personnel go to the conference room and wait. I will go to see him alone first. At this time, Chang Er said with a happy smile on his face, Mr. Lin, let's find a place to eat something first. Just as Lin Feng was about to answer, he saw He Donglai walking towards him. Chang Er also noticed it and gently pulled Lin Feng's hand and said, that man is the general manager of Pang Donglai, He Donglai. Chapter 55, appointed as chairman of Pang Donglai. Lin Feng immediately understood that it must be directed at him. Hello, manager He. Raymond Lam has an elegant temperament, eyes like stars, and is generous in his conversation. He Donglai took a liking to Lin Feng the first time he saw him. With his experience of meeting countless people, he felt that Lin Feng should not be a difficult person to get along with. This is also due to Lin Feng's charm. As long as there is no conflict of interest with others, no one will target him for no reason. Chang Er smiled and thought to himself, this Mr. He is also a celebrity on the internet. He manages this supermarket and often appears on the internet, becoming the focus of public opinion, so it's not surprising that Lin Feng knows him. However, the next second Chang Er saw He Donglai walking towards her, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Lin Feng with a warm smile on his face. Welcome Mr. Lin to inspect our work. Your colleagues are already waiting for you in the office. Chang Er was full of questions. How come she doesn't understand this? Just when she was confused, Lin Feng said kindly, Bossy, thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for your wholehearted dedication to Pang Donglai, he wouldn't be able to achieve what he has now. I will have to rely on you a lot in the future. This is my duty, this is what I should do at work. Then let's go to the conference room first, so as not to keep them waiting too long. Lin Feng and He Donglai had a pleasant conversation, and the topic was all about Pang Donglai. The more Chang Er listened, the more confused she became. When did Lin Feng become so familiar with He Donglai? The content of their conversation also left her confused. And we have to go to the conference room, what's going on? Could it be that Lin Feng is from Pang Donglai? That's impossible? Chang Er followed Lin Feng with a lot of questions in his mind. When the door of the conference room opened, Chang Er saw that it was filled with senior executives of Pang Donglai. The moment the door was opened, everyone stood up collectively and looked in her direction at the same time. A faint sense of oppression and momentum followed. He Donglai said, this is our new boss. Welcome Lin Feng to come and inspect our work. As he said this, he took the lead in applauding. The next second, the entire conference room was filled with warm applause, as everyone was afraid that the applause was not loud enough and would make the new boss unhappy. Chang Er, who was standing behind Lin Feng, felt as if he had been hit hard on the head with a stick, and his brain was buzzing. She opened her bright red little mouth and stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. The nationally renowned super-large supermarket is actually owned by Raymond Lam? This. At this moment, Chang Er's mind was more tangled than a hemp rope and he was shocked beyond words. At first she thought that Lin Feng was just a super-rich second-generation rich man, and the 3 billion in his hand should be the money given to him by his family. But she could not imagine that Raymond Lam was not only rich, but also owned a huge business empire. Then her current net worth should be over 10 billion, right? Chang'er's face turned slightly red with excitement. At this time, Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face. It was also his first time standing in such an occasion, but he was not panicked at all. With his hands pressed in vain, the applause at the scene stopped abruptly. Hi everyone, I know everyone will be worried about changing the company's benefits with a new boss. Everyone's heart sank. This was also the issue they were most worried about. Lin Feng also noticed the changes in their expressions and said seriously, everyone please sit down first. I will talk to you slowly. He Donglai brought Lin Feng to the front, and then he asked, who is this beautiful lady? My friend, please give him a seat. Lin Feng said it casually, and Chang'er sat in a position that she couldn't imagine, sitting next to Lin Feng, and it was a high-level meeting like Pang Donglai. If this had happened an hour ago, she would not have dared to imagine it. She was just an ordinary model and had no right to enter such an office for a meeting. Chang'er's expression was obviously a little uneasy, and she sat with her legs crossed. Fortunately, Lin Feng was by her side, which made her feel at ease. He Donglai has already placed a document in front of Lin Feng, and all the procedures will be completed as long as he signs it. Director Lin, please sign here. From today on, you are the chairman of our Pang Donglai. Chang'er looked at him in admiration. At the age of 18, he was the chairman of the board, a position that others could not even dream of. She suddenly discovered that Lin Feng possessed many dazzling halos that ordinary people did not have. Lin Feng picked up the pen, quickly signed his name on the document, and put it aside. Next, I have a personnel announcement to make. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene became very tense. Everyone sat upright, fearing that Lin Feng would fire them. He Donglai was also a little nervous and smoked, and was also afraid that Lin Feng would do something wrong. Lin Feng smiled faintly, knowing what these people were worried about, and said, all personnel will not change, and all company affairs will be managed by Mr. He. He does not need to report small matters to me. He only needs to report to me on matters that he cannot decide. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. He Donglai finally put his worries at ease. As long as this young master didn't interfere in the affairs, that would be his greatest contribution to the company. He stood up and said, thank you Director Lin for your recognition of me, and thank you all for supporting my work. However, Deputy General Manager He Guohan suddenly said, Director Lin is a rare talent. We naturally know that. I feel relieved to leave Fat Donglai in his hands. I don't know what suggestions Director Lin has for the future of our Pang Donglai. We would like to hear Director Lin's opinions. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into an eerie silence again. Everyone knew that He Guohan and He Donglai were good brothers. Now that someone has dropped a pin on his eldest brother's head, he naturally refuses to accept it. He Donglai quickly winked at He Guohan, signaling him not to embarrass Lin Feng at this time. But He Guohan didn't care at all. Instead, he stood up and looked aggressive. I believe that Mr. Lin has become our chairman at such a young age. He must have personal abilities. Let's applaud and welcome our Director Lin to speak. There was sparse applause at the scene, and everyone understood that He Guohan wanted to put Lin Feng on the fire. He Donglai's face darkened and he sternly shouted, Guohan, sit down. He Guohan glanced at Lin Feng unconvincedly, then sat down reluctantly. Boss Lin, my brother was a little impulsive, but he had no ill intentions. He was also thinking about the company. Don't take it to heart. Lin Feng smiled faintly. It was reasonable for some people to be dissatisfied with him as the parachuted chairman. It's okay. If you have any opinions, just raise them. It's better than keeping them in your heart. Just then, people from the public relations department rushed in a hurry. Mr. He, someone posted a message online saying that our product has serious problems and it has caused a huge negative impact. He Donglai was startled, what's going on? I'll put the video on the big screen, and everyone will see it. The PR department quickly connected the video to the big screen. Lin Feng frowned. How come something went wrong just after he took office? Chapter 56, The Child Confesses His Feelings. The video playing on the big screen was about a woman who bought underwear from Pang Donglai and developed skin allergies. She said that there were serious problems with Pang Donglai's product selection. This incident happened yesterday, and after a day of fermentation, it went viral on the internet. Pang Donglai should have received the news a long time ago, and the fact that he brought it up at this time was probably directed at himself. Lin Feng's expression was calm. He Guohan smiled and said, Director Lin, how are you going to deal with this matter? The way we always deal with things is to fire all the people involved. Lin Feng was not in a hurry at all. If he fired someone at this time, the people below would definitely think that he was killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, which would definitely have a negative impact. But if he doesn't handle it well, people will question his ability. He Donglai glanced at Iguahan meaningfully, knowing that he was the one behind this, and said with a serious expression, "Today is the day when Chairman Lin is here, so don't bother Chairman Lin with such a small matter. Leave this matter to me, and don't have any opinions." Iguahan didn't say anything. His eldest brother had already spoken, and he didn't want to embarrass him. However, he looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng knew that if he handed this matter over to Yidong to handle, the people below would still look down on him. "Let me express my personal opinion," Lin Feng said slowly, his voice steady and powerful. "Place your hands on the table and stand straight." The others also quieted down, wanting to hear what Lin Feng had to say, but these people didn't think Lin Feng had any good ideas either. "I know that Pangdonglai has very high quality requirements, and every time an accident occurs, the employees are fired." After a pause, Lin Feng said, "I don't think this is a good idea." Everyone's face changed. Lin Feng said that this policy was not good at this time. Was he questioning He Donglai's decision? Pang Donglai has been able to survive until today because of its famous strictness. If this strategy is changed, some people will not work hard and will not cherish their jobs, which will lead to management problems. He Donglai frowned, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he remained patient. Lin Feng went on to say, "Everyone who comes to work at Pang Donglai wants to do a good job. Some accidents are unavoidable and have nothing to do with their work itself. We should be more generous and humane, rather than a one-size-fits-all approach." Everyone's expression changed slightly. They were also very aware of this, as many of their colleagues were implicated due to unintentional mistakes. It is precisely because our company has implemented a reward system for reporting that some people deliberately come to cause trouble. Not only can they take advantage of Pangdonglai's online traffic, but they can also cause innocent people to lose their jobs and damage the reputation of our company. Especially those internet celebrities who make a living by fighting fakes, who will do anything for money and traffic. Lin Feng's words quickly resonated with the people present. Over the years, many internet celebrities have deliberately discredited Pang Donglai, causing many people to lose their jobs. They are also walking on thin ice and are under a lot of pressure when they work. Lin Feng smiled faintly. From the reactions of these people, he knew that his words had taken effect. "I have a few opinions on how to handle this matter. We cannot condone some illegal internet celebrities who want only smear others. We must fight back against these black influencers." Fight back against black internet celebrities? Everyone looked at each other. Every time something happens, Pang Donglai handles it internally, but there is no precedent of fighting back against black internet celebrities. This is the first time. I am very confident in Mr. He's work and know that the products he selects are absolutely flawless. Lin Feng knocked on the table hard and said in a loud voice, "So, we have to provide our test report and then collect evidence against these black internet celebrities." Announced to the entire network, "Sue her. Kill one to warn the rest." Collective uproar. Immediately afterwards, warm applause broke out, and the first person to applaud was none other than Higuahan. "Chairman Lin, I am convinced by you now. In fact, I am dissatisfied with the system in this regard. If it weren't for my eldest brother who always ignored my advice, I would have sued those black internet celebrities long ago. Let's applaud together and welcome Chairman Lin to join our big family." This time the applause was very enthusiastic. He Donglai also smiled, at least proving that Chairman Lin was not a fool. Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He just made this decision on a flash of inspiration. Finally resolved this little trouble. He doesn't need to handle the rest of the matters personally, so let He Dong handle it. He held a meeting in the Pangdonglai conference room for another half an hour before leaving with Chang'er. Sure enough, not long after, Pang Donglai issued an official announcement to sue the black internet celebrity. This incident caused an uproar and became a hot topic again. At this time, Lin Feng had already left in Chang'er's car. "Chairman Lin, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. I admire you so much." Chang'er's eyebrows were beaming with joy, and his tone was full of admiration for Lin Feng. She had never seen a rich second generation as outstanding as Lin Feng. "Don't admire me too much, I'm afraid you will fall in love with me," Lin Feng teased with a smile. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, he looks cool and handsome. Even the little girls passing by couldn't help but look at him sideways. What should I do? I suddenly realize that I'm in love with you now? Would you consider me being your girlfriend? Chenger's face was slightly red, his eyes were very fiery, and he spoke very boldly. Although she knew the probability of success was very low, she was unwilling to give it a try. Lin Feng's heart was as calm as water, with a handsome smile on his face, and he said cheerfully, Sister Chenger, can I understand that you are confessing to me? Cheng said half jokingly and half seriously, yes, I'm afraid that if I don't muster up the courage to confess now, I won't have the courage next time. What? Do you want to consider me? This was the first time in her life that she confessed her love to a boy, and she was worried about being rejected. After saying that, he looked at Lin Feng expectantly, as if he wanted to hear what he wanted to hear from Lin Feng, but was also afraid that Lin Feng would refuse. Lin Feng smiled, I have a girlfriend. Although Chenger is pretty, has a great figure, and feels great, she is still a little short of being a girlfriend. And the two had only known each other for one day. That's such a pity. Chang Er felt very disappointed and knew that she was not worthy of Lin Feng. But she didn't give up and didn't want to miss such an outstanding man. She didn't care that she was several years older than Raymond Lam. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and neither of them spoke. Just at this moment, the traffic light ahead turned green and the car stopped. Chenger took a deep breath. She wanted to try again. Mr. Lin, I really want to have a boyfriend as good as you. Just let me experience what it's like to have a perfect boyfriend like this, okay? Just for one day. Chenger looked at Lin Feng sideways, her eyes full of pity and pleading, as if she would cry if Lin Feng refused, making it hard for people to refuse. Chapter 57 One Day Girlfriend. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at Chenger's pitiful look and pleading, and couldn't help but wanted to laugh. Although he knew that she was pretending to be like that to some extent, it still satisfied his desire to conquer Chenger. Aren't you afraid that your 2 million fans will know that their favorite goddess is now begging you to be my girlfriend? There was a hint of sarcasm in Lin Feng's words, but he did not refuse. Chenger showed a beautiful smile on her face, her eyes were full of emotion, and she said in a sweet voice, my fans are important, but no matter how important they are not as important as Master Lin. Even if my account's followers are reduced to 0, I won't regret my decision now. Chenger thought very clearly that being Lin Feng's girlfriend for a day would definitely be a great deal. She would agree even if she didn't want the account. If she really lost her fans, she believed that Raymond Lam would never treat her unfairly and would definitely find ways to compensate her. A random task from the system, complete Chenger's second wish, find a reliable boyfriend with money. If you meet the conditions and agree to be her boyfriend for a day, you will get a chance to win a prize. There is actually such a mission reward. Lin Feng accepts all offers. Lin Feng chuckled elegantly, since you have said so much, I won't be pretentious. Just one day. He stretched out his finger and shook it again. When Chenger heard this, a feeling of joy instantly filled her heart, and the ecstasy in her heart could not be expressed in words. Her first wish was to own a Maserati, and her second wish was to find a financial sponsor. Now both wishes have come true on the same day, and the sponsor has made her feel so excited. In a hurry, Chenger didn't care that he was still driving and gave Lin Feng a quick kiss on the face. Just like a dragonfly skimming the water, it disappears as soon as it touches the water. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chenger's pretty face turned slightly red due to being too excited. She looked so charming that people couldn't help but want to take a bite. The soft touch and body fragrance still lingered on Lin Feng's face. He couldn't help but smile and said, drive carefully and be safe. I know. Chenger looked like a mature woman who had been nourished by love. She was in a very beautiful mood and opened her red lips slightly. I'll treat you to a meal. You are not allowed to refuse. The tone was coquettish, yet a bit overbearing. Well, I'll give you, my temporary girlfriend, a chance to treat me to a meal. It feels pretty good to be invited to dinner by a girl occasionally. By the way, you can complete the task and hold a lottery. On the other hand, Luo Wanqing quickly quit her job at the hotel and devoted herself to serving Lin Feng's new company. In order to get the company back on track quickly, she recruited 50 employees at once to assist in the operation of the company. Since she didn't know much about entrepreneurship, she gathered all the employees together and asked them about the future of the company. At this time, Lin Feng was enjoying his own world with Chenger. Anrue Hotel. This is one of the most luxurious hotels in Shanghai, where you can tour the entire city. Lin Feng and the other person were at the top of the 68th floor. This is my first time eating at a place like this. Lin Feng ate slowly and chewed carefully, letting out a sigh. In the past, he would never have dared to imagine coming to this place to eat, let alone with a big internet celebrity. Chenger didn't think there was anything wrong with what Lin Feng said. The world is so big, it is impossible to have been to every big hotel. With your ability, you can eat here every day. Look, there are so many beautiful women around, and some of them are even peeking at you. Chang'er smiled sweetly, feeling also deeply moved. She had never enjoyed such treatment when she came here to eat with other men before. Other girls were not willing to even take a second look at him, even though he was a well-known internet celebrity. In the eyes of those rich women, he was no different from a passerby. Sometimes you even feel the malicious gazes of others. But when she came here to eat with Raymond Lam, both the female and male waiters passing by would subconsciously look at Raymond Lam a few more times, and no one paid much attention to her presence. Some female customers looked at Raymond Lam in very bold ways, and even secretly took photos and posted them on their moments to show off. There are also some wealthy women at the young adult level who look at Raymond Lam with very passionate eyes, and do not hide their desires at all. They wish they could take Raymond Lam home and love him dearly. There's nothing I can do, it's just too handsome. When Lin Feng heard Chang'er's words, a charming smile appeared on his lips, and a voice full of masculine magnetism came out of his throat. It's not my fault that I'm handsome, I can only say that they have good taste. He just smiled casually, which immediately caused ripples in the hearts of many women. In their eyes, it seemed as if they saw a handsome young man smiling at them. There was deep affection in those deep eyes, which made them moved. That evil smile amazed them again, as if it had some kind of magic that attracted their eyes. Sitting at the table opposite Raymond Lam was a girl wearing duck shoes and a hat. She stared at Raymond Lam for a long time. She was good-looking, wearing loose clothes and a pair of jeans. She was about 23 or 24 years old. Lin Feng noticed the girl's burning gaze and nodded slightly to her out of politeness with a smile on his face. However, his action instantly gave the girl great courage. She took the mobile phone from the table and walked straight towards Lin Feng, with a faint blush on her face and a very excited expression. "Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat?" The girl's tone was obviously a little panicked, and her eyes were like a frightened deer, afraid that Lin Feng would refuse. Chang'er was stunned. She was still sitting here and a woman dared to ask for her WeChat. If she went to the toilet, wouldn't a group of women come over? She felt a little jealous, but pretended nothing had happened and lowered her head to drink the soup. Lin Fengqi raised his head, his deep eyes carrying a hint of tenderness, as if he was looking at a lover. The peach blossom eyes immediately had a critical impact on the girl. Her face turned red and hot at a speed visible to the naked eye, from her ears to her neck. I didn't dare to look directly into Lin Feng's peach blossom eyes. Sure. Lin Feng's voice is like the gurgling of water, making girls happy. Thank you, handsome. I'm GM, I'm from Shanghai, and I'm a sophomore at Jiangbei University. You can always come and play with me if you want in the future. Jem tightly gripped the phone, her eyes never leaving Raymond Lam's face for even a second. She had made an appointment to have dinner here with her friends, but her friend didn't come because of something. Lin Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet a senior from school so soon. He smiled calmly and said politely, "Let's talk about it when we have a chance." Deng Ziki quickly added Raymond Lam's WeChat, gritted her teeth, and was reluctant to leave for a long time. Seeing her hesitant look, Raymond Lam smiled and asked, "Anything else? Can I take a photo with you?" Jem asked courageously. Okay. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Deng Ziki's clear eyes instantly lit up, and she excitedly said to Chang'er, "Beautiful girl, can you take a photo for the two of us?" Chapter 58, Taking my sister to the company. Chang'er suppressed his dissatisfaction, forced a smile and said, "No problem, give me the phone." Jem quickly handed the phone to Chang'er, stood beside Raymond Lam, hooked her hands around his arms, and leaned her head slightly towards him. This posture is super ambiguous, like the action between lovers. Chang'er felt even more annoyed. This woman is so shameless. How can you take photos like this? Snort. He quickly pressed the camera button, handed the phone back to Deng Ziki, and said in a cold voice, "Okay, we finished taking the photo. Can you give us some private space?" The last sentence has changed its taste, it has a sour smell. Deng Ziki smiled awkwardly, "Then I won't bother you guys." When leaving, she did not forget to glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled faintly, "Are you angry?" No. Chang'er was eating absent-mindedly, with a very hard mouth. Even a fool could tell that her expression now showed jealousy. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, "Now you know it's not easy to be my girlfriend. If everyone is like you, there will be endless jealousy every day. Chang Er chuckled, then if I become your girlfriend, wouldn't I become a walking jealous person? As he said that, he picked up some food for Lin Feng. So being my girlfriend isn't that easy. Let's not talk about that. I'll take you to the company to report in later and introduce you to Sister Wanqing. Chang Er bit his chopsticks and said with a resentful look in his eyes, You're calling me so affectionately, is she another beautiful lady? There are so many beautiful women around you. It's okay. Cheng Er lowered her head to eat, and she realized that there were far more beauties around Lin Feng than she had imagined. If I get jealous all the time, Raymond Lam will definitely dislike me. An excellent man will never be short of beautiful women around him. Moreover, the Jiang sisters also have an unclear relationship with Lin Feng. Anyway, I can only be Raymond Lam's girlfriend for one day, so why should I be jealous of those insignificant things? It would be better to be happy and leave a good memory. After figuring it out, Chang Er suddenly felt better, a relieved smile appeared on her face, and she said charmingly, Okay, I want to see your company too. After leaving the hotel, I went straight to Lin Feng's company, Yunfeng Info Interactive Media. At this time, Luo Wanqing was in a meeting with her subordinates. When she heard that Lin Feng was coming to the company, she immediately suspended the meeting and waited for Lin Feng at the door with her employees. Lin Feng saw these people from a distance, especially Luo Wanqing, who was the most conspicuous in the crowd. Today she didn't wear her usual work uniform, but a black hip-hugging skirt, which was particularly figure-enhancing and made her waist and hips look fuller. Netizens jokingly called it a stepmother's hip skirt. The plump peaks fill up the V-neck, revealing the fair skin. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face and walked towards Luo Wanqing slowly. This woman always gave him a special feeling, mature, charming, and pleasing to the eye, like an exquisite piece of ceramic art. Sister Wanqing. Lin Feng spoke with a magnetic voice, very personal. And his deep eyes are still charming. No matter how many times Luo Wanqing looked at this man in front of her, she always felt like she could never get tired of him. At the same time, she felt inexplicably relieved when she saw Lin Feng appeared. Everyone, let me introduce him to you. He is the real boss of our company, Boss Lin. Everyone was in an uproar. In fact, when Lin Feng appeared, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Feng, and they ignored Cheng Er. However, Lin Feng's identity was directly revealed, which shocked them even more. This young man turned out to be their boss. Hello, everyone. Lin Feng waved to greet these people. Seeing that their expressions were a little restrained, he immediately showed a smile as warm as spring breeze. Don't be so reserved. I'm not a tiger and I won't eat people. Lin Feng's friendly smile made these people feel very good about him, and the invisible barriers were also eliminated a lot. Hello, Boss Lin. Everyone greeted him quickly. Luo Wanqing placed her hands on her pubic region, a habit she had maintained when she was a waitress. She looked at him with a friendly smile and said, Pretty lady, I seem to have seen you somewhere before. She is Cheng Er, a car model, and she is now coming to our company to sign a contract. Lin Feng said casually. Luo Wanqing suddenly realized, no wonder she felt Cheng Er looked familiar. Cheng Er said kindly, Sister Wanqing, hello. I heard Lin Feng mention your name a long time ago. He said you were very beautiful, and he really didn't lie to me. This set of business flattery quickly brought the two closer together and also made Luo Wanqing feel good about Cheng Er. Then let's go in and talk first. Everyone returned to the conference room and continued the meeting. Due to Raymond Lam's arrival, these people boldly expressed their creative ideas in an attempt to attract Raymond Lam's attention. This meeting is to brainstorm and discuss the future of the company. The company's newcomers have put forward many bold ideas. The core topic revolves around how to make the anchor quickly popular, increase exposure, and then take the route of live streaming to sell goods. This model is the most common at present, but the probability of success is not high and the initial investment is also considerable. For Raymond Lam, money is not a problem, but he feels that this method is too old-fashioned, and the risk of bringing goods is quite high, and the quality is difficult to control. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. As soon as Raymond Lam opened his mouth, the scene fell into complete silence. The company's future direction has only one goal, to make short dramas. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Lin Feng would propose this direction, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone asked, Our company has no experience in making short plays, we don't have a script, and we don't understand the market. Isn't it a bit rash? Lin Feng said firmly, Nowadays, TV series are too long and boring. The audience's patience is limited. They have been baptized by countless TV series and have high requirements for TV series. So we focus on making short dramas that are emotional and can quickly mobilize the audience's emotions and get them quickly involved. I am very optimistic about this market. We can train our internet celebrities to become actors in short dramas. They can manage their accounts while filming. As long as they have traffic, they can quickly drive traffic for our short dramas. Everyone gradually quieted down and listened, carefully analyzing what Lin Feng said. Everyone should be bolder and think about making the company the most powerful short drama platform on the entire network, and maintain the production of at least 3 short dramas every day. Luo Wanqing frowned. Will such a fast speed affect the quality? It doesn't matter. Just treat it as training for them. It doesn't matter if you lose money in the early stage. When their acting skills improve in the later stage, they will definitely be able to make money. Raymond Lam was confident and had a natural aura about him, and he unwittingly revealed a domineering aura that could not be ignored. I decided to invest 1 billion yuan to sign all the short drama actors who are currently somewhat famous. Chapter 59 Grandmaster Tai Chi Mastery. 1 billion. Everyone gasped. Immediately afterwards, everyone's blood boiled as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The more capable Lin Feng is, the more confident and bold they will be in doing it. Boss, we will do whatever you say. As long as we have money, we can dig up all those short story plots. Now, as long as we buy the copyright of the novel, we can have a ready-made script for the online drama. We can also hire all those photographers and editors, and we can also find someone to customize the script. Seeing that everyone's emotions were aroused, Lin Feng said confidently, "It's great that there is such enthusiasm inside. I'm going to make it clear first. Whichever group of people shoots a high-quality short play, I will reward that group with 1 million. There is no upper limit. The more photos you take, the more awards you will get." After these words were spoken, everyone could no longer remain calm. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. At this moment, it was almost written on their faces that they would take action immediately. Raymond Lam was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. A company must be motivated and cohesive, and now the fire in their hearts has been ignited. As long as we maintain this state, we will be able to produce excellent works, and then Yunfeng Info Interactive Media will become the most powerful short drama company in the country. We will slowly develop apps in the future, and take the route of free short plays. First, crush the market. Then monopolize the short drama market and make it bigger and stronger. It will be difficult for those who come after them to re-enter the short drama market. Lin Feng did not stay in the company for too long. He is the big boss and it is impossible for him to do everything himself. Otherwise, why invite so many people? Give them the general plan and let them figure out the details. He took Chenger to travel around. In the evening, the two returned to the hotel. The lighting in the luxurious presidential suite was ambiguous. Raymond Lam was sitting in the living room, playing with his mobile phone leisurely. Chenger was taking a shower in the bathroom. Through the glass door, he could clearly see a figure with perfect curves and curves. Shen Mengyan sent a message, "School starts tomorrow, have you finished your work? I'll report to school tomorrow after I'm done." "Well, see you at school then." At this time, Cheng Er came over in a white bathrobe and sat next to Lin Feng with the scent of shower gel. "Go take a shower." Cheng Er's cheeks were slightly red and his eyes were flashing with a strange look. Lin Feng put down his phone and smiled ambiguously, "Wait for me." "Well, I'll do a live broadcast for a while." "Good." When Raymond Lam went to take a shower, Cheng Er also turned on the live broadcast. Her friends became a little uneasy when they saw she was staying in a hotel. "Baby, you're not going to get a room with Big Brother Bang, are you?" Cheng Er smiled cutely and said, "No, I'm on a business trip with my friends." "Don't think too much. I'm a serious person." "Oh, that's what I said." Bao Bao is definitely not that kind of casual woman. Everyone believed it and never thought that the goddess in their minds was with Raymond Lam. Soon the number of people in the live broadcast room reached thousands, and Nian Xiao Chengquan, the top brother who often gave gifts in Cheng Er's live broadcast room, also came to the live broadcast room. "Welcome my eldest brother's youthful recklessness." Cheng Er saw at first glance that this level 50 brother was young and frivolous. In the past, she would definitely greet him enthusiastically, but now she would at most respond indifferently. "Young and frivolous, Chenger, since you are in the Magic City, why don't you come and play with me? I've been busy with work lately, so I don't have time to play." Yes, I won't tell you guys anymore. I'm going to log off the show. Seeing Raymond Lam come out, Cheng Er quickly turned off the live broadcast and walked towards Raymond Lam with a bit of shyness on her face. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Feng lay in bed contentedly. Congratulations on completing the random task, becoming Cheng Er's boyfriend for a day, and winning a random draw. System lottery in progress. This time Lin Feng waited calmly. He felt that the more he looked forward to it, the greater the disappointment would be later. He wants whatever the system rewards him. Win the lucky draw and get master-level Tai Chi mastery. Lin Feng's heart trembled. As a young man who had a dream of becoming a martial arts hero since childhood, he had watched a lot of martial arts TV shows and was very envious of those who could fly over eaves and walk on walls. I had endless fantasies about martial arts in my young heart. This dream is finally coming true. Lin Feng was very excited. The essential mantras and techniques of Tai Chi were quickly instilled into Lin Feng's mind. When starting Tai Chi, the mind is focused on Dan, and the left and right steps of the cloud hands should be round. The body is stable in the single whip fixed posture, and the high reach and kicking are continuous. The shuttle opens and closes continuously, and the spirit is concentrated and the energy returns to the origin. It was as if a door to martial arts was opened in Lin Feng's spiritual world. It seemed as if he had practiced Tai Chi millions of times and had reached the pinnacle of perfection. In the past, Lin Feng only had strength but did not know how to use martial arts. But now it is different. He is proficient in all kinds of Tai Chi fighting techniques. He is definitely a master at the Grandmaster level, a master similar to Zhang Sanfeng. This set of exercises can not only protect oneself, but also strengthen the body and prolong life. Lin Feng was surprised to find that his hearing had become stronger. He could hear the conversation next door. It was a couple talking sweetly. He could actually hear Cheng Er's breathing clearly, and even her heartbeat. This is the effect of reaching the highest level of Tai Chi, where your five senses become even stronger. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Feng got out of bed, picked up a fruit knife, and gently broke it. With the force of a little force, he easily bent the fruit knife into a 90-degree angle. Lin Feng looked incredible that he could do such an incredible thing so easily. Just like those masters in the movies. What followed was a surge of ecstasy that money could not bring. Looking at Cheng Er, who fell asleep exhausted, Lin Feng's mouth curled up. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be so lucky to get this set of martial arts. Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng checked Cheng Er's condition again. You used the skill Universal Insight on Cheng Er. Observer, Cheng Er. Age, 25. Occupation, short comedy actor. Favorability, 99. Mood, 90. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 100. Measurements, C, 88, 99. Hobbies, making money, makeup, fashion items, food, sexy underwear. Wish, to stay by Raymond Lam's side forever and become his woman. Favorite person, Raymond Lam. The person I care about most, Raymond Lam. Comments on her personal situation: she was touched by Raymond Lam's kindness and felt happy, so she decided to find ways to stay with Raymond Lam no matter what. She decided to devote herself to the short drama and give up being a model, striving to become a star to please Raymond Lam. The properties have changed significantly. Even her career has changed. She used to be a model, but now she is an actor in skits. The wish list has changed, too. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Through this information, he was sure that Cheng Er was very loyal to him. We can give her more resources and make her a first-rate short drama star. Lin Feng came to the window alone and looked at the bustling lights outside and said to himself, tomorrow is the first day of college. I wonder if anything interesting will happen. Chapter 60 University Opening. When he woke up the next morning, Lin Feng was full of energy and said goodbye to Cheng Er and left the hotel. Cheng Er was reluctant to let him go, but he also knew that Lin Feng's studies were more important and he couldn't keep pestering him. Lin Feng arrived at the gate of Zhongbei University in Shanghai alone. The campus gate is filled with fashionable senior and junior students, both fat and thin, beautiful and pretty. A breath of youth filled his face, and Lin Feng felt extremely relaxed. This was the college life he longed for. To his surprise, there were many luxurious vehicles parked at the campus gate. Many wealthy parents drive luxury cars to send their children to study here. These young masters in Shanghai are dressed in famous brands and walk with pride, as if they are born superior to others. Some of them even have aunts or nannies at home to help them carry things. This aura puts pressure on the students from other places. Lin Feng's appearance also attracted the attention of many girls. In order to avoid his peach blossom eyes from being too attractive, he deliberately wore a pair of sunglasses and made himself look uglier and more rustic. Being handsome also has its own troubles. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if a large group of girls surrounded you. At this time, a pink Maserati convertible slowly drove over. The driver was a beautiful woman with a cold face and long wavy blonde hair. The sunglasses on her face made her look even more mysterious. The exaggerated metal earrings on her ears swayed slightly with her movements. The slim-fitting dress highlights her devilishly curvy figure, and she exudes a cool aura that keeps people at a distance. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances, as everyone loves beauty. I could hear the fanatical voices of others. It's Senior Su Linyue. Classmate, who is this Su Linyue? Lin Feng was a little curious. Standing next to Lin Feng was a man wearing camouflage clothes. He was about 1.7 meters tall and had a dark complexion, looking like a college student from the countryside. The dark-faced boy said excitedly, "In Jiangbei University, you don't have to know the president, but you must know Su Linyue." Lin Feng looked at Su Linyue, who was walking towards them after parking the car, and said with a disapproving smile, "Just because she is pretty? Could it be that she is the campus beauty of Jiangbei University?" The boy with a black face is Sun Yenin, a freshman this year, but he did a lot of research before coming. School beauty is the cheapest label on her. Sun Yenin's voice was a little excited, his eyes fixed on Su Linyue. Lin Feng became interested. "What do you mean by that?" "You don't know that Su Linyue is a proud girl who ranked first in the college entrance examination in Magic City, beating hundreds of thousands of candidates. In her first year at Jiangbei University, she won the first prize in the Provincial Art Award. In the same year, at the age of 19, I started my own business and won the Magic City's Top 10 Outstanding Youth Award. I also won first place in the city's gymnastics championship." That's pretty awesome, isn't it? When I was a sophomore, I founded the Angel Financial Foundation, which is currently valued at $3 billion. This year, she has entered the self-media industry again and signed a large number of anchors to promote products. Dandan, who has 20 million followers on Douyin, is an anchor for her company. She is now a young female CEO with a net worth of tens of billions, and she has thousands of employees under her, so the label of school beauty is the cheapest for her. Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Su Linyue, who was about to pass by, and praised, "Amazing, life is like a cheat." Sun Yenin was envious and lowered his voice to say, "She has a good father. He is ranked third among the top 10 richest men in Shanghai. How can he not spoil her to the sky?" Lin Feng suddenly realized that success is not accidental, and for some people success is inevitable. At this moment, Su Linyue walked past Lin Feng with light lotus steps. There seemed to be a layer of frost covering her body, and a cold breath blew in his face. The breeze blows, and the fragrance fills the air. Sun Yenin didn't know what was wrong with him, and stammered, "Senior, can I add you on WeChat?" Lin Feng chuckled, a grown man was so nervous. Su Linyue didn't even look at Sun Yenin. She said in a cold voice, "No." There was no room for negotiation in her tone, leaving only a proud and graceful back. Sun Yenin's face flushed red. This was the most courageous thing he had ever done in his life, but it resulted in a brief period of autism. Lin Feng chuckled, patted Sun Yenin on the shoulder and said, "Brother, think positively. This kind of aloof goddess is not suitable for you." Sun Yenin rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly, "I just couldn't control my bad mouth. I also know that it's impossible for me to be with her. How can she look down on poor students like us?" As soon as he finished speaking, several boys dressed in avant-garde and trendy clothes came towards Raymond Lam with their noses in the air and their hands in their pockets, acting like arrogant young masters. "Ha, you still know that you are a poor student. I, the toad, want to eat swan meat, but I don't even take a piss to look at my ugly face. Stinky black face, poor look. You poor loser from out of town, come to our magic city to study, can you afford to eat? You still want the goddess WeChat, who do you think you are?" These people laughed unscrupulously, full of a sense of superiority. Sun Yenin looked embarrassed and didn't know where to put his hands. He could only scratch his head and touch his face. Lin Feng frowned. He couldn't stand those guys who took advantage of their power to bully others. "Hey, don't talk too much. What does it have to do with you whose WeChat he wants? Su Linyue is not your girlfriend." Sun Zakai's face darkened. The reason why he followed Su Linyue was because he was asked by a young master from the Magic City to secretly protect Su Linyue in school to prevent her from being harassed by others. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Sun Zikai pointed at Lin Feng's nose and scolded him arrogantly. Goddess Su's WeChat is not something you lowly outsiders can ask for. If you come to our territory, you must abide by the rules here, otherwise I will make you get out of the magic city. Sun Zikai warned fiercely. Lin Feng laughed angrily. He had never seen such a domineering person before. Brother, please help me watch my luggage. I'll ask that woman for her WeChat ID. Regardless of whether Su Nianen agreed or not, he handed the luggage to him. He trotted all the way to catch up with Su Linyue. Su Nianen was dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? Sun Zikai's face changed drastically. No outsider dared to deny face to this young master of the magic city. Boy, you have the guts to challenge me, right? Zikai, do you want to stop that boy? No need. Sun Zikai said angrily, if we get too close, it will make Su Linyue unhappy. She hates us following her the most. Anyway, even if that guy asks, he won't be able to get the goddess WeChat. We'll beat him up when no one is around. Sun Zikai is very sure about this. Su Linyue is very picky when it comes to choosing friends. She has a cold personality, but she is also extremely outstanding. Most boys can only feel inferior in front of her. At this time, Lin Feng was less than 3 meters away from Su Linyue. You activate the Universal Insight skill on Su Linyue. Chapter 61 Kind Senior. Observer, Su Linyue. Occupation, college student. Age, 22. Favorability, 0. Mood, 30. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 99. Measurements, D, 84, 99. Wishlist, get my father's approval. Hobbies, work, raise pets, art, piano, likes to eat vegetarian food, and is an animal lover. Favorite person, none. People you care about most, parents. Personal status review, the daughter of a wealthy man in Shanghai, she looks cold on the outside, but she is kind and upright on the inside, with personal assets of tens of billions. She often receives flowers and confessions for no apparent reason, and hates men pestering her, especially men who follow her around. The person she hates the most is Zhou Lingxiao, because he sends people to follow her around at school, which seriously affects her social life. After seeing this information, Lin Feng felt more confident in getting Su Linyue's WeChat. Senior sister Su, please stay. Upon hearing this, Su Linyue stopped and turned around, her eyes full of coldness under her sunglasses. She had just met this boy. Just now his companion had the audacity to ask for WeChat, so he was probably asking for WeChat as well. With this prejudice, Su Linyue said in a cold tone, if you want to ask for my WeChat, I think you'd better keep your mouth shut. Originally I didn't want your WeChat, but my friend was bullied because he wanted your WeChat, and he threatened me not to have your WeChat. I have a stubborn temper. The more others tell me not to do something, the more I will do it. Senior, you can choose not to give it to me, but that doesn't stop me from asking you for it. Lin Feng frankly explained that only by resonating with Su Linyue would he have a chance to get WeChat. If he guessed correctly, Sun Zikai and his gang should be the people arranged by Zhou Lingxiao to protect secretly, and they should also be the people Su Linyue hated the most. Su Linyue was surprised. It was the first time someone asked for her WeChat for such a reason. Lin Feng's words were also very much to her liking. Gain Su Linyue's favorability 20. This trick was indeed effective, and Lin Feng became more confident. At this time, Sun Zikai came slowly with a few people, and couldn't help but laugh. Little red man, you really dare to ask for it. Goddess Su, don't pay attention to this outsider fool, tell him to get lost. Su Linyue's face turned slightly cold, and she said firmly, I was originally thinking about how to refuse, but after hearing what you said, I changed my mind. I have a bad temper. The more people try to stop me, the more I'm determined to do it. My classmate, I will give you my WeChat ID, but you cannot give it to anyone else. Sun Zikai's eyes were filled with anger. Su Linyue was obviously angry with him, but she was also jealous that Lin Feng had the goddess's WeChat. Little bastard, if you dare to add me, I will make sure you can't stay in the Magic City anymore. Behind me, I represent the powerful people in the Magic City. Are you sure you want to ruin your future for a WeChat account? Sun Zikai warned ferociously, as aggressive as a mad dog. Su Linyue raised her head and looked at Lin Feng, thinking to herself, although this boy is very courageous, he will definitely give in to Sun Zikai's threats. She felt a little disappointed, and she really hoped that Lin Feng could stand up and resist like a man at this time. This way she will look up to Lin Feng. It's okay. I won't blame you if you're scared. Su Linyue wanted to put the QR code away and didn't want to implicate others. Lin Feng said solemnly, my temper is just like my senior sister. The more others tell me not to do something, the more I will do it. I just don't believe that the sky of this demon city is their sky. Lin Feng spoke with firmness and determination, showing his manliness. Not only is he rich now, but he also masters Tai Chi at the master level. He is not afraid of these gangster students at all. Scan the QR code to add Su Linyue as a friend. Su Linyue was stunned, and there was a hint of surprise in her eyes under her sunglasses. He really dared to add it? Isn't he afraid of retaliation? And judging from the way he dresses, he doesn't look like a rich man. While she was thinking, Lin Feng's QR code was quickly scanned. Ding, Lin Feng added you as a friend. Su Linyue's WeChat ID is her real self, very pretty. Her name is also unchanged. Gain 10 points of Su Linyue's favorability, currently 30 points. Lin Feng had figured out Su Linyue's temper. This woman didn't like cowardly men. But he was not in the mood to think about these things now, his stomach was full of anger. Sun Zikai's eyes were grim and his expression was ferocious as he said, you are so brave, you are finished. Do you dare to tell me, what is your name? Lin Feng looked directly at Sun Zikai, without any fear on his face, and said coldly, Lin Feng. If you want revenge, I'll be waiting for you anytime. You have the guts. Sun Zikai gritted his teeth and said, within 3 days, I will make you regret it. Su Linyue snorted, Sun Zikai. This is my personal matter. You don't need to meddle in it. Don't follow me anymore. You are not allowed to attack Lin Feng again. This incident was caused by her, so naturally I can't just sit back and watch. Sun Zikai didn't dare to be presumptuous to Su Linyue, and said respectfully, sorry, I'm just following orders, you don't have to make things difficult for me. This little red man offended me and should be punished. Lin Feng chuckled and said sarcastically, why do I feel weird listening to your words? Are you bigger than the law? Sun Zikai grinned, you are right, we have our own rules here. No one can protect you. Su Linyue's eyebrows tightened, and she said in a cold tone, what if I want to protect him? Sun Zikai raised the corner of his mouth and said meaningfully, if that guy really wants to touch this little naked guy, I'm afraid even Goddess Su can't protect him. I advise you not to ruin the relationship for this kind of outsider loser, and don't get involved in this matter. Su Linyue heard this and the dissatisfaction that had been suppressed for a long time was instantly ignited. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand and said in a tender voice, then I really want to protect him. Go back and tell Zhou Lingxiao. Lin Feng is my friend. If he dares to do something dirty, don't blame me for falling out with him. After saying that, he forcibly pulled Lin Feng away. Lin Feng only felt his wrist being firmly grasped by a hand as soft as jade, and he did not struggle. Sun Zikai gritted his teeth as he watched. Such a pure and innocent goddess actually took Lin Feng's hand and left in public. How disgraceful. More of jealousy. Sun Yenan didn't dare to stay here, so he quickly dragged Lin Feng's luggage and followed. Sun Zikai's face was as dark as ink, and he was so angry that he had no place to vent. What now? What else can we do? Sun Zikai said angrily, tell Master Zhou immediately. Thank you for helping me, senior. Although Lin Feng was not afraid of Sun Zikai, he was still impressed by Su Linyue's righteousness. Su Linyue let go of Lin Feng's hand and said helplessly, alas, it's all my fault that I got you into trouble because of my impulse. If I had refused to give you WeChat, so many things wouldn't have happened. Lin Feng said, senior sister, you don't have to worry too much. This is Jiangbei University, and the Magic City is a place where laws are followed. Can they still mess around? Chapter 62, School Beauty Exposed. Su Linyue said unhappily, you don't know, Zhou Lingxiao's grandfather is the richest man in Magic City, and my father is only ranked 3rd on the rich list. Zhou Lingxiao is also extremely domineering and has a bad temper. He is also a judo master and can easily knock down 5 or 6 people by himself. He also founded a judo club at Jiangbei University and gathered a large number of subordinates. Those few people just now were from the judo club. Once he sets his sights on you, there's no way you can escape. Now only I can protect you. Su Linyue smiled bitterly. Lin Feng then understood why Sun Zikai was so confident. It turned out that his backers were so powerful. What does your father do? Su Linyue asked again. Lin Feng said calmly, the fish seller. Su Linyue remained silent, thinking to herself, if I leave it alone, Lin Feng will definitely suffer a blow from Zhou Lingxiao. It is not easy for these poor people to be admitted to Zhongbei University. Any setback can change their lives. This matter was caused by me, so I will help him. I live in a 2-story building. You can live below me. Sun Yan'an behind him was so shocked that his eyes almost fell to the ground. It is a great honor to be able to get the goddess's WeChat, and living in the same building with the goddess is the dream of every man in Zhongbei University. If other people knew this, they would probably be heartbroken. Lin Feng was not surprised by this great encounter, and asked calmly, why? We just met for the first time. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad person? Su Linyue was very confident in her judgment. She might not know who Lin Feng was, but she believed that Lin Feng was definitely not a bad person. How bad can a person be who offends the powerful just to help a friend he just met? Stay by my side and I can protect you, otherwise you will be retaliated by Zhou Lingxiao at any time. I am a woman and I am not afraid, so why are you, a grown man, afraid? Come back with me now. Su Linyue's tone did not allow for refusal. She was not discussing with Lin Feng, but rather seemed to be giving orders. The aura of a cold and aloof president is fully displayed. If she had a weak character, she would not be able to get the people below her to obey her in the workplace. Although Lin Feng is not afraid of Zhou Lingxiao, with Su Linyue's help he can avoid some minor troubles. It seems not bad to live downstairs in the building where his senior students live. Then I'll trouble you to take care of it, senior. After taking the luggage from Sun Yan'an, he added Lin Feng's WeChat and left. Senior sister, you are such a good person. Lin Feng said with emotion. You are the first person who says that I am a good person. Su Linyue said in a light tone. No way? Yes, because they only say that I am beautiful or that I am very capable. Seeing Su Linyue's serious look, Lin Feng also wanted to ease the serious atmosphere, so he smiled and teased, Senior sister, you are so beautiful, aren't you afraid that I will molest you if I live in your house? Su Linyue suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's clothes and threw him over her shoulder. Lin Feng never expected that Su Linyue would suddenly attack, but his reaction was extremely fast. Tai Chi had long been engraved in his body like an instinct. With his strength, he could easily resolve it, and even throw Su Linyue away with a backhand. But he didn't do that. Instead, he pretended to be tricked. He wanted to see what tricks the senior student was playing. The world was spinning, and just as Lin Feng was about to land, he had already put his hands down, ready to absorb the impact. Suddenly, he felt Su Linyue stretch out her little feet, and his waist was pushed by a soft thigh. Then his body fell to the ground, and the back of his head was also cushioned by a soft foot. She was afraid of getting hurt. Lin Feng secretly laughed and secretly withdrew his move. Su Linyue looked down at him with a cold look in her eyes. Few people know that I have learned martial arts. My master is the contemporary swordsman Yu Qingfei. If you don't want me to cripple your third leg, don't have any evil thoughts. Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. He had heard of Yu Qingfei. He was the true last-generation swordsman, invincible with his two-handed sword. It turns out that Su Linyue is the disciple of that top master. No wonder her skills are so amazing. This school beauty is definitely a hexagonal female warrior. Not only does he have excellent grades and a strong talent for business, but his physical fitness is also strong. Suddenly, a bright red color came into view. Lin Feng turned his face to the side awkwardly and muttered softly, Senior sister, you are exposed. Su Linyue's expression froze, and she quickly stepped back, even squeezing her legs together. The originally fair face was instantly filled with a layer of delicate red glow, and the eyes were full of anger. Rogue. Lin Feng raised his lips with an evil smile, Senior sister, it was obviously me who was beaten by you, why are you still calling me a hooligan? If anyone was going to be a hooligan, you were the first to act like one. Su Linyue argued confidently, if you hadn't said that first, would I have warned you? It's still your fault after all. Yes, it's all my fault. Lin Feng stood up as if nothing had happened and brushed off the sticky dust on his butt. Follow me. Su Linyue walked in front with a cold face, with a hint of blush still lingering on her ears. I was so mad that he saw something he shouldn't have seen. Su Linyue was secretly annoyed, but she had already seen it, so what else could she do? I can only suppress this unhappiness deep in my heart. Lin Feng smiled, this school beauty is really fun. The back is pretty good. From his angle, he could see that Su Linyue had a waist that was so slender that it could be held in one hand, and her peach-shaped buttocks had perfect lines. Every time she twisted her body, she exuded a charming charm. She has learned martial arts, and her legs are very well trained and plump. It's the best. Raymond Lam is a delight to the eyes. I don't know which scumbag will get the chance in the future. At this time, the two came to a luxurious dormitory. There are some flowers and plants planted on it, which has the style of a foreign villa. There is also a fence outside the villa. This is specially prepared by the school for those special and outstanding students. Either you have money or you have power. It's pretty good anyway. Lin Feng looked around, very satisfied. Stop looking and come in. Su Linyue swiped the card and opened the door. As soon as Su Linyue opened the door, two huskies wagged their tails wildly, trying to rush out, and pounced on her, whimpering. The two dogs completely left Raymond Lam aside. Black and white. Su Linyue's tone was cheerful and a rare smile appeared on her face. She was no longer as cold as usual. Two little hands gently stroked the heads of the two puppies, and the two little guys looked very happy. Soon the two dogs changed their target and sniffed Lin Feng curiously. These are my two dogs. They won't bite anyone. You can't bully them, or I'll kick you out. Su Linyue warned Lin Feng. Suck, suck, suck. Lin Feng hooked his finger. After this move, the two huskies jumped up and down around Lin Feng as if they had seen their father. Look, they all welcome me. Su Linyue didn't bother to pay attention. Come with me, I'll show you your room first. Yeah, you're back. A surprised female voice came from the second floor, followed by a burst of quick footsteps. Chapter 63 I Am Gay. Lin Feng raised his head and heard brisk footsteps coming from the stairwell. A short-haired girl walked down barefoot. She had a pretty face and long, thin eyebrows that looked like new willow leaves in spring. Below her eyebrows was a straight, small, jade-like nose. Her overall temperament was lively and delicate. She has fair skin and a slightly thin body. His chest was slightly flat and he was only about 1.58 meters tall. When she saw Lin Feng, her originally happy smile instantly turned cold and disappeared, and she inadvertently exuded a coldness that kept people away. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that the girl's eyes had a hint of light blue. These are naturally heterochromatic eyes, which are very recognizable. Yeah, who is he? Why did you bring him back? The girl's tone was full of displeasure, and her eyelashes trembled slightly, showing that she was extremely uneasy inside. The pair of light blue eyes stared at Lin Feng with hostility. I was also secretly guessing Lin Feng's identity in my heart. Who is this person? Why did you come back with yeah? Could it be his boyfriend? Xia Qinyao's heart tightened and her eyes were full of hostility. She is Su Linyue's good friend. They have been living together and are both sophomores this year. Su Linyue said softly, Yao, he is Lin Feng, and he will live downstairs from now on. What? Xia Qinyao was shocked and asked excitedly, you want him to live with us? I don't agree. Lin Feng, please sit here for a while. I want to talk to her. As she said that, she pulled Xia Qinyao up to the second floor. Lin Feng felt a little puzzled. He sensed an inexplicable hostility from the girl. Let's first take a look at her personal attributes and get to know her. You used the skill Universal Insight on Xia Qinyao. Observer, Xia Qinyao. Age, 20. Occupation, college student. Favorability, 0. Mood, 15. Height, 158. Weight, 90. Measurements, A+, 86, 93. Hobbies, makeup, fashion items, food, travel, and gaming. Wishlist, 1. Live with Su Linyue forever, 2. Work hard to save up 1 million yuan. Current balance on the card is 4,352 yuan. Favorite person, Su Linyue. The person I care about most, Su Linyue. Comments on personal status, he likes Su Linyue and has been loving her silently. He is willing to give everything for Su Linyue. He has a strong possessive desire for Su Linyue and wants to protect Su Linyue. He hates boys very much, is extremely sensitive to boys, and has misophobia. Raymond Lam had a weird expression on his face. He never thought that Xia Qinyao was actually a lesbian. No wonder this woman hates herself so much. This is interesting. At this time, Su Linyue brought Xia Qinyao down, and the latter looked reluctant. Lin Feng, let me introduce you. This is my roommate Xia Qinyao, who is also my best friend. You can't bully her, otherwise I won't let you go. Su Linyue reminded. Senior sister, don't worry, I have no interest in her at all. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said meaningfully. He doesn't want to waste his time on a girl like this, it's a thankless task. Xia Qiniao sat on the sofa hugging a small pillow, snorted heavily, and said in a cold tone, For Yea's sake, I allow you to live here, but you must not go up to the second floor. Lin Feng ignored Xia Qiniao. After knowing the kind of person she was, he felt there was no need to talk. Senior, which room do I live in? Here, you just need to clean up a little bit. If you need to buy something later, just say hello to me and I'll go shopping with you. No need, I'll ask Sun Yinan to go with me later. Well, I have things to do. Thank you, senior. Lin Feng carried his luggage into his room, which was relatively tidy. He could rest after a little tidying up. Just as he put his luggage in place, he turned around and saw Xia Qiniao leaning against the door, her arms folded across her chest, looking at him coldly. Yaya is kind enough to let you live here, so don't have any bad thoughts about her, otherwise I will break your third leg and make you a eunuch forever. As soon as Xia Qiniao opened her mouth, she showed her two cute little fans, which made her very likable, but Lin Feng didn't like the tone of her voice. Lin Feng turned a deaf ear to her and used cold violence against her. Because he knew that no matter what he said, Xia Qiniao would definitely have something against him, so he simply shut up. Several seconds passed. Xia Qiniao saw that Lin Feng treated her as air. She felt annoyed at being ignored and knocked on the door hard. Hey, are you deaf or dumb? Can't you hear me talking to you? Lin Feng was still making the bed, concentrating on his work. This made Xia Qiniao so angry that she was going crazy. She had never seen a boy so rude. It turns out that none of the men are good, they are arrogant and presumptuous. He's also so lustful, which is the most annoying thing. Xia Qiniao walked to Lin Feng with her short legs. With her potato-like figure, she only reached Lin Feng's chest when she stood in front of him. Hello? Did you hear me? Xia Qiniao angrily stretched out her slender little hand and waved it in front of Lin Feng, trying to attract Lin Feng's attention. Alas! Lin Feng pretended to be distressed. Do you know why I was brought here by my senior sister? Xia Qiniao put her hands on her waist and said with great momentum, I know, otherwise I wouldn't agree to let you live here. At least you have some Lin Feng spirit. Do you know why I don't like talking to you? Lin Feng kept it a secret. This move really aroused Xia Xian's strong curiosity. His two light blue eyes stared at Lin Feng's face. Why? I thought to myself, this guy is quite handsome, not as annoying as the other boys. This is the advantage of Lin Feng's high charm. Even if Xia Qiniao has great dissatisfaction with him and is very hostile to him, she will be influenced by his charm and her decision will be affected. Seeing that he had taken control of the topic, Lin Feng felt amused and wanted to tease Xia Qiniao. This is my secret. I can't tell you. If you tell others, I won't be able to face people and I won't be able to continue my university studies here. Ah, so serious? Xia Qiniao was even more curious and wanted to know what the secret was that could have such a big impact. As long as you tell me, I promise not to tell anyone. Xia Qiniao's voice was seductive, and she patted her slightly bulging chest to assure Lin Feng. It was as if there was a cute little devil in my heart laughing triumphantly. Ah, as long as you tell me the secret, I can use it to threaten you and drive you out. Lin Feng smiled secretly, but pretended to be distressed. Okay, I see that you are not the kind of bad person who talks nonsense, so I will tell you. I'm actually a homosexual. I don't like women, I only like men. Will you look down on me? Xia Qiniao's light blue eyes widened rapidly, and her eyes seemed to have seen something extremely incredible. Chapter 64, How do you deal with it? This guy is actually a homosexual? Xia Qiniao opened her mouth in amazement. Shock. Unbelievable. Mixed with some special emotions, multiple emotions quickly lingered in Xia Qiniao's mind, and she was thinking in her heart. No wonder Raymond Lam doesn't like talking to me, it turns out his hobbies are different from those of normal men. That's good, at least I can rest assured that he has no feelings for Yaya. Xia Qiniao, who was simple and kind, chose to believe what Lin Feng said. This is also based on trust in Su Linyue, believing that she will not bring back a trash man. Xia Qiniao's favorability towards you increases by 20. Lin Feng's expression froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Is this possible? He originally just wanted to joke with Xia Qiniao, but he didn't expect that he would win her favor. Does this count as an unintentional success? However, when Xia Qiniao saw this expression on his face, she thought Lin Feng was just feeling inferior, which made her feel deeply sympathetic and overflowing with love. Don't worry, I won't look down on you. Xia Qinyao's tone suddenly became very gentle, and her eyes were full of concern. This change made Lin Feng feel completely uncomfortable and his face was full of confusion. Do you want to speak out? If I say it directly, Xia Qinyao will probably get angry, and the goodwill I just gained will definitely disappear without a trace, making it even more difficult to get along with her in the future. Xia Qinyao also saw this tangled expression and thought to herself, he must be very pitiful and have low self-esteem. Having this kind of hobby will definitely lead to discrimination and neglect from others. He must be very lonely inside. In fact, what does loving someone have to do with gender? As long as two people who appreciate each other are together, they are happy. Those worldly people have extremely narrow vision and have no idea what love is. A good person is forced to become like a rat crossing the street. So pitiful. For some reason, Xia Qinyao felt very sympathetic towards Lin Feng's experience and seemed to empathize with him. I respect your choice very much. Everyone has the right and freedom to choose happiness. Why bother about worldly opinions? Xia Qinyao's tone was gentle, but her eyes were encouraging. Come on, I will always support you. You will live here from now on, and no one will drive you away. Lin Feng was very depressed, so he could only scratch his head awkwardly and smiled. Yao Yao, you are such a kind girl. I've never met anyone as special as you. You care so much about someone as special as me. Xia Qinyao's lips curled up into a smile. It was the first time she was praised like this. Xia Qinyao's favorability towards you increases by 5, and the current favorability is 25 points. Oh, this child seems easy to coax. Lin Feng secretly complained in his heart, knowing that she had such a kind side, he was no longer so resistant to Xia Qinyao. Do you have someone you like? Xia Qinyao asked cautiously, fearing to irritate Lin Feng. She is very interested in Raymond Lam's emotional affairs. I guess so. Lin Feng suddenly thought of his girlfriend, and answering this way would not be considered cheating on Xia Qinyao. Xia Qinyao's eyes sparkled, and the gossip flames in her heart were burning. She sat beside Lin Feng's bed, leaned sideways and asked with great interest, how do you usually get along? Will you go on a date? If you were going on a date, where would you go? Xia Qinyao had a lot of questions, and she was very interested in all of them. She almost took notes in a notebook. Lin Feng was ashamed. How should he answer this? He has only dated girls and has no idea about love between men. If he answers incorrectly, he will probably be exposed. I felt guilty and decided to just copy what happened when I was in love with my girlfriend. Yes, we went to the Ferris wheel together. Xia Qinyao began to imagine the scene in her mind, where the two boys went riding a Ferris wheel together. On second thought, it would be very romantic if Yaya and I went on a Ferris wheel. I have never experienced this kind of thing. Why don't you ask Lin Feng what he was doing on the Ferris wheel? So did anything special happen when you two were up there? Xia Qinyao looked at him with ambiguity and made a couple gesture with her hands. Lin Feng was conflicted, and at this point he had no choice but to speak out. Some. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Qinyao couldn't wait to ask, so what did you do? That's the kind of thing you can think about. Xia Qinyao opened her mouth, did you kiss? What else? Lin Feng recalled the scene on the Ferris wheel that night, rubbed his chin and said, it just happened naturally. Xia Qinyao opened her little mouth, her light blue eyes full of disbelief. They do that kind of thing in that kind of place? This is too crazy. If only I could be on top with Yaya. Thinking of that scene, Xia Qinyao face became shy, her eyes became more enthusiastic, and she lowered her voice and asked, aren't you afraid of being discovered by others? It's okay. It was night time. I specifically asked the staff to park the Ferris wheel there so that we could spend a wonderful night. Xia Qinyao opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise, you two spent the night on the Ferris wheel? Lin Feng nodded heavily and did not lie, he just did not say that the person was a woman. Xia Qinyao was full of admiration, you guys are really brave, if anyone saw this, it would definitely be on the hot search list. It's okay. Lin Feng smiled and lied, feeling a little guilty. I really envy you guys. Xia Qinyao did not hide her envy and longing for Lin Feng. Xia Qinyao's favorability towards you increases by 5 points, and the current favorability is 30. In order to avoid further misunderstanding, Lin Feng quickly changed the subject. Yao Yao, I'm going to buy some daily necessities. You're new to school and you don't know the way. How about I take you there? Seeing Lin Feng looking a little dazed, Xia Qiniao felt a little worried. No, no. Lin Feng was afraid that he would make more mistakes if he talked too much, so he didn't let Xia Qiniao come with him. Moreover, he also made an appointment with Sun Yinan. Okay then. Xia Qiniao didn't insist anymore. As soon as Lin Feng walked out of the door, he saw Su Linyue reading a book in the living room. Seeing the two of them walking out side by side, seemingly getting along very happily, a flash of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Based on her understanding of Xia Xinya, it is impossible for her to have a good face towards Lin Feng. What kind of magic power does this guy have that can make Xia Qinyao smile in such a short time? Senior, I'm going out to buy some things. Lin Feng said hello and walked out. Bye. Xia Qinyao waved. After Lin Feng walked away, Su Linyue appeared silently beside Xia Qinyao, with doubts in her eyes. Why are you two so close? What did he do to you? Xia Qinyao shook her head. She had promised Lin Feng not to tell anyone, but she still needed further final confirmation. Yeah, I have to go out for something. After saying that, Xia Qinyao hurried out of the house, heading in the direction of Lin Feng. She wants to follow him to see if Raymond Lam is really gay. Su Linyue frowned, feeling that Xia Qinyao seemed a little different today. Chapter 65, confirming the identity of classmates. Xia Qinyao followed Lin Feng on tiptoe like a kitten. Sometimes he squatted in the corner, sometimes he hid behind a trash can, and sometimes he hid in the flower bed and stuck his little head out, looking sneaky. Lin Feng is now a master-level expert, and he is very aware of what is behind him. When he heard the footsteps behind him, he immediately knew that he was being followed by someone. Could it be Sun Zakai's people? Lin Feng remained calm, secretly took out his mobile phone, turned on the front camera, and took an accurate photo of Xia Qinyao behind him with half of her head hidden behind the corner. He couldn't help but smile. This guy is really cute. I probably want to see if he is gay. Alas, I can only pretend. At this time, Sun Yan'an also came towards him and stretched out his hand to greet Lin Feng. Lin Feng suddenly had an idea, and he took Sun Yan'an's hand and said in a low voice, "Brother, cooperate with me in a play. We are now playing the role of comrades. There is a little girl behind me who is pestering me. I want her to give up." Sun Yan'an was stunned for a moment, then he gave an "I understand" smile and let Lin Feng hold his hand. Xia Qinyao behind him was stunned. They were actually holding hands. Could this person be Raymond Lam's boyfriend? Well, it's just a little ugly, and too ordinary. Lin Feng is so handsome, he must find a boyfriend who is worthy of him no matter what. After being shocked, Xia Qinyao began to complain about Sun Yan'an's appearance. Xia Qinyao, what are you doing? A sudden voice sounded behind Xia Qinyao, frightening her so much that her whole body was trembled. She turned around suddenly and found that there was a male teacher standing behind her, staring at her with strange eyes. Xia Qinyao quickly stood up and smiled awkwardly. "Nothing, I'm looking for a cat." "Oh, what color is it? Do you want me to ask my classmates to help you find it?" No, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Xia Qinyao shook her hand guiltily and left quickly. When she wanted to look for Lin Feng, he was no longer in sight and she could only stomp her feet and go back helplessly. Su Linyue was still reading in the living room when she heard cheerful singing coming from outside the house from a distance. She knew it was Xia Qinyao from the voice. Why is this guy in such a good mood? Yeah, I'm back. The sound came from outside before anyone saw it. Xia Qinyao returned with a smile on her face and a brisk pace. She sat down next to Su Linyue, picked up the water cup on the table, tilted her head back and took a big gulp. Oh, that feels good. After finishing the drink, he let out a sigh of satisfaction. Su Linyue's beautiful face had a faint smile on it. She looked at Xia Qinyao lovingly and said softly, "Why are you in such a good mood?" Xia Qinyao smiled slyly. I found something very interesting, but I can't tell you now." Su Linyue smiled. Yao Yao was a person who couldn't hide her thoughts. If she didn't say it now, she would definitely say it out loud soon. "Let me guess, it must be related to Lin Feng, right? How did you know?" Xia Qinyao opened her mouth in surprise. Su Linyue stretched out her snow-white jade fingers and gently tapped Xia Qinyao's forehead. Xia Qinyao pretended to be in pain. "Ouch, it hurts. Is this hard to guess? You haven't met anyone else today. And didn't you dislike him at first? What magic does he have that can make you so happy all of a sudden?" Xia Qinyao straightened her flat chest and said proudly, "Guess." "No guess. Su Linyue pretended to be uninterested. Oh, come on, try to guess. You won't be able to guess it. Xia Qinyao became anxious and gently shook Su Linyue's arm in a coquettish manner. Su Linyue had a half smile on her lips, and her wise eyes had already seen through Xia Qinyao. I can't guess. I'm not interested in your affairs. Well, okay, I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else, and you can't dislike him. Xia Qinyao's eyes rolled, and a bold idea was born in her mind. She wanted to test Su Linyue's opinion on this matter. Yeah, if I say that Lin Feng likes men, will you look down on him? After Xia Qinyao finished speaking, she looked at Su Linyue nervously. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated and her body even became a little stiff. You are kidding me, would he like men? Su Linyue's face showed a rare look of shock, and even her voice changed tone. She really couldn't imagine that such a handsome guy like Raymond Lam would like a boy. Moreover, not long ago, she saw Lin Feng standing up for Sun Yenin and was very manly, so how could he be gay? Are all men who appear strong on the outside fragile on the inside, or are they like those men who work out, the stronger their bodies are, the more unique their sexual orientation is? Su Linyue's mind was in great confusion. She put down the book in her hand and had no mood to read anymore. I mean, for example. Xia Qinyao's eyes were a little vague. She didn't dare to look Su Linyue in the eye. She said faintly, if he really is a homosexual, would you hate him? Su Linyue knew Xia Qinyao very well, and looking at her expression she knew that this was most likely true. Oh, I never thought he would be this kind of person. Su Linyue looked strange. I don't look down on him. At least he is many times better than those hypocritical people. Su Linyue suddenly thought of Sun Zikai and his ilk, who were the real scum. Xia Qinyao's light blue eyes lit up, and she tilted her head and asked urgently, don't you think that two men being together goes against common sense and is not accepted by the world? Indeed. Su Linyue said calmly, such love will be accepted and blessed by the world. How do you know about him? Su Linyue looked inquiringly. So, Xia Qinyao told everything that she and Lin Feng had said before. Su Linyue secretly questioned whether what Lin Feng said was true or false. Yao Yao is too naive and easily deceived, so I have been protecting her all these years. I hope what Raymond Lam said is true. If he dares to deceive Yao Yao, don't blame me for kicking him out, no matter whether he lives or dies. Many thoughts flashed through Su Linyue's mind, and she warned him with a slightly heavier tone, Yao Yao, you can't tell anyone else about this, otherwise it will cause him great trouble. I'll go upstairs and rest first. You should focus more on your studies and come to work in my company after graduation. Oh, okay. Xia Qinyao smiled with her eyes narrowed into slits, and her two little fans were very cute. Yaya doesn't seem to hate Raymond Lam, so she probably doesn't hate me either. Xia Qinyao went to read happily, and Lin Feng had already arrived outside the school. As soon as he walked out of the school gate, Sun Zikai and a few people stopped him. Sun Zikai said with a sinister look on his face, little bastard, you didn't expect us to meet so soon, right? I've already said that I won't let you stay in Jiangbei University for more than 3 days. Chapter 66 Girls Fall in Love at First Sight. Sun Yenin's face changed drastically, and he even showed a hint of retreating. Brother, what should we do now? Sun Yenin said in a low voice with a hint of fear in his tone. He was just from an ordinary family and didn't dare to offend these young masters in the Demon City. Lin Feng put his hands in his pockets, with a smile on his face, I'm afraid he'll look at me. He laughed at Sun Zikai again, want to hit me? Sun Zikai took out a cigarette, and the younger brother beside him immediately lit it for him and said contemptuously, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me to attack you? I'm also afraid of getting my hands dirty. Oh, then what do you want to see me about, dear young master? Sun Zikai raised his chin and said coldly, boy, I have already told Master Zhou about your matter. He is very angry now. Let me tell you something. Move out of Su Linyue's dormitory within 1 day. Lin Feng chuckled, his eyes full of disdain, and said coldly, what if I don't move? I'm from the judo club. Sun Zikai stiffened his neck, pointed his thumb at his face and said arrogantly, I don't mind sending you to the hospital. I've already told you. It's up to you whether you move or not. Sun Zikai sneered and said jokingly, I hope you don't move, because then I have a reason to send you to the hospital for a few days. Ha ha. After saying that, Sun Zikai raised his head and laughed triumphantly, then left with a few of his younger brothers, not taking Lin Feng seriously at all. Sun Yenin looked worried, brother, why don't you just listen to him and don't go against them? This way we can study here safely, and there's no need to act on impulse and ruin our future. This matter was also related to him, so he didn't want to harm Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked relaxed. It's okay, I have a bad temper. The more others threaten me, the more I won't listen. Seeing Sun Yinan still worried, Lin Feng hooked his arm around Sun Yinan's shoulders and said with a carefree smile, "What are you afraid of? Even if the sky falls, I still have Su Linyue to hold it up for me." Sun Yinan thought about it and forced a smile on his face. Then let's go to Pangdonglai, where they have more complete products. Pangdonglai is famous, and Sun Yinan also wants to take a look. Lin Feng naturally had no objection, but as soon as they got on the bus, Lin Feng regretted it. There are so many people. The school bus is already crowded, and now it's the beginning of the school year, it's so crowded. He was sandwiched between people from both sides, and at this moment he suddenly wanted a car. The driver was still yelling in the front, "Everyone squeeze in, don't stand by the door, hurry up." Lin Feng had no choice but to follow the crowd and squeeze in. At this moment, a very soft touch came from the legs, like an electric current, very comfortable and leaving people wanting more. Lin Feng knew that a boy's touch definitely didn't feel like this, only a woman's buttocks had this wonderful touch. When he looked down, he found a short-haired girl wearing glasses pressed against his chest. At the moment, she was lowering her head and holding a book in her hands to protect her chest. From his angle of observation, he could see that the girl was wearing a low-cut dress, with just enough space to reveal a bit of her plump, snow-white skin. Also, because the girl hugged her chest too tightly, it created an exaggerated range of motion. In an instant, Lin Feng, who was full of energy and vigor, had thoughts that he shouldn't have, and his body was completely out of his control. Lin Feng was extremely embarrassed and silently chanted Umatba in his heart. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. However, as the bus stopped and braked, the friction caused was a physical torture for him. Damn, why does time go by so slowly? I just hope to get to the station quickly. Lin Feng waited. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl in front of him was blushing all the way to her ears. "I'm sorry, it was just a natural reaction." Lin Feng quickly lowered his head and whispered an apology into the girl's ear. The magnetic voice in masculine sense sprayed into the girl's ears, making her ears numb and sore instantly. Lin Mange felt like dying now. She had just arrived at Zhongbei University and wanted to go to Pangdonglai to buy some things. Although she knew the bus would be crowded, she didn't expect it to be particularly crowded today. What's even worse is that there is a strange boy sticking closely behind her. She had never been in a relationship with a boy before, and her face was so shy that it looked like blood was about to drip from it. Could it be that old man? Lin Mange's heart beat faster and she was shocked and scared. When no one was paying attention, she secretly took out a mirror and looked behind her. A handsome face appeared in the mirror, with sharp features like those carved by a knife, and especially those eyes that seemed to be able to draw people's souls into them and make them unable to extricate themselves. At this moment, Lin Mange's heart seemed to have forgotten to beat, and she was completely stunned. With just one look, she developed a huge liking for Lin Feng. An inexplicable emotion grew in her heart. No boy had ever given her such a strange feeling. It was like someone who had been searching for someone in the crowd for many years and finally saw the person at first sight. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Surprise, shyness, and excitement lingered in Lin Mange's heart, but there was a faint shy smile on the corner of her mouth. He is very handsome, speaks very nicely and is very polite. He must be a good person. Lin Mange's mind was full of random thoughts. Not only did she not resist Lin Feng sticking to her, she was even willing to cooperate actively. This is a tough situation for Lin Feng, as he is already full of energy and cannot withstand such an exciting temptation. Lin Mange has 75 points of favorability towards you. Lin Feng was stunned? Lin Mange? Could it be the girl in front of me? Can this also create a good impression? If the favorability exceeds 70 points, the confession will be successful. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Taking this opportunity, Lin Feng also wanted to learn more about Lin Mange. You used the skill Universal Insight on Lin Mange? Observer, Lin Mange. Age, 18. Occupation, freshman. Favorability, 75. Mood, 66. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 97. Measurements, B+, 85, 95. Hobbies, food, games, reading, pets, and sports. Wish list. 1. Go to see the idol Yang Yang's concert. 2. Own a limited edition Kuromi. Favorite person, Raymond Lam. People I care about most, family. Personal status review: she had an ambiguous relationship with Raymond Lam on the bus and fell in love with him at first sight. She is gentle and quiet, a contrasting girl, quiet on the outside but passionate on the inside. She is a top student and ranked first in the county-level college entrance examination. Lin Feng was a little surprised to see this information. Although he knew that he was very charming, he didn't expect that Lin Mange would fall in love with him at first sight. Fate is such a wonderful thing. Knowing that Lin Mange had feelings for him, Lin Feng became bolder. Just at this moment, an electric car passed in front of the bus. The driver was startled and slammed on the brakes. Everyone on the bus was affected by strong inertia, and they were all staggering, making the bus even more crowded. Lin Feng was originally a master-level martial arts expert, and his reaction was extremely fast. His expression suddenly changed, and the lust in his eyes instantly turned into solemnity. Chapter 67: Encounter with Lin Mange. Lin Feng stood with his legs in an 8 position, transferring the car's inertia force under his legs and easily dissolving it. But Lin Mange in his arms didn't have this luck. Ah! Lin Mange screamed in fear and was about to rush forward. Lin Feng was quick to grab her slender waist and hold her firmly in his arms. Ah! Lin Mange's whole body trembled violently, and her eyes widened. She couldn't help but let out a scream, and her face was red as if water was about to drip out. Lin Feng's concerned voice came to my ears. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Lin Mange blushed, her face felt hot and she didn't dare to look at Lin Feng at all. She whispered, "It's okay, thank you." This time Raymond Lam was a little embarrassed, and their postures became more ambiguous than before. The space around him became even more crowded, and he could hardly move. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked knowingly, trying to change the subject and distract himself. Lin Mange was shy and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "Lin Mange, a freshman at Jiangbei University." If it weren't for Lin Feng's good hearing, he wouldn't be able to hear what she was saying. "I'm also a freshman at Jiangbei University. My name is Lin Feng. So we are classmates, and we have the same surname. This is such a fate." Lin Mange's tone was a little happy, and there was a little more joy in his eyes under his glasses. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly. She twisted her soft buttocks, blushed and whispered, "I'll add your WeChat." Lin Feng had a strange expression on his face. He pulled his hand away from Lin Mange's slender waist and took out his phone to add her as a friend. Lin Mange's WeChat avatar is a cute chinchilla. His online name is Morning Flowers Plucked at Dusk. As soon as she added the friend, Lin Mange lowered her head and sent a message. Even if she didn't send it, Lin Feng could clearly see the words on her screen. "Would you please stop moving?" Lin Feng was very embarrassed when he saw this message. He didn't want to move, but the driver was driving like a bumper car. I had to take the opportunity to reply, "Sorry, I didn't mean to take advantage of you, it was all an accident." Xia Qingyao's face flushed. Lin Feng's reply made her feel strange. "I know you didn't mean it, I don't blame you. Thank you for your understanding." Lin Feng also felt relieved. "Where are you from?" "Honan's." "Oh, that's quite far away. Which department did you apply to?" "School of Journalism." Lin Feng was not surprised, as the journalism department in Shanghai was famous for having many beautiful girls. "I'm going to Pangdong Lai to buy something, what about you?" "Me too." The two chatted about some meaningless things and finally the car arrived at the station. Lin Feng got out of the car with his hands in his trouser pockets and his walking posture was a little strange. Lin Mange also blushed and lowered her head, following Lin Feng. Sun Yan'an followed behind the two of them and complained as soon as she got off the car, "Oh my god, I was almost squashed just now. If I were a woman, I would probably get pregnant." As the saying goes, the speaker may not mean anything, but the listener may take it seriously. Lin Mange's face turned red from her ears to her neck. At this time, Sun Yan'an also noticed Lin Mange, and immediately showed an ambiguous smile in his eyes. He gently touched Lin Feng's hand and pursed his lips. "There is a beauty. She is a friend I just met, Lin Mange. Come with us to Pangdong Lai later." Lin Feng smiled a little unnaturally. What happened just now has not been completely resolved. Alas, sometimes being too young is not necessarily a good thing. Sun Yan'an had a look of admiration on his face, and his eyes seemed to be saying, "Brother, you are so awesome. You can pick up beautiful girls just by taking the bus." Ignoring Sun Yan'an's look, Lin Feng said, "He is my friend Sun Yan'an whom I just met today." "Hello, handsome boy." Lin Mange pushed his glasses, his face still a little flushed. The word handsome boy made Sun Yenin feel a little elated. He touched the back of his head shyly and smiled foolishly. The real handsome guy is Raymond Lam, I can't stand it. As he spoke, Sun Yenin's eyes moved between Lin Feng and the other man. He always felt that something was wrong with their expressions, as if something had happened that he didn't know about. Unfortunately, the car was too crowded and he didn't see Lin Feng. At this time, the three of them also entered Pang Dong Lai. Ordinary employees don't know Lin Feng's current identity, only the management knows it, and he didn't alarm those people. Sun Yenin looked at the people everywhere, his eyes widened, and he said, I've heard for a long time that Pang Dong Lai is the top supermarket in the country. Today I completely understand the value of this statement. There are so many things I want, but unfortunately I don't have enough money. I have to choose a computer later, which will cost me a lot of money. Sun Yenin looked painful. As a college student, without a computer, his college life would definitely be incomplete. Lin Feng laughed secretly. If Sun Yenin knew that I was the boss of Pang Dong Lai, he would probably be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground. It's better not to tell him, otherwise if he knows my identity, we will definitely not be able to live in peace. Lin Feng was very clear that once his identity was exposed, ordinary classmates would definitely not treat him as an ordinary person. They would only treat him as a rich young master and would flatter and lick his ass in all kinds of ways. He doesn't need friends like this. Sun Yenin asked curiously, by the way, how much living expenses did your family give you? 50,000, maybe. Lin Feng casually quoted a price. Sun Yenin was very envious. Awesome, my family only gave me 10,000 yuan in pocket money, and I also got a computer. Now I don't dare to spend money recklessly. Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't say much. By the way, he also needs a computer so that he can play games with others in his spare time. At this time, Lin Mange also returned to normal. When she came to the supermarket, she became particularly lively, and many snacks filled the shopping cart. Lin Feng acted as a flower protector and followed behind her. At this time, Lin Mange picked up a bag of biscuits and said shyly on her fair face, What do you like to eat? I'll treat you. Lin Feng smiled faintly. He knew that Lin Mange fell in love with him at first sight, but he had no other thoughts about this pretty girl for the time being. Thank you. This package in your hand will do. Lin Feng did not refuse, but he did not ask for more either. Well, then I'll buy you a few bags. Lin Mange was very enthusiastic, fearing that Lin Feng would not eat enough. Sun Yenin was secretly surprised and thought to himself, not long ago, Goddess Su Linyue treated Lin Feng specially. It has only been a short time since then, and now another beautiful woman is very caring towards him. Does he have a magnetic field that specifically attracts beautiful women? Alas, being handsome is different. Beautiful girls will even treat you to food. Sun Yenin was very envious and he also wanted to have this kind of charm. Lin Feng had a faint smile on his face as he accompanied Lin Mange in picking out things. The two chatted and laughed, and their relationship quickly heated up. Moreover, Lin Mange is particularly enthusiastic towards Lin Feng. She always asks him what he wants to eat and she wants to sell it for him. This also allowed him to experience the feeling of being pampered by a girl. Suddenly, a system message popped up. Chapter 68, Beautiful Girl Licking Dog. Trigger the random mission, Lin Mange's encounter. Please make Lin Mange's mood reach 100 without her knowing. Afterwards, she still won't know that you were the one pushing her behind the scenes. The time limit is 3 hours. Completing the task will reward you with master-level proficiency in global languages. You will be able to speak the languages of various countries fluently. If you can make Lin Mange's mood reach 100 points, you can get an extra chance to win a lucky draw. Lin Feng had no way of refusing this task. He was very tempted by the prospect of being proficient in languages. He didn't have to waste time learning grammar in English, Russian, or German. But there was also a tricky part. It was not difficult for him to make Lin Mange's mood reach 100 points. The difficulty lies in making Lin Mange unaware that it was he who helped. If there were no such restriction, you could easily raise Lin Mange's mood to 100 points by simply giving her money or gifts, or helping her complete her wish list. However, these methods are not concealed. This is difficult. Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Mange looked at him eagerly and said, Have you bought the computer for school? Her voice was very gentle, as if she was talking to a lover. I'll buy it later. Lin Feng shook his head and answered absent-mindedly. Lin Mange's eyes lit up, and she said enthusiastically, How about I give you a computer? After these words were spoken, Sun Yenin, who was standing next to him, was completely paralyzed. It was always men who gave gifts to girls, and he had never seen a woman take the initiative to give a gift to a man. How is this behavior different from licking a dog? Damn, it's such an honor to have a beautiful woman as a bootlicker. It's what every man dreams of. If there weren't so many people here, Sun Yenin would have wanted to kneel down and worship Lin Feng as his master. Lin Feng was stunned and wanted to refuse, but suddenly he thought of the mission. If I reject Lin Mange now, I'm afraid she will be disappointed. She will definitely be in a bad mood, which will affect his mission. Lin Feng had no choice but to smile shamelessly and said, "You said so. I just happen to be in need of a computer. Then let's go pick it now." Lin Mange seemed more anxious than Lin Feng. Lin Mange's mood has risen to 70 points. Arriving at the electronics area, Lin Mange smiled and boldly grabbed Lin Feng's arm and said, "Pick any computer you like. I'll buy it for you as long as you like it." There was a hint of fondness in his tone. Even the salesman looked at Lin Feng with some envy. The salesperson put on a professional smile and said, "Handsome guy, what kind of computer do you need? Is it for office use or for gaming? I can recommend one to you." Lin Feng smiled and did not resist Lin Mange's intimate behavior. He said, "Handsome, please recommend me a computer that costs about 5,000 yuan and can play ordinary games." He was also a little worried about Lin Mange's financial ability, so he asked for the computer worth tens of thousands without asking. It's a bit difficult to play large-scale 3D games with 5,000 yuan. Graphics cards are quite expensive nowadays, and each costs several thousand yuan. If your finances allow, I suggest you raise the price to 10,000 yuan. If it's a small game, then that's fine. Can you tell me what game you play? Lin Feng said calmly, "It's okay, this level is fine. Give him the best, don't worry about the money." Lin Mange didn't care about money at all, she just wanted to buy the best computer for Lin Feng. The corners of Sun Yenin's mouth twitched slightly. More than 10,000 yuan was equivalent to his pocket money. Does it feel so sour and refreshing to be kept by a woman? Sun Yenin felt jealous. Lin Feng was also afraid that Lin Mange would be too obsessed with love and lend him money to buy a computer, which would make him feel guilty. No need to waste so much money, 5,000 is enough. I don't play any large-scale games. Lin Mange's heart was as sweet as honey. He even knew how to feel sorry for my money, and didn't let me love him in vain. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "It's okay, my father runs a company, and this little money is just pocket money for me." Lin Feng heard this, and the burden in his heart was swept away. He laughed and said jokingly, "So you are still a rich woman?" Lin Mange raised her chin and said cheerfully, "I guess so. Anyway, it's easy for me to ask my dad for 1 or 2 million if I act like a spoiled child." Sun Yenin couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, feeling envious and jealous. Is this the child from a rich family? Lin Feng was not polite. "Then give me the best and most expensive computer." After buying the computer and putting it in the shopping cart, Sun Yenin was responsible for pushing the cart, just like a tool. Lin Mange became more and more courageous. She took Lin Feng's arm and said, "There is a place to eat inside. I'll treat you to a meal." "Okay," Lin Feng said. He was a little hungry anyway. There is also a small food shop inside Pangdonglai, and it is quite crowded. The arrival of the three of them did not attract anyone's attention, and they found an empty seat and sat down. A few people ordered some noodle soup and some snacks. Lin Feng picked up the tea and took a sip, while thinking about another thing in his mind, how to complete the task. Sun Yenin stirred the milk tea in his cup and said, "Lin Feng, when I signed up today, I asked the instructor a few more questions. He said that the military training will be in 5 days. This military training is different from the previous ones. The school attaches great importance to it. There will be a senior leader in charge, and they will also invite a soldier to train us." "Ah, then we're going to be in trouble." Lin Mange frowned. He could still hold on to ordinary exercise. Her body might not be able to withstand the high-intensity military training. Before coming to school, Lin Mange had looked up relevant information and understood the content of military training. But now that a soldier king-level instructor suddenly appears, the difficulty will probably increase significantly, which makes her a little uneasy. Lin Feng didn't care too much. With his current strength, let alone the king of soldiers, even if a reinforced company of king of soldiers came together, he could beat them down. Is the news reliable? That should be correct. I heard from my teacher that the higher-ups are worried about the physical fitness of college students today. They think that college students are overly addicted to the internet, which leads to poor health. So the higher-ups want to take this opportunity to discipline the current college students. A lot of students will definitely be in trouble now. Sun Yenin gloated. He was very confident in his physical fitness, so he was not overly worried about the future military training. Instead, I want to take this opportunity to show off my abilities and hopefully attract the girls' attention. Lin Feng smiled faintly, and then he suddenly saw a man wearing a panda passing by him, giving candies to passers-by. This discovery gave Lin Feng an idea. He suddenly thought of something and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew a way to raise Lin Meng's mood to 100 points without making her notice it. Great! Why didn't I think of such a good idea at the beginning? You two sit here for a while. I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Lin Feng quickly got up and left. Chapter 69, The Ambiguity in the Fitting Room. Lin Feng quickly found He Donglai, and the two discussed in the office for a long time. Chairman Lin, I know what to do now. Your idea is very good. I have decided to implement your suggestion. He Donglai applauded after listening to Lin Feng's suggestion. Lin Feng laughed and said, Bossy, I'll leave this matter to you. He Donglai showed a look that said I understand you and said with a smile, don't worry, I will definitely give your friend a big surprise. I will immediately mobilize all resources to handle this matter. You find a way to keep your friend in the supermarket for an hour. I need time to prepare. Okay. Lin Feng didn't want to disturb He Donglai and went back quickly. Before the person arrived, he saw from a distance that Lin Meng was drinking milk tea absent-mindedly, looking around and looking at him from time to time. When he saw Lin Feng appear, a joyful smile broke out on his face. Her smile is very sweet, and the glasses make her pure face look more delicate. Although Raymond Lam has many women, he felt a little moved when he saw Lin Meng so pure and lovely. When he thought that she was that kind of contrast girl, Lin Feng felt a strange wave in his heart. As soon as Lin Feng came back and sat down, Lin Meng's eyes were fixed on him. She pushed her glasses with her little hand and said in a silvery voice, Where are we going to play later? I'll take you shopping for clothes. Lin Feng said with a smile on his face. His tone was quite kind, and his deep eyes also promptly released the charm of peach blossom eyes. Lin Meng couldn't resist the charm of Lin Feng's eyes and was immediately attracted by them. Her heart was as sweet as honey. Will you buy me some clothes? His tone was full of excitement and anticipation when he spoke. Lin Feng smiled faintly. All girls who are in love are like this. He also enjoyed this feeling. He said, Well, you gave me a computer, so it's only right that I buy you a few sets of clothes. You can't refuse. Well, let's go now. Lin Meng was overjoyed and smiled happily. You two go buy some clothes. I'll play games here for a while. Come back to me when you're done. I'll keep an eye on your stuff. Sun Yenin was very considerate and left Lin Feng and his partner some time to be alone together. Lin Feng gave Sun Yenin a good friend look and reached out to grab Lin Meng's hand. Her hand was soft, white and smooth, and the soft touch made Lin Feng reluctant to let go. Lin Meng's face turned slightly red, and the girl's heart trembled slightly. She could feel that Lin Feng's hands were very warm, very hot and very big, and gave her a full sense of security. There was also a sweet and happy feeling that she had never experienced before, and she let Raymond Lam hold her hand. Anyway, the two of them had already been so ambiguous, so Lin Feng didn't think much about this little action and naturally took her to the mall like a couple. Lin Meng's mood has increased by 10 points. His current mood is 77 points, and his favorability is 75. Arriving at the clothing section on the 5th floor, the two of them visited several stores but didn't find anything they liked. It was not until he arrived at one of the clothing stalls that Lin Feng unexpectedly saw a female department manager standing at the door. When she saw Lin Feng, the female supervisor looked a little surprised. She seemed to want to speak, but Lin Feng stopped her with his eyes and shook his head to signal her not to talk nonsense. The female supervisor understood immediately and pretended not to know Raymond Lam. When Lin Feng came over, she said enthusiastically, Welcome, what clothes do you want to choose? I can help you recommend them. Lin Feng blinked, Please recommend some suitable clothes for my friend. With the recommendation of the female supervisor, Lin Meng quickly chose a white dress with a zipper on the back. Let me try it out first. Lin Meng tried it on herself and was very satisfied with the clothes. While Lin Meng was trying on clothes, the female manager smiled flatteringly and said, Director Lin, can I get a discount on the clothes later? No, just sell it as you want. At this time, Lin Mange stuck half of her head out of the fitting room, her face slightly blushing as she waved at Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Lin Mange blushed slightly and said shyly, "I can't zip up the zipper on my back. It seems to be stuck. Can you help me zip it up?" Lin Feng was stunned. This little favor was a little unexpected for him, so he quickly turned his head to take a look. There were not many customers in the store at that time, only a few people were looking at clothes, and the waiter didn't pay any attention to this side. "Okay, you go in first." Lin Feng didn't have any other ideas. After making sure that no one noticed him, he quickly opened the door and entered the fitting room. Lin Mange was carrying him on her back, revealing a large area of white skin. The skin on her back is as smooth and tender as cream, with a faint girlish fragrance. Lin Feng's heart warmed up. He originally really wanted to help Lin Mange pull up her clothes, but when he saw such a sexy back, he couldn't help it and his eyes were fascinated. "Don't look around, I asked you to help me zip it up." Lin Mange blushed and her heart was pounding wildly. Lin Feng took a deep breath to calm his restlessness. "I started to look for the cause seriously and found that the edge of the inner layer was stuck under the zipper. The color of Lin Mange's inner wear is light red, a cute pink for a girl. Because of the zipper, 2 buttons of the 3-row button have been undone, leaving only 1 button that is about to break." Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, the two of them were staying in this small room, and there was such an ambiguous scene. Coupled with the charming scenes that happened on the bus, the evil fire that he had finally calmed down began to boil again. "I saw it, it really got stuck on the clothes, don't worry." Lin Feng stretched out his hand to unzip the zipper, and his fingers, filled with masculine energy, touched Lin Mange's back. Lin Mange's body trembled, and she couldn't help but move forward. The strange feeling from her back rushed straight to her forehead. "Don't move, or I won't be able to help you unzip it." "Yeah." Lin Mange lowered her head and hummed, her mind full of thoughts about the wonderful touch just now. It was different from the feeling of touching her hand, it was warm and like an electric current, making her feel so comfortable that she wanted to make beautiful sounds. This wonderful and comfortable feeling is like floating in the clouds. Lin Mange's face turned even redder, her heart was beating wildly, and even Lin Feng could clearly hear her strong heartbeat. Lin Feng gently unfastened the bra strap, and Lin Mange felt as if someone was pressing on her sensitive parts, and a strange stimulation grew in her heart. My whole mind started to run wild with thoughts. Will Lin Feng take advantage of me? And there's no one else here, what if he takes advantage of me? It seemed like he had already taken advantage of me a long time ago, so it didn't seem to matter if I let him touch me a little. Will he be unable to control his urge to eat me? There are still people outside. The more Lin Mange thought about it, the more flustered she felt. She was scared, nervous, and yet also felt extremely excited. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a mirror in front of her. Chapter 70: Lin Mange's Enthusiasm and Boldness. In the mirror, Lin Mange saw Lin Feng's eyes staring at her back, as if spewing out some kind of flame. Seeing this aggressive look, Lin Mange felt as if she was being stared at by a wild beast. But she didn't feel scared, instead she felt a sense of anticipation. He has a handsome face. Lin Mange looked at this handsome face and became obsessed with him unconsciously. Lin Feng was in a state of unrest. Lin Mange's snow-white back had a great visual impact on him, making him think about things in a wild way. His fingers would touch smooth skin from time to time, and the wonderful touch was an irresistible temptation to him. Fortunately, he has strong self-control, otherwise he would have lost control long ago. Lin Feng was confused after trying several times to unzip his zipper without success. If you use too much force, the clothes will definitely be torn. The only way to solve the problem now is to unbutton Lin Mange's inner wear first. Only in this way can the zipper be unfastened more easily, otherwise it will be too tight and difficult to unfasten. Manga, I'm going to unbutton your underwear. It's easier to unzip it, so don't think too much. Yeah. Lin Mange's face flushed and her whole body tensed. There was a voice in her heart that seemed to be roaring at her. Oh my god, Lin Mange, are you crazy? You actually let a man you just met help you undress. Aren't you afraid that he will do something worse than an animal to you? Lin Mange also felt that she was crazy. She had never trusted any boy so much before. It was an unreserved trust. Just as her mind was full of random thoughts, she suddenly felt the pressure on her chest loosen, and the original feeling of restraint loosened. In this second, her heartbeat increased several times. The inner layer has been undone. Lin Feng's breathing gradually became heavier, even though he kept telling himself that it was just a small favor and he shouldn't let his imagination run wild. But the visual impact in this ambiguous scene made the evil in Lin Feng run rampant, as if there was a voice constantly tempting him. Lin Feng, are you still a man? You don't even eat the meat that's right in front of you. You're a coward, you're a waste. What are you afraid of? Anyway, she fell in love with you at first sight. Even if you do that to her, she won't blame you. She might even be grateful to you for letting her understand what a woman's happiness is. Such a good opportunity, are you going to miss it? Besides, this is a fitting room in a supermarket, and there are many people around. Don't you want to experience the feeling of being unrestrained in a place like this? This devil-like temptation constantly eroded Lin Feng's heart and magnified his evil thoughts. So much so that he didn't even bother to unzip it. However, before Lin Feng was devoured by the evil in his heart, Lin Mange in front of him was also falling into endless torture. There was also a voice in her head tempting her. Lin Mange, where can you find such an outstanding man? Take advantage of this opportunity to get him. Only by letting him know how you feel will he not forget you and will think about you. A weak consciousness was struggling. No, this is just the first day I met him. I can't let him think I'm casual. I have to remain reserved. How much is a woman's modesty worth? Besides, don't you want him? A man as outstanding as he will definitely have no shortage of women around him. If you don't cherish this opportunity, you will regret it if you miss it. If you like it, go for it. If you can't get it, grab it. No, stop talking, I can't do this. What advantages do you have that can make this man fall in love with you? Apart from your lowly body that is worthy of Lin Feng's nostalgia, what else do you have that is worthy of Lin Feng's attention? The devil-like voice completely crushed Lin Mange's last resistance. The suppressed impulse burst out instantly. She put her arms around Raymond's neck, raised her head and stood on tiptoes to give him her precious first kiss. Boom! In an instant, all of Lin Feng's resistance and moral bottom line were completely destroyed by the flood. Fall directly into the boundless abyss of desire. There is no thought in my mind, only constant asking. At the same time, the female supervisor standing outside had actually noticed Lin Feng's fitting room a long time ago. Seeing that the two of them had been in there for so long and hadn't come out, an ambiguous smile appeared on her lips. I walked over quietly and heard some ambiguous sounds coming from inside. I immediately smiled knowingly. Just hang a sign saying "too closed for maintenance" on the door to prevent people from disturbing you. At the same time, he deliberately stood nearby to prevent anyone from coming over, including those from Jinyao. Lin Mange only felt that the sky was dizzy and the earth was dark, and she seemed to be in the clouds. Is this the feeling of kissing the man she loves? So wonderful. The two seemed to have forgotten the passage of time and were immersed in each other's love. After a long time, the wires were drawn apart. Lin Mange's face flushed, her eyes were full of spring, she panted and hooked her arms around Lin Feng's neck, begging in a low voice, "No, this is the first day we met, can you give me some time?" Lin Feng licked his lips, still feeling unsatisfied. He pinched Lin Mange's delicate nose and said, "Okay, let's change our clothes and go out." He also knew that now was not the right time. "Turn around and I'll help you fix your zipper." Lin Mange turned around quickly like a frightened deer and supported herself on the wall with both hands. She was afraid that she would not be able to stand steadily without the support of the wall. I couldn't help but think in my heart, Lin Feng was able to control himself at this time and didn't force me to do anything I didn't want to do. If it was someone who didn't love me, he would definitely not let it go. He has a really good character. Thinking of this, Lin Mange's lips curled up into a shy smile again, and she liked Lin Feng even more. Lin Mange's favorability towards you has increased to 80, and his mood has increased to 90. Lin Feng took a deep breath and quickly suppressed the anger in his heart. Fortunately, this upgrade did not reach the requirements of the system tasks. Next, the zipper was quickly unlocked and Lin Mange changed her clothes smoothly. Lin Feng came out first and saw the female supervisor not far away smiling ambiguously. He didn't feel embarrassed at all and acted as if nothing had happened. After waiting for a long time, Lin Mange finally came out. After putting on this skirt, Raymond Lam suddenly felt his eyes brighten. This dress is very beautiful, pure, quiet, and has a bit of girlish vitality. Mange, this dress suits you very well. Really? Lin Mange was very happy to hear Lin Feng's praise, and turned around to let Lin Feng see it clearly. I want this skirt. Choose a few more. Lin Feng made the decision on the spot, and then asked Lin Mange to choose a few sets of clothes she liked before going back to find Sun Yenin. The three of them then lined up to pay the bill, and He Donglai had already appeared not far away. Lin Feng exchanged glances with him, and both of them smiled. After entering the code, Lin Mange paid for the items she bought. When she scanned the code, the waiter said with surprise, "Wait a moment.